Chapter 1. Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute +10. Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute +10. In Yu's mind, the system's mechanical system prompt sounded continuously. At this time, a very fierce battle was being staged in the mechanized room in front of Yu. Dozens of green vegetable people are constantly attacking a human boy in turn. Although the human boy was only 4 or 5 years old, his fighting power was not weak. The dozens of vegetable people, whether they used a surprise attack or a joint attack, were all resolved by the human teenager. The vegetable man's combat power can reach 1200 points. If this combat power is placed on the earth, in addition to the Z warriors, I am afraid that even the gods can kill them in second. As the fierce battle continued, on the ground of the mechanized room, a steady stream of combat power attribute dropped, and the scene seemed to be like a truck dumping a dollar coin, which was very spectacular. After the human boy had killed all the dozens of vegetable people, the ground of the huge mechanized room was already covered with layers of combat power attribute. Of course, these combat power attribute vegetables and human teenagers can't see, only Yu can see. Not long after, those combat power attributes seemed to be like golden tadpole scriptures, lining up in a steady stream, and gathered towards Yu's body. This process lasted for several breaths. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Yu is not a person from this world. He came across 24 years ago, the year Frieza destroyed Star Vegeta. Yi feather traveled to the Dragon Ball world and became a newly born Saiyan baby. At first, when Yu learned that she was a Saiyan, she was not very happy, because he knew that in the near future, Frieza would destroy planet Vegeta. But fortunately, Yu was only born with a combat power of 5, and then, together with Kakarot, who had a combat power of only 2, was sent to Hongshan Star and Earth. That's why Yu escaped. Yu, who was just born, was only a baby, but she had the memories and thoughts of her previous life. He did not adhere to the idea of Saiyan aggression, but lived peacefully with the original inhabitants of Hongshan Star. When he was 4 years old, his golden finger, which is the system, was activated. It's a system called picking attribute. As long as someone fights, the combat power attribute will be dropped at the place of the battle. After the system absorbs these combat power attribute, Yu can increase the combat power. The drop value of the combat power attribute is related to the combat power of the combatant. The higher the combat power, the higher the drop value. The combat effectiveness of the original residents of Hongshan Star is generally low, and the highest combat effectiveness is only 1 or 200. Therefore, the combat power attributes they drop when they fight are only 0.1 or 0.2. However, although the combat power attribute value of each drop is relatively low, something is better than nothing. At least Yu can increase his combat power without training hard. In addition, it adds up to 10,000 0.1, and he also has 1,000 not. Then, on Hongshan Star, wherever there is a fierce battle, Yu will appear. Of course, he just came to pick up attribute. A few years later, Yu's combat power once increased from dozens to more than 5,000 by relying on the scavenging attribute system. The combat power of more than 5,000, although compared with people like Frieza, is nothing, but it can be considered self-defense. At this time, Yu looked up at the sky and set her target on the vast universe. After all, the battle on Hongshan Star can no longer satisfy Yu, and every time it only drops 0.1, the growth rate is too slow. In a battle of Frieza's level, I'm afraid that just a casual shot can increase Yu's combat power by tens of thousands. Of course, Yu wouldn't be really stupid enough to appear in front of Frieza with more than 5,000 combat power. After all, he knew that Frieza wanted to kill all the Saiyan. If he appeared in front of Frieza, I'm afraid he would be crushed to death by Frieza immediately. After leaving Hongshangsing, Yu collected combat power attributes along the way. After nearly 10 years of collecting combat power attribute, his combat power has soared from more than 5,000 at the beginning to several million. After all, the combat power of the cosmos is in the thousands at every turn. The attribute dropped in each battle are 10 to tens of upward. This made Yu feel excited. Later, in order to avoid running around looking for a place to fight, Yu found a group of cosmosmen and asked them to fight in front of him, and then he lay down and collected the combat power attribute. Just like the vegetable and the human boy in the battle room in front of him, both belonged to Yu. It was Yu who made them fight. As for the effect, it is very obvious. The growth of Yu's combat power can be said to be calculated in seconds. Every second, his combat power is increasing. However, in a few years, his combat power has increased from a few million to more than 40 million. It stands to reason that the Saiyans with more than 40 million combat power are fully qualified to become Super Saiyan. But unfortunately, Yu tried a lot of methods but failed to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. If a Saiyan wants to change into a Super Saiyan, he needs enough S cells and emotions such as anger to stimulate the rapid increase of S cells. When there are enough S cells, the transformation can be successful. Yu guessed in his his heart that it might be that there are not enough SLs in his body. However, Yu was not worried. He was going to wait until Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others turned into Super Saiyan, and then go and pick up their SL attribute. After all the combat power attributes in the room had entered Yu's body, Yu saw that her combat power Howran had increased from 41.33 million to 41.35 million. Is it just an increase of more than 20,000 combat power? Yu clenched his fist, and after feeling that the strength in his body had hardly increased, he said something dissatisfied. If Piccolo heard Yu's words at this time, he would definitely vomit blood. I have practiced for several years and only increased my combat power by more than 1,000. If you do nothing, you just increase your combat power by more than 20,000 casually. Why are you still not satisfied? Host, you are really cunning. You actually used this method to increase your combat power. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system appeared in Yu's mind. It seems that even the system is not used to Yu's use of this cheating method to increase his combat power. After all, the original intention of this system is to let Yu go to the place where others are fighting to collect combat power attribute. Now that Yu is ready, he invites an actor to perform a battle in front of him, and then he lays down and collect his fighting power. I'm just making full use of the advantages of the system. The new book's at sale. The collection does not get lost, and if you like it, vote for a monthly ticket for flowers or something to support. Chapter 02 The Emperor of the Universe Frieza. Chapter 2 Mr. Yu. Just as Yu and the system were talking in their mind, in the battle room, the human boy who had just fought the vegetable man walked out, stood in front of Yu, and said something respectful. This human boy is neither an Earthman nor a Saiyan. By chance, after seeing Yu's terrifying fighting power, the young man followed Yu and wanted to throw himself under Yu's door. Yu of course disagreed. I don't want to be the second Piccolo. How many times have I told you not to call me teacher? Yu stared at the little guy condescendingly and said in a serious tone, Is teacher. Seeing that the little guy was unrelenting, Yu also had a headache. Hey, Toss, Lord Yu doesn't accept you as a disciple. You can ask me to be your teacher. At this moment, the mechanical door of the room on the side opened automatically, and a sweaty man walked out of the room. I saw that the man was tall and his whole body was full of knotted muscles, which was comparable to Lickum of the Genuit team. This man's name is Lap, and he is a warrior that Yu recruited from the universe, with a combat power of more than 12,000. Warriors like Rap. There are many more among the spaceships of the Night Feather. Their main duty is to fight each other, and then provide Yu with combat power attribute. Yu's more than 40 million combat power was built up by these people. Your combat power is too low. I will not worship you as a teacher. After hearing Rap word, the boy named Tooth said with a look of disdain, My combat power is too low. Hearing Toth word, Rap face turned ashen. You little devil is too arrogant. Right, my 12,000 combat power is too low. Of course, in Toth's eyes, the combat power of 12,000 is indeed low compared to Yu. Lord Yu. Just when Rap wanted to speak up and teach this ignorant boy a lesson, a dog-headed spaceman hurried over. Lord Yu, Frieza's spaceship has been discovered, and they are heading towards Namek. After hearing the name, Frieza, from the dog-headed spaceman, both Yu and Rap's expressions changed. Rap's eyes showed a vague fear. After all, in this 7th universe, no one who has heard of Frieza's name is not afraid of it. That is the existence known as the Emperor of the Universe. On the contrary, Yu's eyes showed a touch of excitement when she heard the name Frieza. Have you finally moved? According to the memory in her mind, Yu knew that this time Frieza went to Namek to capture the Dragon Balls of Namek. In addition, Sun Wukong also transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek. Over the past year, Yu has been secretly investigating Frieza's whereabouts. The purpose is to follow Frieza to Namek, and then collect the combat power attribute dropped by Sun Wukong and Frieza when they fight. You must know that the combat power of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong and Frieza is more than 100 million. The combat power attribute dropped by these two people during battle will probably reach a terrifying level. In addition, Yu can also take the opportunity to collect the Sun Wukong Super Saiyan SL attribute. In this way, Yu can also transform into a Super Saiyan. However, in addition to these two purposes, Yu has a more important purpose. That is Gouda of the Genuit team. Although this guy's combat power is not very good, he has an ability that makes Yu care about, and the time is suspended. Time pause. This is a very terrifying ability. Master Trick. 1 second can decide life and death. In the later Dragon Ball, Hit of the Sick Universe easily defeated Vegeta in the Super Blue form by virtue of the Flash Time skill that can stop time for 0.1 second. And Gouda's ability is even more exaggerated. He can pause time for a few seconds. Hit 0.1 second Flash Time is so powerful. If the time is paused for a few seconds, what kind of effect will it achieve? When Yu thought about it, her heart became extremely hot. Of course, it does not mean that you can be invincible with the ability to pause time. That Gouda had time suspension but was killed by Vegeta. Frieza. The reason is that Gouda is too weak. However, Yu believes that as long as he has this ability, and when his combat power reaches a certain level, then when combined with the ability to pause at this time, I am afraid that even Beerus, the god of destruction, will have the power to fight. Go on, go to Namek. As soon as Yu said these words, the expressions of Rap and the kobold changed drastically. To Namek. Frieza is Namek. We are going to Namek at this time. What if we meet Frieza? In the eyes of Rap and the kobold, Lord Yi Feather is very powerful, but that is definitely not Frieza's opponent. If you fight Frieza, you will definitely die. In fact, Rap and the kobold were right. Yu is no match for Frieza with full power now, but this is only now. After Namek, it's hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Yu didn't give them a chance to defend herself, greeted them and left. In the end, only the kobold and Rap were left standing in the same place, dumbfounded. Are you really going to Namek? The kobold asked. Since it's an order from Yuren, we can only execute it, but Lord Yu must have his reasons for doing so, Rap said with a wry smile. Is that Frieza really that scary? At this time, Toth, who had been looking at the expressions of Rap and the kobold, asked with a puzzled face. It's more than terrifying. That's quite terrifying. Frieza is known as the Emperor of the Universe, and no one has beaten him. Rap bent down and taught Toth earnestly. That Yu-Sensei is Frieza's opponent? Toth asked. This. Hearing Toth's word, Rap couldn't answer for a while, although what he thought in his heart was that it was definitely impossible to beat. However, he is now Yu's subordinate, and he really doesn't know how to answer this question from a kid who worships Yu. Chapter 03 Reaching Namek. Third chapter. A streak of white light, like a comet with a long tail, flew rapidly in the dark and vast universe. Looking closer, I saw that there was a huge spaceship in the white light group. The spaceship was the size of Frieza's spaceship, but it was shaped like a tank, and this spaceship is owned by Yu. Over the years, Yu has secretly established his own power in the universe, in addition to using the pickup attribute system to continuously increase his combat power. The information department of this faction is especially used to investigate Frieza's movement. The combat department provides Yu with combat power attribute through battles. Right now, the faction that Yu belongs to is somewhat similar to Darley's in Dragon Ball movie. However, Darley's increased his strength by planting nerve fruit trees on other planets. However, Yu uses the pickup attribute system to improve her strength. Zoom into the inside of the spaceship, a huge control room. At this time, Yu sat on the throne, and around him stood dozens of warriors of various shapes. These warriors, like Rap, are used to increase the combat power of Yu, and every breath is very powerful. If you use the detector to observe, you will find that the combat power of these dozen warriors is above 10,000. Lord Yeyu, we will reach Namek in 15 minutes. At this moment, the dog-headed Cosmos man came over and said respectfully to Yu, who was on the throne. While speaking, the kobold forehead was constantly sweating. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Yu. He was afraid of Frieza. The closer he got to Frieza, the more nervous the kobold became. But Yu's word, he did not dare to disobey. You don't have to be so afraid. Just stop the spaceship near Namek. Your information department doesn't need to go down with me. After hearing Yu's word, the kobold was overjoyed. Just don't go down. What about us? At this time, Rap asked Yu aloud. You just need one person to go down with me. When Yu said these words, his eyes glanced at everyone, as if he was picking a suitable candidate. Those who were swept away by Yu's eyes, those warriors were all fearful and sincere, for fear of being loved by Yu. After all, they also knew that this time was different from the past. This time, Yi Feather is going to find Frieza. Who is Frieza? King of the universe. Super villain. They have more than 10,000 combat power. Although they can make a fortune on lower level planet, in front of Frieza, they are all cowardly. Rap is yours. In the end, Yu's eyes fell on Rap. Why? After hearing Yu's word, Rap became unhappy. As for the other soldiers, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Rap, don't you always complain that you can't go on missions with Lord Yeyu? We'll give you this great opportunity. Hearing the ridicule of the soldiers falling into trouble, Rap's teeth were itchy. Mr. Yu, I'll go too. At this moment, little Datos came over and asked Yu voluntarily. You cannot. Yu immediately rejected Toth's request. This time, it's Frieza. There is a good chance that there will be a fight with Frieza and his men. With Toth's combat power of more than 3,000 points, it is not enough to see. Going down will not only fail to help Yu, but will actually drag him down. Yu didn't want to carry such a tow oil bottle. Mr. Yeyu, I won't drag you down. If I get killed, I can only blame me for being too weak. Hearing Tosa's word, Yu's brows suddenly twitched. The other soldiers were also impressed by this little one. At such a young age, he was quite stubborn. Yes, but I declare in advance that if you are in danger, I will not rescue you. From Yu's point of view, Namek took the opportunity to get rid of this brown candy. Hearing Yu's unfeeling word, Nados couldn't help but show no fear on his little face. Instead, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Teacher Yu, for making it happen. happen. Talking at a young age is a set. Yu also waved his hand helplessly. As time goes by, it is getting closer and closer to Namek. Soon, a huge planet appeared in the field of vision of Yu and others, and that planet is Namek. Lord Yu, we have reached Namek. The kobold looked at the huge green planet in front of him and said to Yu. Hearing these words, Yu immediately stood up from the throne and greeted Rap. Rap comes with me. The others are on standby here, and you are not allowed to leave without my order. Going to Namek this time, it is not that many people can win. In Yu's opinion, he only needs a Rap to help him fight, and then he can pick up the combat power attribute. Hearing Yu's word, Rap immediately picked up the detector handed over by a soldier. Bang! After Rap hurriedly put on the detector, he and Tuz chased after Yu. Don't die. Looking at Rap back, a soldier shouted. After the figures of Yu, Rap, and Tuz completely disappeared from the field of vision, the atmosphere in the control room suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, the kobold broke the silence. I don't know if Lord Yu will be able to come back alive this time. Hearing the kobold's word, the other warriors also had different expression. In their heart, Yu is wrong, but Frieza is more fierce. Yu encounters Frieza. I'm afraid it will be more fortunate than good. After leaving the control room of the spaceship, Yu and Rap came to the spaceship. There's a dropper here. Lord Yu, let's just go straight down without making any preparation. After entering the lander, Rap asked Yu. Need not. After Yu replied, she was the first to enter the lander. Hearing Yu's word, Rap face was done. If the meeting goes on like this, Frieza and the others will find out, right? No, it will definitely be discovered by Frieza. At this time, Rap heart began to worry about his own life and future. Is it really promising to follow such a boss? End of this chapter. The new book's at sale. Ask Flowers for support. Chapter 04 Ginyu's Ambition. Chapter 4 Namek is different from Earth. There are 3 stars in the sky that rise and fall in turn, and this results in that there is no night on Namek. The line of sight zoomed to a high mountain on Namek. This mountain is very peculiar. From a distance, it looks like a Kalan tower on the earth, towering and sharp. On the top of this mountain, there is a building. This building is where the Great Elder of Namek lived. Just when Yu and his group of men came to the vicinity of Namek, the Great Elder, who had a strong ability to perceive chi, immediately discovered these powerful breaths. Elder, what's wrong with you? At this time, under the gigantic Great Elder, a Namekian who looked very much like Piccolo immediately asked aloud after sensing the unusual reaction of the Great Elder. This person is none other than the guardian of the Great Elder, Nelu. There are a lot of huge chi approaching Namek, and one of them is quite huge. The Elder with his eyes closed made of vicissitudes of light. Pretty huge. After Naru heard the adjective of the Great Elder, his heart suddenly sank. Under normal circumstances, the Great Elder would not use the word quite large to describe it. Not long ago, when the First Elder found out that the Genuit team and others were coming, the First Elder only described it as big and evil. Right now, the Great Elder is using quite huge. According to Naru's judgment, the person who is heading for Namek at the moment is probably stronger than the Genuit team. Elder, is the other party's anger righteous? After tangled for a moment, Naru raised his head and asked the Great Elder again. Before that, the Great Elder asked him to deal with the Genuit team together with Son Gohan, Kaylin and others. However, he was loyal to his duty, and his duty was to protect the Great Elder. In the end, he did not leave with Son Gohan and others. Now another powerful chi appeared on Namek, and Nelu's heart was shaken. Both righteous and evil, said the Elder. After hearing the words of the Elder, Nelu breathed a sigh of relief. And I also prayed in my heart, praying that these people would not take action against the Namek. The rather huge chi discovered by the First Elder was naturally Yu. Right now, Yu will not freely restrain and release the chi in his body like Warrior Z. Therefore, the huge aura of his 43.15 million combat power seems to be like a terrifying shadow shrouding the sky of Namek. It can be said that in the perception of the First Elder, Yu's chi at this time is much larger than Frieza. After all, Frieza hadn't transformed yet, and his combat power was only 530,000. Drop. Not long after the First Elder discovered Yu's huge aura, Ginyu, who was playing with 7 Dragon Balls and moving at a high speed, suddenly responded to his detector. Reaction with high combat power. Ginyu glanced at the detector, then poked it with his finger. Drop. After Ginyu adjusted the detector to the detection function, the data on the detector was rising at an alarming rate. 10,000, 100,000, 180,000. When it jumped to 180,000, the latest detector owned by Ginyu exceeded its load and exploded directly. At this moment, Ginyu, who was moving at a high speed, stopped instantly and was suspended in midair. At this time, his heart was like a stormy sea. 180,000, and the combat power exceeds 180,000. No, it's impossible. In this world, apart from Lord Frieza, how could there be someone with a combat power exceeding 180,000? What a joke. Ginyu, who couldn't accept this fact for a while, even thought that his detector had gone wrong. But Ginyu knew there was nothing nothing wrong with his detector, because not long ago, he used this detector to find Vegeta, and then took 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta's hand. Ha 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 ha. Ginyu's mood suddenly changed greatly. From a shock at the beginning, he suddenly burst into laughter. If anyone was here at this time, he must have felt a Ginyu neuropathy attack. The face was distorted the first second, and the next second he was laughing wildly. Isn't this a neuropathy? But Ginyu wasn't crazy. He was excited. Ginyu has a very special ability. He can swap body. At this time, what Ginyu thought was that if he could exchange bodies with this man with more than 180,000 combat power, then Ginyu would do more for Frieza-sama. Wait, your body will soon be mine. Ginyu raised his head and pointed to the sky, and after laughing wildly, he flew forward quickly. Now that the detector has been destroyed, his Ginyu can't sense chi like Warrior Z right now. He can only use the detection department in the Frieza spaceship to help him locate the position of this huge fighting force. Just when Ginyu wanted to get Yu's body, Yu and Rap's lander had crashed to the ground of Namek. Lord Yu, what should we do next? After Rap stepped out of the lander, he asked Yu. Night Feather did not immediately answer Rap's word, but began to debug the detector. Soon, many high combat responses appeared on the screen of the Night Feather detector. Could it be that the Genuit team has come to Namek? At first, Yu was not sure whether the Genuit team had reached Namek or not. After all, it was only after Frieza and the others' detectors were destroyed by the Nameks that Frieza contacted the headquarters to have the Genuit team come over. But now, after several combat power responses with a combat power of tens of thousands appeared on the detector, Yu realized that the Genuit team had come to Namek. At this moment, Yu's heart tightened slightly, then hurriedly began to identify the location of the Genuit team. After all, Gouda was the first idiom to die in the Genuit team. The main purpose of Yu's visit to Namek this time was for Gouda's time pause ability. If Gouda has been killed by Vegeta, then it really is beat dog. Chapter 05 Super Saiyan. Chapter 05. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly came from a hilly area on Namek. Looking at the sound, I saw thick smoke billowing and dust splashing on the land ahead. Looking closer, I saw a total of 7 figures in the sky and on the ground. These 7 people are none other than the 4 members of the Genuit team, as well as Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin. After Ginyu took 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta, the remaining 4 members of the Ginyu team decided their opponents by guessing. In the end, Gouda, who was the weakest, won, and chose Son Gohan and Krillin as opponent. The loud explosion just now was caused by the Magic Flash and Turtle Qigong Wave that Sun Wukong and Kaylin used to deal with Gouda respectively. I really didn't expect that guy could run so far. Sun Wukong, who was suspended in the sky, looked at Gouda at the end of his field of vision below. His face was full of surprise. That guy probably used the time stop skill that Vegeta said. After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Kaylin, who was not far away, also set his eyes on Gouda over there and said in a deep voice, "Ding!" Just when Sun Wukong and Kaylin burst out with a powerful chi and were about to continue chasing Gouda, a powerful lightning flashed across their minds instantly. In fact, this is not lightning, but Son Gohan and Kaylin sense something using chi perception. At this moment, the air mass that erupted from Kaylin and Sun Wukong disappeared instantly without a trace. The two of them looked at a certain place ahead in unison. Uncle Krillin. Sun Wukong's body stiffened, and he said a word to Krillin beside him with a trembling voice. Although Sun Wukong didn't say much, Kaylin understood it, and then said in a very frightened tone, "Ah, what a terrible anger. And, even more terrifying than the one named Frieza." As he spoke, Kaylin's back became cold. His limbs seemed to be grasped by the hands of a demon, and it became difficult to breathe. When he first came to Namek, Krillin was stunned when he felt Frieza's huge aura. But right now, the aura he suddenly sensed was even bigger than Frieza, and it's more than a star and a half huge. If Frieza's anger is an endless ocean, the air that Krillin perceives right now seems to be like a vast universe. Desperate, terrifying. Hey, you two. At this time, when Vegeta saw Krillin and Son Gohan suddenly suspended in the sky and motionless, his brows suddenly wrinkled, and he scolded immediately. But before his words were finished, his face changed drastically. Vegeta could not perceive Kai originally, but after the first battle on Earth, he also possessed the ability to perceive Kai. At this moment, Vegeta also sensed that huge and astonishing chi. How is this possible? This air is Saiyan. Vegeta looked in the direction Son Gohan and Krillin were looking at. The expression on his face changed, and a pair of dark pupils flickered. There was a huge wave in my heart. Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, just at that moment judged that this incomparably astonishing aura belonged to the Saiyan. Masakate it Kakarot. It's impossible. Kakarot can't be so angry. But other than Kakarot and me, there can be no other Saiyans in this world. But this chi, could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched her fist tightly, staring at the place where the gigantic aura was located in front of her, with an unusually complicated expression on her face. There was shock, fear, and dissatisfaction. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. How could he be reconciled? There are other Saiyans who are stronger than him, and more than a little bit stronger. At this time, the three members of the Genuit team, Lickham, Keith, and Bart above the sky over there, after seeing the abnormal reactions of Vegeta and the three of them, their faces were stunned, and they had no idea what happened. But in the next second, the detectors warned by Lickham, guys, and Bart all responded. Drop, high energy reaction ahead. After a series of responses from the detector, Bart said something casually. Let me see how much fighting power. While speaking, Lickham was the first to poke the detector. 10,000, 100,000, 180,000. Like Ginyu before, the detector Lickham was wearing instantly exceeded its load and exploded. Hey, what's the matter, Lickham? How strong is the opponent? After discovering this abnormal situation, both Bart and Guy's eyes fell on Lickham. This is impossible. Lickham, who always had a confident smile on his face, said with a shocked expression, the combat power exceeds 180,000. Shocked. Hearing Lickham's word, Bart and Guys were startled at first. Their bodies involuntarily took a step back. A drop of cold sweat was on their forehead, and then they said embarrassingly, 180,000. How is this possible? This world beside King Frieza, how could anyone have a combat power of 180,000? That's right, even Captain Ginyu doesn't have 180,000. Your detector must be faulty. Let me try it. After Juice said a word, he also began to debug the detector. Boom. But the result was still the same. The detector exploded in just 1 second. Once maybe by chance, but twice. At this moment, Lickham, Guys, and Bart seemed to be in a quagmire. More than 180,000. What concept? In other words, even if the three of them join forces, they are not opponent. This must be told to Captain Ginyu immediately. At this time, Vegeta, who was not far away, would have laughed a few words after hearing the conversation between the three of Lickham. But right now, Vegeta couldn't smile in front of this huge anger. Looking for Ginyu. It's no use trying to find Frieza. This air is obviously stronger than Frieza. At this time, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and the others discovered that this chi that was bigger than Frieza was naturally EU. Indeed, the chi possessed by EU's 43.15 million combat power is indeed much stronger than Frieza's first form. It's just that Vegeta doesn't know how strong Frieza, who has the ability to transform into 3 stages, is. Found your Genuit team. Just when Vegeta, Lickham and the others were thinking about how to deal with this powerful opponent, a demonic wind blew past, and the next second, a figure stood in everyone's field of vision. This figure is none other than EU himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 06. I am a Saiyan, 2 more flowers. Chapter 06. Although the place where EU is located is a little far from the battlefield where Son Gohan and the others in the Genuit team are located, but EU, with 43.15 million combat power at full power, has reached a very terrifying speed. I saw a spot of light flashing in the distance, and the next second EU's figure appeared in Sun Wuhan's field of vision. Because EU's flying speed was too fast, the moment his body stopped, under the action of inertia, a powerful airwave suddenly spread forward from the place where EU was coming. Sun Wuhan, Kaylin and others suspended in the sky. In this powerful airwave seems to be like a retrograde ship in the sea, and it may be thrown away at any time. For a while, in order to resist the impact of this powerful airwave, Sun Wuhan, Kaylin and the others put their hands in front of them, trying to keep their bodies from being blown away by the airwave. The wave come and go quickly. After the airwave dissipated, Vegeta and the others could clearly see EU standing in the sky above the sky. Not accurate. Vegeta stared at Yi feather above the sky. Her pupils suddenly condensed. Saiyan. At this time, Krillin and Son Gohan looked at EU in front of them, and immediately recognized EU's identity as a Saiyan. While talking, Krillin and Son Gohan invariably looked at Vegeta not far behind. I saw Vegeta clenching her hands tightly, gnashing her teeth, and her face full of envy and hatred. I found you, Genuit team. Just as Vegeta, Son Gohan and the others stared at EU with vigilance, EU, who was standing in the sky, also glanced at everyone. Seeing that Gouda had not been killed by Vegeta, EU was also secretly relieved. At this moment, the atmosphere above the sky was extremely solemn. Under this depressing atmosphere, cold sweat broke out on everyone's forehead. Their heart thumped violently, and even breathing became difficult. No one knew EU's identity and the purpose of coming here, but due to EU's terrifying anger, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Keelan and the others just stared at EU with stiff faces, and they didn't dare to make the slightest move, because they know that if the Saiyan in front of them wants to kill them, it is just a matter of randomness. You, who are you? At this time, Vegeta, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally broke out. I saw his fist clenched and shouted at EU, "Hey, Vegeta!" Hearing Vegeta's word, Clinton was in a hurry. What he thought in his mind was that if Vegeta angered the strong man, they would all die. EU, who was above the sky, did not immediately answer Vegeta's word, but set her eyes on Vegeta. EU has been in Dragon Ball world for more than 20 years, and this is the first time he has really met Vegeta. After taking a serious look at the Saiyan print, EU's mouth curved into a corner, and then she said, "As you can see, I am a Saiyan." As soon as EU said this, the 4 members of the Genuit team Krillin, Geist, Bart, Lickum, and Gouda were suddenly shocked. Saiyans are so strong. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? As for the Super Saiyans, members of the Genuit team also heard Frieza mentioned, but Frieza is saying that it doesn't exist. Shh. Just when Vegeta wanted to say something else, two white rays of light flew over from the sky. Finally, the light group disappeared, revealing two figures. These two people are none other than Rap and Tuz, who came down with Yu. As expected of Lord Yu, the speed is really fast. I can't keep up at all. Rap stabilized his body, first glanced at the people present, and then praised Yu. Night Feather. Although Rap's voice was not very loud, it just happened to reach the ears of everyone present. When Vegeta and the others heard the name Yu, their expressions moved lightly. After thinking about it for a while, I don't know. Although Yu's combat power is as high as more than 40 million, he is not as flamboyant as Frieza. Over the years, he has only secretly developed his own power, and then recruited warriors with high combat power to provide him with combat power attribute. It's not surprising that Vegeta and the others haven't heard of the name Yu. Drop. Just as Vegeta, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the Genuit team stared at Yu vigilantly, the detector Rap was wearing suddenly jumped. Then on his detector, a lot of data appeared in an instant. This is, after Rap saw that almost everyone present had a higher fighting power than him, his old face was instantly drawn down. Your combat power is too low. At this moment, Rap's mind immediately recalled Tosa's word. Right now, his 12,000 combat power is indeed too low. Lord Yu, do you want me to fight them? Rap asked Yu carefully. Yu glanced at Rap and said, if you want to fight them, I won't stop you. Ethes, I think it's okay. Rap said a little embarrassedly. Then, under the watchful eyes of Vegeta, Son Gohan and others, Yu's figure slowly fell to the ground, and finally sat down on a huge rock. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan, Kaylin and the others looked at each other, completely ignoring what Yu was trying to do. What to do? I'm here to pick up property. Don't worry, you continue your battle. When I don't exist, I won't intervene in your battle. Yu saw everyone's doubts and immediately reminded them aloud. There is another sentence Yu didn't say. If you don't fight, how can I pick up attribute? Hearing Yu's word, everyone still didn't understand it very well, but Gouda over there was overjoyed. He didn't think so much. Right now, he just wanted to kill Son Gohan and Keelan. Since this mighty Saiyan isn't ready to intervene in the battle between them, this couldn't be better. Yoshi. When Gouda saw that the eyes of Sun Wuhan and Kaylin were still on Yu, Gouda's round face suddenly showed a cruel smile. Open black lens bracket, light eye, close black lens bracket. In the next second, a cyan light suddenly shot out from the eye above Gouda's forehead, as if it were a laser, and shot directly at Sun Wufan. Danger. After Klein felt the danger, his face changed and he rushed over and pushed Son Gohan aside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the combat power attribute plus 100. Just as Gouda launched the attack, a combat power attribute was dropped under Gouda's feet, and Yu's mind also remembered the mechanical prompt sound of the system. It finally starting. Gouda, hurry up and use your time stop ability. After hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Yu's eyes fell on Gyudu, and there was a look of eagerness in his eye. Chapter 07, Obtaining the Time Pause Attribute. Chapter 07. Host. Night Feather. Combat Strength 43.15 million. Abilities: Shockwave, Energy Ball, Flying. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Yu, and the content on this screen is Yu's system attribute. In addition, only Yu could see this screen alone. Yu's pickup attribute system can roughly pick up two types of attribute. One is the combat power attribute. After the system absorbs the combat power attribute dropped by others in battle, Yu's combat power will increase intuitively. The other is the ability attribute. That is, when the fighter is fighting, in addition to dropping the combat power attribute, he will also drop the ability. This ability includes turtle-style Qigong Wave, Time Still, Teleportation, etc. So far, Yu has picked up a lot of abilities through the system. Of course, many of these abilities and attributes that Yu picked up have never been used by him. Because it can't be used. For example, a large destructive energy ball. This skill can easily destroy a planet like Namek. Feather didn't have Frieza's liking for setting off fireworks. Of course, it doesn't mean that Yu can pick up whatever ability he wants to pick up. The combat power attribute is a 100% drop, but the ability attribute drop is a probabilistic time, just like playing a game to kill monsters and randomly drop treasures. According to the introduction of the system, the probability of dropping the ability attribute is 1 in 5. Just like when Gouda cast Light Eye just now, he did not drop the Light Eye attribute. Although it is not 100% drop, but there are many times, there is still a great expectation to obtain the desired ability attribute. For example, right now Yu wants to obtain Gouda's Time Still ability, although Gouda may not be able to drop the Time Still attribute when he casts it once. However, if you cast it a few times, there is still a very high possibility of obtaining the Time Still skill. Of course, there is also the kind of of situation where luck breaks the watch and one hits the soul. It dropped the time still skill attribute 1. However, Yu didn't have any extravagant hope in this situation. If it really doesn't work, Yu intends to take Gouda personally and let him perform the time still skill in front of him until the system drops the time still skill. Of course, this was just Yu's last helpless move. If it really arrives at that time, I am afraid that the system will come out and complain again. Bah, shameless. Just when Yu was looking forward to Gouda's time standstill skill in his heart, Geeth and Bart, who were above the sky, complained. Does this guy Gouda know the situation? At this time, I still have the mood to take care of these earthlings. Never mind, as long as the Saiyan doesn't shoot, Gouda can play whatever he wants. After Klein rescued Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Save. Gohan, let go. Keelan first glanced at Yu, and after realizing that Yu really had no intention of shooting, he greeted Sun Wukong next to him. Oh, in the next second, a powerful chi burst out from the bodies of Sun Wukong and Kaylin, and the chi mass was wrapped around the bodies of the two of them, and then the two of them were Yu who attacked directly there. Du rushed over so fast. At this time, after seeing the speed of Sun Gohan and Kaylin, Tu's behind Yu suddenly showed a moving look on his little face. That kid seems to be about the same age as you, doesn't it? After seeing the change in the expression on Tosa's face, Rap said in a mocking tone. Yes, Sun Gohan is only about 5 years old now, but his fighting power is far higher than that of Tos. Seeing that his peers were far more powerful than him, Tos was naturally upset. He clenched his fist tightly, and then said, his fighting power seems to be higher than yours. Originally Rap just wanted to slap Tos, but now after being slapped by Tos, the expression on Rap's face suddenly froze. Yu didn't pay attention to the mutual confrontation between Rap and Tu. His attention was completely on the battle between Gouda, Sun Gohan, and Krillin in front of him. After the elders developed their potential, the combat power of Sun Wukong and Kaylin had skyrocketed, and their speed had naturally increased considerably. So fast. After Gouda saw Sun Wukong and Kaylin flying over at an alarming speed, his face changed greatly. Open black lens bracket time pause close black lens bracket. While running, Gouda suddenly held his breath. With the activation of the time pause skill, Sun Wukong and Kaylin, who had rushed towards Gouda, instantly froze in place. It was as if the pause button was pressed while watching a movie. It's so close. After Gouda paused and found that Keelan and Sun Wukong had bullied him, Gouda was shocked. The next second, Gouda subconsciously rushed out into the distance. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to distance himself from Sun Gohan and Kaylin. But on the way to run, Gouda just remembered that time has been suspended, and this is his home court. Why should I run? I don't have to run at all. Open black lens bracket gold binding technique close black lens bracket. Gouda, who calmed down, no longer ran, but chose to fight back. I saw its hand spread out and immediately activated a skill. Immediately afterward, he unlocked the time pause skill. After the time pause was lifted, the world instantly resumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the time pause attribute. At the moment when the time recovered, Yu's mind sounded the mechanical prompt of the system. After hearing this voice, Yu was stunned, surprised and delighted. What? This gets the time pause skill. To his surprise, he got the time pause skill without knowing what was going on. Perhaps from the perspective of God's vision, Gouda used the time pause skill, and then dropped the time pause attribute, and Yu was prompted by the system. All this is so smooth and natural. However, from Yu's point of view, it is another matter. Because, when Gouda cast time stop, Yu's time was also stopped, and he didn't even know whether Gouda activated time stop. For example, if you are a train, you only decide that you are moving forward when you are going backward through the surrounding scenery. The situation is the same at the moment. At the moment when the time is still, Yu can only judge that the time has been stopped by Gouda during this period of time by comparing the position of Gouda before the time suspension and the position after the suspension. In addition, Yu is naturally happy. With a lot of luck, I suddenly got the attribute of time still. May I ask if the host charges the time suspension attribute? Charge, Yu said directly without any hesitation. Chapter 08 Tsunere Vegeta. Chapter 08 Does the host charge the time suspension attribute? Charge, Yu said directly to the system without any hesitation. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the time pause attribute at Gouda's feet over there was the same as the combat power attribute, like a golden tadpole scripture, and it gathered directly towards Yu's side. In the end, he did not enter Yu's body. In the next second, the word time pause appeared on the column of virtual screen ability in front of Yu. At this moment, Yu felt overjoyed in her heart. Gaining the ability you want without knowing it is quite a cool feeling, as if you bought a lottery ticket and found out that you have won the jackpot. After acquiring the time suspension skill, Yu didn't care about the battle between Son Gohan, Krillin, and Gouda over there. Even if Vegeta killed Gouda in seconds, he wouldn't stop him. After all, the time pause attribute is already in hand. Without any hesitation, after Yu obtained the time pause skill, he couldn't wait to try it out, just like he bought a new mobile phone and wanted to try it out. Open black lens bracket time pause close black lens bracket. Just like Gouda's time pause ability, when Yu took a breath, the whole world seemed to be paused. Is this the world after time has stopped? Yu stood up and glanced around. I saw that Sun Wukong was frozen, and the magic flash fired from Sun Wukong's hands was also frozen. Vegeta, Krillin, and the 4 members of the Genua team were all frozen. Not only creatures, water flow, air, everything in the space is frozen, and only Yu can move. After about a few seconds, Yu's body began to experience discomfort. This reaction made Yu very uncomfortable, forcing him to release time pause. Call. After Yu sat back and opened his mouth to breathe, the time of the whole world recovered instantly. The air moved, the water moved, Sun Gohan moved, and so did the magic flash that Sun Gohan fired. Since Yu was sitting before time stood still, she was also sitting after time stands still, so no one found out that the time was suspended by Yu just now. Boom. After the flow of time resumed, Sun Gohan's magic flash directly bombarded the ground. For a while, a powerful air wave mixed with the sound of explosions swept the audience. About 5 seconds, Yu ignored Sun Gohan's magic flash explosion, and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Just now, Yu was not just trying to experience the time pause skill, but he also calculated the duration of the time pause a little. 5 seconds, although it seems short, but this was enough for Yu. After all, a master's trick, 1 second decides life and death. Moreover, 5 seconds is 50 times longer than hit 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds can play a huge role in hit hands, so 5 seconds is too much for Yu to do. Of course, the duration of Yu's time pause skill is not fixed. Right now, Yu can support up to 5 seconds. He can also cancel the time pause at 4 seconds or 3 seconds. Applying time pause to actual combat and using it flexibly to maximize the ability requires Yu to constantly explore. Like hit flash time. At first glance, hit didn't make much effort. With my current combat power and time suspension, I wonder if I can kill Frieza with full power. Yu clenched her fist tightly, and a strong confidence burst out from her eyes. Although Yu's combat power was only 43.15 million, after Yu used time pause, it was like Frieza standing there and letting him fight. Of course, if Yu had used the most powerful technique, he would not have been able to kill Frieza. Then it will be him who will die. Just when Yu was thinking about things related to Frieza, Gouda over there used gold binding to bind Sun Gohan and Krillin. The body can't move. Krillin and Sun Gohan, who were tied to the sky, seemed to be nailed to wooden stake. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move. Hey, don't waste your energy. Seeing that Sun Wuhan and Kaylin were like prey caught in a spider's web, Gouda's round face suddenly showed a hint of playfulness. The next second, I saw a move with his palm. The surrounding trees rose up in an instant, forming 4 sharp wooden stakes, as if they were spears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get superpower control property. At this moment, Yu's mind sounded the mechanical prompt sound of the system again, and an attribute dropped at Gouda's feet. Excuse me, does the host pick up the superpower control object attribute? To be honest, psychic control object don't have much effect on combat, but talk is better than nothing. Yu finally said, pick up. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the superpower control object attribute at Gouda's feet flew over and drilled into Yu's body. Just as Yu was talking to the system, Gouda over there was already killing him. Go to hell. Just as Gouda was about to manipulate the 4 sharp wooden stakes to give Sun Wuhan and Kaylin a fatal blow, they suddenly shuttled past Gouda with an astonishing trend. In the next second, before Gouda's 4 sharp wooden stakes were launched, Gouda's round head flew directly from the neck to the sky, and the red blood flashed for a while. Then everyone saw that they didn't know that Vegeta's figure appeared behind Gouda. Vegeta, you. After seeing Vegeta attack and kill Gouda, the faces of Bart and Guys over there suddenly changed. Although Bart and Guys were not saddened by Gouda's death, implying Vegeta, this is clearly a game breaker. They had agreed before that Gouda would deal with Son Gohan and Vegeta. HMPH. I didn't say that. I will abide by your rules of the game. After Vegeta landed, she snorted coldly. Vegeta-san, thank you. At this time, after Gouda's death, the bondage of Sun Wukong and Kaylin was automatically released. Seeing that it was Vegeta who rescued him, Son Gohan immediately said something to Vegeta with a grateful expression on his face. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to save you, I just want to weaken their combat effectiveness. Hearing Vegeta's arrogant words, Son Gohan and Krillin smiled at each other, and Yu's brows are also slightly raised over there. Chapter 09 The First Beat of the Universe. Open black lens bracket New book for flowers for collection close black lens bracket. Chapter 09 Damn Vegeta. After Vegeta attacked and killed Gouda, the two of them over there gritted their teeth. If Yu wasn't here, Gouda would kill him if he killed him, and it wouldn't have much impact. After all, in the eyes of Bart, Guys and the others, it was a matter of minutes to kill Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin. But because of the existence of Yu, everything is different. When using the detector detectors to detect EU's combat power before. The detectors of the three of them all exploded due to overload. The only thing left is Gouda's detector. Originally, they planned to have Gouda contact Ginyu and have Ginyu come over and face EU together. But now, Gouda was killed by Vegeta, and the detector Gouda was wearing was also destroyed. A good plan was ruined by Vegeta like this, and Guys and Bart were naturally very resentful. What should we do now? Bart stared at EU on the huge rock over there, and asked Guys next to him nervously. Now that the plan has been ruined by Vegeta, I can only think of other ways. Bart, isn't your speed number 1 in the universe? Guys glanced at Bart, and then his eyes fell on EU over there. If it is normal, Bart must be very confident and firm. My speed is of course the first in the universe. But not long ago, Bart also saw the amazing speed when EU flew over. This time, Bart didn't have much confidence, but in order to save face, he still said, it's the first. What's wrong? Very good. You rush out as fast as you can. Then tell Captain Ginyu of the situation here, and let Captain Ginyu deal with this guy. Guys whispered in Bart's ear, Mr. EU, they want to move rescue soldiers. Just as the two of them were talking, Tooth, who was standing behind EU, moved his ears slightly, as if he heard the conversation between the two of them, and he immediately reported the matter to EU. Hearing Tosa's word, EU's brows suddenly twitched, and he did not doubt Tosa's word, because EU knew that the structure of To's ears was somewhat similar to that of the Namek, and he could hear sounds very far away. Just like Bic, you can hear the conversation between Trunks and Sun Wukong from kilometers away. Sure enough, not long after Toth told EU about this, a powerful air mass suddenly erupted over Bart's body. In the next second, his figure crossed a white line above the sky and flew directly towards the sky. Don't try to escape. Vegeta naturally could see that Bart wanted to go to the rescue. From Vegeta's point of view, if Bart brings Frieza or Ginyu to him, they will surely die. However, just as Vegeta was about to leave and chased after Bart, the pineapple-headed Lickum flashed and came to Vegeta in an instant, blocking Vegeta. Little Vegeta, your opponent is me. Lickum's huge body was like a wall, blocking Vegeta's path to a dead end. Hateful. Seeing Bart helplessly leave, Vegeta clenched her fist with a look of unwillingness. However, at this moment, EU, who had been sitting cross-legged on the rock, disappeared in the same place. When EU appeared again, it was already 100 meters above the ground. Although EU was not afraid, Bart went to invite Frieza or Ginyu. However, EU couldn't tolerate it, and someone sneaked away in front of his eyes. EU didn't immediately chase after Bart, as if he had deliberately let Bart run 50 meters first. After a few breaths, a violent aura suddenly erupted from EU's body. Call out. In the blink of an eye, EU's figure was like light, and at an astonishing speed, he instantly chased after Bart's departure. At the same time, a powerful air wave erupted from the space below EU. That scene was like a rocket taking off into the sky. Soon, the air wave swept the audience, and Vegeta, Son Gohan, Lickum and others below were all affected by the air wave. Ka, what are you doing? In the dust, Kaylin coughed a few times and complained. Klinsang, that Saiyan, seems to be chasing the spaceman who just left. Son Gohan, who was beside him, said aloud, hey, I want to chase Bart, but Bart's speed is the first in the universe. At this time, Lickum looked up at the sky, and after looking at EU who was leaving, a sneer appeared on his face. From Lickum's point of view, although EU has a strong fighting power, he definitely can't catch up with Bart. Lord EU. Just when Lickum thought so, Rap happy voice came from there. Looking at the sound, I saw that EU was flying towards this side rapidly, and in EU's hand he was also carrying a corpse. The owner of this corpse is none other than the first speed of the universe, Bart. What? At this moment, Lickum saw the scene in front of him, as if he had been electrocuted, with a look of horror on his face. The first speed in the universe was caught up so quickly and killed this guy. Guy's face on the side was also very complicated, with shock and panic. He was shocked that even Bart speed was caught up so quickly. To his horror, if the Saiyan wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Death is not terrible, waiting to die is terrible. The threat of an unknown death is mentally tormenting. That's the feeling in Guy's heart right now. He didn't know when EU would kill them. Amazing, this Saiyan, to catch up with that cosmic man so quickly. Just as Guys and Lickum were terrified, Son Gohan and Krillin on the side were also flickering and their expressions changed. Bart beat, they had seen it with their own eyes before. In order to prevent Frieza from getting the 7 Dragon Balls, Vegeta threw one Dragon Ball with all his strength in front of Ginyu and the others. But before everyone could react, Bart flew out and picked up the Dragon Ball that Vegeta threw away. At that time, Bart beat was enough to shock Vegeta and the others. But right now, the Saiyan caught up with Bart so easily. End of this chapter. There are flowers every day, and those who have flowers cast a vote, and the support of the new book period as the driving force. Chapter 10, the control method of combat power, 2 more flowers. Chapter 10. As expected of Lord EU, the speed is really fast. When EU stopped and stood in the air, Rap below said flatteringly. On the other hand, Tosa's eyes flickered with admiration on his face. The reason why he has been following EU is because he admires Yu's powerful strength. In his heart, Yu had already become his goal. Thump. Yu ignored Rap's compliment, and after throwing Bart's body down, his figure slowly descended downward. Geese, Lickum, and Vegeta all looked at Yu with a twinkle in their eyes. Both Keith and Lickum were terrified, and Vegeta is not reconciled. Is this the real power of that guy? Damn, I am the Prince of Saiyans, and I was left far behind by an unknown Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Yu's back, clenched her fist, and her face was full of unwillingness. Although he did not see the battle between Yu and Bart, but he knew that Bart's strength was not under his Vegeta, and Bart's speed far surpassed him. Right now, Yu had caught up with Bart, who had escaped in less than half a minute, and killed him and brought him back. What power is this? Vegeta is unimaginable. Damn. The unwilling Vegeta finally broke out. At this moment, a powerful air mass suddenly erupted from Vegeta's body. Suddenly, a powerful air wave swept in all directions with Vegeta as the center. Go out. Vegeta, Krillin and Son Gohan, who were hit by this air wave, also involuntarily took half a step back. Vegeta, this guy is enhanced again. After Klein felt the astonishing chi emanating from Vegeta's body, his heart was quite complicated. If you put it in front of you, in order to deal with the Genuine team and the three potential enemies, Yu, the stronger Vegeta's strength, the happier Krillin's heart is. But in the long run, if Vegeta attacked the Earth again, then the Earth would be quite dangerous. How? This is all my power. Vegeta seemed to be showing off her powerful strength to Yu, constantly releasing the chi in her body. Although Vegeta's chi is extremely powerful in the eyes of Krillin, Son Gohan and others, but in front of Yu's 43.15 million combat power, it was nothing. Yu didn't show any expression at first, but as Vegeta's aura continued to rise, a moving expression finally appeared on his face. Of course, Yu was not shocked by Vegeta's power. What moved him was that just when Vegeta kept raising his chi just now, he suddenly remembered the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the control power attribute. Yu was naturally overjoyed when she heard the system prompt. Although control power does not improve combat power much, however, using control power flexibly sometimes has miraculous effect. One of the most important functions is that it can be forced. For example, Sun Wukong, with a combat power of more than 100,000, must be controlled at 5,000. First pretend to be weak and let the opponent lose their defense. Then he burst out his breath in one breath, shocking the pair. Of course, other than that, it's an escape. For example, Krillin, Son Gohan and others couldn't beat Vegeta. In order to escape Vegeta's pursuit, they completely suppressed their chi. Does the host pick up the control power attribute? Hearing the system's word, Yu immediately said, pick up. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the control power attribute at Vegeta's feet turned into a golden tadpole, which flew directly towards him, and finally submerged into his body. That is, at this time, the ability of the system attribute bar has the attribute control power. After Yu obtained the attribute of control power, he immediately used this ability. Soon, the huge chi in Yu's body was restrained. Drop. At this moment, the detectors worn by Tooth and Rap behind Yu began to jump. In the end, Tooth and Rap saw that the data displayed on the detector was 12,000. Seeing this, Tooth and Rap looked at each other, not knowing why. At the same time, Son Gohan and Kaylin also felt the abnormal changes in Yu's body. A second ago, Yu's body exuded an air as vast as the universe. The next second, the huge chi disappeared. Although Rap and Tooth did not know what happened to Yu, but Son Gohan and Kaylin, who had the ability to control chi, didn't know where Yu suppressed the chi at this time. Could it be? At this moment, Kaylin and Son Gohan looked at Yu like a monster. Could it be that this Saiyan learned how to control Kai just by watching Vegeta release his Kai? Clint sang, it seems like this. Did you learn it by watching it? This is completely beyond the scope of genius. This is a monster. You must know that it took Klein several years to learn how to control his chi. Even a genius like Vegeta learned how to control chi after playing against Sun Wukong for a long time on Earth. However, Yu learned by just watching it once. Study. I don't need to learn. I just pick up an attribute. Of course, apart from Yu, in this universe, there really is such a monster that can be learned by reading it once. Majin Buu is an example. He just watched the attack wave that Vegeta cast and used it for himself. He just watched Sun Wukong's Turtle Qigong Wave 1 and immediately used the Turtle Qigong Wave. Back then, people like Majin Buu and Yu were all open and hanging. No, Yu is really open. Lord Yu, why has your combat power suddenly dropped so much? Rap asked Yu cautiously. Want to know? Go and fight that person and I'll tell you. Yu pointed to guys over there. What? Hearing Yu's word, Rap's face was aching. You know, in his detector, Guy's combat power is far higher than him. His 12,000 combat power used to fight with Guy. Isn't that courting death? End of this chapter. I don't know how much Juice's combat power is, and I don't dare to give the data randomly. Just replace it with one that is far above him. Chapter 11 Combat Strength continues to grow. 3 more for collection and flower. Chapter 11. Perhaps because of the Saiyan Saiyan blood. Yu was very eager to fight since he was a child. This craving is like a smoker who always wants to smoke. And when Yu saw the strong man, the Saiyan blood in his body seemed to be like a devil, constantly tempting him to fight. Of course, only when facing the strong. Right now, neither Vegeta nor Lickum are considered strong in Yu's eyes. Since he couldn't feel the excitement the other party brought him, Yu didn't have much desire to fight with Vegeta, Lickum and others. All he wanted to do was wait for Vegeta to fight Lickum, and then he would just sit and pick up the combat power attribute. Both Vegeta and Lickum are not weak in combat. In this case, the combat power attribute value of the drop should also be relatively large. What? Just as Yu and Rap were talking, Vegeta over there was still roaring, constantly raising her anger. At this time, the ground beneath Vegeta's feet also seemed to be impacted by a mysterious force, and one place burst open, and the small gravel on the ground slowly rose above the sky. After Vegeta's chi rose to the maximum, he stood up straight, clenched his fist, and looked confidently at Lickum standing in front of him. What? Vegeta didn't even bother to say hello. She moved her feet, her body became violent, and she charged directly at Lickum. First, a punch hit Lickum's chin hard. After Lickum's body flew upside down into the sky, Vegeta immediately chased after him and kept attacking Lickum. The frequency of the attack seemed to be like a machine gun fire, and only afterimages could be seen. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 350. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 370. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 410. With Vegeta's continuous and violent attack, Yu's mind was constantly ringing the system's mechanical prompt. Every time Vegeta attacked, a combat power attribute is dropped on the ground, and each combat power attribute value is above 300, and as time goes by, it is still slowly increasing. Boom! After Vegeta attacked Lickum and rose to a certain height, Vegeta suddenly leapt above Lickum's head, clasped his fist together, and raised it suddenly, and then it was like using Lickum as a volleyball. It suddenly hit Lickum's body. The next second, Lickum's body fell directly like a meteorite. All of a sudden, the ground shook and the dust flashed. Ah tilde ah tilde. At this time, after seeing Vegeta's fierce attack, Son Gohan below was stunned and speechless for a while. On the other hand, Krillin exclaimed, "That's amazing, Vegeta." Just as Son Gohan and Kaylin were amazed, the system's prompt sounded again in Yu's mind. Does the host charge the combat power attribute? Charge. As soon as Yu's voice fell, on the battlefield where Vegeta and Lickum were located, those combat power attribute, like a stream, gathered directly into Yu's body. After all the combat power attributes were gathered into Yu's body, Yu saw that the combat power on the virtual screen in front of her had risen from 43.15 million to 43.16 million. In other words, Vegeta's fierce battle just now increased Yu's combat power by more than 10,000. Although it seems like more than 10,000, it is not a lot. But you must know that Vegeta just attacked Lickum for less than 10 seconds. The rate of increase is already quite good. And this is just the beginning. The battle between Vegeta and Lickum is not over. Boom! Not long after Vegeta bombarded Lickum on the ground, a dazzling light erupted from where Lickum fell. Remember, the rock that buried Lickum's body was instantly knocked out. Lickum was once again exposed to everyone's sight. It's just that Lickum was covered in scars at this time, and his clothes were tattered too. After Lickum smashed lightly and spat out the broken teeth and blood in his mouth, he said to Vegeta without caring, "Vegeta, the few times you hit me, you still have a little strength. I haven't felt so cool for a long time." While speaking, Lickum twisted his neck and pressed his leg. At this moment, the expressions of Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin all changed drastically. Just kidding, this guy has endured so many attacks from Vegeta, and it seems like he's nothing. Kling knew that Lickum wasn't talking big. Although it seemed that Lickum was covered in injuries, these injuries were only flesh wounds. It's no big deal for Lickum. Damn, monster. After Vegeta shattered a word unwillingly, an air mass erupted from the whole body again, and the next second, the figure fell from the sky and charged directly towards Lickum on the ground. Boom! Just when Vegeta was about to hit Lickum, this time Lickum did not choose to be beaten, but started to fight back. As soon as he raised his hand, he firmly remembered Vegeta's pun. Bang bang bang. Next, a series of attacks started between Lickum and Vegeta. Although in the eyes of Krillin and Son Gohan and others, Vegeta and Lickum are evenly matched, but Yu could see that Lickum's strength was higher than Vegeta. But Yu didn't care about this. What he cared about was how much combat power attributes the battle between Vegeta and Lickum could bring him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 410. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 520. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 430. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. As Lickum and Vegeta continued to fight, in Yu's mind, the system prompt sounded again and again. Perhaps this system prompt sound is a bit like noise, but Yu didn't feel bored at all, but made him even more excited. Of course, what he was excited about was not the sound of the system prompt. What he was excited about was the constant drop of combat power attribute. Seeing that his combat power is constantly improving, Yu will naturally not feel bored. Chapter 12 Ginyu's Attack. Chapter 12 Boom. After Lickum and Vegeta had been fighting each other for a while, Lickum suddenly burst out and threw a heavy punch, hitting Vegeta's stomach firmly. Wow! Vegeta, who was hit hard, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then tightly covered her stomach. Her body was arched, and she staggered backward. Vegeta. After Son Gohan and Kaitlin saw that Vegeta suffered a heavy blow, their expressions instantly changed drastically. At the same time, Lickum slowly walked towards Vegeta, who was clutching his stomach and looking in pain. Little Vegeta, it's not bad. He was able to stand even after a heavy punch from me. Lickum rubbed his nose with his fingers and stopped in front of Vegeta. Sub-neck punch. Can you bear it? While speaking, Lickum raised his casserole-sized fist, and just as he was about to give Vegeta a heavy blow, a disc-shaped gas had already condensed on Krillin's palm. That is, Yu looked at the disc-shaped chi above Kailin's palm, and his expression changed slightly. Chi Yuan slash. With a low voice, Krillin threw the Chi Yuan slash in his hand at Lickum. That is, at this moment, Yu's mind sounded the mechanical prompt sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Chi round slash attribute. While the system was talking, the Chi Yuan slash thrown by Klein over there was attacking Lickum with an astonishing momentum. However, just when Lickum was about to be hit, he saw his figure bent 270 degrees and directly avoided the Chi Yuan slash. Pity. Seeing that Chi Yuan slash didn't hit Lickum, Krillin let out a secret cry. But in the next second, the Chi Yuan slash that flew out directly cut off a mountain in the distance. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. After seeing that Chi Yuan slash possess such a terrifying power, Rap and Tooth, who were behind Yu, were shocked, and Yu's eyes also flashed a light. I don't know, what kind of power does the combination of time suspension and Chi round slash have? Chi Yuan slash has a powerful formidable power that can cut through objects. The downside is that it can be easily avoided, but if you use time pause to stop his time first, and then use Chi Yuan slash, that enemy is the equivalent of a fish on a chopping block waiting to be sliced. Of course, Yu was not sure whether she could use Chi after casting time pause. This will have to wait for the Night Feather experiment to know. After all, after using the time pause skill, Gouda did not use Qigong Wave to attack Son Gohan and Kaitlin. Does the host charge the Chi Yuan slash attribute? Just as Yu was thinking about it, a system sound came from his mind. Charge. At the same time that Yu received the Chi Yuan slash attribute, Vegeta, who was severely injured, was rescued by Klein, and Son Gohan used small gas bomb, like a machine gun, to continuously attack Lickum on the ground. Boom boom. With the continuous attack of Sun Wuhan, there were bursts of explosions between the heavens and the earth, and in Yu's mind, the prompt tone for obtaining the combat power attribute continued to sound. Drop drop. At this moment, Tosa's detector behind Yu suddenly reacted. After a moment of surprise, To poked the detector. The next second, a very terrifying data appeared on his detector. The moment he saw the data, Tosa's face was filled with a solemn expression, and then he immediately told Yu about the discovery without any hesitation. Mr. Yu, there is a reaction with high combat power rushing towards this side. Before Yu could speak, Rap on the side said jokingly, to be so nervous, I really haven't seen the world. While speaking, Rap had already started debugging his detector. When he saw the data displayed on the detector, the expression on his face suddenly became shocked. But when he saw that Tooz was looking at him with contempt, he put away the surprised expression on his face, pretended not to be surprised at all, and said, also it's only 120,000, no match for Lord Yu at all. 120,000. The moment he heard Rap say this data, Yu's face suddenly showed an arc of interest. He already knew who this man with a combat power of 120,000 was. Just when Yu noticed the high combat power response, Kling, who was fighting Lickum, also quickly discovered a very powerful and evil chi that was approaching quickly. Gohan. Krillin greeted Sun Wufan, and after Sun Wufan understood, he flew over immediately and looked up at the end of the field of vision somewhere in front of him. At this time, the faces of both Kaitlin and Son Gohan were quite ugly. It's the anger of the person before. As Sun Wufan spoke, 5 figures immediately appeared in his mind. These 5 people are exactly the 5 people of the Genuit team, and the person Sun Wufan mentioned before, Howran, was referring to the captain of the Genuit team, Ginyu. At the same time, Vegeta, who was seriously injured over there, also felt this huge chi. Hateful. It turned out to be that guy Ginyu here. Although Son Gohan and Krillin didn't know Ginyu's name, Vegeta did. Lickum and Ki, who had no chi perception ability and no detectors, saw Vegeta, Yu and others all looking in the same direction, and the two of them suddenly looked at each other, confused. But in the next second, when they saw a figure at the end of their field of vision, rushing towards this side, the expressions on the faces of Guys and Lickum were suddenly overjoyed. It's Captain Ginyu. Yes, it was Ginyu who rushed over here. He had discovered Yu's super strong fighting power before. Then, when he returned to the Frieza spaceship with the Dragon Ball, he used a new detector to detect Yaha's position. Even though the detector was overloaded and exploded, Ginyu had already memorized the direction Yu was in. Then, Ginyu took another detector and rushed over here. Chapter 13 Fighting Ginyu. Chapter 13 Call Out. A powerful white air mass erupted from Ginyu's body, and his figure flew directly from the sky like a streamer, and finally reached the top of Vegeta, Lickum and others, and stopped. Looking at Ginyu standing in the sky above the sky, Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan were like enemies, and their faces were full of fear. Lickum and Ki, the two members of the Genuit team, were overjoyed when they saw Ginyu's arrival. Captain Ginyu, it's great that you're here. This guy killed Bart. Geese pointed to Yu who was sitting over there, and said to Ginyu with a look of resentment. Ginyu didn't come here to support guys originally, but he used the detector to detect that the guy with more than 180,000 combat power was in this direction, so he rushed over. However, after Yu obtained the attribute of controlling power, he suppressed the powerful chi, so when Ginyu just came over, after detecting Yu's combat power, which was only 12,000, he ignored Yu. Now, after Ginyu heard Guys' word, his eyes fell on Yu once again. Oh, Ginyu stared at Yu with a look of surprise. Can 12,000 combat power kill Bart? Obviously not possible. Guys couldn't have lied, and Bart's body was there. So there is only one situation right now, and that is, does this guy have the same ability to transform and improve his combat effectiveness like King Frieza? Ginyu stared at the corner of Yu's mouth, and thought so in his heart. Captain Ginyu, be careful, this guy's combat power exceeds 180,000. The moment Ginyu heard Guys' word, Ginyu was first surprised, then overjoyed. At this moment, Guys and Lickum looked at Ginyu, who was laughing wildly. The two of them looked at each other and then looked at each other. What happened? Is Captain Ginyu crazy? The opponent's combat power exceeds 180,000. Shouldn't you be nervous? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to deal with this guy? Why are you still laughing? Geese and Lickum naturally didn't know that Ginyu was here for Yu. Originally, Ginyu thought he had lost the guy with the 180,000 combat power, but now when Juice said the 180,000 combat power, Ginyu immediately determined that the Yu in front of him was the one he was looking for. The person he was looking for has been found, and Ginyu is naturally quite happy. I want your body, but before that, I have to see if your combat power is real. Ginyu, who was laughing wildly, suddenly calmed down, and his big eyes stared straight at Yu. Nice eyes. I'm not nervous at all seeing my combat power. After Ginyu and Yu looked at each other for a few breaths, Ginyu suddenly burst out. After a powerful air mass erupted from the body, he waved his hand, and an air bomb the size of a basketball was like the shells generally swept toward the Yu. Three people below. Danger. Seeing Ginyu's sudden attack, Rap behind Yu's face changed drastically. In the next second, Rap and twos, one left and one right, burst out in two directions. But Yu was squatting on the ground motionless, and was directly hit by the air bomb. Boom. After the gas bomb hit Yu, it exploded in an instant. It seemed like a bomb exploded for a while, and the hemispherical sea of fire devoured the hill where Yu was located in an instant. At the same time, powerful air wave, like ripples, spread in all directions. The sand and stones on the ground flew upside down under the impact of this air wave. Sun Wukong, Kaylin, and others, under the impact of this air wave, their clothes reached Mr. Yu. After the air wave dissipated, Tooth, who was suspended in the air, looked at the hemispherical firelight below. His face changed, and his face was full of worry. Don't worry, this level of attack can't hurt Lord Yu at all. Rap flew to Tosa's side, looked at the sea of fire below, and said in a flat tone, as if he had often seen this situation before. After a few seconds, the aftermath of the explosion gradually disappeared. After the white smoke dissipated, Yu's figure was once again exposed to everyone's sight. I saw that the hill where Yu was originally located has been razed to the ground, and Yu himself was suspended at a height of 1 meter from the ground, and his body was unscathed. Look, did I say it's alright? Seeing that Yu was not injured, Rap said to Tooz with a smile on his face that he had known for a long time. Toss first breathed a sigh of relief, and then his eyes lit up again and again, as if he worshipped Yu even more. At the same time, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Ginyu and the others watched what was happening in front of them, and the expressions on their faces were also different. Vegeta looked unwilling, Son Gohan looked surprised, and Ginyu looked happy. As expected of a guy with a combat power of 180,000, he is really powerful. The corners of Ginyu's mouth twitched, and he first praised Yu, and then his eyes were full of greed, as if the people standing in front of him were not humans but some invaluable treasure. Hehe, do you want to swap bodies with me? Yu didn't know Ginyu's thought. It stands to reason that Yu could easily kill Ginyu in seconds. This way, you can do 100 less Ginyu make trouble again. However, the purpose of Yu's coming to Namek this time, in addition to collecting Gouda's time pause attribute, he also has another purpose, which is to collect the S-Cell attribute after Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan. Overall, Ginyu also played some role in the road of Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan. So for the time being, Yu didn't want to kill Ginyu just like that. Of course, it is not impossible to kill Ginyu at all. The big deal is that after killing Ginyu, he personally came to wound Sun Wukong, and then asked Vegeta to take Sun Wukong to heal. Calculate the time. Sun Wukong should be coming soon. Then before Sun Wukong arrived, I will play with you. Yu looked up at the sky and muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. In Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong rushed to the rescue scene in time when Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin were beaten to death by Lickum. However, due to the appearance of Yu, the battle situation of Vegeta, Lickum and others has undergone a slight change. However, this does not affect the time when Sun Wukong landed on Namek. According to Yu's guess, Sun Wukong's spaceship had already reached the vicinity of Namek and was about to land. End of this chapter. The big guys have to vote for flowers at least 4 times a day. Chapter 14, Swapping Bodies. Secondly, for collection and flowers. Chapter 14. Yu, who was standing in the sky with her arms folded over her chest, slowly rose, and in the process of Yu's ascent, the chi that was suppressed in his body was also released little by little. At this time, above Ginyu's detector, the data is slowly rising. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, 60,000. Ginyu knew that Yu could control the combat power, so when Yu's combat power rose to 60,000, Ginyu took off the detector and threw it away. He knew that the detector had no practical effect on an opponent like Yu. At the same time, Yu's figure slowly rose to the same level as Ginyu. Ahaha. Ginyu looked up and down at Yu in front of him, then the corners of his mouth rolled up, and he let out bursts of permeating laughter. Could it be that? Is Captain Ginyu going to use that move? At this time, Lickum and guys on the ground below, after hearing Ginyu's bursts of laughter, also showed a gloating expression on their faces. In the eyes of Keith and Lickum, as long as Ginyu performs that trick, then the farce is over. I want your body. Just as guys and Lickum were talking, Ginyu, who was above the sky, suddenly seemed to be going mad. After grinning at Yu, he opened his arms directly. Hey! Just when Ginyu radiated a strange light and wanted to say the word exchange, before Ginyu said the word exchange, Yu's figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared. The ground, when he reappeared in the next second, was already behind Ginyu. Before Ginyu could react, Yu punched Ginyu directly. Exchange. I let you exchange. Boom. Although Yu's punch didn't use all his strength, but Yu with 43.16 million combat power, even if he didn't use his full strength, this punch would definitely not be able to withstand Ginyu's 120,000 combat power. With a muffled sound, Ginyu first made a wow sound, and after a mouthful of blood spurted out, his body was like a cannonball in an oblique line, and fell directly into a lake below. At this time, Lickum and guys below, after seeing Yu directly interrupting Ginyu's swap body skill, the two of them immediately looked at each other in dismay. People like Vegeta and Son Gohan probably don't know what Ginyu wants to do, but Lickum and Keith knew it. As members of the Genuit team, Lickum and Keith rarely see Ginyu's body swap failure, but right now, it seems that Yu has seen through it. Before Ginyu's swap body skill could be activated, Yu took the lead in launching the attack. Geese and Lickum naturally didn't know that it wasn't that Yu saw through Ginyu's skill. Rather, he had already guarded against the skill of Ginyu's swap body. It's amazing, even such a powerful guy was knocked into the air with one punch. At this time, after seeing Yu casually knocking away the strongest Ginyu, Krillin, who was below, was overjoyed. Whispering sound. Hearing Krillin's happy compliment, Vegeta shattered slightly in dissatisfaction. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyan. Right now, another Saiyan is in the limelight in front of him, and he looks embarrassed. He was naturally very unhappy. Not long after Krillin's voice fell, a ray of light suddenly lit up under the surface of the lake over there. Immediately afterward, the water surface swelled in an arc shape, and then Ginyu's figure broke out of the arc-shaped water wave, turned into a white light, and attacked Yu directly. Bang bang bang. Shish. So fast, completely invisible. What an amazing speed. At this time, Krillin and Son Gohan below looked up at the fierce battle above the sky, and the two were shocked. Because the speed of Yu and Ginyu was too fast, they could only hear the sound of fierce fighting, and the other pictures could not be seen at all. Of course, not only Son Gohan and Krillin, but also Raph and Tooz over there. Even Vegeta could only see the sky slightly, and there were black shadows running around in the sky. Boom. Yu and Ginyu, who were fighting at super fast speed, suddenly seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and their figure flew out again. This time, his luck was not as good as last time, and he fell directly to the ground below. Boom. The moment Ginyu fell to the ground, a shocking explosion occurred. A powerful air wave swept the audience instantly. Under the impact of this air wave, the corpses of Bart and Gouda on the ground over there were blown away in an instant. And Tooth, the weakest, seems to be unable to withstand this air wave, and his figure shows signs of flying backward. Just as Toth's figure receded, Raph appeared behind Toth in a flash, and directly put his palm on his back, blocking blocking it. What a terrible fight. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid we will also be affected. Krillin put his hands in front of him, trying to balance his body. Gohan, let's withdraw. After the air wave dissipated, Kaylin took the lead in flying up and greeted Sun Wukong. Afterward, Klein and Son Gohan flew directly away from the battlefield. Although Vegeta was a little unwilling, he also knew in his heart that there was no room for him to intervene. Little Vegeta, want to run? Aren't we finished yet? Vegeta and Son Gohan had just left on the front foot, and Lickum on the back foot moved directly, chasing after him. Call out. In just a short blink of an eye, Lickum's figure instantly appeared in front of Son Gohan and Krillin, blocking their way. Hateful. You can only fight. After Krillin and Son Gohan distanced themselves from Lickum, they chose to fight with Lickum. Then Vegeta also joined the battlefield, and for a while, a 3-on-1 situation was formed. Here, after the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, as if a spaceship had been smashed down from the sky. Captain Ginyu. Guys called out to Ginyu in the pit with a worried look on his face, and just after Guys' voice fell, Ginyu's figure rushed out of the pit. It's just that Ginyu at this time is no longer as majestic as when he came. On the contrary, he looked very embarrassed, with scars all over his body. Chapter 15 Time Suspension Actual Combat. Chapter 15. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 260. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 470. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 310. In the melee between Vegeta, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Lickum, in Yu's mind, the system's mechanical prompt sounded constantly. On the battlefield where Vegeta, Son Gohan and the others were located, the combat power attribute kept dropping. Although the speed at which the attribute dropped was not as fast as the one when played against the Vegetable Man, the quality of the attribute value was far higher than that of the Vegetable Man. Each combat power attribute value is above 250. After all, the combat power of Vegeta and Tuz is much lower than that of Vegeta, Lickum and others. Although the system prompt sounded continuously in his mind, Yu's attention was always on Ginyu in front of him. After all, the combat power attribute value can be collected later. But if you don't pay attention to Ginyu's swap body, it's really worth the loss. Ginyu, who flew out of the deep pit, stared at Yu standing in the sky above the sky, with blue veins on his forehead, and his face was full of unwillingness. Ginyu knew that he was no match for Yu before he fought Yu. After all, he only has 120,000 combat power, while Yu's combat power exceeds 180,000. The reason why he dared to jump up and down in front of Yu was because of the skill of swapping body. Ginyu originally thought that after swapping bodies with Yu, he would also have a combat power of 180,000. However, what Ginyu didn't expect was that Yu didn't give him the time to perform body swap at all. Right now, it can't be beat. Swapping bodies doesn't work. Ginyu was naturally very unwilling in his heart. After Ginyu looked at Yu for a long time, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Tuz and Rap, who were floating above the sky. The two seemed to be the guy who came here together. Ginyu glanced at Rap and Tuz, and immediately recalled in his mind the scene where Rap and Tuz stood behind Yu when they just came. At this moment, Ginyu seemed to think of something in his mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What? The next second, when Ginyu waved his big hand, an air bomb the size of a basketball was instantly launched at Yu, who was above the sky. It's useless. Yu, who was standing in the sky, watched Ginyu's air bombs come and was unmoved. When the air bomb was really close to him, Yu waved it casually, as if chasing flies. The air bomb that attacked Yu was directly bounced out by Yu. It's now. Just as Yu shot the air bomb away, Ginyu's mouth suddenly showed a conspiracy successful smile. Without any hesitation, a powerful air mass immediately erupted from his body, turned into a streamer, and flew directly towards Tuz over there. Danger. Watching Ginyu rush towards Topo, Rap reminded in a hurry, but the gap between Ginyu's strength and Tuz's was too great. Before Tuz could react, Ginyu's figure had already appeared behind Tuz, and he was holding him in his hand. Let me go. Tuz, who was caught by Ginyu, immediately struggled, but in front of Ginyu's 120,000 combat power, Tuz's 3,000 combat power seemed like a baby. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get out of Ginyu's hand. Lord Yu. At this time, Rap, who was beside him, saw that Tuz was caught by Ginyu, and his face suddenly became anxious. Although he really wanted to rush up to save Tuz, but thinking of Ginyu's terrifying strength, he was discouraged. In desperation, Rap just cast a cry for help towards Yu over there. Don't move, otherwise, I will crush this kid to death immediately. Before Yu could speak, Ginyu immediately grabbed Tuz tightly and said to Yu with a threatening expression, Ginyu, is this your last resort? Yu was not intimidated by Ginyu's threat, but said a word without wavering on his face. Yes, if you don't want this kid to die, just obey me. As soon as Ginyu said this, Yu's mouth rolled into a playful arc. Do you think you can threaten me by catching a kid? While speaking, Yu seemed to be provoking Ginyu, and her figure slowly flew towards towards Ginyu. Didn't you tell me not to move? I'll show you. I told you not to come here. When Ginyu saw that the threat was useless to Yu, his expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on Tooth, who was caught by Ginyu. This is, after seeing the radiance emanating from Tooth, Yu's face without wave suddenly changed. Self-destruct. Yes, Tooth was trying to blow himself up. Mr. Yu, I promised you that I won't drag you down, Tooth said stubbornly, and then the light on his body instantly flourished. Lord Yeyu, hurry up and save Tooth. That guy has always admired you and wanted to worship you as his teacher. When Rap over there saw that Tooth wanted to blow himself up, he immediately shouted at Yu, this kid still has some backbone. Let me kill you myself. When Ginyu saw that Tooth was determined not to drag Yu, his heart sank immediately, and a knife dabbed directly at Tooth's back. But just as Ginyu's palm was about to penetrate Tooth's body, time seemed to be suspended at this moment. The light on Tooth no longer flickered. Ginyu's dabbing knife was frozen in place, motionless, and Vegeta, Lickum and others who were fighting over there were also stopped above the sky. Just when everyone's time was suspended, Yu slowly fell in front of Ginyu. This kid would rather self-destruct than drag me down. Yu glanced at the stubborn Tooth, and after sighing in her heart, she directly snatched Tooth from the hands of Ginyu, who had paused in time. After rescuing Tooth from Ginyu's hand, Johanna lifted the time pause. At the moment when the time pause was lifted, Ginyu's hand knife did not stop there, but stabbed directly. But in the next second, Ginyu was shocked to find that the Tooth in his hand was gone. Tooth, you don't have to blow yourself up. Yu, who held Tooth in his hand, ignored Ginyu, who was shocked over there, but said something to Tooth in his hand. After all, although Tooth was rescued by him, his self-destruction was not relieved. After hearing Yu's word, Tooth realized that he was no longer in Ginyu's hand, but in Yu's hand. Ah, what on earth is it? At this moment, not only Ginyu, Tooth, Rap, but also guys over there, all of them were stunned. Tooth, who was still in Ginyu's hands just now, was in Yu's hands when he reacted. End of this chapter. Please vote for some flowers. Thank you. Chapter 16, Bombing and Killing Ginyu. Chapter 16. Mr. Yu, thank you for helping me. Although Tooth didn't know what was going on, but seeing Yu willing to rescue him, his heart was overjoyed. He immediately floated above the sky, distanced himself from Yu, and bent 90 degrees with a face on his face, said respectfully, you know, Yu had always resisted him before. No matter how hard he tried, Yu would not agree to accept him as a disciple, and like today, willing to take action to save him. In Tooth's view, he has already taken the first step. Okay, step back quickly. After hearing Tooth's word, Yu said coldly, yes. After receiving Yu's order, Tooth immediately retreated towards Yu, and Rap over there, looking at the scene in front of him, also showed a smile on his face. I didn't expect Lord Yu to care more about Tooth. Rap clearly remembered that before he came to Namek, Yu said that if Tooth was in danger, he would not rescue him. But right now, Yu took action when Tooth was dying. Just as Yu and Tooth were talking, Ginyu over there suddenly thought of something, and he suddenly raised his head and stared at Yu with a look of surprise. Could it be that this guy has abilities similar to Gouda? Maybe Ginyu couldn't figure it out at first how Yu saved Tooth from him in an instant, but soon he thought of something. Perhaps when a person's speed is so fast that it is terrifying, it is really possible to rescue Tooth from Ginyu before Ginyu can react. But the key is that Ginyu is holding on to Tooth. This situation is like, you hold the phone tightly with both hands, but the thief steals the phone from your hand without you noticing. Although it was a bit unbelievable to think about, Ginyu knew that if it was Gouda's time pause ability, he could save Tooth without him even noticing. What Ginyu didn't know was that Yu's ability was not similar to Gouda's, but Gouda's time pause ability. It's just a pity that all this is too late. Yu has already planned to kill Ginyu directly. Ginyu, originally I wanted to keep you alive, but since you are courting death, then I will send you on your way. I don't like when someone threatens me. While speaking, Yu no longer showed any mercy, and the strength of 43.16 million combat power was fully displayed. With the release of Yu's combat power, the earth shook for a while, and the rocks on the ground, as if being pulled by some invisible force, slowly flew towards the sky. In addition, the water on the lake in the distance over there suddenly set off huge waves several meters high. At this moment, Vegeta and Son Gohan, who were fighting over there, felt the abnormal reaction here, and they stopped their hands in unison, standing in the sky, and cast their eyes here. When Sun Wukong and Kaylin felt the terrifyingly huge aura emanating from Yu's body, they were dumbfounded and speechless for a while. Vegeta, on the other hand, clenched her fist with a look of unwillingness. Then, under everyone's attention, Yu suddenly spread out her palm and aimed at Ginyu in front of her. The next second, the huge chi in Yu's body instantly condensed on the palm of his hand along his arm, and then everyone saw a scalp-numbing qigong wave from Yu's palm. It was launched, and it rolled toward Ginyu directly in front of him. Escape. After Ginyu felt the aura of destruction contained in Yu's qigong wave, Ginyu's face was horrified terrified, without any hesitation. Out! But before Ginyu escaped far, the Qigong wave launched by Yu directly hit Ginyu. In an instant, Ginyu's figure was annihilated by that Qigong wave. At this moment, there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. But everyone knows that behind this silence, there will be destruction. Boom! Sure enough, in less than a breath, the Qigong wave exploded, and for a while, a huge hemispherical energy shock wave was formed at the place where it exploded. Then, a loud noise, accompanied by a powerful air wave, spread from the place where the explosion occurred. Here, Son Gohan, Vegeta and others were all affected by the terrifying air wave. What a terrifying Qigong wave! How strong is this Saiyan? Sun Wukong and Kaylin, who were in the air, said solemnly. After the air wave dissipated, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Krillin immediately felt that Ginyu's breath had completely disappeared. That popularity is gone. Sun Wukong stared at the place where the explosion occurred, and said dully, "That man is dead." Gohan, great, it was killed. After realizing that Ginyu was killed, Son Gohan and Krillin danced with joy. But at this moment, Vegeta scolded with a serious face. What are you happy about? Although Ginyu was killed, can you guarantee that this Saiyan will use this trick against us? Hearing Vegeta's word, Krillin immediately restrained a little, but he didn't take Vegeta's warning seriously, but said embarrassingly, "Vegeta, you are being too cautious. This Saiyan looks at it. It's on our side." Yes, he helped us kill 2 enemies. Sun Wukong also echoed, whispering sound. Seeing that he couldn't convince Son Gohan and Krillin, Vegeta shattered angrily, and then said, "Whatever you want. In short, if he deals with you in a while, I don't care. Don't worry, such a thing will never happen." Kaylin waved his hand and said with a face full of promises. Yu naturally didn't know this idea in Kaylin's heart, and at this time his eyes were always on Ginyu, who was bombed to scum. Originally, Yu wanted to keep Ginyu for Sun Wukong to level up, and then when Sun Wukong fought Frieza, he could successfully break through the Super Saiyan. But in order to prevent Ginyu from threatening him with twos or rap again, he had to kill Ginyu. But next, the task of leveling up Sun Wukong, I am afraid it will fall on Yu. That is to say, Yu needs to deal with Sun Wukong personally, and then let Sun Wukong get injured to improve Sun Wukong's combat power. After all, Saiyans have a talent that if they recover after being injured, their combat power can be improved, and the more serious the injury, the greater the increase in combat power. Of course, Yu can also use this method to quickly increase the combat power, but according to Yu's statement, "I'm so screwed, why do I have to hurt myself?" Chapter 17 Monkey King Debut. 1 more flowers for collection. Chapter 17 Does the host pick up the combat power attribute? Just after Yu smashed Ginyu to death, he remembered the sound of the system in his mind. Hearing the system's word, Yu immediately turned to look at the battlefield between Vegeta and Lickam, and saw that a large number of combat power attributes had been gathered on the battlefield. Those fighting powers seemed to be like golden coins suspended above the sky. These combat power attributes are naturally generated when Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin fought against Lickam not long ago. Charge! Yu's voice just fell, and the combat power attributes of Vegeta, Lickam and others, like golden tadpole scriptures, converged into a long river of scriptures, continuously moving towards Yu's body. Gathered in. Later, Yu observed that on the virtual screen in front of him, his combat power changed almost every 3 seconds. You must know that on the virtual screen, Yu's combat power is measured in units of 10,000. That is to say, every time the combat power on the screen beat, Yu's combat power increases by 10,000. 43.16 million, 43.17 million, 43.18 million. After the last combat power attribute sank into Yu's body, the combat power on the screen also stopped. In the end, Yu's combat power also became 43.26 million. In other words, through the fierce battle of Vegeta, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Lickam just now, Yu's combat power has directly increased by more than 100,000. Perhaps from 43.16 million to 43.26 million, it doesn't seem like the increase is very much. But if you look at it alone, 100,000 is a very scary figure. You know, Vegeta has practiced until now, and he doesn't have a combat power of 100,000. However, Yu simply picked up the combat power attribute dropped by Vegeta, Lickam and others when they fought, and collected 100,000 combat power attribute very easily. Of course, Vegeta and the others could not see the process of Yu collecting the combat power attribute. Vegeta and the others just knew that Yu was looking towards this direction. Being stared at by such a powerful person as Yu, even if Yu didn't plan to do anything, the expressions of Vegeta and Lickam were extremely nervous. It felt as if an elk was being targeted by a tiger. For a while, the surrounding air gradually became hot due to the tense atmosphere. What going on? At this time, Keelan, who was on the side, kept scanning back and forth between Vegeta and Yu. After feeling the oppressive atmosphere in the air, he was puzzled. After all, in Klein's view, Yu was helping them deal with the Genuit team. Call out. Just as Vegeta stared at Yu like an enemy, a white light group was rushing towards this side at an amazing speed. A few seconds later, the light group had reached the battlefield here. At the moment when the light group stopped flying, under the impact of huge inertia, a powerful airwave suddenly swept forward from the light group as the starting point. That scene was as if EU had just come to the battlefield. However, this airwave is much weaker than when EU came. But even so, the airwave lifted a lot of sand and stones for a while, and the battle suits of Kaylin and Sun Wukong were also under the bombardment of this airwave. Because the speed of this light group is so amazing that all the people present, except EU, have not yet reacted. When they reacted, they only saw a man in an orange battle suit appearing above the sky. That is Kakarot, Dad, Goku. The moment they saw the man in the orange battle suit, Son Gohan and Krillin were overjoyed, while Vegeta was surprised. Yes, the man who suddenly appeared on the battlefield was none other than Sun Wukong. Is it finally here? EU turned her back to Sun Wukong behind her, glanced back slightly from the corner of her eyes, and then twitched the corners of her mouth, muttering to herself in a voice that only she could hear. So fast, I can't see clearly at all. At the same time, Rap and Toth were also a little surprised after seeing the speed of Sun Wukong's just lying over. Only Lickum and Guys, the only remaining Genuit team members, looked at Monkey King with a dazed look on his face. Yo, Vegeta, it's you. After Sun Wukong appeared, he first glanced at everyone present, and then his eyes fell on Vegeta over there. Damn, this guy Kakarot combat power has improved a lot. Vegeta didn't answer Sun Wukong's greeting, but clenched his fist tightly, holding on to Sun Wukong and EU with an unwilling face. Although Sun Wukong's air pressure was suppressed at this time, if he used the detector to detect it, he would only have 5,000 combat power. But Vegeta can tell from the speed of Sun Wukong's flight just now that Sun Wukong's power at this time is much higher than when he fought him on Earth before. Who is he? Vegeta, Saiyan Prince. Among the only remaining Saiyans, apart from Son Gohan, Vegeta is actually at the bottom. How can the proud Prince Vegeta be content with this? Dad, this person is. Sun Wuhan just wanted to explain to Sun Wukong what happened here. However, before Sun Wufan could speak, Sun Wukong interrupted Sun Wufan's word, and his eyes fell directly on EU. You don't need to say, I have heard about this place from Lord Realm King. When Sun Wukong said the name, King of the Realm, EU's mind suddenly moved, and a shadow immediately appeared in his mind. Although EU traveled to the Dragon Ball world and had never seen Kai Wong, he still knew Kai Wong existed. Jawong has a pair of antennas that can probe into the universe above Jawong. Presumably, the situation of EU and Ginyu fighting just now has been seen by Kai Wong. So that's the case. Has the kaiju noticed my existence? EU turned around and stared down at Sun Wukong, thinking in his mind. At this time, EU saw a powerful fighting spirit in Sun Wukong's eye. There is no doubt that Sun Wukong heard some things about EU from the real king. Right now, Sun Wukong regards EU as the object he wants to fight. Sun Wukong is really Sun Wukong, and he wants to fight me even when he knows my strength. EU stared at Sun Wukong with an expression of interest on the corner of his mouth. End of this chapter. Daily begging for flowers. Chapter 18, inducing Sun Wukong to use the king's fist. 2 more flowers. Chapter 18. I'm Wukong. Sun Wukong, please advise. Sun Wukong's figure slowly rose above the sky, and finally stopped at the same level as EU. Staring at Sun Wukong with a warlike expression in front of him, EU did not speak. He knew that Sun Wukong had gone through the practice of gravity on the spaceship during the time he came to Namek from the Earth, and his combat effectiveness had also been greatly improved. If you count the double World King Fist, Sun Wukong's panel combat power is 180,000. But even so, the 180,000 strong Sun Wukong standing in front of Frieza, that is not enough to see. At this time, letting Sun Wukong deal with Frieza will not only fail to complete the transformation of Super Saiyan, but will also be killed by Frieza in an instant. If Sun Wukong is killed, EU's plan to collect the S-Cell attribute will be a waste. It seems that I will personally help Sun Wukong. After EU thought for a while in his heart, he immediately responded to Sun Wukong with a faint voice. EU, Night Feather. Hearing EU's answer, Sun Wukong recited a sentence silently, and even wrote down the name in his heart. Then, the corner of his mouth raised a confident arc and said to EU, in other words, your strength is really super strong. The blood in my body is boiling now, and I want to compete with you. Hearing Sun Wukong's word, EU was not too surprised. After all, Sun Wukong is also a Saiyan. Saiyans are naturally belligerent. When he saw EU, a super strongman, the Saiyan blood in Sun Wukong's body drove him to fight EU. Although EU was not surprised, Kaylin and Sun Wufan were quite frightened when they heard Sun Wukong's word. Challenge Night Feather. I said Wukong, do you know the situation? This Saiyan, but even the terribly powerful Ginyu was killed at will. You fight him. Isn't that courting death? HMPH. Kakarot, don't overestimate yourself. This guy is not something you can deal with. He has probably become the legendary Super Saiyan. Before Keelan could teach Sun Wukong aloud, Vegeta over there looked at EU and said in a very unwilling tone, I still still know this, but before I deal with that guy named Frieza, I want to test my strength first, Sun Wukong said confidently with a fist in his hand. Hehe, do you think of me as a tool to test your combat effectiveness? As soon as Yi Yu said these words, Sun Wukong hurriedly explained, no, although there is a little element in it, the main thing is that I. Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, Yi Yu interrupted Sun Wukong's word. Okay, I accept your challenge. Really? Great. After hearing Yi Yu's words, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. At the same time, the Realm King on the realm of the realm stomped his feet in anger. Wukong, what do you want to do? I didn't warn you. Don't try to challenge either Johanna or Frieza. You just need to bring Gohan and Krillin back to Earth as soon as possible. But for the king's warning, Sun Wukong seemed unheard of, happy like a child in his 20s. Before fighting you, I have a condition. Just when Sun Wukong was excited, Yi Yu suddenly said, condition? What condition? Sun Wukong asked with a puzzled look. Use all your strength to fight those two Genuit team members. As soon as Yi Yu said these words, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Kaylin and the others blinked their eyes in confusion. As for Lickum and Guise, their hearts suddenly tightened. What is this condition? Why do you want to fight them? Sun Wukong glanced at the only remaining two, Lickum and Guise, and wondered. Yi Yu naturally won't tell Sun Wukong. I am picking up the combat power attribute. I want to see how strong you are, Yi Yu said in a serious nonsense. And Sun Wukong is convinced, and said with enthusiasm, then let you see it, my true power. After Sun Wukong agreed, Yi Yu was overjoyed. With Sun Wukong's current combat power, if I fight with Lickum and Geese, my combat power can increase a lot. And, if you can pick up the attribute of Sun Wukong's King Fist. Thinking about Yi Yu's heart was extremely hot. Kai King Fist can double the combat power. At this time, Yi Yu's combat power is 43.26 million. If he uses 10 times and 20 times Kai Wong Fist, then I am afraid that even if he does not become a Super Saiyan, Frieza will not be able to do anything to him. With the King Fist, Yi Yu has more confidence, standing on the battlefield of Frieza and Sun Wukong, and openly collects the combat power attributes that Frieza and Sun Wukong dropped when they fought. You too, if you can beat him, I'll let you go. After Yi Yu got Sun Wukong's side, he said to Lickum and Guise over there, real, you mean what you say? Hearing Yi Yu's word, Lickum and Guise were overjoyed. Although Lickum and Guise have no confidence to defeat Yi Yu, Sun Wukong in the eyes of Lickum and Guise, it is nothing. Do you think I'll lie? Yi Yu stared at Guise condescendingly and said in a rather serious tone, yes, you will lie. You lied to Sun Wukong just now. The system's voice immediately sounded in Yi Yu's mind, but unfortunately, Lickum and Guise couldn't hear the sound of the system. After Lickum and Guise looked at each other, Lickum flew down from the sky and finally landed beside Guise. And here, Sun Wukong also immediately fell to the ground. For a time, Sun Wukong, Lickum, and Guise were facing each other. What on earth is it? Why is it like this? Kaylin, who was above the sky, looked at Sun Wukong, Lickum, and Yi Yu with a confused expression on his face. He had no idea why Yi Yu encouraged Sun Wukong to fight with Lickum. Although Krillin, Sun Gohan and the others didn't know why Yi Yu did this, Tuz and Rap, who were not far behind Yi Yu, had strange expressions on their faces. By the way, Lord Yi Yu really liked watching others fight. Yeah, when Teacher Yi Yu was on the spaceship, he often asked people to fight in front of him. What Toth and Rap didn't know was that Yi Yu didn't like to watch others fight. He just liked to collect the combat power attribute dropped by others when they fought. End of this chapter. As for Flower, Chapter 19 1 hit 1000 combat power attribute 3 more Flower. Chapter 19. Hey, Goku, are you really going to fight these two guys? The guy with the pineapple head is super strong, and Vegeta and Gohan are not his opponent. Although Yi Yu knew that Sun Wukong at this time had a powerful fighting power that surpassed that of Ginyu, but Krillin and Sun Gohan and others didn't know. On Earth, after the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he has been in the hospital for treatment. Therefore, in Krillin's opinion, Sun Wukong at this time may not be able to defeat even Vegeta, let alone Lickum and Guise who cannot even defeat Vegeta. Krillin, don't worry, these two are not my opponent. Hearing Kling's advice, Sun Wukong did not hesitate, clenched his fist, stared at Lickum and Guise, the corners of his mouth rolled up, and said confidently, hey, Juice, did you hear that? He said we weren't his match. Just let him know that we are good in a while. As soon as Sun Wukong's word fell, Lickum and Guise over there laughed aloud. Can't beat Night Feather. Can't you beat Sun Wukong? 5000 combat power. While Lickum and Guise were talking, Rap used the detector in his hand to detect Sun Wukong's combat power. When he found that the data on the detector was only 5000, Rap looked strange. With 5000 combat power, he dared to say to Lickum and Keith, these two are not my opponent. This is too crazy. Right, Rap, I should have told you many times. The detector data is inaccurate. Yi Yu seemed to see through Rap's thoughts, and then spoke to Rap in a rebuke tone. Hearing Yi Yu's word, Rap immediately said respectfully, sorry, I forgot about it for a while. And Toss also silently took Yi Yu's words to heart. Immediately afterward, the battlefield fell into silence, except for the sound of the wind whistling flying by. There was no sound. Sun Wukong, Lickum, and guys were facing each other at a distance, and the air was filled with a sense of solemnity for a while. Kakarot, hurry up and let me see how your combat power has improved. Vegeta is different from Krillin. Maybe Kling thinks that Sun Wukong's combat power has not grown much compared to the Earth, but Vegeta has always clearly remembered the terrifying speed when Sun Wukong first came to the battlefield. Combat power and speed are directly proportional. The higher the combat power, the faster the speed. In Vegeta's view, if you want to display the terrifying speed before Sun Wukong, the combat power is at least 30,000, which is only a conservative estimate. Just as Vegeta stared at Sun Wukong and thought so, Hyun and Sun Wuhan both looked worried. After this wrong atmosphere lasted for a while, Lickum finally took the lead and broke the deadlock. Lickum's right. I saw Lickum's feet move. His figure suddenly burst, and at an amazing speed, he directly attacked Sun Wukong not far ahead. So fast. After seeing the speed of Lickum's high-speed movement, Krillin's complexion suddenly changed greatly. However, just when Kling was about to remind Sun Wukong, the figure of Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared in the next second, it was already under Lickum, and I saw an elbow attack it after touching Lickum's chest. Lickum's movement stopped abruptly. Then, under the shocked gazes of Vegeta, Sun Gohan, Krillin, and others, Lickum collapsed directly to the ground, motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 1000 combat power attribute. Just as Lickum fell to the ground, Yu's mind sounded the mechanical prompt of the system. Oh, just an elbow strike has the attribute of 1000 combat power. Looking at the back of Sun Wukong, Yu held her chin with one hand, and a moving expression appeared on her face. Although 1000 points of combat power attribute for Yu's more than 40 million combat power, it is nothing. But one attack has the attribute of 1000 points of combat power, which is the first time Yu has encountered. You must know that when Vegeta and Lickum fought before, the maximum combat power attribute value dropped was more than 500. At this time, Kaylin and Sun Wuhan saw the scene in front of them, and they were dumbfounded for a while, and they didn't know what to say. How terrifying Lickum's strength is. Kleina has personally experienced it. Not long ago, Krillin, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta joined forces to attack Lickum, and were easily defeated by Lickum. But now, Sun Wukong knocked Lickum down so easily. How is Kling not shocked? Why did Goku suddenly become so powerful? Damn, this guy Kakarot. Just when Krillin and Sun Gohan were shocked by Sun Wukong's powerful strength, Vegeta's face here became extremely ugly. Perhaps Krillin and Sun Gohan didn't have much feeling for Sun Wukong's blow just now, only that Sun Wukong knocked Lickum to the ground with one blow. But Vegeta knew that Sun Wukong's blow just now completely exceeded the category of ordinary Saiyan. Not only Yu, but also Kakarot became a Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched her fist tightly. Her heart was full of unwillingness. The expression on her face was very ferocious, and she gritted her teeth. Vegeta is the Saiyan Prince. Right now, there are two ordinary Saiyans in front of him, and their strength is above his Vegeta. This made Vegeta not angry. If Yu told Vegeta at this time that when he spoke up, his combat power was only 5, Vegeta didn't know if she would vomit blood in anger. The two lower-level Saiyan warriors are stronger than him, the Saiyan Prince. Hey, Lickum! Just amid Vegeta's resentment, when G's over there saw that Lickum fell to the ground, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted at Lickum. But Lickum, who fell to the ground, didn't seem to hear it, and was still crawling on the ground, motionless. Damn, what did you do to Lickum? Guys shouted at Sun Wukong with a look of anger. I didn't do anything, I just couldn't help but take action. Now it's your turn. Sun Wukong retracted his arm and said to guys, and many more. Just when Sun Wukong was about to shoot at GC, Yu suddenly stopped him. What wrong? Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Yu and complained. I said, I want you to fight them with all your strength. Yu still didn't say a word. If you don't use the World King Fist, how can I get the attributes of the World King Fist? Almost forgot. Well, in that case. After hearing Yu's reminder, Sun Wukong opened his stance and clenched his fist. King Fist. Chapter 20. Obtaining the attributes of the King's Fist. 4 more flowers for collection. Chapter 20. After Yu's reminder, Sun Wukong immediately opened a stance and clenched his fist. The next second, a very violent breath came out from Sun Wukong's body. Under the impact of this violent breath, the ground beneath his feet sank in an instant, as if being oppressed by a huge force. At the same time, a powerful airwave also spread out from Sun Wukong's body like a ripple in all directions. At the beginning, the airwave was not very big, and it just blew away some small stone. But with the continuous release of Sun Wukong's internal energy, the airwave became more and more violent. Even Lickum's burly body under his feet slowly retreated under the impact of this airwave. Drop. At the same time, the data on the lap detector is constantly rising. 60,000, 70,000. In just a few breaths, the combat power has increased from 5,000 to 110,000. At this moment, everyone present except Yu, they all looked at Sun Wukong with shock. What a terrible gas. Is this really Goku, and the anger is still rising. Qilin and Sun Wukong were shocked and excited for a while after feeling the powerful aura coming from Sun Wukong's body through their chi perception ability. What shocked them was that Sun Wukong was able to cultivate to this point in such a short period of time. What they are happy about is that the stronger Sun Wukong is, the happier they will naturally be. Although Qilin and Sun Wukong were excited about the powerful power of Sun Wukong, the expression on Vegeta's face was green, and finally his face was ashen. Damn, this guy Kakarot. What method did he use to cultivate so strong? Vegeta gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. King Fist. After Sun Wukong released all the popularity in his body, Sun Wukong shouted loudly. The next second, the white air above his body suddenly turned scarlet, and Sun Wukong's combat power suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. A powerful air wave instantly swept the audience, and Lickham's body, which was lying on the ground, was instantly blown away. And GC, who was closest to Sun Wukong, was under the impact of this air wave, and the footprints under his feet were faintly showing signs of going backward. Boom. At the same time, Ra, who has been monitoring Sun Wukong's combat power, his detector, that is, the moment Sun Wukong opened the King's Fist, exploded due to overload. Finally there the King of Fists, Yu looked at Sun Wukong, whose whole body was constantly flashing with scarlet light, and his eyes suddenly showed a touch of fiery. Of course, Yu wasn't fiery towards Sun Wukong, he just felt fiery towards Sun Wukong's Kaiwang Fist. Just as Yu was waiting for the system to sound the sound of dropping the King's Fist, but the time passed by, the system still did not make any movement. At this moment, Yu's heart was not calm. Will you not lose the chain at a critical moment? Yu looked at Sun Wukong, whose whole body was flickering with scarlet air, and he became anxious with a voice that only he could hear. You know, there is only a 1/5 probability of the system dropping the ability attribute. That is to say, after Sun Wukong casts Kaiwang Fist, Yu has a 1/5 probability of obtaining the attributes of Kaiwang Fist. When Gouda used the time pause skill before, the system immediately dropped the time pause attribute, which was purely due to Yu's good luck. And this time, Yu's luck didn't seem to be very good. With a 1/5 probability, he was not drawn by him. After Sun Wukong used Jawang Fist, he did not drop the attribute of Jawang Fist. Hey, it seems that Sun Wukong will only be able to use the World King Fist for a while. Yu spread out her hands and said something helpless in her heart. Just as Yu was complaining in his heart, Sun Wukong over there turned his head to Yu and shouted, "Is this okay? If not, I can use the triple World King Fist, although the physical burden will be a little heavy." Alright. Without dropping the King's Fist attribute, Yu didn't have much interest in watching the neck battle between Sun Wukong and GC. Hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Yu, Vegeta's heart trembled. Kakarot, do you still have spare energy? You must know that in Vegeta's perception, Sun Wukong's chi at this time is far above him, but Sun Wukong said that he can continue to improve his chi. At this moment, Vegeta seemed to be shot in the heart. Yoshi, if that's the case, then I'll attack. After receiving Yu's approval, Sun Wukong's face was filled with joy, and he immediately turned his attention from Yu's body to Jis's body in front of him. Want to come to Sun Wukong in order to be able to fight Yu, but also hard enough. Call out. Sun Wukong's feet moved suddenly, and under the huge force of the stampede, the ground that had sunk under his feet collapsed in an instant, and Sun Wukong himself caught the force of the recoil with the ground, and his body was like a cannonball, turned into a scarlet light, and charged directly at Guy. Sun Wukong's speed was originally very fast, and after he cast Jawang Fist, the speed reached a very exaggerated level. Among all the people present, except Yu who could clearly see Sun Wukong's movement trajectory, even Vegeta couldn't see it clearly, because Sun Wukong's speed is so fast that everyone has not yet reacted. When they reacted, Sun Wukong had already bullied him to the front of GC, and his fist was on Jis's nose, but Sun Wukong did not hit the punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the King's Fist attribute. Just as Yu was thinking about how to trick Sun Wukong into performing the King's Fist again, the system's mechanical prompt came from his mind. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yu's face was done. System, what going on? Why did you suddenly drop the King's Fist attribute? Hearing Yu's question, the system immediately responded. According to the judgment of this system, Jawang boxing belongs to a continuous process. After using the Kai King Fist, the caster has a certain probability to drop the Kai King Fist attribute at every moment. Before Yu thought about the meaning of the system's word, the system prompted again. May I ask if the host will charge the King's Fist attribute? Charge. Although I don't understand what's going on, but I feel very powerful, I'll take it first and then talk about it. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the Jawang Fist attribute under Sun Wukong's feet gathered directly towards Yu's body, and finally submerged into Yu's body. Soon, Yu saw that on the system screen, there was an extra ability like Jia Wang Quan. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Battle Against Monkey King. One more flowers for collection. Section. Chapter 21. Jia Wangquan finally got it. Yu looked at the word Jia Wang Fist on the system panel, and his heart was extremely excited. You must know that King of Kings Fist is a move that increases one's combat power several times, or even dozens of times, in a short period of time. Double World King Fist. The combat power is directly increased by 2 times. Triple World King Fist. The combat power is directly increased by 3 times. 10 times the World King Fist. The combat power is directly increased by 10 times. In Dragon Ball, when Sun Wukong fought Frieza, he reluctantly opened 20 times the King's Fist, and the fighting power skyrocketed. And after Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan, he even showed 100 times the King's Fist. Of course, Kai Wangquan does not mean that you can open as many times as you want. Kai Wangquan increases the combat effectiveness, but also imposes a great burden on the body. If it is forced to open a multiple of its own strength, it will undoubtedly be self-destruction. According to Yu's guess, with the strength of his current physical body, it should be no big problem to open a 10 times World King Fist, 20 times the World King Fist, on the verge of desperate. As for 100 times, it is estimated that it is courting death. By the way, if you think that Yu has never practiced before, and that her physical strength cannot bear the burden brought by 10 times the King's Fist, then you are wrong. The so-called combat power is also called comprehensive combat power. It includes speed, strength, stamina, endurance and more. The combat power attributes collected by Yu naturally include a series of attributes such as speed, endurance, strength, and physical strength. That is to say, at the same time as Yu's combat power attributes are improved, a series of attributes such as his physical strength are also improved. Yu's combat power is now 43.26 million, and his natural physical strength has reached a height matched by 43.26 million combat power. Sun Wukong can perform 10 times the World King Fist when he has 3 million combat power. Yu has 43.26 million combat power, and it is naturally no big problem to cast a 10 times World King Fist. My current combat power is more than 40 million. If I use 10 times the World King Fist, wouldn't it be more than 400 million? After getting this data, Yu's heart suddenly became restless. Leaving aside the full power of Frieza, even when Sun Wukong just turned into a Super Saiyan, there were only 150 million, and Yu has 400 million without becoming a Super Saiyan. This comparison shows how terrifying the combat power of more than 400 million people is. Of course, it is still incomparable to the second tier of Super Saiyan. However, more than 400 million combat power is enough to let Yu walk sideways in this 7th universe for a while. It seems that this trip to Namek is the right one. Yu looked at the 2 ability attributes of Time Pause and King Fist on the system panel in front of him, and he looked satisfied. Taking back his mind, Yu turned his attention from the system to the battlefield between Sun Wukong and GC. At this moment, Sun Wukong, whose whole body was flashing with scarlet gas, approached GC's nose with his fist as big as a casserole. But Sun Wukong didn't do that. Guys looked at the fist that was close at hand. His heart seemed to be grasped by the hands of the devil. His heart was so heavy that it became difficult to even breathe, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't even react to the blow from Sun Wukong just now. Fortunately, Sun Wukong stopped in time, otherwise he would have died in Wangquan. You've already lost. The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth twitched with confidence, staring at guys in front of him, and after speaking lightly, he retracted his fist. Seeing this, Jisna breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had walked through the gate of hell. It's amazing. Is this Wukong's true strength? I didn't see Dad's movements at all. At this time, after seeing the powerful strength of Sun Wukong, Kaylin and Sun Wufan over there, their eyes were full of brilliance, and their faces were full of excitement. Only Vegeta on the side shattered unwillingly. Hey, Yu, this guy has already lost. Can this battle be over? After Sun Wukong retracted his fist, he turned to Yu and asked loudly. Originally, Yu's purpose for Sun Wukong to fight with GC and Lickum was to make Sun Wukong display the King's Fist. The attribute Yu of Haiwang Fist has been obtained. As for whether Sun Wukong wants to kill GC next, it has nothing to do with him. Hearing Yu's words, Sun Wukong was instantly overjoyed, and then the scarlet aura on his body instantly dissipated. Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing? Kill that guy quickly. That guy is a member of Frieza's Genuit team. At this time, Vegeta yelled at Sun Wukong with a tone of hatred for iron and steel. When Vegeta saw that Sun Wukong actually let go of Guy. Vegeta, this guy has already lost. There's no need to kill him, right? Sun Wukong glanced at GC, and then said, you go, don't do bad things in the future. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta was instantly furious. This guy is it for that boring sympathy again. At this moment, Vegeta's mind immediately recalled his scene on Earth. At that time, Krillin was going to kill him. Vegeta. In the end, it was Sun Wukong who stopped Kaylin, and his Vegeta was lucky enough to save his life. Seeing that Sun Wukong also maintains this sympathetic attitude towards Guy, it seems like he has poked Vegeta's car. GC, who was spared by Sun Wukong, first glanced at Sun Wukong and Yi Yu with a vigilant look. Seeing that Yi Yu and Sun Wukong were both unresponsive, GC did not hesitate. A powerful air mass immediately erupted from his body, and his body turned into a stream of light, ready to evacuate from here. That guy Kakarot is so naive. Although Sun Wukong let go of Guy's, Vegeta obviously did not intend to let go of Guy's. As soon as Guy's front foot left, Vegeta caught up with her back foot. It seems that the combat power can be increased a little bit. After seeing Vegeta in the sky catching up with Guy's, Yi Yu thought to himself, in Dragon Ball, the reason why Vegeta can defeat Guy's is because Vegeta ate fairy beans after being seriously injured by Lickum, so his combat power skyrocketed. This time, Vegeta didn't eat fairy bean, and it might be difficult to defeat Guy, but what Yi Yu liked most was the kind of evenly matched battle, because if one side instantly kills the other side, Yi Yu won't be able to pick up much combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a combat power attribute of 420. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a combat power attribute of 460. Just as the sound of the system sounded in Yi Yu's mind, Sun Wukong over there looked at him with a warlike expression. Forget it, since I've promised you that I'm going to fight with you, let's train you a little bit. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yi Yu's figure slowly stood up from the ground. End of this chapter. Daily Scumbag asks for Flowers monthly ticket support. Chapter 22 Monkey King's Quadruple World King Fifth. Chapter 22 While Vegeta and Guys were fighting fiercely, Yi Yu and Sun Wukong stood on the ground facing each other. Sun Wukong, who had always had a confident smile on his mouth, now faced Yi Yu with a heavy expression on his face. Although Yi Yu's powerful chi was suppressed at this time, Sun Wukong could still feel an invisible sense of oppression from Yi Yu's body. As time passed by, Sun Wukong stared at Yi Yu, ready to look for opportunities, but Yi Yu just stood there motionless. Sun Wukong couldn't find any flaws. At this moment, Sun Wukong's eyes glanced at the two Sun Wuhan and Kaylin over there. Although Sun Wukong didn't say much, Kaylin still understood. Immediately, he flew into the sky and shouted loudly to Sun Wuhan, who was standing there, Gohan. Hearing Kaylin's words, Sun Wukong came back to his senses. Get out of here. This is not a place we can stay. But Dad, don't worry. Goku is just going to have a match with the Saiyan. There won't be any big deal. And Goku is so strong, he won't necessarily lose to that Saiyan. While speaking, Sun Wuhan followed Kaylin and flew towards the distance of the battlefield. Kaylin knew that with the fighting strength of Sun Wukong and Yi Yu, even the aftermath of the battle might not be what he could bear. Dad, during the flight, Sun Wukong still glanced at Sun Wukong with some worry. On the other side, Rap and Tooth, after seeing Kaylin and Sun Gohan leaving, they also looked at each other, and then flew towards the distance. After Sun Wuhan, Rap, and the others were all gone, Sun Wukong's eyes fell on Yi Yu in front of him again. You'd better use all your strength from the beginning, otherwise, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Yi Yu reminded Sun Wukong kindly. Right on my mind. After hearing Yi Yu's reminder, Sun Wukong immediately opened his stand. King Fist. He snorted lowly, and in the next second, a very violent aura swept out from Sun Wukong's body, flying sand and stone, and the wind howling. And soon, the originally white chi turned into the scarlet chi unique to Zhuang Fist. It coming. After Sun Wukong reminded Yi Yu, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and the next second it turned into an afterimage in the sky, bullying directly in front of Yi Yu, and suddenly bombarded Yi Yu with a punch. Pass. Although Sun Wukong's speed is invisible in the eyes of Sun Wufan and Kaylin and others, but that bead fell into Yi Yu's eyes, but it was nothing. At the moment when Sun Wukong's punch came over, Yi Yu's body seemed to be slow and fast, turning to one side slightly just to avoid Sun Wukong's punch with ease. When he missed a hit, Sun Wukong didn't stop there, but continued to fight Yi Yu. The speed of the punch was even faster than the machine gun fire. For a while, there were only phantoms of fists waving in the sky. Although Sun Wukong's attack speed was indeed astonishing, every punch he made was easily avoided by Yi Yu. Boom! Yi Yu, who had been passively dodging, suddenly shot, and saw that while avoiding Sun Wukong's punch, he punched Sun Wukong with a backhand punch. Nani! After seeing Yi Yu suddenly fight back, Sun Wukong was shocked. Although he had already sensed Yi Yu's attack speed was so fast that his body couldn't keep up with the reaction at all. Immediately afterward, Yi Yu's punch hit Sun Wukong's cheek directly, and Sun Wukong's body instantly flew out like a cannonball, and finally hit a hill not far away. The hill was smashed by Sun Wukong's body in an instant. Goku. At this moment, when Kaylin in the distance saw Yi Yu knocking Sun Wukong into the air, his expression instantly became drawn. Originally, Klein thought that even if Sun Wukong couldn't beat Yi Yu, he could at least hold on for a few rounds in Yi Yu's hand. But not long after the battle started, Sun Wukong was directly blasted away by Yi Yu. As expected of Lord Yi Yu, he is indeed amazing. At the same time, after seeing Yi Yu's overwhelming advantage, Rap's eyes were full of brilliance. As Rap spoke, a scarlet light suddenly erupted from the pile of rock where Sun Wukong fell. In the next second, a powerful air wave swept out, and the pile of rock rock disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the end, Sun Wukong was once again exposed to everyone's sight. Lord Zhuang seems to be right. It's really amazing. I even performed twice the Zhuang fist, and I'm still not his opponent at all. Sun Wukong wiped a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staring at Yu with fighting spirit in his eyes. Monkey King, do you think you only have this level? If this is your full strength, then I'm so disappointed. After Yu said this, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Isn't this the villain's line? But in order to make Sun Wukong become a Super Saiyan smoothly, Yu didn't bother to care so much. No solution anymore. Perhaps because Yu's words were stimulated, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, and then, under Yu's gaze, Sun Wukong slightly moved his legs and clenched his fist. The next second, the veins on his forehead burst out. Jia Wong fist 4 times. After Sun Wukong gave a low drink, a more violent force suddenly surged out of his body. At the same time, the scarlet air mass above Sun Wukong's body doubled in size in an instant. If someone uses an ultra-high power detector to check Sun Wukong's combat power at this time, he will definitely find that Sun Wukong's combat power has reached 360,000 at this time. Does that guy Wukong still have that much power? At this time, Kaylin felt both surprise and joy in his heart after he felt that the chi in Sun Wukong had doubled from before. At the same time, Vegeta, who was fighting with GC, suddenly felt that Sun Wukong's aura grew again. He immediately pulled away from GC and stared at the powerful scarlet aura not far below. The Sun Wukong, his eyes changed for a while, and his heart was extremely shocked. Kakarot, this guy. Naturally, Vegeta didn't know that Sun Wukong had such a powerful fighting power after he used the quadruple king fist. When he was on the earth, Sun Wukong reluctantly performed the quadruple Kaikwan fist in order to resist Vegeta's destruction of the earth. But at that time, Sun Wukong's physical strength was not strong enough to support the quadruple world king fist, so he almost turned upside down. But at the moment, Sun Wukong's combat power is as high as 90,000, and the 4 times the king's fist is still within the range of bare quadruple king fist. After Yu said something with interest, she immediately launched an attack on Sun Wukong. Chapter 23 Turtle School Qigong Wave. Chapter 23 Sun Wukong has 180,000 panels of combat power when he doubles the World King Fist, and when he quadruples the World King Fist, the combat power doubles again, directly soaring to 360,000. It's just a pity that the 360,000 combat power still has a considerable gap with Yu. I saw Yu's feet move, and her figure turned into a black shadow, and disappeared in place in an instant. When she reappeared in the next second, it was already in front of Sun Wukong, and bombarded it with a punch so fast. After seeing Yu's terrifying speed, Sun Wukong's face changed drastically. Without any hesitation, his body immediately bent in a strange arc, and this barely escaped Yu's punch. Bang bang bang. Afterward, Yu in the sky was fighting with Sun Wukong, who had used the quadruple World King Fist, and the sound of fists colliding constantly came from the sky. When Yu was fighting with Ginyu, Sun Gohan, Krillin and others could not see the shadow of Yu and Ginyu fighting at all. Right now, Sun Wukong, who is stronger in combat, is fighting against Yu, and Sun Wuhan, Kaylin and others can still only hear the sound of the battle. No, they are all too fast to be invisible at all. Kaylin's eyes rolled around, trying to see the battle between Yu and Sun Wukong, but no matter how big he opened his eyes, he couldn't see clearly. The reason for this is that Kaylin's combat power at this time is no different from that of Sun Wukong and Yu. I can see some. At this moment, Sun Wufan pointed to somewhere above the sky, and saw Yu and Sun Wukong's fist lamp together. With Sun Wukong as the center, they spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the two fought above the sky. If it was on the ground just now, the ground would definitely collapse under the shock wave. It's amazing to be able to keep up with my current speed. Yu, who collided with Sun Wukong's fist, looked at Sun Wukong with a grim face and said with a smile. Of course, the ferocious look on Sun Wukong's face was not due to anger, but that the quadruple World King Fist put a considerable burden on the body, and this burden was directly manifested in the face, causing the face to be congested. So it looks like Sun Wukong is very angry. Thank you for the compliment, but you didn't use your full strength, right? Sun Wukong said to Yu with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Certainly. Yu still didn't say a word. I'm afraid that I will use all my strength to accidentally kill you. My Super Saiyan SL plan will all be ruined. Sure enough, I still have spare strength. It seems that I have to work harder and force you to use all your strength. While speaking, Sun Wukong's figure suddenly retreated and Yu jumped to the sky at a distance, and posed a strange posture. That is, at this time, after seeing Sun Wukong using that stand, Kaylin and Sun Wuhan below, both of them were shocked. The next second, under everyone's gaze, a scarlet air mass condensed between Sun Wukong's palm. As the Turtle School Qigong wave, looking at the air mass condensed between Sun Wukong's palm, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, Sun Wukong is now using his signature skill, Turtle Style Qigong Wave. Turtle. After Sun Wukong called out the word turtle, Still, the air mass in his palms was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grew. As Sun Wukong continued to inject a large amount of qi into the air mass, in just a few breaths, the air mass Haoran had transformed from the size of his fist into a huge air mass. The air mass exuded a dazzling light, even covering the sun above the sky for a while. Hello, Goku. Seeing that Sun Wukong displayed the turtle Qigong wave, Yi Yu's face did not show any change in expression. Instead, Kaylin over there looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his face was horrified. Wukong, use the turtle Qigong wave with your current strength if it hits us. At this time, Sun Wukong has already displayed 4 times the World King Fist, and the combat power has reached 360,000. Then there is no doubt that Sun Wukong, who has a combat power of 360,000, displays a full power turtle Qigong wave, and his combat power must be far more than 360,000 at that moment. From Klein's point of view, if Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave did not hit Yi Yu but hit Namek, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for Kaylin's words, Sun Wukong naturally couldn't hear it. At this time, his turtle-style Qigong wave has condensed to the extreme. Under the vibration of the powerful Qi, the entire ground below shook, and the gravel on the ground seemed to be strongly gravitational, and began to slowly move towards the sky, fly over, and the surrounding lake, restless, began to roll. Turtle School Qigong wave. A few seconds later, Sun Wukong condensed into the Turtle School Qigong wave, and with a sudden push of his palm, the huge air mass turned into a thick beam of light in the form of a shock wave, and bombarded directly at Yi Yu below. Lord Yi Yu, Mr. Yi Yu. At this time, Rap and Tooth, who were not far away, saw the huge shock wave and charged directly at Yi Yu below. The two of them immediately reminded loudly. Of course, if Yi Yu wanted to dodge, he could also avoid this turtle Qigong wave, but Yi Yu didn't plan to choose to dodge. He opted for a hard pick with his bare hand. Just when the huge turtle Qigong wave was about to hit Yi Yu, a powerful air mass suddenly erupted from Yi Yu's body, and Yi Yu himself spread his palms towards the sky, waiting for the huge turtle school Qigong wave to impact. Yi Yu's palms directly caught the air mass of the turtle school Qigong wave. At the moment of being hit by the turtle school Qigong wave, Yi Yu's figure sank slightly, but soon, Yi Yu's figure stabilized and began to have an upward trend. Just kidding, you actually blocked Wukong's turtle Qigong wave with his bare hand. At this time, after seeing Yi Yu catch Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave with his bare hand, Kaylin and Sun Wufan over there were dumbfounded and their expressions were dull as if they had seen a ghost. Both Kaylin and Sun Wuhan knew how powerful the turtle school Qigong waves were. With Sun Wukong's quadruple World King Fist, it is more than enough to destroy a planet. But at the moment, Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave was blocked by Yi Yu with his bare hand. What power is this? End of this chapter. Please ask for a wave of flowers. Thank you. Chapter 24. King Frieza appeared. Chapter 24. It's actually blocked. Just as Keelan and Sun Gohan were terrified of Yi Yu's strength, Sun Wukong himself felt that the turtle school Qigong wave was being resisted by Yi Yu, and his expression was the same, full of shock. You know, he has now displayed 4 times the king of the world, but even so, he was still no match for Yi Yu. Who is this guy? Why have such terrifying power? It seems that even Vegeta doesn't know him. Just as Sun Wukong was thinking about Yi Yu's origin, Yi Yu, who was under the turtle school Qigong wave, had already started to fight back. I saw the air mass above his body suddenly soaring. In the next second, a powerful Qigong wave erupted from Yi Yu's palm. After the Qigong wave appeared, it directly suppressed the turtle school Qigong wave that was like a water column. At the beginning, Yi Yu's Qigong wave and Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave were deadlocked together, but as the Qi in Yi Yu's palm continued to converge towards the Qigong wave, the original stalemate was instantly broken. I saw that Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave seemed to be like a piece of paper, and was instantly suppressed by Yi Yu's Qigong wave. Nani? At this time, after Sun Wukong felt the turtle Qigong wave being bounced back, his face changed greatly. Although Sun Wukong also used all his strength to suppress Yi Yu's Qigong wave, but Yi Yu's Qigong wave was too powerful. No matter how hard Sun Wukong tried, he couldn't resist Yi Yu's Qigong wave. In the end, in desperation, Sun Wukong had to give up. The moment Sun Wukong let go, Yi Yu's Qigong wave was pushing Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave, like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, straight into the sky. The thick Qigong wave, which looked like rays of light from a distance, were directly emitted into the universe. After a few breaths, the light dissipated. On the battlefield of Namek, there was silence, but behind the silence, there was an unusually devastating explosion. Boom! Sure enough, a few seconds later, in the distant universe, Yi Yu's Qigong wave and Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave exploded at the same time. Although the location of the explosion is some distance away from Namek, but even so, everyone on Namek could clearly hear the terrifying explosion. Above a certain sea on Namek, a white light group was flying towards the distance at an astonishing speed. Wherever the white light group passed, 2 huge waves rolled outwards behind them. Not long after the terrifying explosion came, the high-speed flying light light group suddenly stopped. Looking closer, I saw a cosmic man sitting in a special chair, looking up at the sky. I saw that the cosmic man had a long tail and 2 horns on his forehead. At this time, if Yu was here, he would definitely recognize this cosmic man. This cosmic man is none other than the cosmic emperor, Frieza. At this time, Frieza did not transform, he just kept his first form. What happened to the explosion just now? Frieza looked up at the sky, but the sky was cloudless and couldn't see anything. After a long time, the corners of Frieza's mouth twitched, and he said with a smile, maybe the Genuit team has prepared some extra entertainment for me. Oh hee hee, now that the 7 Dragon Balls have been obtained, as long as I find the secret to summoning the dragon, I, King Frieza, will have an immortal life. After Frieza burst into laughter, a powerful air mass suddenly erupted from the figure and flew directly into the distance, and the direction Frieza was flying was exactly the direction of the old war. Draw, a combative response. Not long after Frieza flew, there was a reaction on the detector he was wearing. According to the combat power and position displayed on the detector, Frieza soon came to the top of a mountain, and on the top of the mountain stood a Namekian. This Namekian is none other than the guardian of the Great Elder, Naru. Namek. After Frieza discovered Naru, there was also a look of joy on his face, and then his figure slowly landed on the top of the mountain where Naru was located. You are not allowed to go any further, Cosmic. Naru stared at Frieza expressionlessly, shouting in a stern tone, oh, the combat power is 42,000. I really didn't expect the Namekians to have such a high combat power. Frieza ignored Naru's words and poked the detector instead. After discovering that Naru's combat power was 42,000, Frieza looked surprised. After all, when he slaughtered the village before, the fighting strength of those Nameks was only a few thousand at the highest. Such as this is high as more than 40,000. It is indeed rare. Namekian, I'm in a very good mood now. If you tell me how to use the Dragon Balls, maybe I can spare your life. Frieza, who was sitting in the chair, stared at Naru with a smile on his face and said, Dream, Dragon Balls must not be used by evil people like you. Hearing Nilu's word, the smile on Frieza's face condensed slightly, and then he said, aren't you cooperating? If that's the case, then I have to use force to speak. It's me who is more merciful. If Yu was here at this time, he would definitely complain when he heard Frieza's word. Is kindness just using other people's planets as firework? Call out. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, he saw his fingers pointed towards Naru's air. In the next second, a purple light beam condensed from Chi shot towards Nelu in an instant. The speed of the light beam is extremely fast, just like the real light. It's just a pity that when the speed of light was about to hit Nelu dodged and avoided the beam. Although the beam did not hit Nelu, it did not stop there, but directly hit a high mountain not far behind Nelu. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the huge mountain disappeared from Nelu's field of vision amid the sound of the explosion. Seeing this scene, Nelu's face instantly turned ugly. Oh heh, what a cute expression. I really like seeing it. Hurry up and tell me how to use the Dragon Balls. I have no patience. Frieza said to Naru with a smile. Chapter 25. Seriously injured Sun Wukong. Open black lens bracket for flowers for collection. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 25. Just when Frieza found Naru, the battle between Yu and Sun Wukong was coming to an end. Actually blocked it back. Amazing. Sun Wufan and Kaylin were suspended in the sky, looking up at the Qigong wave that had long disappeared in the sky. Their expressions were full of shock. Kaylin looked up at the sky for a long time, and after recovering from the shock, he turned his attention to Yu's figure with difficulty. Who is this Night Feather? Just as Krillin and Sun Gohan were terrified of Yu's strength, Toph and Raph were extremely excited. As expected of Mr. Yu, she is really powerful, and she actually blocked the shock wave of that magnitude with her bare hand. Toph clenched his fist tightly. His eyes fell on Yu's back in the sky, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Ah, you really scared me just now. I didn't expect Lord Yu to pick up that Qigong wave with his hand. After Raph answered twos with a smile on his face, he was also greatly relieved. For Sun Wukong's combat power, Raph also tested it with detectors, more than 110,000. And when the detector shows 110,000, the detector explodes. In other words, Sun Wukong's combat power is more than 110,000. A Qigong wave with a combat power of more than 110,000. People can't imagine how powerful it is. But what Raph didn't expect was that Yu actually blocked Sun Wukong's Qigong wave. It seems that Lord Yu is far more powerful than we imagine. Just as Raph muttered to himself, Yu, who was above the sky, instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared in the next second, it was already in front of Sun Wukong. Nah. At this time, Sun Wukong was still shocked by the shock of Yu rebounding his turtle Qigong wave. He did not expect that Yu would still have the spare strength to attack him. Seeing Yu suddenly appear in front of him, Sun Wukong was shocked, but Yu didn't intend to give Sun Wukong a chance to react, and punched directly into Sun Wukong's chest with a solid bombardment. Boom. Wow. After receiving Yu's punch, Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was hit hard. On On the other hand, Sun Wukong's figure is in the intersection shape, and he flew upside down towards the sky. Dad. At this time, Sun Wufan over there, looking at the picture of Sun Wukong vomiting blood in the sky, his little face suddenly turned white. Gohan. Just when Sun Gohan wanted to rush up, he was stopped by Krillin. Gohan, even Wukong is not that person's opponent. What's the use of you going? Kalen said to Sun Wufan with a solemn tone, and then his eyes fell on Yu and Sun Wukong, who were over there, and said, also, they are just learning from each other. That person will not hurt Wukong. Boom. As soon as Kalen said this, Yu turned into a black shadow and flew over Sun Wukong in an instant. One more blow. Boom. Yu clasped her hands together, like playing volleyball, and slammed her fist down. Another heavy blow hit Sun Wukong's back. What? Sun Wukong, who was hit hard, screamed in agony, and his body is like a cannonball, directly from the sky towards the bottom of the lacing away. Boom. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's body smashed to the ground. At the same time as a loud noise came from the sky, Sun Wukong's body suffered a second trauma, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole earth was like being smashed by a meteorite, and the cracks like spider web spread out in all directions in an instant. Soon, the crack ground collapsed. Dad. Not long after Sun Wukong fell to the ground, a powerful air mass immediately erupted from Sun Wuhan's body. Then his figure turned into a streamer and flew directly towards the place where Sun Wukong fell. Gohan. Although Kalen wanted to stop Sun Gohan, but just after his words came out, Sun Wukong had already flown several dozen feet away. Kalen glanced at Yu above the sky with a heavy face, and after hesitating for a while, an air mass burst out and chased after Sun Gohan. Dad. When Sun Wufan came to the place where Sun Wukong fell, he was furious when he saw Sun Wukong covered in scars all over his body. The next second, a violent aura gushed out from Sun Wufan's body. At the moment when the breath broke out of the body, a powerful wave of air instantly swept out in all directions. This air, Kalen, who had just flown over, felt that the aura on Sun Wufan's body was much stronger than before, and he stood there in surprise. At this time, Yu, who was standing above the sky, saw Sun Wuhan's combat power through the detector. After the continuous rise, his face also showed a surprised expression. However, Yu was not too surprised. After all, he knew that Sun Gohan had great potential. After seeing Sun Wukong seriously injured, Sun Wufan suddenly burst into potential, which is also a common occurrence in Dragon Ball. Sun Gohan, who burst out with a powerful aura, stared at Yu angrily. In the next second, Sun Wufan was waving his palms continuously as if going crazy, and one after another air mass, like a rain of bullets, gathered directly towards Yu above the sky. Bang bang bang. The massive air mass exploded violently above the sky where Yu was located. Call out. After another air mass was thrown by the angry Sun Wufan, the air mass condensed in the sky was detonated again. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. At the same time as the explosion came, a powerful air wave also swept the audience. Under the impact of this air wave, a huge wave several meters high was set off above the surrounding water, and the originally fragmented mountains collapsed suddenly. It's amazing. Is this really Gohan? Krillin looked at the angry Sun Wufan with a sluggish expression. Tooth and Rap over there saw Sun Gohan attacking Yu so violently, their fists clenched immediately. This kid, if it wasn't for the fact that Sun Gohan was stronger than him, Rap would have rushed over. After more than 10 seconds, the sea of fire generated by the explosion in the sky disappeared, and Yu's figure once again appeared in everyone's field of vision. Sun Gohan, who was originally angry, regained his composure after the series of venting just now. After seeing Yu who was above the sky unscathed, he trembled with fear as if he had seen a ghost, and his body involuntarily took a half step back. Then, under Keelan's terrified gaze, Yu's figure slowly flew towards the place where Sun Gohan was below. Gohan, hurry up and escape, Krillin shouted hurriedly. End of this chapter. Daily begging for flowers, asking for support. Chapter 26. Fairy Bean, 2 more flowers for collection. Chapter 26. Watching Yu fly down from the sky, Sun Gohan here leaned back slightly, his expression full of fear. The reason why he had the courage to attack Yu just now was completely blinded by anger. After venting for a while, Sun Wufan, who had regained his composure, looked at Yu with a chill in his heart. Gohan. At this time, Kalen, who was rushing towards Sun Wufan, saw Yu had landed in front of Sun Wufan, and his expression became extremely dignified. How to do? This guy is a total monster, and even Goku is no match for him. If he shoots at Gohan, Gohan will surely die. Just as Kalen was thinking about countermeasures, when Sun Gohan was terrified to the extreme, Yu, who had landed, walked over directly beside Sun Gohan. Yes, just walked over like this, and didn't shoot Sun Wufan, as if he didn't see Sun Wufan. Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, several question marks appeared on Keelan's bald head, with a confused look on his face. What happened? He didn't see Gohan, or what? Just as Keelan was done, Sun Wufan, who was so cold in his heart, was also too frightened to move. It was not until Yu walked in front front of Sun Wukong, who was seriously injured and half unconscious, that Sun Wufan mustered up his courage. He said angrily, "What do you want to do? My father is seriously injured. Do you want to kill him?" While Sun Wufan was talking, he ran towards Yi Yu, but at this moment, Yi Yu spread out her palm and grabbed a grey cloth bag on Sun Wukong's waist. "If you don't want your father to die, just stay where you are." Yi Yu picked up the cloth bag, said a word to Sun Wufan indifferently, and opened the cloth bag directly. From the beginning to the end, Yi Yu's eyes were always on the cloth bag, and he didn't even look at Sun Gohan. When Sun Wufan heard Yi Yu's word, he was full of puzzlement, but at this moment, his actions immediately stopped. What does teacher Yi Yu want to do? Do not know. At the same time, Tuz and Rap, who were flying towards this side, saw that Yi Yu was shaking the ordinary cloth bag in his hand, and it seemed that 3 things had been poured out of it. The 2 of them looked puzzled. Although Rap and Tuz didn't know what the 3 black dots were poured out by Yi Yu, Sun Gohan and Krillin recognized them at a glance. "Shando, what does that guy want to do?" After seeing Yi Yu pouring out the fairy beans brought by Sun Wukong, Kaylin was puzzled. Yes, on Yi Yu's palm, the object the size of a soybean is the fairy bean. Immortal beans have very rich effect. Not only can they satisfy hunger, but no matter what kind of injury, as long as there is one last breath left, eat a fairy bean and immediately become alive. There are only 3 left. Yi Yu looked at the 3 fairy beans in her palm and muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. In Dragon Ball, when Sun Wukong set off from Earth to Namek, he brought 5 fairy beans with him. It's just that Sun Wukong ate 2 fairy beans when he used supergravity to practice on the spaceship. When it finally reached Namek, there were only 3 left. Yi Yu glanced at the 3 fairy beans on the palm, and then glanced at the seriously injured Sun Wukong in front of him. I don't know how much combat power Sun Wukong can increase after eating this fairy bean. Then, under the surprised eyes of Keelan and Sun Wufan, Yi Yu directly took out a fairy bean and gave it to Sun Wukong. Ding! After Sun Wukong ate the fairy bean, his injuries recovered instantly, and Sun Wukong, who was in a semi-conscious state, immediately woke up. This is, seeing the dying Sun Wukong, suddenly the dragon and living creature stood up, and Rap and Toad seemed to have seen a ghost. Keelan and Sun Gohan looked at each other with a puzzled look, and then overjoyed. In any case, Yi Yu didn't kill Sun Wukong, which is the best thing for Keelan and Sun Wufan. Yeah, I almost died. After the recovery, Sun Wukong said to Yi Yu, thank you, I hurt you, you thanked me." Yi Yu stood up and said with a smile with an arc on the corner of his mouth, "No, I'm thanking you for not attacking Gohan. Ha ha." After Yi Yu let out a light laugh, her figure immediately rose into the air. That, seeing Yi Yu was about to leave, Sun Wukong immediately said aloud, "What wrong, Shando?" Sun Wukong scratched his cheek, looked at the empty grey cloth bag on the ground, and said a little embarrassedly, "Confiscation." After Yi Yu said something lightly, she flew directly towards where Rap and Tuz were. In the end, only the father and son of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan were left, staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. No confiscated. Not long after Yi Yu left, Kaylin immediately caught up. "Goku, are you alright?" Kaylin landed in front of Sun Wukong and said to Sun Wukong with a worried look on his face, "It's totally fine. Yi Yu has completely healed my injury with Immortal Bean. I didn't expect that Saiyan was a good person unexpectedly." Sun Wukong waved his fist and said to Kaylin, "Nice guy. Taking the opportunity to take away your 2 fairy beans is also a good person. By the way, why does that guy know that fairy beans have the function of healing?" Seeing Yi Yu's leaving back, Kaylin asked casually. "I don't know." Sun Gohan replied without hesitation. Indeed, Shando is a product of the Earth. It stands to reason that the universe people do not know the existence of Shando, and Vegeta did not know about Shando, but Yi Yu knew it. However, Keelan and Sun Wukong didn't think much about it, and quickly put the problem behind them. 2 fairy beans. Yi Yu, who was slowly flying above the sky, looked at the 2 fairy beans in her palm, and said with a satisfied expression, helping Sun Wukong improve his combat effectiveness. These 2 fairy beans are considered labor cost, although Yi Yu doesn't know yet how much Sun Wukong's combat power has increased. However, according to Yi Yu's guess, it should be more than 3 million combat power. After all, Sun Wukong's injury this time is more serious than the injury he suffered when fighting Ginyu in Dragon Ball. The physique of a Saiyan is that the heavier the injury, the more the combat power increases after recovery. In Dragon Ball, it was raised to 3 million, so this time, it is reasonable to say that it is more than 3 million. As for the specific amount, Yi Yu does not know. He doesn't have to be clear, as long as he can transform into a full Super Saiyan smoothly. After Yi Yu flew away from Sun Wukong and his son, he stopped not far from the battlefield where Vegeta and Guys were. Just between the battle between Yi Yu and Sun Wukong, the battle between Keith and Vegeta was also in full swing. At the same time, in Yi Yu's mind, the system's beep never stopped. At this time, on the battlefield of Vegeta and Guys, a lot of combat power attributes have been dropped, and those combat power attribute values are above 300. As long as the battle between Vegeta and Guys is over, over, Yu can directly collect all the fallen combat power attributes. Chapter 27 Combat Strength increased by 250,000. 3 more flowers. Chapter 27 Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 350. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 370. As Vegeta and Guise continued to fight fiercely, in Yu's mind there was a steady stream of mechanical prompt from the system. Damn, why the hell is Vegeta getting more and more feared? At first, Guise was in a state of suppression, but as the fighting time went on, he became more and more frightened. That kind of feeling is like Vegeta in battle, constantly growing. Wow! Just as Guise was thinking, he punched Vegeta's chest with a punch, but Vegeta immediately punched back with a punch. Under Vegeta's punch, Jistin spit out a mouthful of blood. Guise, who was already bruised and wounded, got a little more injured after receiving Vegeta's punch. Hateful. Juice wiped the corner of his mouth, and after seeing the bright red blood on the palm of his hand, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. Smash the ball. An angry Guise raised his palm, and in the next second, an energy ball instantly condensed on his palm. Over time, the energy ball grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short breaths, the energy ball on Juice's palm was the size of a basketball. Vegeta, go to me. After Jis condensed the smashing ball, just when he was about to use the smashing ball to deal with Vegeta, Haoran, who was below, took a step ahead of him and launched a powerful Qigong wave. Open black lens bracket afterburner close black lens bracket. Vegeta condensed all the energy in her body and gathered it on her palm, and the powerful energy instantly condensed into a huge beam of light which, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, swept directly towards Guise. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the afterburner attribute. Where's the afterburner? Hearing the system's word, Yu muttered to herself. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yu, Rap and Tooth, Vegeta's afterburner directly attacked Guise's body. Geese is not Yi Feather. He doesn't have the kind of strength that can resist Qigong wave. After being hit by Vegeta's afterburner, Guise's figure was instantly annihilated by light. Through the beam of light, I saw Guise's body, as if it was thick smoke straightened by the wind, turning into long red shadows. Hateful. In the end, amid the screams of Guise, together with the afterburner, an earth-shattering explosion was generated above the sky. Woohoo! Vegeta looked up at the sky, and after feeling that Guise's breath had completely disappeared, he was gasping for breath, and he was relieved. It finally over. At the same time, with the end of the battle between Vegeta and Guise, the sound of the system sounded in Yu's mind. Does the host charge the combat power attribute? Charge. Yu's voice just fell, and the system sounded a prompt again. Does the host charge afterburner attribute? After hesitating for a while, Yu said charge. Although Vegeta's afterburner is useless, but since the attribute of afterburner is drop, I will collect it first. Then, in Yu's field of vision, next to Vegeta in front of him, a large number of combat power attribute converged into a long river of golden tadpoles, lining up continuously towards Yu's body. Come together. 43.26 million, 43.27 million, 43.28 million. As the combat power attribute continued to gather towards Yu's body, the combat power attributes on the virtual screen in front of Yu kept beating. This moment lasted for nearly 10 seconds. With the last combat power attribute gathered in Yu's body, on the virtual screen in front of him, Yu's combat power has reached 43.51 million. In other words, the battle between Guise and Vegeta just now increased Yu's combat power by 250,000 in one go. Although 250,000 is nothing compared to more than 40 million, but 250,000 combat power is simply a terrifying figure. Even Ginyu has only 120,000 combat power. In addition, today's Yu already has the attribute of Zhuang Fist, which can directly double the combat power. 250,000 combat power. Under the magnification of 10 times the World King Fist, that is 2.5 million combat power. Is it an increase of 250,000 combat power? Not bad. Looking at the data on the screen, Yu looked satisfied. Then his eyes were placed on Vegeta over there. Being stared at by Yu like this, Vegeta seemed to have a feeling of being stared at by a beast. His heart jumped suddenly, and his body also pulled away from Yu like a conditioned reflex, staring at Yu with vigilance. Don't be so nervous. In order to thank you for your gift, let me tell you good news. That gift, Yu said, was naturally the attribute of combat power. If the battle between Vegeta and Lickum is added, Vegeta has provided Yu with nearly 300,000 combat power attribute in one day today. This is equivalent to the achievements of the warriors on the Yu spaceship in 10 days and a half month. Thank you for my gift. Vegeta didn't know what Yi Feather was talking about, but Yu didn't want to explain anything to Vegeta, but just said with a smile, Frieza has already won 7 Dragon Balls. What will he do next? You must know better than me. As soon as Yu said these words, Vegeta's face changed drastically as if she was in a daze. No, I almost forgot about it. Not long ago, Ginyu came over and snatched 7 Dragon Balls. In other words, Frieza has already obtained 7 Dragon Balls at this time. From Vegeta's point of view, once Frieza can summon a dragon and gain immortality, then Vegeta will never be able to stand out, and he will be trampled under his feet by Frieza for the rest of his life and ravaged at will. Hey, Kakarot! After thinking about Frieza, Vegeta was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Yu, and immediately supported her severely injured body, and flew towards the place where the three of Sun Wukong were below. The Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta coming over, Krillin looked wary. After all, his previous agreement with Vegeta was only to deal with the Genuit team. Now all the members of the Genuit team have been wiped out, so whether the partnership between Krillin and Vegeta can continue is still a question. At this moment, Sun Wukong took a step to stop Kaylin. Don't worry, Vegeta has no ill will towards us. Above the sky, Yu, who was standing in the sky, looked at the round of Vegeta and Sun Wukong below, and the corner of his mouth went, "Okay, let me see how you guys deal with Frieza." Chapter 28 Going to the Frieza Spaceship. Chapter 28 Even though the Saiyan blood in Yu's body is constantly urging him to fight Frieza, but compared to fighting Frieza, Yu still hopes to stand on the battlefield of Frieza and Sun Wukong, and collect the combat power attribute dropped by the two when they fight. Lord Yu, what shall we do next? Are we really going to find Frieza? Just after Vegeta left, Rap asked Yu. Rap's voice trembled especially when the name Frieza was mentioned. If you are afraid, you can go back first. Hearing Yu's word, Rap's neck drank slightly, shut up, and said nothing. Rap knew that if he continued, he would only anger Yu, and he would not do such a stupid thing. Just as Yu and Rap were talking, Sun Wukong brought Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin towards this side. Yu, we're going to deal with Frieza next. Do you want to join us? It is said that Frieza is a big bad guy. If he leaves it alone, the planet will be destroyed by him. Sun Wukong flew to a place 10 feet away from Yu and stopped, and said to Yu, judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to cooperate with Yu. But after Yu heard Sun Wukong's word, his brows suddenly twitched, and then he said, I think you just want to fight Frieza, right? As soon as Yu said this, Krillin and Vegeta were shocked, and Sun Wukong also whispered, not good, I suppose. Goku, do you really just want to fight that Frieza? Kakarot, don't do such a stupid thing. Frieza's power is unfathomable. If you fight him with this kind of thought, then you are courting death. Hearing the reprimands of Krillin and Vegeta, Sun Wukong immediately scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said with a smile, actually, there is such a meaning in it. Vegeta, Yu, both of you are Saya. Don't you guys want to fight Frieza? After hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, Kaylin's face changed. Vegeta was furious, then pointed at Yu and scolded Sun Wukong. Kakarot, don't be too naive. Then Frieza might be better than this Saiyan. Boy, pay attention to the attitude of you and our Lord Yu. What, that Saiyan? This is Lord Yu. Rap behind Yu heard Vegeta pointing at Yu and said, that's Saiyan. Rap immediately scolded Vegeta in order to protect Yu. Hearing Rap's scolding, Vegeta was instantly furious, but due to Yu's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to attack, so he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Rap. After Yu stopped Rap for a while, she said to Sun Wukong and the others, Vegeta is right, and Frieza's combat power is indeed better than mine. Yu's current combat power is 43.51 million, while Frieza's full power combat power is 120 million. Comparing this first, Frieza's combat power is indeed higher than that of Yu. Of course, the premise is that Yu does not use Kai Wong Fist. If Yu used 10 times the World King Fist, then the combat power would reach more than 400 million, which would naturally be higher than Frieza. At this time, after Sun Wukong, Kaylin, and Sun Wukong heard Yu's word, they all took a deep breath. Then Frieza's combat power is even higher. How strong Yu's fighting power is, Kaylin and Sun Wukong can see it in their eyes, and Sun Wukong has personally experienced it. Under the circumstance that Sun Wukong displayed 4 times the King's Fist, he was still easily killed by Yu. In the eyes of Krillin and Sun Gohan, Yu's strength is already terrifying enough, but Frieza's fighting power is still above Yi Feather. What kind of power is Frieza? Dad. Sun Wukong seemed to want to persuade Sun Wukong, looked up at Sun Wukong and said something nervous. Gohan, don't worry, after eating that fairy bean, my strength has increased a lot. Yu, if I fight you again, I won't necessarily lose to you. Sun Wukong touched Sun Wukong's small mind, clenched his fist tightly with the other hand, and said confidently to Yu. Yu knew that Sun Wukong was not talking big. At this time, Sun Wukong's combat power has soared to more than 3 million after eating the fairy beans and recovering from a serious injury. If it is combined with 10 times and 20 times the World King Fist, then Sun Wukong's combat power will reach 30 million or 60 million, and Yu's panel combat power is only 43.51 million. In this comparison, Sun Wukong didn't say much. Of course, what Sun Wukong didn't know was that Yu would also use Kai Wong Fist. After a short pause, Sun Wukong said to Kaylin and Sun Wuhan, don't forget, we came to Namek this time to resurrect Piccolo and the others. If we don't defeat Frieza, Frieza, we shouldn't be able to take back the Dragon Ball. After Sun Wukong said the name, a gloomy look appeared in Sun Wuhan's eyes. Originally, Sun Wufan wanted to persuade Sun Wukong not to go to Frieza, but when he thought of Piccolo at this time, the thought in Sun Wufan's heart disappeared. If you want to resurrect Bixang, you must take back the Dragon Ball. This is the thought in Sun Gohan's mind. Goku. At this time, Kaylin's tone was also a little softer. Alright then, let's go get the Dragon Balls from Frieza together. After hesitating for a while, Kaylin's face also showed a firm look. Whatever you want, our cooperation is to defeat Frieza anyway. Seeing Sun Wukong's gaze, Vegeta folded her arms and said arrogantly, what about you, Yi Yu? Do you want to cooperate with us? Sun Wukong finally looked at Yi Yu. Sun Wukong has personally experienced Yi Yu's rank. In Sun Wukong's opinion, if Yi Yu's help is available, the probability of defeating Frieza will be much higher. I'm not interested in Frieza, but I'm more interested in how you guys deal with Frieza. Does this make any difference? Hearing Yi Yu's word, Kaylin and Sun Gohan looked at each other. Yoshi, then let's go to Frieza, but before that, we need to heal Vegeta's injury. While speaking, Sun Wukong looked at Yi Yu. There is no doubt that Sun Wukong wants Yi Yu to take out fairy beans for Vegeta to eat. Want fairy bean? No. Yi Yu turned her head away, as if she didn't know what to do. Don't worry, Frieza's spaceship has medical equipment. I can recover wherever I go. Then Sun Wukong and Vegeta and his party flew directly in the direction of Frieza's spaceship. But after Sun Wukong and his party left, Yi Yu brought Toth and Rap to follow. End of this chapter. Ask for flower. Chapter 29 7 Dragon Ball. Chapter 29 Namek. Call out. 4 milky white light clusters above the sky, like rays of light, flew past at an astonishing speed, and not far behind these 4 white light clusters, followed by 3 light clusters. The 3 white light clusters at the back were naturally Yi Yu, Rap, and 2 down. Rap, who was beside Yi Yu, watched the 4 light clusters in front of him suddenly slow down and landed on a land somewhere below, and he immediately said aloud. After Yi Yu and the 3 approached, they saw a disc-shaped spaceship on the land below. This spaceship is naturally the one that Frieza was on. Here, Frieza's spaceship. Yi Yu stopped, stood in the sky, stared at the spaceship below, and said a word to Rap and Tooz in a flat tone. Tooz is okay. After all, he is young and knows Frieza, and he doesn't know Frieza's horror. But Rap is different. Before he joined Yi Yu's subordinate, he was in the universe, and the name of Frieza was very familiar. This is that Frieza's spaceship. Rap stared at the disc-shaped spaceship below in horror. While speaking, his throat tightened a little, and he couldn't help swallowing saliva. Don't worry, Frieza is not here now. Yi Yu saw Rap's terrified appearance, and after comforting the other party, his eyes were directed in the direction of a powerful energy reaction on the detector. There is no doubt that the powerful energy reaction that appeared on the Night Feather detector was exactly Frieza. Moreover, Yi Feather also knew that Frieza at this time should be fighting with Naru, the guardian of the Great Elder, in order to obtain how to use the Dragon Ball. Spot the intruder. Spot the intruder. Just as Yi Yu was looking at the end of her field of vision, a red alert suddenly appeared in Frieza's spaceship below. Immediately afterward, groups of spacemen in battle armor lined up from Frieza's spaceship, and their target of attack was the group of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who landed first. Attack. After recognizing Vegeta, the Cosmic Man at the head ordered a group of subordinates to attack Sun Wukong and Vegeta without saying a word. Shish. Bang bang bang. The weapons that gathered energy in the hands of the cosmic people seemed like pistols, constantly firing at Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others. It's just that the shots are not bullets, but energy balls, or energy beams. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get combat power attribute 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get combat power attribute 24. Just as Frieza's subordinates attacked Vegeta and Sun Wukong's group, Yi Yu's mind recalled the mechanical sound of the system. At the same time, a large number of combat power attribute continued to drop. It's just a pity that Frieza's subordinates have low combat power, the highest being around 3000. When they launch an attack, the combat power attribute they drop is also quite low. Hey, I'm here to find Frieza. I have no grudge against you. If you attack again, I'll fight back. In the face of the constant attack from Frieza's men, Sun Wukong has been dodging and dodging from the left. This guy Kakarot, he's all here, and he's still talking about this. Compared to Monkey King, Vegeta is not so easy to talk about. I saw a figure flashing in the crowd in an instant, and every time it flashed, there would be a cosmic person who was bombarded and killed by Vegeta on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 340. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 350. After Vegeta shot, Krillin and Son Gohan also shot one after another. 10 seconds later, hundreds of Frieza's subordinates who originally surrounded Sun Wukong and Vegeta all lay on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Does the host charge the combat power attribute? Just after Sun Wukong and Vegeta's group killed all of Frieza's subordinates, the system prompt sounded again in Yi Yu's mind. Charge. Although this kind of petty battle is much worse than the battle between Vegeta and the Genuit team. It is better than nothing. Vijay's combat power. If you don't pick it up, you won't pick it up. As soon as Yiyu's voice fell, the combat attributes of Vegeta, Sun Wukong and the others on the battlefield were lined up in a long river of scriptures, and they continued to gather in Yiyu's body. After all the combat power attributes were gathered into Yiyu's body, Yiyu's combat power rose from 43.51 million to 43.55 million. In other words, the short battle in front of him just now gave Yiyu an increase of more than 40,000 combat power attribute. Lord Yiyu, do we want to go down? At this time, Rap asked Yiyu aloud after seeing that Son Gohan and his party had cleared all the obstacles. No, we'll just come and watch the show this time. Just as Yiyu and Rap were talking, Vegeta and Sun Wukong and the others made an explanation, and then dragged their severely injured body into Frieza's spaceship. Judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to use the medical equipment in Frieza's spaceship to heal his wound. Gohan. Not long after Vegeta entered the Frieza spaceship, Krillin over there gave Vegeta a vigilant look, and then said to Son Gohan, bring out the radar. The radar that Krillin mentioned here is naturally the Dragon Ball radar. After listening to Krillin's words, Sun Wuhan took out a piece the size of a slap, like a watch, and this thing is the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma. After Sun Wukong gently pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar, light began to flash on the Dragon Ball radar screen. This is, seeing that the 7 rays of light on the radar gathered together, Krillin and Son Gohan were overjoyed. Very close. Krillin and Son Gohan glanced at each other, then followed the location indicated on the radar and began to search for the whereabouts of Dragon Ball. After a while, on an open space below the Frieza spaceship, Son Gohan found the place indicated by the radar. Right here. Sun Wukong pointed to the refurbished soil on the ground, and said to Kaylin with an excited expression, what are they doing? Do not know. At this time, Toph and Rap above the sky looked at the actions of Son Gohan and Krillin on the ground below, and they looked puzzled. Although Toph and Rap didn't know what Krillin and Son Gohan were doing, Yiyu knew. Dragon Ball. Yiyu murmured something. At this moment, after Keelan and Sun Wufan below dug the ground, Howran revealed several basketball-sized glass balls with different stars under the ground. This glass ball is nothing but the Dragon Ball of Namek. End of this chapter. If you ask for flowers every day, please cast them if you have flowers. Thank you. Chapter 30 Trading with Monkey King. 2 more flowers for collection. Chapter 30 Why is Dragon Ball buried here? After Son Gohan and Kaylin dug up all the 7 Dragon Balls buried on the ground, Son Gohan asked with a puzzled look, who knows? In this way, you can summon Shenlong and resurrect Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. Krillin clapped his hand, put his hands on his hip, stared at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him, and said excitedly, naturally, this Dragon Ball was ordered by Ginyu to be buried here before he left the Frieza spaceship. Originally, Ginyu thought that if Dragon Ball was buried here, no one would find out. But what Ginyu didn't expect was that on Earth, Boomer invented Dragon Ball radar. With Dragon Ball radar, Son Gohan, Krillin and others naturally found the Dragon Ball buried here by Ginyu very easily. What are those glass beads? Rap had never seen or heard of Dragon Ball, and when he saw Son Gohan and Krillin dug out the 7 basketball-sized glass beads, Rap looked curious. Yiyu didn't answer Rap's question. He just watched silently as Son Gohan and Kaylin moved the 7 Dragon Balls to an empty area. Hey, we're going to summon the dragon next, so let go. Son Gohan waved his hands and shouted at Yiyu and Rap. Dragon? What is that? Hearing Son Gohan's cry, Rap became more and more curious. A dragon that can grant any wish. After hearing what Son Gohan said, Yiyu stared at the 7 Dragon Balls and muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. Want money? In the past 20 years, Yiyu's power has collected a lot of money in the universe, and it does not need Shenlong to achieve it. Want a body that never dies? Carrick 2. Zamath. Those who wished to the dragon for eternal life did not end well. Want combat power? Yiyu has a pickup attribute system, which can be upgraded by himself. After thinking about it for a long time, Yiyu realized that she had no wish that needed Shenlong's help. Just as Yiyu was thinking, his figure has slowly landed toward Frieza's spaceship below. Come out, Shenlong. After seeing Yiyu and Rap move away, Krillin immediately walked up to the 7 Dragon Balls and shouted loudly. But then, the imaginary scene where the dragon appeared in the dark clouds did not happen. Ow. After seeing the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him without any reaction, Klein looked puzzled. I'll try again. After Klein said something embarrassed to Sun Wufan, he shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls again. Come out, Shenlong. At this time, Rap and Tooth, who were behind Yiyu, looked at each other when they saw that Kaylin was constantly shouting the lines of the second. Although Rap and Tooth did not speak, the expressions on their faces seemed to read, what is this person doing? Afraid not to be a fool. Strange. What the hell is going on? Why didn't the dragon come out? Krillin rubbed his head and tried to think about what was going on. Just then, Sun Wukong came out of the spaceship. Oh, Dragon Ball. Although the 7 Dragon Balls in front of them are different in size is from the 7 Dragon Balls on the earth. But Sun Wukong still recognized the 7 Dragon Balls at a glance. Wukong, the 7 Dragon Balls can't summon the dragon. What going on? Is there something wrong? Seeing Sun Wukong coming over, Kaylin said with a headache, I'll let you know. As soon as Kaylin's voice fell, Yu flew over and said aloud. After hearing Yu's word, the eyes of Kaylin, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan all fell on Yu's body. Really? That great. Thank you for your willingness to help us. After hearing Yu's word, Sun Wukong didn't even think about it, and said to Yu with a grateful expression. But before Sun Wukong finished speaking, Kaylin stopped Sun Wukong and stared at Yu with a vigilant look. Wukong. Although Kaylin didn't say much, Yu saw the vigilant expression on Kaylin's face and knew that Kaylin was afraid that he would take the opportunity to steal the Dragon Ball. After all, Dragon Ball is so powerful that any wish can come true. As long as people who know Dragon Ball, there are very few people who don't play the idea of Dragon Ball. On the other hand, for Kaylin, Yu just met by chance and didn't have too many intersections. Naturally, he wouldn't trust Yu so easily. I see. Don't you believe me? In that case, let's make a deal. I'll tell you why you can't summon the dragon. And Sun Wukong, you promise me one thing. As soon as Yu said this, the vigilant look on Kaylin's face retreated a little. A person who is not very familiar with you takes the initiative to help you. You may be alert to whether this person has any purpose, and thus remain vigilant. But if that person and you put forward clear conditions, then you will naturally be less wary. You said, as long as it's not against my original wishes. Before Kaylin could stop him, Sun Wukong immediately agreed to Yu's deal without any hesitation. It's very simple. Now go deal with Frieza with me. As soon as Yu said these words, the expressions of Sun Wufan and Kaylin changed drastically. In the eyes of Krillin and Sun Gohan, now that the Dragon Balls have been obtained, there is absolutely no need to provoke that Frieza. Krillin and Sun Gohan were naturally unwilling to agree to Yu's condition, but Sun Wukong slammed into each other with one punch and one palm, and said with a look of fighting intent, okay, I promise you, Goku, Dad. After hearing Sun Wukong's word, Krillin and Sun Wufan were extremely entangled, but Sun Wukong said confidently, don't worry, everything will be fine. After seeing Sun Wukong's agreement, Yu's mouth rolled into an R, and then said, it's actually very simple. Namek Dragon Ball needs Namek code to be summoned. Hearing Yu's word, Kaylin and Sun Wufan were both overjoyed, and then asked aloud, what about the code? Do not know. At this moment, Kaylin and Sun Wuhan seemed to have 10 million alpacas racing in their heart. I sow. What kind of answer is this? Doesn't this answer mean no answer? In fact, there is no need for Yu to tell Sun Gohan and Kaylin. In Dragon Ball, after the two of Krillin and Sun Gohan were unable to summon the dragon, they also thought that it may be that the dragon of Namek needs a special code, and Yu just reminded Krillin and Sun Gohan a little. Of course, on the other hand, even if Yu didn't trade with Sun Wukong, Frieza would follow him here in a while. Yu just wanted to make Sun Wukong and Frieza fight quickly. Instead of waiting here for Frieza to come, it better to take the initiative to find Frieza. End of this chapter. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Chapter 31 Obtaining Chi Perception Attribute 3 more flowers. Chapter 31 Although Sun Wukong felt a little bit trapped by Yu in his heart, he came to Frieza's spaceship and was originally going to fight Frieza. The condition given by Yu is to let Sun Wukong go to Frieza to fight. Strictly speaking, it is not a pit. Sun Wukong pressed his leg, twisted his waist, and after a little bit of exercise, he said to Yu, okay, since I have promised you, then I will go with you. Goku. Krillin just wanted to speak out against Sun Wukong, but before Krillin finished his words, Sun Wukong followed Yu into the sky. Krillin, Gohan, you two stay here. After all, a powerful air mass erupted from the bodies of Sun Wukong and Yu, and flew quickly in the direction of Frieza. Lord Yu, Mr. Yu. After Yu and Sun Wukong left, Rapunzel immediately chased after them. Krillin sang, what shall we do next? The dragon can't be summoned. After Yu and Sun Wukong and the others all left, Sun Wufan looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him and asked Kaylin helplessly, Code. Hearing Sun Wufan's question, Kaylin silently recited 2 words from Yu before. Just then, Kaylin's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Since the 7 Dragon Balls were created by the Great Elder, if you ask the Great Elder, he will definitely know what the secret code is. Krillin said to Sun Wufan with a look of joy. Yes, you must know what the Great Elder said. Sun Wufan was overjoyed. Then, Gohan, wait here, I'll go find the Elder, and come back immediately after asking for the code. After Kaylin greeted Sun Wufan, a powerful white air mass erupted from his body in vain, and his body turned into a streamer, and flew directly towards the direction of the Great Elder. What the matter? Why is Frieza's anger in this direction? Not long after Klein flew into the sky, he felt the powerful and evil aura of Frieza from the direction of the Elder for a long time. Kaylin had a solemn look on his face, but he didn't think much about it, and flew directly into the distance. Just as Krillin flew toward Frieza, Rapunzel had already caught up with Yu and Sun Wukong. What are you two doing here? Yu frowned slightly when he saw Rap and Tuz coming over. The place he's going now is where Frieza is. After a while, Sun Wukong and Frieza fought. With the meager fighting strength of both Tuz and Rap, I am afraid that even the aftermath can wipe them out in an instant. According to Yu's plan, Rap and Tuz should stay on the Frieza spaceship. Mr. Yu, I want to be with you. Hearing Tosa's word, Yu's face was speechless. If you were a girl, the key is a boy. Now that he's here, Yu didn't say anything more to Rap and Tuz. As time went by, the distance from Yu and Sun Wukong's group, and the place where Frieza was located, was getting closer and closer. As this Frieza's anger, after Sun Wukong sensed the huge chi of Frieza in front of him through his chi perception ability, the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth suddenly evoked a confident "R." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the chi perception attribute. Just after Sun Wukong used the ability of chi perception, Yu's mind immediately sounded the system's mechanical prompt sound. Hearing the system's voice, Yu said in her heart, the chi perception attribute is finally here. Previously, when Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin fought against the Genuit team, they also used the ability to sense chi. It's just a pity that the system did not drop the attribute of chi perception at that time. After all, the probability of the system dropping the ability attribute is 1 in 5. It can't be the same as the time pause ability attribute every time, and it can be sent into the soul. However, when Sun Wukong uses his chi perception ability, he has dropped the chi perception attribute, which is not too late. May I ask if the host picks up the chi perception attribute? Charge. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the chi perception attribute drop from Sun Wukong's body was directly submerged into Yu's body. In the next second, the attribute of chi perception appeared on the system screen. After obtaining the chi perception ability attribute, Yu couldn't wait to use the chi perception ability. With the opening of Chi perception, an invisible field of vision instantly covered the entire Namek. In this vision, Yu saw a lot of air masses. Those air masses, big and small. Among them, the closest to Yu were Rap, Tuz, and the air mass of Sun Wukong. Among Yu's aura perception, Tosa's air mass is the smallest, followed by Sun Wukong, and the largest is Rap. The size of the air mass, to some extent, reflects a person's combat effectiveness. Of course, this is not to say that Rap's combat power is higher than that of Sun Wukong, but that Sun Wukong suppressed the chi in his body, causing his air mass to shrink. Therefore, in Yu's chi perception, Sun Wukong's air mass is smaller than that of Rap. Is this the ability to perceive chi? It's really convenient. Yu murmured to himself with a look of satisfaction. Frieza doesn't seem to be as powerful as he thought. Just when Yu was still experiencing the ability to perceive chi, Sun Wukong casually said such a sentence. At this time, when Rap on the side heard Sun Wukong's word, he couldn't help but complained in his heart. What? Frieza is not wrong. You probably don't know the horror of Frieza. Although Rap thought that Sun Wukong was talking big, Yu didn't think so. Therefore, at this time, Frieza's anger was indeed not very strong. Monkey King, you'd better not underestimate Frieza. As far as I know, Frieza has 3 transformations, and each transformation can greatly improve the combat effectiveness. Hearing Yu's words, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Ah, you really know Frieza." Just when Yu was thinking about how to prevaricate Sun Wukong's word, Rap on the side said angrily, "Of course, we Yu have been investigating Frieza these years." Hearing Rap word, Yu secretly praised in his heart, "Well said, Rap. If it wasn't for Rap word, Yu would have to find another reason. After all, he can't tell Sun Wukong that the reason why he knows Frieza so well is because he has passed through." Chapter 32 The First Battle of Frieza, 4 More Flowers. Chapter 32 The battlefield where Namek, Frieza and Naru are located. After some fighting, Naru was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground, and Frieza unscathed. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Frieza looked condescendingly at Nelu, who was slumped to the ground, with scars all over his body. The corners of his mouth rolled up, and he said jokingly, "Drop, drop." At this moment, on the detector that Frieza was wearing, several energy responses suddenly appeared. After seeing this change on the detector, Frieza was slightly surprised, and then his gaze shifted from Naru's body to the detector. 1, 2, there are 4 in total. Are there 4 mice rushing towards this side? Looking at the detector, after 4 energy responses appeared, Frieza smiled lightly, then turned to look behind him. "I saw 4 white air masses above the sky in the distance, flying towards this side at an alarming speed." Shish. Not long after, the 4 white air masses turned into streams of light, fell from the sky, and landed directly on the battlefield where Frieza and Naru were. Then, in Frieza's field of vision, 4 figures appeared. These 4 figures are none other than Yu and Sun Wukong. Frieza. Before Yu could speak, Rap behind him stared at Frieza in front of him and shivered. Not a Namekian. Just as Yu and Sun Wukong looked at Frieza, Frieza also stared at Yu and Sun Wukong. After seeing that the person who came was not a Namekian, Frieza's expression changed slightly. But that's all. After all, in Frieza's view, no matter who the person is, in his eyes, it is no different from a little little bug. Are you Frieza? The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth raised a confident arc, stared at Frieza, and said neither saltily nor lightly. Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Frieza's eyes immediately fell on Sun Wukong. Looking at the face of Sun Wukong, Frieza was slightly taken aback. This face, I seem to have seen it somewhere. It him. After a few seconds, a face in Frieza's mind immediately overlapped with Monkey King. This face is none other than Monkey King's father Bardock. Before Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta 24 years ago, Sun Wukong's father Bardock was cursed to see the future. In the future, Bardock sees planet Vegeta destroyed. In order to prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta, Bardock singled out Frieza Core. It's a pity that in the end, Frieza was not able to stop Frieza from destroying planet Vegeta. It's exactly the same as that Saiyan's fate. Frieza recalled the destruction of planet Vegeta, as if he had remembered something happy, and then looked at the two Saiyans, Yu and Sun Wukong, and said with a playful expression, I really didn't think of it. In addition to Vegeta, there are still living Saiyans. After saying this, the expression on Frieza's face gradually disappeared, and the next second it turned into a murderous intent. All Saiyans deserve to die. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, his figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared the next second, he was already in front of Yu, and he punched Yu's head casually. Judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to kill Yu, the Saiyan, first, and then kill the familiar Saiyan, Sun Wukong. Boom. But what Frieza didn't expect was that just when his fist was about to hit Yu suddenly opened his palm and caught Frieza's fist. Due to the movements of Frieza and Yu, the speed was too fast, so that neither Wrap nor Toss Over there could react. When they reacted, they only saw that Frieza appeared in front of Yu at some point, and even shot Yu, but Frieza's attack was blocked by Yu. So fast, completely invisible. Is this the strength of that cosmic Emperor Frieza? It's really amazing. However, Lord Naiu seems to have seen through Frieza's attack. Just as Wrap and Tooz were surprised by the brief fight between Frieza and Yu just now, Naru, who was lying on the ground over there, felt a storm in his heart. Who is this person? Why can he block Frieza's attack? Just how strong Frieza is, Naru can't be more clear. He fought Frieza just now, and it was a complete defeat. No matter what kind of attack he launched, it had absolutely no effect on Frieza. Instead, Frieza just punched him casually, and his bones seemed to fall apart. But now, this strange man can actually catch Frieza's attack, and Naru is naturally shocked. Oh, it's quite powerful. It can actually block my blow. At the same time, when Frieza saw Yi Feather blocking his attack, his face also showed an expression of interest. Frieza has absolute confidence in his own strength. The punch just now, although not using 1% of the power, but even so, it can kill people with a combat power of less than 50,000. When Frieza spoke, he wanted to pull his fist out of Yu's palm, but at this moment, he saw a huge force coming from Yu's palm. The power seemed to be like iron tongue. It was firmly clamped on his fist. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull out the fist. After using the dark force twice, unable to draw his fist out, the playful look on Frieza's face disappeared completely, replaced by a touch of anger. This guy, Frieza's first form, has only 530,000 combat power, while Yu has 43.51 million combat power. In his first form, Frieza was naturally no match for Night Feather. Frieza, don't get the wrong person. Your opponent is him. Yu looked at Frieza, who was gnashing his teeth. After pointing at Sun Wukong and saying something coldly, he let go of his palm. And after Frieza got out of trouble, he immediately distanced himself from Yu. Yes, your opponent is me. After Sun Wukong slammed into each other with a fist and a fist, he said to Frieza with a look of fighting intent. So that's the case. The stinky monkey who thinks he has some strength is trying to challenge me, King Frieza. Frieza secretly clenched his still painful fist, then stared at Yu and Sun Wukong, and said with a look of disdain. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, Sun Wukong said aloud, Frieza, transform yourself. End of this chapter. Begging for a wave of flower. Chapter 33, Frieza's transformation. One more flower. Chapter 33, Frieza, transform. As soon as Sun Wukong said this, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he laughed. You know very well, even I know that I can transform. In order to control his overpowering power, Frieza weakened his combat power to a level that he could control, so he usually remained in the first form. Even among Frieza's many subordinates, there are very few people who know that he can transform. But now, Sun Wukong, who met for the first time, knew that he could transform. Frieza was naturally a little surprised. Originally, Sun Wukong didn't know that Frieza could transform, but on the way, Yu told Sun Wukong that Frieza had 3 transformations. After Frieza was a little surprised, she closed her eyes again and let out bursts of intimidating laughter. Hearing Frieza's laughter, Yu and Sun Wukong were fine, while Wrap on the side had a feeling of numbness in his scalp. It was as if he heard the laughter of a demon. What's so funny? Seeing Frieza laughing all the time, Sun Wukong said impatiently. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, Frieza slowly opened his closed eyes, put his feet together, stood up in a very gentleman's posture, and then said with a smile, okay, I promise you to transform, it's just just that. Having said that, Frieza paused for a while, then changed the conversation, and continued, everyone who has seen my transformation has died in the end. You have to make up your mind. Stinky monkey. What? After Frieza uttered the word, stinky monkey, with murderous intent, he took a stand, clenched his fist, and tightened his muscles. As Frieza's roar came out, a powerful wave of air rushed out of his body in an instant. Under the impact of this powerful air wave, Rap, Tooth, and Neilu, who had collapsed on the ground and was seriously injured, were instantly blown away by this powerful air wave. Thesis: this Frieza's rank. Rap, who was flying upside down, changed his face greatly after he felt such a powerful aura from Frieza. At the same time, the ground beneath Frieza's feet seemed to have been hit by a huge force, and the entire huge mountain collapsed in an instant. Frieza, the process of transforming for the first time did not last long. After more than 10 seconds, the powerful air wave gradually subsided. At this time, Rap and Tooth, who had stabilized their bodies, both changed their expressions after seeing Frieza's form in the distance. I saw that Frieza, who was originally petite, had grown a lot taller, as if he was a small giant. At the same time, Sun Wukong removed his arms that resisted the air wave, and he was surprised when he saw Frieza's form in front of him. Ah, the shape has changed a lot. Seeing the surprised expression on Sun Wukong's face, Frieza thought that Sun Wukong was afraid, and immediately let out a smug laugh. It's not just the body shape that has changed. After Frieza said something, he clenched his fist lightly. Suddenly, a powerful air wave centered on Frieza and instantly swept the audience. The originally fragmented mountains all around, under the impact of this air wave, disappeared without a trace in an instant, and were finally submerged by the sea. Yu and Sun Wukong were fine, but Rap and Tooth in the distance were far different from Frieza in their strength. Under the impact of this powerful air wave, they were like a small boat in the sea. There is a possibility of being blown away by the air waves at any time. Is this the real strength of Frieza? It's really scary. Rap tried his best to keep his figure from being blown away by the air wave, staring at Frieza in the second form with a solemn expression, and said in a heavy tone. At the same time, Sun Wukong was amazed after feeling the huge chi in Frieza's body. Sure enough, it's not just the size, the chi has also increased many times in an instant. Frieza's second form, the combat power directly reached more than 1 million. If it is Sun Wukong who has just descended on Namek, even if he uses 10 times the Kaiwang fist, he will not be able to beat Frieza in this form. But after some training by Yu, Sun Wukong's current combat power is more than 3 million. It's more than enough to deal with Friashana in his second form. Sun Wukong, I'll leave it to you here. Although Yu also wants to fight Frieza, his main purpose is to collect the combat power attribute dropped by Frieza and Sun Wukong when they fight. After Yu greeted Sun Wukong, she flew directly into the distance. Want to go? Who do you think I am? Frieza. You want to come and want to go. Naturally, Frieza couldn't just watch Yu leave like this. While speaking, the long tail behind Frieza's back seemed like a giant python turning into a black shadow, and at an astonishing speed, it attacked Yi feather above the sky. At this moment, Sun Wukong's figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared in the next second, he was already in the middle of Frieza and Yu. The moment Frieza's tail fell, Sun Wukong's fists were crossed in front of him, forcibly blocking Frieza's tail strike. Nani? Frieza saw that the attack of his second form was actually blocked by Sun Wukong, and Frieza's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. You know, after he displays his second form, his combat power exceeds 1 million. Even if the blow just now didn't use all his power, even Ginyu, the one he valued most, could kill him in an instant. Your opponent is me. Sun Wukong waved his hands suddenly, and after flicking Frieza's tail off, the corners of his mouth rolled up, and he said to Frieza with a smile, "Ding, congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 10,000. At this moment, Yu's mind suddenly sounded the mechanical sound of the system. 10,000. After hearing the data broadcast by the system, Yu was overjoyed. Frieza is currently only in his second form, and any attack will increase Yu's combat power by 10,000. If Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan and Frieza fights with full power, how much combat power will be dropped? Yu thinks about it and is extremely excited. Does the host charge the combat power attribute? Charge. Yu responded to the system while staying away from the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Frieza were. End of this chapter. Daily begging for flowers. Ha ha ha. Chapter 34 Monkey King vs Frieza. 2 more flowers. And LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture. And LT. Font and GT. Chapter 34. After collecting the 10,000 combat power attribute, Yu's combat power attributes changed from 43.51 million to 43.52 million. At this time, Yu's figure also stopped at a distance of nearly 1,000 meters from the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Frieza were. Let's collect combat power attribute here. After Yu said a word, his eyes fell on Sun Wukong and Frieza in front of him. At this moment, Frieza's face drew closer. Although he doesn't have the ability to perceive chi, and he doesn't know how big the chi of Sun Wukong is, he is not a fool either. After the brief battle with Sun Wukong just now, Frieza knew that the strength of the Saiyan in front of him was not under his second form. It turns out that it's no wonder that he is so arrogant. He dares to take the initiative to run in front of me. It seems that he has some strength. With a hoarse voice, Frieza spoke to Sun Wukong in a hoarse voice. While he was talking, the long tail behind him, like a mechanical arm, shrank rapidly, and after it shortened to a certain extent, it slapped heavily on the rock below him. Immediately, the rock turned into powder and fell towards the sea below. Call out. The moment the rock fell into the sea, Frieza's figure disappeared. Before the rock really fell into the sea, Frieza's figure had already appeared behind Sun Wukong, and the huge arm swung directly at Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong, who was originally motionless, suddenly turned around and punched Frieza's arm hard. Immediately afterward, the fists of Sun Wukong and Frieza slammed together. At this moment, there was a violent collision of stones in the sky. Moreover, on the surface of the water under the two of them, it seemed to have been hit by a huge invisible force, and the huge waves rolled. Whispering sound. After Frieza saw that Sun Wukong blocked his attack again, his mouth suddenly grinned and chattered. Shish! Bang bang bang! Immediately afterward, the figures of Sun Wukong and Frieza, just above the sea and the sky, kept flashing back and forth, and every time they flashed, it must be a fierce collision. And in EU's mind over there is a steady stream of sound, the system's mechanical prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 10,086. Watching Sun Wukong and Frieza keep dropping combat power attribute, Yu felt ecstatic in her heart. You must know that the attribute values dropped by Frieza and Sun Wukong when they fight are above 10,000. In other words, every time Sun Wukong or Frieza attack, Yu's combat power would increase by more than 10,000. From just now until now, in just a few seconds, Sun Wukong and Frieza have attacked each other more than 10 times, and Yu also gained more than 100,000 combat power attribute from it. Very good. At this rate, I am afraid that before I transform into a Super Saiyan, my basic combat power can reach 100 million. Yu watched the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza, and a fiery flame burst out in his eye of light. What is the concept of having a basic combat power of 100 million? You know, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat power is directly multiplied by 50 times. In other words, if Yu's basic combat power reaches 100 million, he becomes a Super Saiyan, and his combat power directly soars to 5 billion. Super Saiyan has 5 billion combat power in the first age, which is quite a terrifying figure. After all, in Dragon Ball, when Sun Wukong just turned into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was only 150 million. In Yu's mind, the battle between Frieza and Sun Wukong was still going on very intensely. Call out. Boom! After a warm-up exercise, Sun Wukong's combat power was gradually increasing. After Sun Wukong's combat power increased to a certain level, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Before Frieza could react, Sun Wukong kicked Frieza in the face. At that moment, Frieza's face was deformed, and then the huge body, like a cannonball, flew upside down, and finally fell into the sea below. That's amazing. This man, even Frieza can fly. Rap was surprised when he saw Sun Wukong suppress Frieza. As for Toss, after hesitating for a moment, his gaze shifted from Sun Wukong to Yu over there. Not long after Frieza fell into the sea, a purple light suddenly flashed in the sea. In the next second, the seawater above the sea surface instantly became a hemispherical bulge, as if a huge monster was about to appear under the seawater. Just after the seawater swelled to the limit, Frieza's huge body burst out of the water, flew above the sky, and finally stopped not far from Sun Wukong. Frieza touched the face that Sun Wukong kicked. The one you hit just now, it really hurt. Stinky monkey. After Frieza cursed angrily, a powerful air mass erupted from his body and charged directly at Sun Wukong. Really? I'm sorry. One more kick. Just as Frieza rushed over, Sun Wukong kicked Frieza again, so fast. After feeling the astonishing speed of Sun Wukong, Frieza's face changed suddenly, but before Frieza could dodge, Sun Wukong's attack had already landed on Frieza, and Frieza's figure flew upside down again. But this time, Frieza was prepared, and when the upper body fell to the sea, a powerful air mass instantly erupted from Frieza's body. Frieza's body was using the reaction force between the air mass and the seawater to barely keep his body shape and not fall into the sea. However, under the impact of the powerful force, the seawater formed a hemispherical depression centered on Frieza's body. It was as if it was being pressed down by some transparent ball. Frieza, you'd better show all your strength. Now you are not my opponent. Sun Wukong, who was standing in the sky, looked at Frieza, who was gnashing his teeth above the water, and reminded kindly. Originally, Sun Wukong was indeed a kind reminder. But who is he? Frieza, king of the universe. It has always been whoever he wants to kill whoever, and he has never encountered anything like today. On the other hand, Frieza was originally very disgusted with Saiyan Saiyan. When Sun Wukong said this, Frieza was furious. Who do you think I am? I am the king of the universe, Frieza. Frieza was hysterical, and after roaring with a ferocious face, a very dazzling light flashed around his body. End of this chapter. Frieza came to ask for flowers. Chapter 35 Mini Frieza 3 more flowers and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture and LT font and GT. Chapter 35 Above a vast sea, Frieza, who was standing in the sky, suddenly burst out with a very dazzling light on his body. At the same time as this light was emitted, the earth shook, and the surrounding waters were restless, setting off huge waves several meters high like ripples sweeping out in all directions. On the top of the mountain, the remaining stone, as if attracted by invisible gravity, began to slowly rise towards the sky. There was a suffocating smell of terror in the air. At this moment, it seemed as if the end had come. What happened? At this time, after seeing the unusual change in the distant sky, the air mass on his body suddenly disappeared, and his figure stopped immediately. What's the matter with this huge and frightening chi? Suddenly, after Klein felt the aura as huge as the vast universe, Klein looked like he had seen a ghost. His face changed greatly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What made Krillin even more frightened was that the astonishing chi he felt was still growing continuously. Goku and that Saiyan's chi are also in that place. What exactly happened there? Kaylin's eyes swayed, and the expression on his face was blue and white. He had never felt such a huge chi. Even Yiyu's chi was not so huge. No, I have to go to the elders quickly, ask for the password, and then summon the dragon. After being horrified for a moment, Kaylin suddenly remembered that his purpose was to find the great elder. Although he was still very worried about Sun Wukong in his heart, Kaylin knew that there was not a place where his fighting power could go. He only needs to summon Shenlong and resurrect Piccolo, Tianjin Fan and others. Without any hesitation, a powerful white air mass erupted from Kaylin's body, and his figure flew towards the direction of the great elder faster than before. That is, it didn't take long for Kaylin to see a white light in front of him, flying towards this side. After seeing the characters in the white light grew clearly, Clinton was overjoyed. Day by day. Yes, the person here is Tiantian, the new god of the earth in Dragon Ball. But at this time, Tiantian was not a god. Clint sang. After Klein discovered Tiantian who flew over also found Klein immediately. After Tiantian flew over, he shouted to Krillin with a look of excitement. Tiantian, why are you here? Krillin asked happily. After learning that you can't summon the dragon, the elder sent me to tell you that summoning the dragon of Namek requires a special code. As soon as Tiantian said this, Clinton she was overjoyed. I'm here for this. After Kaylin finally looked in the direction of Yiyu, Frieza and others in front of him again, his expression changed slightly, and then he said to Tiantian in a deep voice, it's not too late, let's hurry up and summon the dragon. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. During the time when Krillin and Tiantian were together, the dazzling light that radiated from Frieza's body gradually disappeared. After the light completely disappeared, Frieza's figure was once again exposed to everyone's sight. That is, Sun Wukong looked at Frieza in front of him. His expression changed slightly. Of course, he was not frightened by Frieza's new look, but was miniatured by Frieza. Yes, Frieza, who appeared in the field of vision of Sun Wukong, Yiyu and others at this time, is the final form of Frieza. Although she was petite, her petite body contained a frightening and terrifying energy. I made you wait for a long time. This is my form after my third transformation. After the transformation, Frieza completely recovered his composure. He looked at Sun Wukong and Yiyu in the distance, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, did you skip the second transformation? Just as Frieza was speaking, Yiyu over there couldn't help but say something. Originally Frieza had the ability to transform 3 times. Every time you transform, you can greatly improve your combat power. The gigantic appearance before is exactly what Frieza's second form looks like. Before the second and final form, Frieza also had a third form. It may be that the third form looked too ugly. Frieza skipped the third form directly, and jumped directly from the second form to the final form. It's amazing, you can increase your chi so much just by transforming. At this time, Sun Wukong saw Frieza's final form and said with a look of war. Through chi perception ability, Sun Wukong also knows that Frieza's strength is above him at this time. However, it is precisely because of this that the blood of the Saiyans in Sun Wukong's body will boil. I was going to leave you to the end, but it looks like I'll get rid of you first, and then I'll get rid of that Saiyan. Mini Frieza, who was standing in the sky with his arms folded over his chest, first glanced at Sun Wukong, then shifted his gaze from Sun Wukong to Yiyu who was far behind, and then said in a very flat tone, Just as Frieza spoke, a peculiar light began to radiate from Sun Wukong's body. The light didn't look like chi, but more like fighting intent. After Sun Wukong's fighting spirit spread to the maximum, the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Frieza were located was enveloped by a very terrifying aura. The breath seemed to be like a heat wave, making the space feel distorted. Although Toth and Rap were far away from the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Frieza were at this time, even so, they still felt the tingling breath. Is this the murderous intent emanating from the strong? Even if it's so far apart, it made people feel suffocated. Rap stared at Sun Wukong and Frieza in the distance. His face was extremely solemn, and his heart sank to the bottom. Toss. It's not safe for us to stay here. Let go. After Rap thought for a while, he immediately said something to Tuz, who was beside him. But Teacher Yi Yu. Tuz looked at Yi Yu with a look of hesitation. Don't worry, with Lord Yi Yu's strength it should be fine. After Rap said a word, he and the two of them flew towards a place farther away from the battlefield. At this time, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza is about to break out, and Yi Yu's mood is very excited. It finally here. Chapter 36. That Saiyan is better than me. 4 more Happy New Year's Day. Chapter 36. Namek. Sun Wukong and Frieza in their final form stand in the sky, facing each other far away. After an unknown amount of time, Frieza took the lead and said to Sun Wukong, have you prepared the consciousness of mortal death? Saiyan. As soon as Frieza's words fell, he raised his arm and pointed his finger at Sun Wukong in front of him. Call out. A purple energy beam, just like a real light, blazed directly at the place where Sun Wukong was. Boom. Just when the purple light was about to hit Sun Wukong's palm waved suddenly, directly knocking the purple energy beam into the air. Boom. The energy beam bounced in another direction, and after it landed, a huge hemispherical mask rose up on the sea. The mask swelled sharply, and in the blink of an eye, it burst open. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion sound between heaven and earth. At the same time as this sound came, it was accompanied by a powerful air wave. The air wave was like a typhoon on the sea, setting off huge waves several feet high. At this time, Rap and Tuz, who were thousands of meters away from the battlefield between Sun Wukong and Frieza, looked at each other with their faces full of expression when they saw the huge explosion on the sea below. A horrified look. Just the aftermath of a battle produced such terrifying power. So what is the strength of the two fighting people? Whispering sound. Just as Rap and Tuz were shocked, Frieza over there saw that Sun Wukong could block his attack with his bare hand. He first mashed lightly, and then after that, exquisite face, he showed a touch again. Meaningful smile. Shish. In the next second, Frieza's fingers were like machine guns, constantly firing the purple energy beam from before, and those energy beams, like a hail of bullets, continuously shot towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong kept waving his palm, as if he was swatting a fly, rebounding all the energy beams one by one. Boom boom. Although Sun Wukong himself was not hit by that energy beam, but Namek suffered. Wherever the energy beam passed, whether it was a mountain or a tree, it was destroyed in an instant. All of a sudden, huge explosions of flames roared continuously around Frieza and Sun Wukong. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the death beam attribute. Just when Frieza was constantly firing that purple light beam at Sun Wukong, Yi Yu suddenly remembered the sound of the system in his mind. Does the host charge the death beam attribute? Hearing the system's word, Yi Yu did not immediately respond to the system, but kept urging Sun Wukong and Frieza to fight hand to hand in his heart. After all, the system will not drop the combat power attribute in the battle using Qigong Wave, but only drop the related Qigong Wave attribute. Among Yi Yu's system attribute ability, there are a lot of collected Qigong Wave attribute, which are not inferior to Frieza's death beam attribute charge, but since it was dropped, Yi Yu habitually chose to collect it. As soon as Yi Yu's voice fell, the energy beam properties around Frieza's body gathered directly towards Yi Yu's side, and finally disappeared into his body. After receiving the death beam attribute, Yi Yu glanced at the virtual screen in front of her. At this time, on the virtual screen, the word Dead Light Beam appeared. In addition, after Yi Yu collected the combat power attribute dropped by Sun Wukong and Frieza in the second form before, his combat power also soared from the original 43.52 million to 43.77 million. Just as Yi Feather charged the death beam attribute, Frieza's attack over there had stopped. It does seem to be stronger than I thought, but Frieza let out a light laugh. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and then he saw tiny ripples appearing one after another on the surface of the water below, and the path of the ripples is just approaching the direction of Sun Wukong. However, from beginning to end, Frieza was never seen, because Frieza's speed is too fast. Of course, the fast mentioned here is only in the eyes of ordinary people. Yi Yu and Sun Wukong could clearly see that Frieza was moving towards Sun Wukong at an exceeding speed. After Frieza approached, Sun Wukong's expression froze, and he immediately jumped and attacked Frieza directly. Before Frieza appeared, Sun Wukong had already kicked Frieza. Boom! Frieza, who was attacked, instantly flew backwards like a cannonball, but on the way upside down, Frieza's body was like a high-speed spinning top. Stop! Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 30,000. At this time, Yi Yu clenched his fist with joy after hearing the sound from the system. Is it 30,000 in just one hit? One hit is 30,000, 10 hits is 300,000, and 100 hits is 3 million. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Both Sun Wukong and Frieza are not full of firepower. If the firepower is full, there is no doubt that the combat power attribute value dropped will be even greater. Even if it his 100,000 combat power attribute in one hit. It is not impossible. Just as Yu felt rejoicing in her heart, Frieza over there stabilized her figure and touched his lightly flushed cheek. There is no doubt that the scar on his cheek was just kicked out by Sun Wukong. It's really amazing. In my form, you can still keep up with my speed. Besides my father, you are the first. Frieza's figure slowly moved to a place not far from Sun Wukong and said in a praising tone, "Really, that's really my honor. But the one over there, his strength is stronger than I want." The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth curled up and said something to Frieza. Then the corner of his eyes glanced at Yu who was not far behind. "That's Saiyan." Hearing Sun Wukong's word, Frieza's eyes rolled, and his eyes moved to Yu. "Hehe, you are really joking. How can there be so many Saiyans with strength like you? Even the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta, I can kill with one finger." As soon as Frieza finished speaking, Sun Wukong said with a serious face, "I'm not joking with you. Yu is really stronger than me. Wish everyone Happy New Year. Happy New Year." Chapter 37 Combat Strength Soaring. One more flower. Chapter 37. Although Sun Wukong said to Frieza with a serious face, Yu was stronger than him, but Frieza naturally won't believe Sun Wukong's nonsense. On the other hand, in Frieza's view, whether it is Sun Wukong or Yu, after all, they are just Saiyans, just inky monkeys. No matter how strong Saiyans are, they are not his opponents for Frieza. "The joke you said is not funny at all." Frieza's mouth curved into a confident arc, and then the reporter said, "No matter what kind of Saiyan he is, he has to die here today, because I hate Saiyans the most." After Frieza made a sharp voice, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and he rushed towards the place where Sun Wukong was. At the same time, Sun Wukong's figure also disappeared immediately. Bang bang bang. In the next second, there was a burst of violent fighting sounds from above the sky. However, due to the speed of Sun Wukong and Frieza, they were both so fast that they could only hear the sound of a steady stream of fight, and their figures were completely invisible. Of course, the invisible here refers to Rap and Twos over there. Yu is not included here. Sun Wukong and Frieza are really fast, but in Yu's eyes, it wasn't so close to being invisible. In Yu's field of vision, I saw Sun Wukong and Frieza. Above the sky, they were fighting back and forth. The fists, elbows, and legs of the two were constantly colliding fiercely. Every collision will produce a huge invisible impact. Sun Wukong punched Frieza, and on the sea not far from Frieza's feet, a huge wave was set off by this invisible impact, and Frieza bombarded Sun Wukong with a punch, and the rock behind Sun Wukong was turned into powder by that inch strength. Although the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza was very fierce, Yu did not focus on the details of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza. At this time, his attention was completely on the combat power attribute that Frieza and Sun Wukong dropped when they fought. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 30,410. Every time Frieza and Sun Wukong attacked, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Yu's mind. As Sun Wukong and Frieza continued to fight, Yu's mind was filled with a steady stream of system prompt. In addition, Frieza and Sun Wukong's combat power attribute is like winning the jackpot in a slot machine, and the combat power attribute is falling down, and each combat power attribute value is above 30,000. Charge, all charge. This time, Yu, who was excited, did not wait for the system to make a sound, and Yu took the initiative to order the system to collect the combat power attribute dropped by Sun Wukong and Frieza when they fought. Under Yu's order, the combat power attributes on the battlefield over there continued to gather towards Yu's body. If someone used the detector to detect Yu's combat power at this time, they would be shocked to find that Yu's combat power was constantly rising. Of course, the premise is that the detector can detect more than 40 million combat power without explosion. 43.8 million, 43.86 million, 43.92 million. Starting from 43.8 million, the combat power data has grown at an astonishing rate. Almost every second, it increases by more than 60,000. However, in just a few breaths, Yu's combat power soared from 43.8 million to 44.4 million. And it's not over yet. With the continuous battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza over there, the combat power attribute is still falling, and Yu's combat power attribute is still improving. What the hell is going on here? Just as Yu continued to collect combat power attribute, Twos suddenly said something to Rap in the distance. What the matter? Could it be that you can see the battle between those two people? Hearing To's question, Rap looked puzzled. No, I'm not talking about the combat power of those two. I'm talking about Teacher Yu. After hearing Tosa's word, Rap's eyes immediately fell on Yu. I saw Yu's whole body was shrouded in a layer of white light, and the light seemed to be burning like a flame. In addition, the air around Yu was also scorched by fiery flame, giving people a sense of distortion. The earth shook and the sea rolled. At first, Rap thought that the shaking of the earth was caused by the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza. But then the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza stopped for a while while, but the abnormal reactions around them did not stop. Only then did Rap know that this unusual change was not caused by the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza, but by Yi. This is what it is. Seeing this unusual change in Yi, Rap was shocked. However, due to the place where Yi is located, it is relatively close to the place where Sun Wukong and Frieza fought. It's not good for Rap to go over and ask Yi's situation. Of course, Rap and Twos were not the only ones who discovered the changes in Yi. At this time, Sun Wukong, who was fighting Frieza, had already discovered the changes in Yi through his chi perception ability. What going on? The chi in Yi's body is constantly increasing. While Sun Wukong was dealing with Frieza, the corner of his eyes also glanced at Yi who was behind him. Although he could sense that Yi's anger was rising, he didn't know what happened to Yi's body. Fighting with me? How dare you be distracted? Just when Sun Wukong was thinking about the changes in Yi's body, Frieza over there took this opportunity to bully him in front of Sun Wukong in an instant. Not good. Seeing Frieza's sudden appearance, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically. Before he had time to react, Frieza slapped Sun Wukong with a tail whip. Boom, boom. The Sun Wukong, who suffered a heavy blow, was like a cannonball, and flew upside down, and finally hit a piece of land in the distance. At this moment, Sun Wukong's body seemed to be like a sharp blade, cutting the continent directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute 35,012. As the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza stopped, Yi's fighting power also stopped increasing. With the last combat power attribute submerged into Yi's body, Yi's combat power attribute Howran has soared to 48.36 million. End of this chapter. Happy New Year's Day. I wish you all a prosperous new year. In addition, ask for flowers, ask for support. Chapter 38 The Dragon Shows the World 2 More Flowers. Chapter 38 Just when Yi collected the combat power attribute dropped by Sun Wukong and Frieza when they fought, the sky in the distance suddenly became dark. Upon discovering this scene, Yi immediately moved his gaze away from Sun Wukong and Frieza, and looked towards the distant sky. Unlike Earth, Namek has 3 stars that alternately rise above his sky, so that Namek does not have dark night. But right now, the horizon in the distance is as if darkness has fallen. The so-called abnormal must have a demon. Yi's eyes narrowed, and he soon noticed that there were dark clouds rolling in the sky. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed across Yi's mind, as if she had remembered something. So that's the case. Have Helan and Sun Wukong summoned the dragon of Namek? The corners of Yi's mouth twitched, and then she muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. As Yi expected, the darkness of the sky was caused by the arrival of the dragon. At this time, with Tian's help, Kaylin and Sun Gohan's group have successfully summoned the dragon in the Dragon Ball. Looking around, under the dark clouds that covered the sky, there was a giant dragon with golden light all over its body. The giant dragon was unusually huge, almost standing on the ground. This giant dragon is the divine dragon of Namek, Palenga. Shuga. It turns out that the dragon that summoned Namek must be called in Namekian language. No wonder we can't summon the dragon. Sun Wukong looked at the huge dragon in front of him and said with a smile, "Hey, that's it." Hearing what Sun Gohan said, Tian turned around and said to both Helan and Sun Gohan, "Sa, hurry up and say your wishes. No matter what kind of wishes, I can help you realize 3 of them." Just as Sun Gohan and Tian were talking, the huge dragon said in a majestic tone, "3, isn't it 1?" Hearing Shenlong's word, Helan blinked his eyes, spread out 3 fingers, and looked bewildered. Maybe the dragon of Namek is a little different from the dragon of your Earth. Palenga can fulfill 3 wishes. Krillin and Gohan, please tell your wishes. Then kill Frieza. Krillin scratched his cheek with his fingers and said tentatively to Shenlong, "Klingsang, what are you talking about? Aren't we going to resurrect Bixang and Tianjin Fansang?" Hearing Keelan's words, Sun Wukong was in a hurry. Krillin gestured with his hands and said to Sun Gohan, "Look, can't the dragon of Namek have 3 wishes? Let's use the power of the dragon to kill Frieza, and then the remaining 2 hope to resurrect Piccolo and Tianjin Fan again. It seems to make sense." After getting Sun Wuhan's approval, Kaylin immediately said to Tian, "Kill Frieza with your first wish." Quote. Hearing Keelan's wish, Tian also had a few drops of sweat on his head, and then he turned to face the huge dragon in front of him, and said in an incomprehensible language, %*. "No, this is beyond my ability," Shenlong said aloud as soon as Tian's voice fell. Sure enough, for Shenlong's answer, Krillin did not show too much disappointment. After all, when he was on Earth, he tried to let the Earth Dragon kill Vegeta, and the Dragon of the Earth also answered the same. Now that Frieza is many times stronger than Vegeta, even if the Namek Dragon is stronger than the Earth Dragon, it cannot directly kill Frieza. Since you can't kill Frieza directly, you can only revive Piccolo and the others first, but who is better to revive first? Just as Keelan was thinking like this, Piccolo's voice appeared in Sun Wuhan's mind. After hearing Piccolo's voice, Sun Gohan was overjoyed as if he had seen his own father. "Gohan, resurrect me first." After resurrecting me, the gods of the earth will be resurrected together, and the dragon of the earth will also be resurrected. Just when Son Gohan and Kaitlin were planning to resurrect Piccolo and Tianjin Fan, Vegeta, who was receiving treatment in the spaceship, finally opened his eyes. Vegeta walked out of the healing apparatus with her body full of lines naked. The strength is restored, and it is stronger than before. If this is the case, maybe Frieza can be. Vegeta clenched her fist and felt the full power in her body. The corners of her mouth rolled up, and her face was full of confidence. But before Vegeta could say anything, a bolt of lightning flashed across Vegeta's mind. In fact, this is not a real lightning, but just at that moment, Vegeta felt 3 unusually huge chi. This anger is. The confident smile on Vegeta's face disappeared in an instant after feeling the intimidating gigantic aura. Instead, there was an endless shock, and a huge wave appeared in my heart. One of these 3 chi belongs to Kakarot. There is another Kai that is stronger than Kakarot Hat Saiyan. In Vegeta's mind, Yu Yu's harmless face immediately appeared. Damn, these 2 guys. After feeling that Yu Yu and Sun Wukong's anger was far above him, Vegeta's heart was full of unwillingness and anger. He is the prince of the Saiyans. Now that he was far surpassed by 2 ordinary Saiyans, he was naturally unwilling. There is another aura that is bigger than Kakarot and Yu Yu. Is it Frieza? Vegeta's fist clenched tightly, and then the unwilling look on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a charming smile. Forget it. After I get immortal life, Frieza is fine. No matter Yu Yu, none of them are my prince. Vegeta's opponent. While speaking, Vegeta came to a room naked, and saw that the room was covered with various battle uniforms. Just when Vegeta took out a battle suit and was about to put it on, through the window, Vegeta saw above the sky outside the window, there was a huge creature that had never been seen before. That is, at first Vegeta wondered what the huge creature was, but he soon remembered that it was the dragon. Damn, those 2 earthlings. After figuring out that Krillin and Son Gohan had summoned the dragon behind his back, Vegeta was furious. Originally, Vegeta wanted to rush out like this, but when he felt the chill below, he immediately put the battle suit in his hand on his body, and then directly broke the spaceship and rushed towards the place where Son Gohan and Krillin were. Chapter 39 Vegeta's Immortal Life. Open black lens bracket 3 more flowers close black lens bracket. Chapter 39 Vegeta, who was naked, put on a battle suit and a Qigong wave was launched. Boom! Frieza's spaceship was instantly blasted with a big hole by the Qigong wave. The furious Vegeta rushed out of the hole immediately. Damn, the damn earthlings actually used Dragon Balls while I was healing. Son Gohan and Krillin over there, after hearing the huge movement from the spaceship behind them, they immediately turned to look and saw the furious Vegeta flying directly towards this side. It Vegeta. The moment they saw Vegeta, Son Gohan and Krillin seemed to be caught as thieves, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. After all, Krillin and Son Gohan had planned to use the Dragon Balls with Vegeta on their back to resurrect Piccolo. At the moment, Vegeta is hot, and Son Gohan and Krillin are at a loss for a while. Damn, you 2 guys really dare to do it. After landing, Vegeta immediately grabbed Son Gohan's collar with a look of anger. That Vegeta. The dragon of Namek can make 3 wishes. We only used 1 wish, and there are 2 wishes. Krillin was afraid that Vegeta would kill Son Gohan, so he hurriedly reassured him. Hearing Klein's word, the anger in Vegeta's heart disappeared instantly. On the contrary, he was still very happy at this time. For the sake of immortality, I'll let you go today. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched, and he immediately let go of the Son Gohan he was holding, and then shouted to the divine dragon Porunga above the sky, "Give me eternal life." Hearing Vegeta's word, the expressions of Krillin and Son Gohan instantly changed drastically. Although temporarily they cooperate with Vegeta, but if Vegeta is really given immortality, then the earth is really doomed. Just when Sun Wuhan and Kaylin were extremely nervous, the dragon entrenched in the sky did not respond. Al, what the matter? After seeing Shenlong's unresponsiveness, Kaylin looked bewildered, and Vegeta still held up his hand, with a very happy smile on his old face, waiting for the dragon to give him eternal life. Since Vegeta has never used Dragon Ball, and doesn't know what kind of process there is in the middle, he just waits with his arms raised. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 3 seconds passed, Vegeta saw that there was no response. He lowered his arms, felt the power in his body, and said with a smile, "Have I obtained an immortal life?" Hearing Vegeta's word, if it was normal, Krillin and Son Gohan would definitely be laughing out loud, but now it is related to the life and death of the earth. Sun Wuhan and Kaylin can only bear it, not laugh. What happened to this man? Tien, also translated Dandy, blinked and looked at Vegeta with a puzzled look on his face. It is clear that Polunga has not fulfilled his wish. Why is he so happy? No, nothing. Kaylin held back his desire to laugh, and immediately said to Tien, "Saw, hurry up and say your second wish." At this moment, the giant dragon Polunga above the sky suddenly said something. "Second wish? Don't tell me I haven't." After hearing Polunga's word, Vegeta immediately raised her head and stared at Polunga. The smile on her face disappeared instantly, and then she grabbed Tien over there, and said in a threatening tone, "Namekian, what exactly is this? What going on? Why didn't my wish come true. Tien, who was caught by Vegeta, had cold sweat on his forehead. He glanced at Son Gohan and the two of them over there, and Krillin immediately said, "The dragon of Namek needs the language of Namek to make a wish. Shenlong can't understand your wish. Then let the dragon give me immortal life, otherwise, I will kill you now." As soon as Krillin's voice fell, Vegeta immediately threatened Tien. However, at this moment, the Palenga above the sky suddenly shook. Looks like the deadline is up. After Palenga said a word, the huge figure disappeared instantly, and then the 7 Dragon Balls turned into 7 round stones and fell directly from the sky. Not long after, the dark clouds that had covered the sky and the sun also dissipated. Above the sky, it was as bright as day again. What going on here? What about the dragon? Vegeta looked at what was happening in front of him. He then threw Tien out of his hand, and then looked puzzled, not knowing what happened. Similarly, Kaylin and Sun Wukong were also puzzled. Tien was the only one who suddenly knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his eyes. Elder, Great Elder is dead. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were created by the Great Elder. Like the Dragon Balls on Earth, once the creator dies, the Dragon Balls created by him will also disappear. Right now, the Divine Dragon Palanga suddenly collapsed, which means that the Great Elder who created Palanga is dead. The Great Elder is dead. What about my wish? My wish for immortality. Vegeta doesn't care about the life or death of the Great Elder. His first concern is his wish to live forever. He pulled up Tien who was crying, but Tien was unmoved. Vegeta is useless. The dragon has disappeared. As soon as Keelan said this, Vegeta immediately let go of Tien and pushed toward Keelan and Son Gohan. Damn, it's both of you. If it weren't for the two of you, my wish. Seeing Vegeta's hideous face, Krillin and Son Gohan were so frightened that they backed away. Who made you come here so late? Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta and muttered softly, "What did you say?" When Vegeta was about to attack, Krillin immediately stood in front of Vegeta and said, "This is something that can't be helped. Right now we have to help Goku deal with Frieza, otherwise, we'll wait until Frieza comes over. It's all over." When he heard the name, Frieza, the expression on Vegeta's face suddenly changed. As Kling said, the biggest enemy right now is Frieza. After thinking for a while, Vegeta regained her composure, then stared at Krillin and Son Gohan and asked, "Forget it, your first wish is to revive that Namekian, right?" After seeing the guilty expressions of Krillin and Son Gohan, Vegeta immediately determined that his judgment was correct. That's fine, since that Namekian has been resurrected, then the Earth Dragon Ball has also been resurrected, and the next time you go to Earth to make a wish, it will be the same. But before that, we need to kill Frieza. After all, Vegeta's body erupted with a powerful air mass, and flew directly towards the place where Yu, Frieza and the others were. Krillin and Son Gohan looked at each other in dismay. Has this guy not given up yet? End of this chapter. Thank you, ***, for your great support of this book. Thank you. Chapter 40 Fighting Frieza again. 4 more flowers. Chapter 40. Are you rushing this way? That's fine, so I don't have to go to you. Keelan, Yu, who was standing in the sky, through the ability of chi perception, after sensing the chi of Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan rushing towards this side, the corner of Yu's mouth twitched. In Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan because Frieza killed Krillin in front of him, which angered Sun Wukong and broke out the power of Super Saiyan. Right now, although Sun Wukong's strength has reached the threshold of becoming a Super Saiyan, he still needs a fuse to become a Super Saiyan. This fuse, of course, is Krillin. Krillin is rushing towards this side, and Sun Wukong has all the elements to transform into a Super Saiyan. Next, just quietly wait for the development of the situation. Bang bang bang. Shish. Just when Yu was thinking about Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza over there was in full swing. Maybe at the beginning, Sun Wukong and Frieza can still fight back and forth, but as time goes by, Sun Wukong has gradually become tired, and gradually fell into the disadvantage. After all, Frieza in his final form had a combat power of 120 million. Even if Sun Wukong has Kai Wangquan, which can double his combat power, he still loses to Frieza. Of course, that's not to say Frieza is unscathed. Looking around, I saw that Frieza was covered in scars all over his body, although these scars were irrelevant to Frieza. But who is he? Frieza, king of the universe. In the past, anyone who disobeyed him was instantly killed by him. Even King Vegeta was obliterated with one finger. But today, a Saiyan who he despised the most fought with his final form for so long, and he was bruised all over. At this moment, Frieza felt that his majesty was being challenged, and the anger in his heart was rising. You are the first to be able to push me to this point. Frieza looked down, and Sun Wukong, who was drooping and gasping for breath, said with a look of disgust. While speaking, Frieza pointed a finger in the air, and a purple beam of light hit Sun Wukong's knee directly, and Sun Wukong's leg suddenly sank slightly, and his whole body knelt down. It seems that Sun Wukong has reached his limit. Yu, who was here, murmured in a low voice after seeing the appearance of Sun Wukong. If it was Sun Wukong at the beginning, Frieza's beam attack, Sun Wukong could 100% dodge. But right now, because of the back backlash from the king's fist. Every inch of his body was in unbearable pain, and it was quite difficult to even stand up, let alone avoid Frieza's attack. It seems that before Klein and the others arrive, I have to take action. Yu naturally couldn't let it go, and Frieza killed Sun Wukong like this. It has come to this point now. If Sun Wukong were to die like this, then Yu's plan to collect the S-Cell attributes would have been all for naught. Frieza first used the energy beam to tease Sun Wukong a few times. After seeing that Sun Wukong could not resist again, Frieza was murdered. I'm tired of playing. Go to hell. After all, Frieza's fingers aimed directly at the key point of Sun Wukong, a little in the air. Call out. A powerful purple beam shot straight towards Sun Wukong. No, I can't move my body. Seeing that the purple light beam zoomed in sharply in his eyes, Sun Wukong struggled hard. After finding that his body could not move, he smiled bitterly. It seems that this time is really over. Just when the purple beam was about to hit Sun Wukong, an identical white energy beam was fired from a distance, directly bouncing off Frieza's purple energy beam. Nani? Seeing this scene, Frieza's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately followed the white energy beam. I saw Yu, who was wearing a detector and a battle suit, slowly flying towards this side. Sun Wukong, it's my turn. Yu flew not far away from Sun Wukong, stared at Frieza, glanced at Sun Wukong from the corner of his eyes, and said in a flat tone, sorry, I didn't do you a favor. Sun Wukong bared his teeth in pain and smiled bitterly at Yu. Enough is enough, just stay well. After Yu said something to Sun Wukong, she immediately placed the realization on the combat power attribute of the virtual screen in front of her. At this time, how ran displayed on the virtual screen. The combat power was 51.34 million. Yes, what Yu said was enough. It did not mean that Sun Wukong had consumed enough stamina for Frieza. He was referring to the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza, which provided him with enough combat power attribute. Hey, the recent Saiyans are really arrogant. At this time, after hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Yu, Frieza, who was on the side, first shattered, then turned his eyes on Yu and said with a playful expression, but it's okay. Anyway, I plan to kill Sun Wukong first, and then I will clean up you. Since you deliberately sent it to your door to seek death, then I will clean up you first. After all, Frieza's figure disappeared directly on the spot, and when it reappeared in the next second, it was already above Yu's head. Without any hesitation, Frieza raised his leg and slashed directly at Yu who was under him. Boom! In the imagination, the scene where Frieza kicked Yu upside down and flew out with one leg did not happen. I saw that Yu's raised arm directly blocked Frieza's leg. This guy. When Frieza saw that Yu was able to block his attack, he immediately bared his teeth and grinned. He also remembered the words of Sun Wukong before, that Saiyan is really stronger than me. Before that, Frieza didn't believe Sun Wukong's word, but now, Frieza believed it. Although he didn't use all his strength for this kick, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could resist. Even with a fighting strength of 1 million, under Frieza's blow, he would definitely vomit blood and fly backward. However, Yu seemed to block it with ease. Just when Frieza was moved by Yu's strength, Yu was also shocked by Frieza's strength. It seemed that his arm blocked Frieza's blow, but Yu had a feeling that the iron rod hit the bone and the bone was about to crack. As expected of Frieza, it's really powerful. It seems that if you want to hold Frieza, you can only use Kaiwang Fist. Chapter 41. The first time to cast the King of the World one more flower. Chapter 41. Namek. Yu and Frieza stood in the air, facing each other from a distance. There's no other way. Before Krillin and Vegeta come over, let me hold Frieza back. Yu glanced at the Monkey King who was still breathing heavily below, and then muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Then, under the watchful eyes of Frieza and Sun Wukong, Yu's figure slowly opened up. That is, maybe Frieza didn't know what Yu wanted to do, but the moment Sun Wukong saw Yu pull away from this stand, his face changed suddenly. Could it be that, just as Sun Wukong was speaking, a powerful wave of air suddenly erupted from Yu's body? The air wave was centered on the place where Yu was, and instantly swept the audience. Under the impact of the powerful air wave, the seawater under him suddenly burst into a huge wave. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled and the earth shook. Even Frieza, under the impact of this air wave, has faint signs of retreating. Laugh. After Frieza felt the powerful aura emanating from Yu's body, his body froze immediately, and the expression on his face was blue and white, very ugly. At the same time, Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away from this place, also felt the sudden and powerful aura at the same time. This air is. The moment Vegeta and the three felt the air mass on the three of them disappeared in vain, and their bodies stopped in place, looking at the sky ahead in shock. It's that Saiyan. There's nothing wrong with that. This chi belongs to that Saiyan, Krillin said with a terrified expression in his throat. What happened? Dad's anger seems to have weakened a lot. Maybe Krillin and Vegeta were shaking Yu's terrifyingly powerful aura, but Sun Wuhan was concerned about Sun Wukong. At this time, Sun Wufan felt that Sun Wukong's chi was very weak. Damn, this aura is even bigger than Frieza's. What did that Saiyan do? do. Just as Krillin and Son Gohan were talking, Vegeta clenched his fists and looked unwilling. Suddenly Vegeta seemed to remember something, and then his face changed drastically. Could it be a Super Saiyan? That guy became the legendary Super Saiyan. Damn it. The first to become a Super Saiyan should be me, Vegeta. During the roar, a powerful air mass suddenly erupted from the body of Vegeta, who was devastated. Then Vegeta did not say hello to Son Gohan and Keelan, and turned into a white streamer, moving towards Yu in the direction where Frieza and the other were. They moved forward rapidly. Gohan. Krillin greeted Sun Wukong in his tone of voice, and Son Gohan nodded knowingly. Afterward, the two of them burst into air at the same time, chasing after Vegeta in front of them. Dad. Maybe Vegeta was concerned about what happened to Yu, but Keelan and Son Gohan were worried about the safety of Sun Wukong, because through chi perception, they all felt the aura of Sun Wukong at this time, and they were a little weak. As for the reason for the weakness, Keelan and Son Gohan could guess that they were seriously injured. Just as Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin rushed towards this side with all their strength, Yu's Kaiwang fist had been fully displayed. I saw a huge air mass above him. The air mass seemed to be like a flaming flame, enveloping Yu's body inside. However, different from ordinary chi, the chi that flickered around Yu's body was scarlet. There can be no mistake. It is the king of the world. Maybe Frieza didn't know what happened to Yu, but Sun Wukong recognized at a glance that Yu was using the Kaiwang fist. Seeing Yu's sudden display of the king's fist, Sun Wukong was startled at first, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. It's really amazing. I learned this World King boxing for nearly half a year before I learned it from the World King. I didn't expect Yu to be able to do it. Perhaps with the personality of Sun Wukong, he didn't think much about it. He didn't think about why Yu would use Kaiwang fist. But the Realm King, who was far away from Zhuangxing, saw Yu perform the Realm King fist. His old face was full of incredible expression. How is this possible? Why does this guy use Kai King fist? You must know that Zhuang boxing is a unique move created by his Zhuang. He had never seen Yu, so naturally it was impossible to teach Yu how to use the King fist. But the World King fist that Yu used was indeed created by his World King. What on earth is it? The Realm King couldn't figure it out, but in the end, what he thought might be that when Sun Wukong played the King of Fist when he was fighting Ginyu, he was stolen by Yu. The Realm King also thought of this possibility. In fact, the truth is almost the same as what the Zhuang guessed. The only difference is that Yu did not learn Zhuang fist, but is this the World King fist? Yu, whose whole body was flashing with scarlet rays of light, felt the power that was constantly pouring up from his body. His fist clenched suddenly, and his face was full of satisfaction. Right now, although Yu only used twice the World King's fist, his combat power has soared from 51.34 million to more than 100 million. More than 100 million combat power. Dragging Frieza. Enough. Sorry for keeping you waiting. This is the first time I use this form, and it took a little time. Yu looked up at Frieza in front of her, and said with a smile. Although Yu's smile was harmless to humans and animals, but this smile fell in Frieza's eyes, but it caused the anger in his heart to rise. Grumble. Frieza stared at Yu, gritted his teeth, and looked hideous. Although he didn't have the ability to sense chi, he could sense the dangerous aura from Yu's body. In other words, this person in front of him has the means and the ability to threaten his Frieza's life. Damn, a stinky monkey. Don't be complacent. Frieza let out a loud shout, and with a movement, he attacked Yu directly. Feather, on the other hand, confronted Frieza directly. Amazing. Is this the true strength of Lord Yu? At this time, Rap in the distance was dumbfounded when he saw that Yu had such a powerful strength. Tooth, on the side, clenched his hand tightly. His eyes were full of brilliance, and his admiration for Yu was even deeper. End of this chapter. Every day asking for flowers, asking for all kinds of support. Chapter 42. The King's Fist is beginning to show its power. 2 more for support. Chapter 42. Bang bang bang. Boom boom. Above the sky, Feather and Frieza are engaged in a very fierce battle. Since the speed of the two of them fighting has reached a very terrifying level, Rap and Toth can only hear violent collisions coming from the sky. As for the figure of the two fighting, it is completely invisible. Hateful. The sudden appearance of Frieza's face was filled with anger and murderous intent. When he dealt with Sun Wukong just now, he was able to handle it with ease, but now dealing with Yu, Frieza has a faint illusion in his heart that he is being suppressed. Actually, that's not an illusion. Yu's basic combat power is 51.34 million, and after using twice the World King fist, the combat power soars directly to more than 100 million. Although Frieza's combat power at 100% has reached 120 million, Frieza is only at 50% right now. In other words, Frieza has only 60 million combat power at this time. With 60 million combat power, Frieza is naturally no match for Yu with 100 million combat power. Aren't you going to attack? If you don't come, then I'll go. When Yu saw that Frieza was not attacking, he immediately twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "What a joke. It's just a stinky monkey that looks down on me, Frieza." The resentful Frieza didn't wait for Yu to really attack. After he roared angrily, a powerful air mass burst out and charged directly at Yu. "Call out!" Frieza threw a punch, and Yu's figure turned slightly to one side, just avoiding Frieza's punch. Whispering sound. When the blow missed, Frieza gritted his teeth and smashed lightly, and then his fist seemed to be like machine gun, leaving trails of afterimages in the sky, constantly bombarding Yu in front of him. But no matter how Frieza attacked, how frantic he was, Yu's body seemed to be like a feather in the wind. No matter how you punched, he would evade all Frieza's attack very elegantly. Amazing. Escaped all of Frieza's attack. At this time, Sun Wukong, who was resting and adjusting, saw the battle between Yu and Frieza in the sky, and he muttered to himself in amazement, "How fast Frieza is." Sun Wukong has personally experienced it. Even if he used 10 times the King Fist, it was still suppressed by Frieza's speed. But right now, Sun Wukong could see that Yu's speed was higher than Frieza's. At the same time, Raph and Tuz in the distance were also amazed. As expected of Lord Yu, even that cosmic Emperor Frieza, Raph was shocked when he watched the battle between Frieza and Yi Feather. At first, before coming to Namek, Raph thought to himself that Yu came to this Namek to find Frieza. Isn't that courting death? But now, he realized that the Lord Yu he followed was a stronger existence than Frieza. What Raph didn't know was that Yi Feather couldn't beat Frieza originally, but after growing up on Namek, he reached the point where he could compete with Frieza. "What's the matter, Frieza? Do you only have this level?" Yeha, who was constantly dodging Frieza's attack, smiled at Frieza in a provocative tone while dodging Frieza's attack. As soon as Yu said these words, Frieza, who was originally very angry, raised the anger in his heart again to block it. "Don't speak to me in this tone, stinky monkey." After the furious Frieza roared, his palms folded together. Open black lens bracket Chihei cannon close black lens bracket. An invisible shock wave was instantly transmitted from Frieza's palm. Under the impact of this shock wave, Yu's figure immediately flew backward. However, the power of this shock wave is not very large, and Yu has stabilized her body when she travels a jong away. Open black lens bracket arrogance bullet close black lens bracket. After Frieza bounced Yu, he did not give Yu any chance to breathe, and a flame immediately condensed above his fist. When he waved his big hand, the flame was like a qigong bullet, and it swept towards the place where Yu was. "It's not over yet." Frieza didn't stop attacking, but kept waving his hand, and the arrogant jet seemed to be like a hail of bullets, and they gathered directly towards Yu in front of him. Soon, Yu's figure was submerged in the sea of fire. "Go to hell, stinky monkey." After Frieza threw the last arrogance bullet into the sea of flame, the sea of flames exploded in an instant. Boom! A powerful air wave mixed with crimson flames instantly swept the audience. At this moment, the temperature of the surrounding air, under the scorching of the flame, has a rising trend. In the sea below, a large amount of seawater was evaporated. For a while, the hot water vapor, light smoke, continued to rise towards the sky. Soon, Yu's place was shrouded in a lot of fog. Woohoo! After some frantic bombing, Frieza was also a little bit overwhelmed. He stopped and gasped, his eyes fixed on the fog in front of him. "Stinky monkey, this is the end of going against Frieza." After Frieza came over, the corners of his mouth rolled up, and he said playfully, "What the fate you said." As soon as Frieza's voice fell, a powerful wave of air swept out of the fog. Under the impact of the powerful air wave, the water vapor that had condensed together was instantly blown away. In the end, Yu's figure was once again exposed to the air. I saw Yu's body, except that the armor was slightly burned, and there was no damage left on the body. Laugh. Frieza stared at Yu in front of him. The playful look on his face gradually disappeared, but it was replaced by endless resentment. Hateful. Without any hesitation, Frieza charged towards Yu again, and this time, Yu didn't dodge Frieza's attack, but chose to face Frieza's attack, because Yu knew that Frieza had enough anger in her heart, and if she continued to provoke him, Frieza would probably jump over the wall and die with him, directly destroying the Namek planet. Is it finally here? Just after Yu and Frieza fought for a while, the anger of Helan, Vegeta, and Son Gohan appeared not far away. Seeing this, Yu's heart suddenly rejoiced. In this way, my mission can be considered completed. Chapter 43 Nightmare Frieza 3 more for support. Chapter 43 Drop. Shortly after Yu found out that Vegeta and Son Gohan and his party were flying towards this direction through his chi perception ability, there was an energy response on the detector of Tuz over there. Someone is here. After Tuz said something to Raph, the two immediately turned to look at the sky. I saw 3 white air masses on the horizon, rushing towards this side. The people among these 3 air masses are naturally Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin. Soon, Vegeta was the first to arrive at the battlefield here. That is, Vegeta's expression changed suddenly after staring at Yeha and Frieza who were fighting over there. Is that what Frieza looks like when he transformed? Although Vegeta had never seen Frieza's final form, Vegeta recognized Frieza at a glance through his key perception ability. Whispering sound. Vegeta first looked at Frieza, and then her eyes fell on Yu who was fighting Frieza. After seeing that Feather and Frieza could be evenly matched, Vegeta's face immediately drew closer. Shortly after Vegeta came to the battlefield, Krillin and Son Gohan also rushed over. Like Vegeta, Krillin and Son Gohan were immediately drawn to the battle between Yu and Frieza as soon as they arrived. But soon, Sun Wukong turned his attention from Frieza and Yu to Sun Wukong. Dad. After seeing that Sun Wukong was covered in scars all over his body, Sun Wufan's expression changed in vain. He didn't hesitate. After a white air mass erupted from his body, he immediately flew towards the place where Sun Wukong was. Hey, Gohan. Although Kaylin wanted to stop Sun Wufan before he could speak, Sun Wufan flew out in the direction of Sun Wukong. The helpless Krillin had no choice but to follow. Dad. After Sun Wufan landed, he came to Sun Wukong and said something worried. You are here. Looking at Sun Wufan and Kaylin who came over one after another, Sun Wukong said something with a wry smile. Wukong. Kaylin first greeted Sun Wukong, and after seeing that Sun Wukong seemed to be okay, his eyes fell on Yu and Frieza in the sky again. Seeing Yu and Frieza, the fists and the palms caused the earth to tremble. Kaylin couldn't help but exclaim, amazing, is this Yu's true power? Ah, Frieza's attack is completely useless. Hearing Kaylin's words, Sun Wukong also said aloud, if this situation continues, maybe Yu can kill Frieza. In this way, we will be safe. Kaylin said excitedly with his hands on his hip. But as soon as Krillin's voice fell, Frieza hit Yu's body with a punch from the sky. Boom! Yu, who suffered a heavy blow, was like a cannonball in an instant, and flew upside down, and finally smashed into the sea below in a diagonal line. What everyone didn't notice was that at the moment Yu fell into the sea, the corner of his mouth evoked a conspiracy success. Seeing this scene, the smile on Kaylin's face froze for a moment, then he scratched his head, and said with an embarrassed smile, no problem, Yu is so strong, he will be fine with this level of attack, right Gohan? Just as Kaylin laughed awkwardly, Frieza, who was above the sky, obviously did not stop after blowing Yu. I saw it, spread out his palm, and continuously launched energy balls towards the sea where Yu fell. To die, to die, to die. Angry Frieza, hysterically firing balls of energy. Shish. For a time, a large number of purple energy balls bombarded the sea like a hail of bullets. At this moment, seeing this scene, the smile on Kaylin's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a trace of worry. Of course, he wasn't worried about Yu's life or death. He was worried that after Feather was killed, Frieza would point the finger at them. If Frieza wanted to deal with them, they had no choice but to die. Yu, don't be in trouble. Boom. While Krillin was praying in his heart, Frieza had already launched a dozen energy balls towards the sea. After those energy balls landed on the sea, they did not explode immediately. Instead, they are like giant eggs, exuding purple light densely arranged on the sea. Go to hell. At this time, the last energy ball in Frieza's hand fell. Those dozens of energy balls caused a chain reaction, and there were violent explosions in an instant. At this moment, a huge hemispherical sea of fire rose up from the sea. At the moment when the sea of fire rose, the powerful airwaves also swept out in all directions like ripples. Immediately afterward, I saw above the sea, generating a ring of huge waves that spread out into the distance. This huge momentum lasted for nearly a minute. After a minute passed, the flame disappeared and the sea became calm again, but Yu, who fell into the sea, did not come back. Mr. Yu's energy disappeared. At this time, Toph, who was in the distance, noticed that Yu's energy response on the detector had disappeared, and he seemed to have learned some bad news, and his face changed greatly. How is this possible? How could an attack of that level kill Lord Yu? After hearing Toph's word, Rap also looked at the calm sea below in disbelief. Just when Toph used the detector to discover that Yu's energy had disappeared, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Kaylin, and Sun Wuhan all found out that Yu's energy had completely disappeared. Just kidding. Yu's chi disappeared. After Kaylin felt Yu's chi disappear, his expression changed instantly. At first, Kaylin still wondered if Yu had suppressed his chi to the lowest level, so he couldn't feel it. After all, Klein had seen Yu also use his chi control ability before, but as time passed by, Yu never came up from the sea. One of Krillin's heart, it was getting more and more nervous. A few minutes later, after seeing Yu hadn't come up yet, Kaylin's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Yu is dead. Thinking of this, Krillin turned his head with difficulty and shifted his gaze from the sea to Frieza above the sky. At this time, Frieza, in Krillin's eyes, seemed like an invincible demon. Damn stinky monkey, finally died. It's your turn next. After seeing that Yu had never come up from the sea, Frieza also pronounced Yu dead in her heart. After all, it is impossible for ordinary humans to stay in the water for so long. It's just that Frieza, Krillin and the others don't know that the universe is huge, and there are no wonders. The Adlat star has skills such as teleportation and fusion. The magic fist of the Konosha star, after hitting the enemy, can make the enemy predict the future for a short time. The Dallas stars have the ability to hold their breath in water. After Yu's death was pronounced, Frieza's face instantly lit up with joy, and then he turned to look at the four of them: Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Keelan, and Vegeta. Being swept away by Frieza, the expressions of Monkey King and Vegeta instantly changed drastically. Chapter 44 Super Saiyan Sun Wukong 4 more for support. Chapter 44. Naturally, Frieza's series of attack did not kill EU. Before the three of Krillin and Vegeta arrived, Johanna was thinking about how to exit the stage in front of Frieza. After all, if Feather didn't leave the stage, Frieza would never die. So EU planned such a suspended animation. He was hit by Frieza on purpose and fell into the sea. After falling into the sea, EU immediately suppressed her air pressure to the lowest level so that neither TOP's detector nor the perception of Sun Wukong and others could detect EU's existence. As for why EU could hold his breath in the water for so long, it was because of a skill attribute called Turtle Breath that he once collected on a star called Dalit. After using Turtle Breath, Night Feather can stay in the water for a long time. I really didn't expect this turtle breathing skill to come in handy in this late. EU, who stayed in the depths of the sea, looked at the Turtle Breath attribute on the system screen, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, this seemingly useless skill attribute was collected at that time. Otherwise, I really don't know how to fool Frieza. Just when EU thought so in his heart, he noticed that the battle armor on his right shoulder was damaged. And the reason why this armor was damaged was naturally that when EU suppressed the air just now, it was blown up by the aftermath of Frieza's air bomb explosion. Speaking of which, Frieza was really ruthless, and he almost killed him. EU looked at the defect of the armor above her arm. The corner of her mouth rolled up, and she couldn't help laughing and scolding Frieza in her heart. But overall, everything went very smoothly. Then EU looked up at the sky. Since this place is still in the deep sea, as far as you can see, you can only see the rough seawater and the passing fish. Although he couldn't see the situation on the sea, Night you could roughly guess what happened on the sea through his chi perception ability. Next, I'll wait for Sun Wukong to become a Super Saiyan. I hope that Frieza won't start with Sun Wukong. While speaking, Yu slowly approached the sea. At this time, on the sea surface, Sun Gohan, Krillin, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong were all staring at Frieza in front of him as if they were facing a great enemy. Gohan, Krillin, run away. Sun Wukong tried to stand up to stop Frieza, but the severe pain in his body caused him to fall straight down. In desperation, Sun Wukong had to let Keelan and Sun Wufan escape quickly. Want to escape? After hearing Sun Wukong's word, before Sun Wuhan and Kaylin could react, Frieza, who was in the distance, suddenly came to Sun Wufan's side and said indifferently, "You guys, you can try it." Seeing Frieza who suddenly appeared in front of them, Krillin and Sun Gohan were stunned, and they broke out in cold sweat. Krillin stared at Frieza in front of him, leaning towards the back instinctively, but because of the fear in his heart, he was too frightened to move, and even held his breath. Krillin knew in his heart that if Frieza wanted to kill him, it could be said that he would do nothing. At the same time, Vegeta over there, after seeing Frieza's astonishing speed, his expression changed drastically. So fast, didn't see when Frieza moved there at all. "Vegeta, are you ready to die?" Just as Vegeta stared at Frieza with a horrified expression, Frieza was also looking at Vegeta. HMPH, Frieza, I am no longer the me I used to be, and I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to kill me. Vegeta stared at Frieza. The look of horror on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a confident smile. "Oh, it seems to be quite confident. Then, let me see how much you have grown." As soon as the voice fell, Frieza's figure disappeared from the spot, and when it reappeared in the next second, it was already in front of Vegeta, and before Vegeta could react, Frieza's one-handed knife directly penetrated Vegeta's body. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. The moment Frieza penetrated Vegeta's body, Vegeta's face was in disbelief, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Here, Kaylin and Sun Gohan seemed to have seen a ghost, and their faces were full of horror. That Vegeta killed it so easily. Both Krillin and Sun Gohan knew how strong Vegeta was, but even so, in front of Frieza, Vegeta didn't even have a chance to resist, and was directly killed by Frieza. HMPH, it doesn't seem like there is any growth. While speaking, Frieza directly pulled his palm out of Vegeta's body, and then threw Vegeta's body aside. Vegeta, who was still alive, stared at Frieza with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He is the prince of the Saiyans. Whether it was Yu or Sun Wukong, they could have fought Frieza for so long, and his Vegeta was actually killed by Frieza. How is he willing? Kokoro. Before Vegeta could finish speaking, his vitality completely disappeared. Finally dead. Vegeta, the traitor. After Frieza saw that Vegeta was dead, he first said a word of contempt, and then his eyes shifted from Vegeta's body to the three people over there: Monkey King, Krillin, and Sun Gohan. So, whose turn is next? Being stared at by Frieza like this, the hearts of Sun Gohan and Kaylin instantly fell into the ice cellar, although they wanted to escape. But even Vegeta was instantly killed. Did they escape? "It's you." Frieza first pointed at Sun Gohan, then at Krillin. "Are you?" Seeing Frieza staring at him, Krillin's face was full of despair, and he was too frightened to move for a moment. "It's decided. It's up to you." Frieza's voice just fell, and the fingertip that pointed to Krillin suddenly condensed a purple energy spot. With the passage of time, that energy light spot is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a blink of an eye, an energy beam shot directly from Frieza's fingertip. In just a blink of an eye, before Klein could react, the energy beam directly penetrated Klein's heart. Klin sang. The moment Krillin was penetrated by the energy beam, Sun Wufan suddenly shouted. At the same time, Yu in the sea moved lightly. Krillin's anger is gone. After a while, Yu felt that the seawater suddenly became restless, and Sun Wukong's chi has also undergone some changes. Are you finally going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong. Chapter 45 2 Super Saiyans, one more for support. Chapter 45 Call Out. A purple beam of light shot out from Frieza's fingertips and directly penetrated Krillin's heart. Klin sang. When Sun Gohan saw the scene, his heart seemed to be hit hard. Watching Kaylin's body fall directly to the ground, Sun Wufan's little face turned pale. Oh hee, the guy who got in the way. Finally another one died. Seeing Krillin's death on the ground, Sun Gohan's expression of pain, and Frieza's expression of benefit. It's your turn next, son of the Saiyan. While speaking, Frieza pointed his finger at Sun Gohan. Just when a purple light spot condensed on his fingertip, Sun Wukong, who had never spoken, suddenly had an abnormal change. After discovering this abnormal change, Frieza frowned slightly, and immediately looked towards Sun Wukong behind Sun Wufan. I saw Sun Wukong's face full of murderous intent. At the same time, the earth shook, and the surrounding sea was restless. The gravel on the ground beneath Sun Wukong's feet, as if attracted by some gravitational force, began to slowly rise towards the sky. Above the sky, streaks of golden lightning appeared. On the whole body of Sun Wukong, there is also a layer of faint golden light. So that's the case. Did killing that Earthman make you so miserable? Frieza didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. At this time, in his eyes, he saw Sun Wukong's expression full of pain and anger, and he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. My favorite thing to see is this look. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head and stared at Frieza with a very sharp look. Being stared at by Sun Wukong's sharp eyes like this, Frieza's heart conditioned reflex to produce a fear. His body also instinctively tilted slightly towards the back, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Frieza, I will never forgive you. Sun Wukong still stared at Frieza with those sharp eyes, and said in a cold and murderous tone. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, even Sun Wufan's heart trembled. Sun Wukong's words are so cold and ruthless, as if he has become another person. Sun Wuhan has never seen such a Sun Wukong. Dad. Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wufan and muttered to himself in a low voice. Hey, won't you forgive me? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like a stinky monkey? Although Frieza's heart was shocked by Sun Wukong's aura, he still refused to admit defeat and said to Sun Wukong with gritted teeth, Krillin, he has already died once. Just when Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly and the blue veins on his forehead were violent, there was a golden phantom flickering in his hair and eyebrows. After a few breaths, under the shocked gazes of Sun Wuhan and Frieza, a golden light suddenly erupted from Sun Wukong's body. At the same time, Sun Wukong's hair and eyebrows also changed from black to gold. What? Looking at the unfamiliar appearance of Sun Wukong in front of him, Sun Wufan was dumbfounded for a while. At this moment, Frieza stared at Sun Wukong, whose whole body was flashing with golden light. His eyes flashed for a while, his face changed, and his face was full of fear. Could it be that this is? Just when Frieza was extremely shocked by the change in Sun Wukong, Yu, who was in the sea, immediately felt the aura of Sun Wukong, and it swelled many times in that instant. Sun Wukong finally turned into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Yu's heart suddenly burst into joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the SL attribute. And just as Yu thought about it, the mechanical prompt sound of the system also came from his mind. Come here, SL. After hearing the sound of the system, Yu felt ecstatic in her heart. One of the main purposes of his coming to Namek was to collect the SL attribute dropped by Sun Wukong when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the attributes of this SL, Yu can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Does the host pick up the SL attribute? Charge. Yu didn't hesitate, and immediately responded to the system's question. In the next second, the SL attribute under Sun Wukong's feet, like a tadpole scripture, gathered directly towards Yu. In the end, he did not enter Yu's body. Perhaps an ordinary Saiyan needs two key conditions to become a Super Saiyan. 1. The combat power has reached a certain level. 2. The body has a certain number of SLs, and then stimulates the increase of SLs through anger, thereby transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yu's 51.34 million combat power has already met the first condition. The reason why he has been unable to transform into a Super Saiyan may be because he lacks the necessary SLs to transform into a Super Saiyan. The acquisition conditions of SLs are quite hard, requiring a pure and kind heart like Monkey King, or an evil heart like Vegeta and Yu, both righteous and evil. Of course, there is another way to transform into a Super Saiyan, which is to directly inherit the SL attribute. Just like Monkey King and Trunks. Sun Wukong and Trunks were born after Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, and naturally inherited the S cells of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in their bodies. So the two of them don't need any messy conditions, and they can transform into Super Saiyans very easily. Right now, Yu has collected the attributes of SLs from Sun Wukong's body. This feeling is similar to that of Sun Wukong and Trunks. The difference is that Yu collected SLs from Sun Wukong's body through the system, and Sun Wukong is through chromosome. Of course, this is only the theory of ordinary Saiyans turning into Super Saiyan. As for the Super Saiyans in Brawly Legend, this is not the case. Should I be able to transform into a Super Saiyan? After Sun Wukong's S-cell attribute was submerged in his body, Yu's hands suddenly clenched with satisfaction on his face. Now that the goal has been achieved, Yu does not need to hide in the sea anymore. Without any hesitation, Yu immediately tried to transform into a Super Saiyan. As Yu's mind moved, an unprecedented powerful aura burst out from Yu's body. At this time, Frieza, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuhan, who were above the sky, were immediately attracted by the abnormal reaction above the sea. I saw that above the sea seemed to be impacted by some invisible shockwave, and it automatically retreated in all directions. Not long after, a figure with golden light flashing all over its body slowly rose from the sea. That is, the moment they saw the figure, the expressions of Frieza and Sun Gohan changed instantly. Even though their hair and brows had turned blonde, Frieza and Sun Gohan recognized at a glance that this person was Yu. End of this chapter. For daily support. Chapter 46 The Bullsword Trial, 2 more for support. Chapter 46 Namek. Somewhere above the sea, Yu, whose whole body was flashing with golden light, slowly rose from the sea. Mr. Yu, Lord Yu. The moment Yu appeared, Tuz and Rap in the distance were overjoyed. I just said that Lord Yu couldn't be killed so easily. Looking at Yu, the haze in Rap's heart was swept away, and he said happily. On the other side, Toph was crying with joy and tears kept rolling in his eyes. Toph, Yu-sama is fine, don't worry. After noticing the tears in Toph's eyes, Rap grinned as he pressed his palm on Toph's little head. Yeah, Toph responded with a smile. Just as Toph and Rap were happy that Yu didn't die, Fryashana here was shocked and angry. Didn't this guy just get killed by me? Why are you showing up now? And what happened to the change in this guy? Just like that Saiyan. Frieza stared at Yu and Sun Wukong with a complicated expression. Although he noticed the abnormal changes in Yu and Sun Wukong, he did not know that this was Super Saiyan. Therefore, he did not take this change in Yu's body to heart. All he cares about is why Yu is still alive. You guy, why are you still alive? Frieza stared at Yu and scolded her with anger. But Yu didn't pay any attention to Frieza's scolding. To be precise, Yu didn't even look at Frieza after he came up from the sea. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Yu clenched his fist tightly, and after feeling the power that was constantly pouring out of his body, he said with a satisfied expression in a voice that only he could hear. If someone uses a high power detector to test Yu's combat effectiveness at this time, they will definitely find a terrifying data. 2.567 billion. Yu's original basic combat power has reached 51.34 million. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat power directly increased by 50 times, from the original 51.34 million to 2.567 billion. You know, when Sun Wukong just turned into a Super Saiyan, it was only 150 million. And Yu just turned into a Super Saiyan, but it has reached 2.5 billion, more than 10 times that of Sun Wukong. Laugh. When Frieza over there saw Yu ignoring his question, the anger in his heart was rising. Who is Frieza? King of the universe. He has always been flattered by others, seeing him shivering. Right now, Yu is better, ignoring him. King Frieza. How could Frieza endure this humiliation? Damn stinky monkey. After Frieza gritted his teeth, a powerful air mass immediately erupted from his body. In the next second, Frieza's figure turned into a streamer and charged directly at Yu. Frieza, just test it. This powerful combat power. Yu, who was standing in the sky, saw Frieza rush over, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Go to hell. After Frieza got close to Yu, he directly bombarded Yu with a punch. However, before Frieza's fist hit Yu raised her arm. Boom. Frieza's body flew out like a cannonball. Because Yu's shot was too fast, everyone present, including Sun Wukong, didn't react. When everyone reacted, they only saw the scene of Frieza flying upside down. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. Even Sun Wukong, who turned into a Super Saiyan, is also extremely shocking. How strong is Frieza's strength? Sun Wukong has personally experienced it. And Sun Gohan also saw that Frieza was as good as Vegeta. But right now, Yu is like playing baseball, knocking Frieza into the air with just a few gestures. A single blow, just a single blow, a high judgment. It's amazing what's going on. Why this Saiyan not only didn't die, but also gained such a powerful power. And like Dad, his hair has turned blonde. Sun Wufan's eyes kept scanning back and forth between Yu and Sun Wukong. Wukong, and his little face was full of puzzled expression. Although Sun Gohan didn't know how strong Yi Yu was right now, but through his chi perception ability he can clearly perceive that Yi Yu's chi at this time seems to be as vast as the universe. Even the huge chi of Sun Wukong cannot be compared with Yi Yu. Just as Sun Gohan was thinking, a purple light suddenly flashed in the sea below. In the next second, a large amount of water column shot up from the sea, and Frieza's figure jumped out of the sea along a water column and flew directly towards the sky. Damn. After the angry Frieza leapt to the sky, he stared at Yi Yu below with an unwilling expression. Although Frieza is conceited, he is not a fool. Through the brief confrontation just now, no, it was a one-sided beating. Frieza already knew that Yi Yu's strength was far superior to him. However, Frieza is the king of the universe. Surrender, flee, that is impossible. Damn Saiyans, I want you all to die here today. After Frieza roared angrily, he immediately raised his arm. The next second, a purple energy ball condensed on Frieza's palm. At first, the energy ball was only the size of a ping-pong ball, but over time, the energy ball was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the energy ball had already grown enormous. That is, Sun Gohan, Two's, and Rap's expressions changed drastically after seeing the huge energy ball on Frieza's palm. They all knew in their hearts that if Frieza knocked down that energy ball, let alone them, I am afraid that even the entire Namek would be wiped out in an instant. Although Sun Wukong's face was also a bit ugly, he was much better than Sun Wuhan, Rap and others. He first glanced at Frieza, and then his eyes fell on Yi Yu. Seeing the confident smile on Yi Yu's face, Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly. Go to hell! Frieza shouted loudly, and then his arm slammed down, and the huge purple energy ball above his palm, like a meteorite, fell directly in the direction of Yi Yu below. Chapter 47 Super Saiyan Yi Yu's powerful strength. 3 more for support. Chapter 47 Namek, on Frieza's arm, condensed a huge ball of energy. Judging from its posture, it seems that it wants to destroy Yi Yu, Sun Wukong and Namek together. Go to hell! Frieza roared angrily and waved his arm abruptly downward. The huge energy ball above his head fell like a meteor, directly facing the Namek star below. At the same time that the huge energy ball like a fireball fell, the expressions of the 4 Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Rap, and Twos changed dramatically. Toss, run away. After feeling the aura of destroying the world in the energy ball, Rap's face turned pale, and in the next second, a powerful air mass erupted from his body, facing Two. After giving a quick reminder, he prepared to evacuate the place as quickly as possible, but before Rap retreated, Twos said aloud, where to escape. Hearing Tosa's word, Rap suddenly came to his senses. This huge energy ball is enough to destroy the entire Namek. Where can he escape to? After the air mass on Rap dissipated, he regained his composure at the moment, and then the realization landed on the sky again, which was still facing the huge energy ball falling below, with a wry smile and unwilling to say, it seems that this time it's over. Damn. As time passed, the huge energy ball got closer and closer to the ground. At the same time, an invisible force came out from the energy ball. Although the huge energy ball is still hundreds of meters away from the ground, however, the mountains on the ground beneath the feet of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan have begun to crack. The surrounding sea water was restless. Immediately afterward, the purple-black thunderbolt spread out in all directions from the energy ball. Under the bombardment of that thunder, the surrounding mountains instantly turned into powder. After the mountain was destroyed, Krillin's body fell directly towards the sea below. But at this moment, Sun Wukong dodged and directly caught Kaylin's body. Krillin, whispering sound. Sun Wukong first glanced at Kaylin's death, and the anger in his heart was hooked again. After he shattered lightly, his eyes fell on Frieza's body above the sky again. Gohan. After Sun Wukong handed the body of Kaylin in his arms to Sun Wuhan, he immediately opened a stand. From what it looked like, it seemed that he wanted to use the turtle Qigong wave to block Frieza's energy ball. But before Sun Wukong could make a move, Yi Yu, who was under the energy ball, suddenly spread out his palms and greeted the huge energy ball directly. At this moment, when Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Rap, and Two saw Yi Yu's move, they were all shocked. Lord Yi Yu, don't you want to catch this energy ball with your bare hand? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How can such a thing be possible? After Rap saw Yi Yu's move, he immediately shook his head and said, but Twos, who was on the side, clenched his fist tightly and said firmly, I believe in Teacher Yi Yu. Hearing Tosa's word, Rap gave Twos a condescending glance. If it was normal, Rap would definitely refute it, but thinking that he is about to die soon, it is also good to leave a last bit of hope in Tosa's heart. Just as Rap and Twos were talking, Yi Yu's figure over there, also under the pressure of the huge energy ball, followed the huge energy ball and fell towards the bottom. This planet is about to explode. I'd better retreat first. At this time, after Frieza fired the huge energy ball, the anger in his heart seemed to be vented, and the anger on his face dissipated, replaced by a schadenfreude expression. In Frieza's view, Namek must explode, and the two Saiyans, Sun Wukong and Yi Yu, will also die. And Frieza, because of his rage, can survive in space. face. Having said that, Frieza took one last look at Namek, then turned and flew towards the universe above the sky. But not long after Frieza flew away, he suddenly felt an unusual reaction from beneath him. When he turned around and looked, he saw that the huge energy ball that had fallen below actually stopped falling. Nani? Seeing this scene, the expression on Frieza's face suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, Frieza saw that the energy ball that stopped falling started to fly towards him. How is this possible? Just as Frieza was shocked, the four people below, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Rap, and Tuz, were also shocked. Perhaps Frieza didn't know why the energy ball suddenly changed direction. After all, from Frieza's direction, only a huge energy ball could be seen. However, Sun Wukong and others know it. The reason why the energy ball suddenly stopped falling and flew towards the sky was because Yu blocked the energy ball and pushed it back. At this moment, Sun Wuhan's mouth widened in shock, and he was speechless for a while. And Toph was extremely excited. I did it. Teacher Yu did it. After hearing Toph's excited word, Rap also recovered from the shock, then wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said with a shocked expression, as expected of Lord Yu, even such a thing can do it all. There was another sentence that Rap didn't say. It's a monster. How powerful is Lord Yu? Since coming to Namek, Rap's impression of Yu has been refreshing. At first, Rap thought that Feather came to Namek to find Frieza as an act of hoarding death, but later, after seeing that Yu could even draw with Frieza, Rap realized that Yu's real strength is stronger than Frieza. But right now, what Rap did not expect was that Yu could even catch the huge energy ball fired by Frieza. Just as Rap looked above the sky, Yu, whose whole body was flashing with golden light, was stunned, and the huge energy ball was flying towards Frieza at a very fast speed. It's impossible. How could this kind of thing happen? Although the fact were in front of him, Frieza still couldn't accept this fact. Just as the energy ball was about to hit him, Frieza moved to the side, and then the huge energy ball flew out of his eyes towards the universe far away from Namek. Chapter 48. The combat power has soared by 10 million. 4 more for support. Chapter 48. Boom. After flying away from Namek, the huge energy ball collided with a nearby planet. In an instant, the planet exploded like firework, and was finally annihilated in this universe. Although the planet was quite far away from Namek, the violent explosion could be heard clearly by Yu and Sun Wukong on Namek. A few seconds after the sound of the explosion, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan seemed to be still immersed in shock. In the end, it was Sun Wuhan who said something to Sun Wukong to break the shock. What? Monkey King in Super Saiyan pose. After replying to Sun Gohan, his eyes fell on Yu and Frieza in the sky again. Geeky muscle. At this time, Frieza stared at Yu, whose whole body was flashing with golden light. His face was as ugly as it was ugly, and his teeth were creaky because of anger. Frieza, if you want to escape, now. As soon as Yu said these words, Frieza's face became even more ferocious. Don't look down on people. I'm Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. After Frieza let out a hysterical shout, he clenched his fist, and a powerful air mass suddenly erupted from his body. Afterwards, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan detected the chi in Frieza's body slowly and continuously through their chi perception ability. That guy. Is there still power that hasn't been displayed yet? Sun Gohan looked at the rising air above Frieza, and he said with a shocked expression. However, Yu's face did not show any surprise. After all, he knew that Frieza was only 50%. The angry Frieza right now, Howran wanted to show his 100% state and then fight Yu, but Feather doesn't seem to intend to give Frieza the time to perform at 100%. Even if Frieza was at 100%, he would only have a combat power of 120 million. At this time, Yu's combat power reached 2.567 billion. In comparison, Frieza is too weak. Just when Frieza's chi increased to 71% of its full power, Yu's figure flashed and she immediately came to Frieza. Seeing Yu who suddenly appeared in front of him, Frieza's expression changed instantly. In the next second, his figure burst back, pulling a distance from Yu. It fell a little bit, and it fell a little bit to show all the power. Frieza, whose strength had climbed to 75%, stared at Yu with a venomous expression on his face. Frieza, it's useless. Even if you use all your power, you're not my opponent. While speaking, Yu had already spread out her palm, and then the powerful energy in her body converged along her arms towards the palm. At this moment, between Yu's palm, a fist-sized energy wave suddenly condensed. As the energy in Yu's body continued to gather behind the energy wave instantly expanded. At this time, Frieza's expression changed drastically after she felt a deadly and dangerous aura coming from the energy wave on Yu's palm. Frieza, you're done. However, just as Yu was about to launch that energy wave and destroy Frieza directly, Sun Wukong flew towards him. Wait. After hearing Sun Wukong's word, the energy wave in Yu's hand paused lightly, but the energy wave did not dissipate, but still condensed between Yu's palms and kept flashing. Yu, his opponent is me. While speaking, Sun Wukong didn't wait for Yu to agree or not, and rushed toward Frieza. Bang bang bang. For a while, Sun Wukong and Frieza fought together. At the same time, Yu's mind also sounded the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 1 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 1 million combat power attribute. After hearing the sound from the system, Yi Yu's mind moved. 1 million combat power attributes in one hit. Seeing that Sun Wukong and Frieza were on the battlefield, they continuously draw combat power attribute, and each of them had a combat power attribute value of about 1 million. The energy wave that kept flashing between Yi Yu's palms also disappeared instantly. Forget it. Being able to collect combat power attribute seems like a good choice. After Yi Yu said something in a voice that only he could hear, the Super Saiyan state was immediately released. After all, maintaining a Super Saiyan state requires a lot of energy. Right now, he doesn't need to fight, and naturally he doesn't need to maintain the state of Super Saiyan all the time. With the release of Night Feather Super Saiyan, his hair and eyebrows immediately returned from golden to black. Don't try to escape. Just as Yi Yu's return to normal was falling downward, Frieza immediately gave up fighting Sun Wukong and chased after Yi Yu. After all, compared to Monkey King, Frieza hated Yi Yu even more. Naturally, it was impossible for him to watch Yi Yu leave like this. Call out. But before Frieza chased after him for a long time, Sun Wukong came to Frieza's side in a flash, raised his knees, and hit Frieza directly with a knee strike. Wow! Before Frieza could react, Frieza was hit by Sun Wukong's knee. Suddenly, Frieza gushed out an unknown liquid. Frieza, as I said, your opponent is me. After Sun Wukong said something in an icy tone, he clasped his hands together, and then used Frieza, who was bowed with a painful face, as a volleyball, and slammed his hands directly on Frieza's back. Boom! With a loud bang, Frieza's body was like a cannonball, smashing directly into the sea below. After being transformed into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's strength is not what it used to be. Frieza couldn't stand the blow of Sun Wukong at all. Without any pause in his figure, he fell directly into the sea. Wow! At the moment when it fell into the sea, a huge wave suddenly set off on the sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1.5 million combat power attribute. Does the host charge the combat power attribute? After the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza stopped briefly, the system sounded again. Charge. As soon as Yi Yu's voice fell, a series of combat power attribute gathered in the sky gathered directly towards Yi Yu. In the end, he did not enter Yi Yu's body. As these combat power attribute continued to enter Yi Yu's body, Yi Yu saw the combat power on the system screen in front of him, and it was constantly rising. After the last combat power attribute was submerged into Yi Yu's body, Yi Yu's combat power increased from 51.34 million to 61.24 million. In other words, the short battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza just now directly increased Yi Yu's combat power by nearly 10 million. You know, these more than 10 million, the increase is only the basic combat power. If Yi Yu turned into a Super Saiyan, it would be more than 500 million. End of this chapter. Begging for flowers. Chapter 49 Frieza Destroy. Chapter 49 Dad. Above the sky, Sun Wuhan, who was standing in the sky, saw that Sun Wukong could crush Frieza, and his eyes suddenly brilliant. Sun Wuhan doesn't know what happened to Sun Wukong, and he doesn't know what Super Saiyan, but what he knows is that the current Frieza is not Sun Wukong's opponent. Klinsang. After Sun Wufan shifted his gaze from Sun Wukong's body to Keelan's corpse in his arms, the original splendid pupils dimmed instantly. Gohan-san. Klin-san. At this moment, above the distant sky, a familiar voice suddenly came. After hearing the sound, Sun Wufan and Yi Yu immediately followed the sound. I saw the sky in the distance, and a white light group was flying towards this side. Looking closely, I saw that the figure in the light group was Tian, also translated Dandy. Day by day. After seeing Tian flying over, Sun Wufan immediately waved to the former and shouted with joy. Krillin. Tian flew to Sun Wufan, and after seeing Kaylin in Sun Wufan's arms, he immediately asked aloud. And Sun Wufan didn't speak, just glanced at Kaylin with a gloomy expression. After seeing Sun Gohan's expression every day, he immediately understood what was going on, and the happy expression on his face disappeared instantly. The originally cheerful air became depressed again at this moment. By the way, if you use Dragon Ball, you can revive Klinsang. Tian suddenly remembered something, and immediately said to Sun Wufan happily. But Sun Wukong shook his head and said, it's useless. Klinsang has been resurrected once by the dragon, and the dragon won't resurrect the same person twice. It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter how many times the dragon Palenga of Namek is resurrected. As soon as Tian said this, Sun Wufan was overjoyed and almost threw Keelan's body down. Really, there is nothing wrong with Palenga's word. Having said this, Tian's expression was drawn again, and then he said in frustration, unfortunately, the great elder has passed away, and Palenga also. Quote, Gohan. Just when the two little bones of Sun Gohan and Tian were depressed, Piccolo's voice appeared in Sun Gohan's mind. It Bixang's voice. Hearing Sun Wufan's word, Yi Yu's heart moved lightly. In the original play, Piccolo originally practiced on Zhuang, and after the resurrection direction of the Dragon of Namek. He came to Namek through the power of the dragon. It's just that this time, because of Yiyu's intervention, the dragon Palenga did not transfer Piccolo to Namek and collapse because of the death of the Great Elder. Therefore, at this time Piccolo was still on Zhuang. Although Yiyu didn't know what Piccolo and Son Gohan said, but seeing the happy look on Son Gohan's face, Piccolo must have told Son Gohan that he could use Earth Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekian, then pass through the Dragon of Namek to resurrect Krillin. Just as Son Gohan and Piccolo were communicating with each other, a powerful wave suddenly erupted from the sea below. Soon Frieza's figure rushed out from the bottom of the sea. However, at this time, Frieza seemed to be bigger than before. Seeing Frieza's appearance, Yiyu's brows raised lightly. Have you reached 100% state? That's right, Frieza just fell into the sea and never came up, so he took this opportunity to increase his strength to 100% in the sea. Frieza. At the moment Frieza appeared, Tien, who was beside Sun Wukong over there, turned pale with fright. Although the appearance of Frieza in front of him was somewhat different from the first form Tien had seen before, but Tien recognized Frieza at a glance. After all, Frieza killed every other Namekian in his village in front of Tien. Frieza's devilish figure is something that Tien will never admit wrong. Tien, don't worry. Sun Wukong first comforted Tien, then his eyes fell on Yiyu and Sun Wukong, who were in the sky again, and said with a smile, the current Frieza is not my father and that Saya man's opponent. While Sun Wukong was talking, Frieza, who rushed out of the water, was shaking with anger. He first glanced at Yiyu, and then at Sun Wukong. The two Saiyans who used to be regarded as ants in Frieza's eyes are now beings who can hang him. How could Frieza endure this humiliation? Because the fist was clenched too hard. There was already purple blood in Frieza's fist seeping out from his fingers. Damn Saiyan. Frieza gritted his teeth, and after a low growl in his heart, his eyes suddenly turned to Tien and Son Gohan over there. Although Frieza only glanced over there from the corner of his eyes, this scene was still captured by Yiyu. Do you want to take hostages to threaten again? After Yiyu guessed what Frieza was thinking, his arms that hugged his chest slowly dropped. He didn't hesitate. His mind moved, and a powerful breath burst out instantly. In the next second, Yiyu became a Super Saiyan. Hey, what are you trying to do? You said Frieza is my opponent. Sun Wukong above the sky. After seeing Yiyu's sudden transformation, he immediately shouted to Yiyu. When Frieza saw this, his expression suddenly froze. Yiyu didn't pay attention to Sun Wukong's word, and spread her palms directly to Frieza. A golden energy wave instantly condensed on Yiyu's palm. As time went by, the energy wave grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hateful. After Frieza gritted his teeth, a powerful air mass erupted from his body, and immediately charged towards Tien and Son Gohan. What? Tien and Son Gohan saw Frieza rushing towards them, and the two of them suddenly hugged each other as if they had seen a demon, and their bodies were full of fear. And Sun Wukong above the sky, his face changed greatly in vain. This time Yiyu did not hold back. Just as Frieza was rushing towards Tien and Son Gohan, the huge energy wave in his palm turned into a huge beam of light, and shot it directly at Frieza. Frieza, who was over there, immediately turned to look after feeling the dangerous fluctuations behind him. I saw that the white beam of light suddenly enlarged in his eyes. Frieza's face was horrified. Stop! Frieza screamed in horror, but the light wave did not stop, and hit Frieza in an instant. End of this chapter. P.S. Next chapter, Super Saiyan vs Super Saiyan. Chapter 50, Super Saiyan vs Super Saiyan, 2 more for support. Chapter 50. Even Frieza was terrified when faced with death. Seeing the huge energy wave expanding sharply in his eyes, Frieza cried out in horror. But Yiyu is not Sun Wukong. He is not so kind, and went to save Frieza when he was facing Frieza's call for help. Yiyu showed no mercy, and the energy wave in her hand directly bombarded Frieza's body. This energy wave was displayed after Yiyu transformed into a Super Saiyan. In just the blink of an eye, Frieza's body was annihilated by that energy beam. Then, in the roar of Frieza, his figure was like a smoke straightened by the wind, straightened by the energy beam, and finally dissipated in the energy beam. That energy beam, after destroying Frieza, disappeared without a trace. At this moment, there was a brief silence between heaven and earth. Tien and Son Gohan over there still seemed to be immersed in the fear brought by Frieza. After Son Gohan felt that Frieza's chi completely disappeared, he said aloud, Frieza's chi disappeared. Did you get rid of that trick just now? Hearing Son Gohan's word, Tien also clenched his fists and glanced around with a vigilant look, for fear that Frieza would suddenly appear in front of him again. While Son Gohan and Tien were talking, Tuz and Rap, who were hiding in the distance, also flew into the sky. Frieza's energy is gone. Tuz first glanced around, then used the detector to investigate again. After seeing that the observer had lost Frieza's energy response, he said something aloud. Great, that guy Frieza was killed by Lord Yeyu. As soon as Toth's voice fell, Rap was immediately excited. Toth, now that Frieza has been killed by Yeyu, Rap has no fear. After he greeted Tuz, an air mass erupted from the two of them, and then moved directly in the direction of of Yi in the distance flew over. Lord Yi, Mr. Yi. When Rap and Tooz came to Yi's side, they immediately shouted at Yi. Shish. As expected of Lord Yi, even that Frieza is not your opponent, you are truly the first in the universe. After Rap came to Yi's side, he narrowed his eyes and praised vigorously. But before Rap finished speaking, he saw Yi staring at him with a kind of kindness in his eyes. Seeing Yi's eyes, Rap shut up and said nothing. That great, Yi-sensei. Frieza has been killed, so we can go back. After Tooz flew over, he said to Yi with a great sigh of relief. After all, this trip to Namek can be said to be unusually dangerous. Whether it's the Genuit team or Frieza, these people can easily kill him in seconds. Tooz knew in his heart that he was able to survive until now because of Yi's protection. Go back. I'm afraid it won't work. Hearing Yi's word, Rap and Tooz looked at each other and said with a puzzled look, why didn't Frieza get killed? While Rap was talking, the Super Saiyan-like Monkey King flew towards him. Yeyu, you are really amazing. You even killed Frieza so easily. You can't help but tremble. Hearing Sun Wukong's word, Rap immediately closed his eyes and thought in his heart, this is of course, Lord Yi is so powerful, anyone who sees him will tremble with fright. But at this moment, Sun Wukong continued, Yeyu, fight me again. Rap thought that Sun Wukong was trembling with fear by Yiyu's strength, but in fact, Sun Wukong was trembling with excitement in his heart. He was excited about the existence of someone as powerful as Yi. The Saiyan blood in his body drives him to fight Yi. When Sun Wukong said these words, Rap looked surprised, but Yi had an expression she knew would be like this for a long time. Didn't you be defeated by Lord Yi won? Why did you come to challenge Lord Yi? Before Yi could speak, Rap pointed at Sun Wukong. Hearing Rap words, Sun Wukong's face showed a touch of embarrassment, and then he continued, that was before, now I am stronger. Please. Before Yi refused, Sun Wukong asked Yi with a face. Seeing Sun Wukong's unrelenting look on his face, Yi had no choice but to sigh in his heart. To be honest, Yi also really wanted to fight Sun Wukong one, especially Sun Wukong who is currently in Super Saiyan state. Okay, I promise you, but in your current state. Yi looked at Sun Wukong's bruised body and said aloud, the scar on Sun Wukong's body is naturally caused by the battle with Frieza before turning into a Super Saiyan. Although after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's combat power has been increased by 50 times. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan does not heal wounds. The scarred Sun Wukong must be greatly reduced in strength compared to his peak period. Yi didn't want to fight Sun Wukong in such a state. Don't you still have 2 fairy beams? Don't think about it. Before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, Yi immediately interrupted Sun Wukong's word. Dad, leave this to Tien. Just then, Sun Gohan's voice came over. Hearing Sun Wufan's word, Yi and Sun Wukong's group immediately followed the sound, only to see Tien and Sun Wufan flying toward this side. Every day, looking at Tien, Yi's mind immediately recalled that although Tien's combat power was not very strong, his healing ability was quite powerful. In Dragon Ball, the dying Krillin was rescued in a very short time by Tien's healing technique. Just as Yi was thinking, Tien started to treat Sun Wukong. I saw him spread his palms and aim at Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong's whole body is lit up with green light. Then, under the surprised expressions of Rap and Tooz, Sun Wukong was injured, and it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh, see Gui, do Nameks have such magical abilities? Rap said in amazement. After more than 10 seconds, Sun Wukong's injury was completely recovered, and the chi in his body also returned to EPUB. No, Yi felt that the chi in Sun Wukong's body was bigger than before. After all, every time a Saiyan recovers from a serious injury, his combat power will increase. Yoshi fully recovered. After the injury was healed, Sun Wukong first thanked Tien, and then said to Yi, okay, now we can fight. Sun Wukong was eager to try. For flowers, for support. Chapter 51 The Battle Between Super Saiyans 3 More Support. Chapter 51 Namek. Above the sky, Yi and Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan form stood in the sky, facing each other far away. At this time, Tien, Sun Gohan, Rap, and Tooz were standing on a hill 2 kilometers away from Yi and Sun Wukong. Who will win, Yi-sensei or the Saiyan? Looking at the strong atmosphere on the battlefield over there, Toth not only asked aloud, of course it's Yi-sama, my father. Hearing Toth question, Rap and Sun Gohan said in unison. Rap defends Yi, while Sun Gohan defends Sun Wukong. Little devil, didn't you see it just now? Lord Yeyu even killed that Frieza. Do you think your father can win Lord Yeyu? Rap said to Sun Gohan in an educational tone. However, my dad can beat Frieza too. Sun Gohan said not to be outdone. Just as Sun Wuhan and Rap were arguing, Yi and Sun Wukong, who were above the sky, finally moved. Transform Super Saiyan. Although the chi emanating from Yiyu's body was very huge at this time, Sun Wukong could still perceive that the normal Yiyu was not his opponent. Right on my mind. Yiyu's mind moved after responding to Sun Wukong's sentence, and a powerful breath burst out of his body. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan and the others saw that Yi Yu's hair instantly turned golden, and the whole body was constantly flashing with golden light like flame. As Yi Yu turned into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan sensed at the same time that the qi emanating from Yi Yu's body increased many times in that instant. After feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Yu's body, Sun Wukong was not only not nervous but even more excited. So much the better. What? The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth twitched, and after saying a word to Yi Yu, the next second he burst into a loud shout, and the whole body was like Yi Yu, constantly flashing with golden arrogance. If Vegeta is still alive at this time, and seeing this scene, the expression on his face will be very wonderful. Goku is the same as that Saiyan. At this time, Tien saw that Sun Wukong and Yi Yu became exactly the same, and his little face was full of surprise. This should be the Super Saiyan that Vegeta-san said. As soon as Tian's voice fell, Sun Wufan clenched his fists and said proudly, "It's as if it wasn't Sun Wukong who turned into a Super Saiyan, but his son Gohan." Call out. At this time, after Sun Wukong released the qi in his body to the maximum, his figure flashed, and he took the lead in attacking Yi Yu in front of him. Because the speed of Sun Wukong is too fast, Sun Wuhan, Tuz and others can't see the process of Sun Wukong's movement. They just see the figure of Sun Wukong disappear, and then the picture of Yi Yu's fist and Sun Wukong's fist slamming together. Boom! At the moment when Yi Yu and Sun Wukong collided with their fists, there was a violent crash from the sky, and golden lightning flashed where the two fists collided. But that wasn't actually lightning, it was just the spark of energy produced by the collision of two violent energy. What? After Sun Wukong's attack was blocked by Yi Yu, Sun Wukong didn't stop there, but saw his whip leg and swept directly at Yi Yu. Although Sun Wukong's attack speed was very fast, it was nothing in Yi Yu's eyes. Seeing Sun Wukong's whip leg coming, Yi Yu raised his other arm slightly to block Sun Wukong's whip leg. Then, it's my turn to attack. After Yi Yu had defended Sun Wukong's two attacks in succession, the arm that blocked Sun Wukong's whip leg immediately turned an arc, and took advantage of the situation to grab Sun Wukong's leg. Not good. After Sun Wukong saw through Yi Yu's intention, his expression changed, but before he could retract his leg, Yi Yu's palm had already caught Sun Wukong's calf. I saw Yi Yu's arm pulling. Sun Wukong's entire body was dragged over, and Yi Yu's other fist directly bombarded Sun Wukong. Boom! From Yi Yu holding Sun Wukong's leg to the time he bombarded Sun Wukong with a punch, this series of actions were all completed between lightning and flint. Due to the high speed, the audience such as Sun Wuhan and Tuz did not know what happened. They just saw the picture of Sun Wukong being bombarded by Yi Yu and flying backward. On the way to fly out, Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head, and then wiped the red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth with excitement. This is the fight he won. At this moment, the blood in his body became more and more boiling. After Sun Wukong's body suddenly burst out with a powerful qi, the body that flew upside down, that is, at this moment suddenly stopped. Oh, he looked so happy. Seeing the curvature of the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, Yi Yu's face also showed a look of interest. Then the figure flashed and chased directly towards Sun Wukong. Bang bang bang, boom boom. After that, the battle between Sun Wukong and Yi Yu became hot. Yi Yu and Sun Wukong's fists, elbows, knees collided constantly. For a while, the sound of violent collisions continued to come from the sky. Yi Yu threw a punch and hit Sun Wukong's body directly, but in the next second, Sun Wukong's body turned into a phantom and disappeared into the air. Afterimage. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the Afterimage Fist attribute. Does the host charge the Afterimage Fist attribute? Charge. Although Yi Yu cannot fight with others, the system cannot drop the combat power attribute, but the skill attribute will still drop. Yi Yu's voice just fell, and the Afterimage Fist attribute over there was directly submerged into Yi Yu's body. Call out. That is, the moment Yi Yu received the Afterimage Fist attribute, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared behind Yi Yu, and his feet flew towards Yi Yu. But after Sun Wukong kicked Yi Yu's body, he directly penetrated through Yi Yu's body. Afterimage. After Sun Wukong discovered that the afterimage of Yi Yu was attacking, his figure immediately retreated to the rear, and opened a defensive posture, while his eyes were looking around, constantly searching for Yi Yu's true body. Here. After discovering Yi Yu's true body, Sun Wukong bombarded the sky with one punch. Boom! The next second after Yi Yu's true body was revealed, his fist collided with Sun Wukong's fist. It's still so powerful, I even stole my afterimage boxing. Yi Yu smiled lightly and did not beat, but continued to fight with Sun Wukong. End of this chapter. Every day to ask for everything. The author has worked hard to code. Chapter 53 Gravity Training. Chapter 53 Outside Namek. There is a huge spaceship that looks like a tank. Shish. At this moment, there were 3 white light clusters, like meteors, breaking through the atmosphere of Namek and flying towards the spaceship. In the control room inside the huge spaceship, the dog-headed spaceman was on the screen in front of him. After he noticed 3 red dots approaching, his expression changed, and he turned around and said, "Lord Yeyu is back. Hurry up, get get ready. Take over. Lord Yu is back. After hearing the words of the dog-headed spaceman, the other space warriors in the control room were all surprised. Originally, what they thought was that Yu's trip might be a near-death experience. After all, the Cosmic King Frieza was on Namek. But right now, what they didn't expect was that Yu and his party had returned safely. What are you still doing? Why don't you hurry up and greet Lord Yu? After the dog-headed spaceman said a word, he paced and quickly left the control room. After the dog-headed spaceman left, the remaining space warriors, one by one, all dressed up a little, and then followed the dog-headed spaceman out of the control room. Shish. A few minutes later, the 3 white light clusters that rushed out of Namek landed safely in the return cabin of the huge spaceship. After the hatch of the return cabin opened, Yu, Tooth, and Rap walked out. Welcome, Lord Yu, for your safe return. The dog-headed Cosmos man, headed by him, saw Yu approaching, and immediately greeted him. Safety. After hearing these 2 words from the mouth of the dog-headed universe, Yu's figure immediately paused, and then stared at the dog-headed universe man condescendingly and said, "You don't think I will die on Namek?" Hearing Yu's word, the dog-headed cosmic man and all the cosmic warriors over there were all heartbroken. A guilty expression appeared on his face. Yes, they did think so in their heart, but even if they thought so in their heart, they would not dare to answer this in front of Yu. Just when the cosmic warriors were thinking about how to deal with Yu's question, Yu continued, "But it is reasonable for you to think so. After all, this time the opponent is that Frieza." When Yu mentioned the name Frieza, all the people in the universe showed fear, and Yu also ignored these cosmic people, and strode directly into the spaceship. After Yu left, the space warriors surrounded Rap and Tooz one after another, as if they were watching pandas in a zoo, each with a curious look on their faces. Rap, it's a shame you came back alive under Frieza's hand. Rap, your luck is really good. You are unscathed. After hearing the compliments of these space warriors, Rap raised his head and his face was full of satisfaction. At this moment, Rap seemed to feel that he was the kind of hero who had returned triumphantly and was surrounded by the crowd. Just when Rap wanted to show off his heroic deeds to his companion, Tooz suddenly said, "Thanks to Teacher Yu's help, we can return safely. In the mission, we did not play any role." Hearing Tosa's word, Rap over there seemed to have been splashed with a plate of cold water, and the muscles on his face twitched. "Would you die if you let me show it off?" After hearing Tosa's word, the cosmic warriors gathered around Tooz and asked, "Tos, tell us, how did you and Lord Yu escape from Frieza's clutches?" "Escape? It's not escaping. That Frieza has already been killed by Teacher Yu." As soon as Tos said this, the originally lively return cabin instantly quieted down. Frieza was killed by Yi Feather. These space warriors obviously do not believe Toth's word. Although they know that Yu is very strong, no matter how strong they are, they can't beat Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. "Toth, you're joking again." Before the space warrior could finish speaking, Tooz just said, "I'm not kidding," and then walked directly into the spaceship. "This kid, he's not very temperamental, but he's quite big. Rap, tell us what happened on Namek." After Toth left, the space warriors pointed their finger at Rap again. In fact, the general situation is as Tooz said. Frieza has been killed by Lord Yu. Ha, Rap, this joke is not funny at all. I'm not joking with you. Have you seen the true strength of Lord Yu? Rap asked the crowd in front of him with a serious face. The group of space warriors first glanced at each other, and then all shook their heads. "That's right, Lord Yu's real strength is above that of Frieza. I believe that the news of Frieza's death will spread throughout the universe in 2 days." Seeing Rap's serious face, the hearts of the cosmic warriors also changed from completely disbelieving to half believing. "Hey, Lord Yu told you to come in quickly." At this moment, Tooz came over and greeted everyone again. Later, Rap and other space warriors came to a training room inside the spacecraft under the leadership of Tooz. This training room is a super-gravity training room that Yu ordered his subordinates to make after Sun Wukong's spaceship. At this moment, there was a red monitor beside Yu, and on that display it shows 1G. That is to say, the gravity in the training room at this time is double the gravity. "Lord Yu, did you recruit us here because you want us to fight each other?" After Rap and other cosmic warriors walked in, he asked Yu. "No, I don't need you to fight for a while. I need your training." "Train?" After hearing Yu's word, Rap and the others looked puzzled. "Training? How to train?" Hearing Rap question, Yu gestured to Toss, and after Tooz exited the training room, Yu's palm pressed the red button under the monitor beside him. After Yu pressed the red button, the data on the display kept increasing. 1G, 10G, 20G. As the data increased, the gravity in the gravity training room was also rising continuously. Rap and others under 10G gravity did not feel much, but after exceeding 10G of gravity, they all seemed to have a mountain on their back. "Lord Yu, what are you doing? Stop quickly. If we continue like this, we will all die." When the gravity increased to 20G, all the soldiers in the training room lay on the ground and could not move. "Starting today, you are training in this overweight environment every Sunday. say, with 10 times the gravity, and if anyone can't keep up, I'll throw him out immediately. When the gravity of the night feathers was adjusted to 20 times, he released his hand and said to the crowd, Hearing Yu's word, the cosmic warriors who lay on the ground and couldn't move, all had a hard look on their faces. 10x more gravity every week. Are you sure this is training and not killing us? Just as everyone complained, Yu's mind was also immersed. Although these warriors fight every day, they can provide Yu with a lot of fighting power. But since the return of Namek, Feather knew that the combat effectiveness of the warriors like Rap was a little too low. Let's not compare it with Frieza, Sun Wukong and others. Even the members of the Genuit team have higher fighting power than Rap and the others. The so-called sharpening knives does not cut firewood by mistake. In Yu's opinion, when these people's combat power is improved, and then let them fight, then the speed of Yu's combat power increase will be much faster. 10 times. Lord Yu, 10 times the gravity training as usual is enough. Rap barely got up in the 20 times gravity environment and said to Yu, No, time is running out. You must hurry up to train and work hard to improve your combat effectiveness. Yu said in a serious tone. Not much time. When is there not much time? Hearing Yu's word, Rap and the others were puzzled. Naturally, Rap and the others didn't know that Yu said that there was not much time, referring to the time when the ultimate android Sharu was born. Although Yu's current strength is more than enough to deal with the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, but compared to the complete Sharu, I am afraid it is still a little worse. What Yu thought in her mind was to improve her combat power before Sharu was born. In this case, the next time you go to Earth to face Sharu, you don't have to worry about anything. By the way, how many years have passed since the birth of Sharu? End of this chapter. Seek daily support. Chapter 54 Super Saiyan Broly. One more. Chapter 54 Southern Milky Way. Brilstar. At this time, Brilstar was in the midst of war. Looking from a high altitude, I saw a huge city below, with hot smoke everywhere. A mess. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the city. Then, a powerful air wave swept out from the center of the city. Under the impact of this powerful air wave, the originally huge city was instantly reduced to ruin. The city disappeared. At this time, a Brilstar in battle armor was suspended in the sky. When he saw the huge city being razed to the ground, his eyes flickered and his face was full of horror. Damn monster. After a moment of shock, monstrous anger followed, and the Brilstar immediately turned his attention from the ruins below him to a burly man above the sky. I saw that the man had a strong figure, and the knotted muscles of his upper body were completely exposed to the air. The most conspicuous is his yellow-blue bang. If Vegeta was here at this time, he would be shocked to discover that this man with yellow-blue hair turned out to be a Super Saiyan. This Super Saiyan is none other than Broly. Roar. Broly clenched his fist tightly and roared up to the sky. 237. Suddenly, a powerful air wave swept out from Broly's burly body. At this moment, the ground of the entire city shook. Power is about to overflow. The mad Broly roared again, and the powerful gas in his body turned into yellow-blue energy balls, which swept out indiscriminately in all directions. Boom, boom. After the energy ball hit the ground, a big explosion occurred. All of a sudden, big explosions were happening everywhere in the huge city. Stop him quickly. If this continues, our Brilstar will be destroyed by him. At this moment, a Brilstar roared with gritted teeth. With the order of the Brilstar, thousands of warriors behind him, like locusts, rushed towards Broly above the sky. Seeing the densely packed people rushing up below, Broly's hideous face not only did not show panic, but became even more excited. Kill, kill, kill. After Broly said a few words, kill, bluntly, he saw the others spread out their hand, and two energy balls immediately formed out of thin air above their palm. Boom. A Brilstar warrior had just rushed over, and Broly slapped it out with a thunderous momentum. The energy ball on his palm was bombarded on the chest of the Brilstar warrior. Perhaps for Broly, he just wiped the Brill warrior lightly, but the Brill warrior's body exploded to pieces in an instant. Boom. After killing the first Brilstar warrior, Broly didn't stop, and the energy ball in the other palm was also shot out. For a time, Broly was alone, rushing to kill among thousands of people. Every time he made a shot, the body of a Brilstar warrior would fall. Wherever he went, the Brilstar warriors seemed like straw, allowing Broly to harvest. Damn monster. At this time, the captain of the Brilstar warrior saw that his subordinates were killed one by one. He immediately opened his palm and launched an energy wave at Broly above the sky. Call out. Boom. The energy wave directly attacked Broly without hindrance, but unfortunately, Broly was unscathed. Grumble. Broly, who was fighting, immediately transferred the realization to the captain over there. He grinned, and in the next second, his burly figure rushed directly towards where the captain was. While Broly was slaughtering the Brilstar, a black-haired middle-aged man stood on the top of a mountain not far away. It's EGAE, the Brilstar is captured. Most of the southern galaxy will be in my hand. The black-haired man looked at Broly who was fighting and said ambitiously. This black-haired middle-aged man is none other than Broly's father Paragus, Lord Pelagus. At this moment, from the spaceship not far behind Pelagos, a spaceman who looked a bit like a frog came hurriedly. "What's up?" Looking at the person coming, Pelagos asked in a flat tone. "The call just came. Frieza was killed." Hearing these words, a slightly moved expression appeared on Pelagos' face, but only a little. Although there are many people in this universe who are afraid of Frieza, but Pelagos was not afraid. If you ask why, it is because he has the super strength of Broly. "Oh, has Frieza been killed? Then save me from going to Frieza." After Pelagos said something in a flat tone, he then asked curiously, "Then who is the one who killed Frieza?" After all, Frieza's strength is quite terrifying. Among the people that Pelagos knew, the only one who could kill Frieza was Broly. That's why he asked this question out of curiosity. "It's a Saiyan named Yu." Saiyan. After hearing the name Saiyan, Pelagos' face changed. Saiyan who can kill Frieza? That's really interesting. If you can pull this Yu into the team, it will not be impossible even to control the entire universe at that time. After Pelagos thought for a while in his heart, he asked the frog faceman in front of him, "Do you know the details of this Yu?" "I know. He, like Frieza, has also established his own power." After hearing the words of the frog Cosmos, Pelagos' mouth suddenly twitched, and then he said to the former, "Find a way to contact this Yu. I want to meet him." Yes, after all, the frog universe man laughed. Kill, kill, kill. Just as Pelagos and the frog faceman were talking, Broly over there had killed all the Brill Star warriors and flew towards this side. Looking at his posture, it seems that even his father Pelagos wants to kill. "Stop it, Broly." Seeing Broly flying over with a bloodthirsty look on his face, Pelagos even raised his arm, and then a collar on Broly's neck suppressed Broly. After Broly regained some sanity, Pelagos secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 55. Who is the master of the huge gas? 2 more for subscription. Chapter 55. The training room where the Yuba spaceship is located. At this time, the gravity in the training room has increased from the initial 20g to 25g. Although 20g to 25g only increased the gravitational force by 5 times, this doubling of gravitational force was quite a burden for the space warriors who were training in the training room at this time. After all, not everyone has that kind of Monkey King and Vegeta perseverance. How come these people are so honest today, all training so seriously? In the training room, when some of rap fighters were continuously performing a series of training such as push-ups and sit-ups, the dog-headed Cosmos man came over with a look of surprise. You must know that at the beginning, when Yu asked them to train, they all found various reasons, because they have already learned the news that Yu sensei killed Frieza. To came over and responded to the dog-headed faceman. Hearing Yu's word, the dog-headed universe man's face immediately showed a clear look. Why did they listen to what Yu said when they heard that Yu had killed Frieza? Are you afraid of Yu? Of course, there are also reasons for this, but more of it is worship. Right now, this situation is the same as Sun Wukong and Trunk cultivating fusion skills. At the beginning, Sun Wukong taught Sun Wukong and Trunk fusion skills, and Sun Wukong and Trunks were too embarrassed to dislike the fusion skills, so they found various reasons to shirk. But when Sun Wukong and Trunks knew that Sun Wukong could transform into a third-tier Super Saiyan, more powerful than Majin Buu, Sun Wukong and Trunks admired Sun Wukong, and they did whatever Sun Wukong asked them to do. This is the power of admiration. And the same goes for these cosmic warriors. Who is Frieza, king of the universe? When they learned that Yu really killed Frieza, they were in awe of Yu in their heart. I didn't expect Lord Yu to be so powerful that even Frieza could kill him. In that case, Lord Yu isn't that the number one in the universe. It is my honor to be the subordinate of Lord Yu. That is, from then on, these cosmic warriors, to Yu's word, obeyed every word. Just as Toth and the dog-headed spaceman were talking, Yu noticed the situation, and immediately shouted to Rap and his party who were training, "Continue training, don't listen." Yes, Lord Yu. After Yu walked out of the training room, the dog-headed spaceman greeted him immediately. "Lord Yu, I just received a request from the Southern Galaxy. The delegation mentioned here is that some planets in need of help issue tasks to the Night Feather Legion. Then the Night Feather Legion dispatched to help complete the task, and received a lot of money from these clients. After all, a spaceship as big as the Yeu Legion sails in the universe, burning money every moment. If there was no source of money, the Night Feather Legion would have been disbanded long ago. Southern Milky Way. It's a bit far away. Please refuse." Yu rubbed his chin and thought for a while, and then said to the dog-headed spaceman, "But the other party offered a price that we couldn't refuse." While speaking, the dog-headed Cosmos spread out 5 fingers. Seeing this, Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, then glanced at Tuz who was beside him, and coughed dryly. "Well, we accept this task. Yes, I'm going to order the spaceship to go to the Southern Galaxy." After the dog-headed spaceman finished speaking, he left immediately. "Mr. Yu, you just refused. Why did you suddenly agree?" After the dog-headed spaceman left, Tuz blinked, looked up at Yu, and asked with a puzzled face. Yu naturally wouldn't tell Toth that it was because of money, for various reasons. After Yu said something to Tuz, she immediately walked into the training room. room. Various reason. Toph tilted his mind, his face full of doubt. Although the northern galaxy is quite far away from the southern galaxy, but at the speed of the EU spaceship, in just 1 month, it came to the planet where southern galaxy was entrusted. Blue Star. Drop. Not long after EU's spaceship landed on Blue Star, an alarm was lit up on the screen in the control room, and a dozen red dots were seen flashing continuously on the screen, and an astonishing speed is approaching this way. Lord Yeyu, there are a lot of people with strong fighting power who are coming over here. After discovering this situation, the dog-headed spaceman immediately reported to Yeyu. Rap, these people are handed over to you. After hearing the words of the dog-headed spaceman, Yeyu's brows were slightly wrinkled, and she felt something was wrong in her heart, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. After thinking to no avail, he immediately ordered to Rap and his party, who had just walked out of the gravity training room. Leave it to us. It's been a month of training. It's time to show the results of your practice. As soon as Yeyu's voice fell, Rap and the other cosmic warriors were all gearing up and eager to try. After all, Rap and Tuz and the others came directly to the outside of the spaceship under the leadership of Yeyu. Let me see how powerful the enemy is. A spaceman who looked a bit like Bart of the Genuit team took the lead to fly into the sky and poke the detector. Soon, on his detector, there were many energy reactions. Oh, combat strength 12,000. Combat strength 11,546. After discovering that the combat power of the incoming people was above 10,000, a moving expression appeared on his face. What the matter, Carter? Won't you be frightened by seeing the opponent's combat power? Rap teased. How is it possible? If it was before training, it might have been troublesome, but now, the cosmic warrior named Carter slammed into each other with punches and palm, and said confidently, coming. Just as Carter and Rap were talking, from the sky in the distance, there were dozens of air masses that continued to fly towards this side. Go. Under the leadership of Carter, more than a dozen cosmic warriors in front of Yeyu directly greeted the people who came. Ding! Just as Rap and Carter were leaving, a flash of lightning flashed across Yeyu's mind. In fact, this is not lightning, but just now, Yeyu sensed a burst of chi, an unusually huge burst of chi, so strong. After feeling this huge chi, Yeyu immediately raised her head to look at the source of chi. End of this chapter. Please support 4. Chapter 56 Brawly Strike 3 more for subscription, and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture, and LT font and GT. Chapter 56 The reason why Yeyu cares about this chi so much is because this chi is even bigger than the normal Sun Wukong. You know, the normal combat power of Sun Wukong exceeds 3 million. In other words, the owner of this energy that Yeyu sensed right now has a combat power of more than 3 million. With a combat power of more than 3 million, even if you look at the entire 7th universe, that's not much. Who is the owner of this anger? And this aura? It looks like a Saiyan. Yeyu stared at the sky and muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. Just as Yeyu was thinking in his mind, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 110. Ding! 237. Congratulations to the host. Get combat power attribute 150. After hearing the system's voice, Yeyu retracted her mind and focused her attention on the battle on the battlefield in front of her. Forget it. After the battle here is over, look at it again and you'll know. Although Yeyu was very concerned about the huge chi in her heart, it was still more important to collect combat power attributes at the moment. As Rap, Carter, and the others continued to fight, the combat power attribute dropped sparsely. When Rap and the others had only over 10,000 combat power before, the combat power attribute value drop during battle was only a little over 100. But at the moment, after some training, the combat power dropped by Rap and others during battle has reached more than 300, which has tripled directly. And this is the result of just 1 month of training. It seems that the training is not bad, and the combat power has been increased to more than 30,000 in a month. Although Rap and others can't achieve the same 6 days as Monkey King, they can increase their combat power from more than 10,000 to 90,000. But Yeyu is quite satisfied with the success of this practice. After all, Rap and the others are not Saiyan, and they will not increase their combat effectiveness after recovering from injury. In 1 month, the combat power has been increased from more than 10,000 to more than 30,000, which is quite good. Just as Yeyu focused her attention on the battlefield in front of her, she zoomed into a place thousands of kilometers away from where Yeyu was. I saw a spaceship docked here, and outside the spaceship, 3 people stood. 2 of the 3 were Brawly and his father Paragus. The huge chi that Yeyu felt just now was exactly Brawly's, and it was normal Brawly. Lord Paragus, according to the plan, Yeyu and his party have come to Blue Star. The frog spaceman behind Brawly and Paragus said aloud. Well done, Buck. When I conquer the entire universe, I will give you the entire southern Milky Way. After hearing the words of the frog spaceman, Paragus turned around and praised the former. The frog spaceman named Buck. After hearing what Paragus said, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he straightened up and said respectfully, "It is an honor to be able to serve Lord Paragus." Saying, just as Paragus and the frog Cosmos were talking, Brawly on the side stared at Yu's direction. Cyan light was flowing all over his body, and on the angular face it was revealed a gleam of fury. "Stop, Brawly. Yu is not an enemy for the time being. You can't do anything to him yet." Paragus felt that Brawly beside him was on the verge of going wild, and immediately pressed the control device in his hand. The next second, the collar on Brawly's forehead suddenly lit up. Brawly's mood immediately stabilized. "Buck, let's meet this EU for a while, but before that, I have to see if this EU really has the power to kill Frieza." As soon as Paragus said this, the frog baseman immediately said, "Wrap it on me." After all, Paragus, Brawly, and Buck flew directly in the direction of EU. Just as Brawly and the three of them flew towards EU's place, EU noticed it for the first time. Drop, drop. Just as EU looked over there was an immediate response on the detector of Two's neck to him. "Mr. Yeyu, there are 3 high-energy reactions flying towards this side." Soon, Yeyu and Two saw that there were 3 white light groups on the horizon, light dreamers, approaching this side at an amazing speed. Sure enough, it's a Saiyan, and 2 Saiyan. After the 3 white light clusters approached, Yeyu's heart was immediately certain that the huge aura he had sensed before was emanating from the Saiyan. Shish. Not long after, the 3 white light clusters stopped in the sky not far from Yeyu. At this time, Yeyu and Toss could already see the appearance of the next 3 people. Broly. At the moment when these 3 people appeared, Yeyu's eyes fell on Brawly above the sky. As for Paragus and the frog baseman beside Brawly, they were directly ignored by Yeyu. Just as Yeyu stared at Brawly, the 3 of them also set their eyes on Yeyu. Grumble. Brawly seemed to feel the powerful force in Yeyu's body. The blood in his body was restless for a while, and the chi in his body was flowing again. Broly. After seeing Brawly's abnormal reaction, Paragus called out Brawly's name heavily. After Brawly settled down, Paragus stared at Yeyu and said aloud, "Is this the Yeyu who killed Frieza?" After listening to Paragus' word, the Frog Universe man standing 0.4 immediately understood. "Is it true? I will know when I try it. After all, the combat power of my subordinates has reached 180,000. After all, a powerful air mass immediately erupted from the body of the Frog Cosmos, and the next second his figure turned into a streamer and launched an attack directly on Yeyu. Facing the attack of the Frog Baseman, Yeyu stood motionless as if he hadn't seen it. "Boy, look down on me, Bada." When the Frog Baseman saw Yeyu, he glanced at him, and he was suddenly furious. After bullying in front of Yeyu at an astonishing speed, he punched directly at Yeyu, but before the frogman's fist hit Yeyu waved his arm. "Don't get in the way." One blow, just one blow, the Frog Cosmos was instantly smashed into blood mist. Chapter 57. Who is stronger between genius and open hanging? 4 more for subscription. Chapter 57. Ka. Yeyu, who was originally standing still, suddenly waved his arm, and the Frog Baseman was instantly blasted into a blood mist. Because the speed of Yeyu's shot was so fast that neither Twos nor Paragus had yet reacted. When they reacted, they just saw the picture of the Frog Universe man exploding. Seeing this scene, the expression on Paragus' face suddenly changed, and finally a smile appeared. Buck with 180,000 combat power was instantly killed. It seems that this is the real Yeyu. After confirming Yeyu's identity, Paragus and Brawly immediately flew towards the place where Yeyu was. "Don't get me wrong, we are not here to fight you." Seeing the vigilance on To's face, Paragus immediately opened his palm and explained. Hearing what Paragus said, the expression on Tos's face softened a little. However, the expression on Yeyu's face remained unchanged. When Yeyu had just landed on Blue Star, he had a faint feeling that something was wrong with 26. "It's just that I didn't realize what was wrong at the time." But seeing Paragus and Brawly in front of her, Yeyu finally knew what was wrong. "Are you the client?" Yeyu stared at Paragus and asked with a half smile. "That's right. What Yeyu noticed was wrong. It was this mission that was wrong. To be precise, this is not a task at all. It's been a trap for Pelagus from beginning to end." Paragus deliberately tricked Yeyu to come to the Blue Star. As for the purpose of Paragus, Yeyu also knew in his heart. Paragus wants to dominate the universe, and this time he tricked him to come over. I am afraid he wants to join him. "Yes, I am the client this time, Paragus." Hearing Yeyu's question, Paragus introduced himself in a very gentlemanly manner, and then went on to say, "Your Excellency is the Yeyu who killed Frieza. I really admire him for a long time. Since it's a client, say the commission and pay." As soon as Paragus' voice fell, Yeyu said straight to the point. Originally, Yeyu didn't have much affection for Paragus. In addition, Paragus used this method to lure him to the Southern Galaxy. Yeyu didn't want to get involved with Paragus even more. "I'm very sorry. In fact, the main purpose of this commission is to let you come to Blue Star, but you can rest assured that I will give you all the remuneration for the commission." Hearing what Paragus said, the anger on Yeyu's face eased a little. Before Yeyu could speak, Paragus continued, "Actually, this time I invited you to come here because I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Coming. As soon as Paragus said these words, Yu knew in her heart what Paragus was going to say next, and she definitely wanted to invite him to conquer the universe together. What's up? Yu pretended not to know and asked aloud. Invite Your Excellency to join our new star Vegeta. Your Excellency Yu is also a Saiyan. You must know that 24 years ago, Frieza destroyed the Vegeta star of our Saiyans. Since that time, we Saiyans have almost all gone extinct. I would like to invite Your Excellency to revive our Saiyans together and let us Saiyans regain their former glory. Hearing what Paragus said, Yu not only cursed inwardly, old fox. From the beginning to the end, this guy did not mention the matter of conquering the universe, but instead used the revitalization of Saiyans to persuade Yu. You must know that Yu is a Saiyan. Standing on the position of a Saiyan, he always has national feeling. Right now, Paragus is holding high the banner of revitalizing the Saiyans to confuse Yu. If it wasn't for Yu who had crossed over, he would have known the purpose of Paragus, and I'm afraid he would have been fooled. After all, in Dragon Ball, Vegeta was fooled by Paragus. After Paragus said a lot, Yu just responded lightly, I'm not interested. Hearing Yu's word, Paragus' expression changed obviously. Then, the tone also changed, and he started to introduce Broly to Yu. Maybe Your Excellency doesn't know, this is my son Broly. He has been quite powerful since he was a child, and now he can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. I originally wanted Broly to kill Frieza, but there was no time. Your Excellency was able to get rid of Frieza to avenge our Saiyan. Broly and I are very grateful to Your Excellency. If Your Excellency can join forces with Broly, let alone revitalize the Saiyans, it is not impossible to conquer the universe. Hearing Paragus' word, Yu's complexion suddenly changed. Although Paragus seems to be introducing Broly to Yu, he is actually telling Yu that Frieza is nothing in front of Broly, so don't think that you are nothing special if you kill Frieza. The threat involved is self-evident. What, are you threatening me? Yu glanced at Broly, then asked Paragus in a deep voice. No, I just want to tell Your Excellency to be aware of current affairs. After seeing Yu's strong attitude, Paragus immediately tore his face. When he said this, there was no politeness at all, and some were just threats. It seems that you are very confident in Broly's power. After 237 heard Paragus' word, Yu immediately set his eyes on Broly and said with a half smile, of course, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, an existence that cannot be compared with ordinary Saiyans like you. Hearing what Paragus said, Yu raised her brows in her heart, unable to refute. Indeed, the average Saiyan cannot be compared to Broly. However, you Broly are a genius, but Yu is a dead end. Do it, Broly. After Paragus saw that Yu didn't speak, he immediately retreated behind Broly and ordered to Broly, roar. The anger in Broly's heart had been suppressed all the time. After hearing Paragus' word, Broly immediately raised his head and roared. The next second, a powerful air wave swept out of Broly's body. Immediately afterward, Tosin Yu saw that Broly's black hair turned yellow-blue in an instant. On the whole body, there is also a flash of yellow-blue arrogance. This is the same as Teacher Yu. After seeing the change in Broly, Ta's face changed greatly. The corners of Paragus' mouth twitched. Chapter 58 Battle Against Broly. Chapter 58 After obtaining the consent of Paragus, the angry Broly no longer had to suppress the huge chi in his body. As Broly roared, the astonishing breath in his body swept out. At this moment, the ground beneath Broly's feet sank instantly. A powerful air wave also swept out in all directions with Broly as the center. For a while, the sand and stones were flying, and the air waves rolled. At the same time, Broly's hair changed from black to yellow cyan, and his body was constantly flashing with yellow cyan arrogant. What is this posture if it is not a Super Saiyan? Like Yu-sensei. The same. Just when Toth was shocked to see the Super Saiyan Broly, Raph and Carter, who were fighting over there, were also shocked by Broly's aura. At that moment, both sides of the melee stopped attacking at the same time, and their eyes all fell on Broly here. When they saw Broly's gesture, they all looked horrified and their eyes flickered. Hey, what is that? Human. This is too scary. Monster. Although Raph and Carter did not have the ability to perceive chi, they did not know how huge the chi of Super Saiyan Broly was, but they felt a very strong death threat from Broly. Saiyan. After Broly turned into a Super Saiyan, his eyes immediately fell on Yu not far in front of him. Grumble. In the next second, Broly showed a brutal smile, and his feet moved suddenly. After trampling the ground, his figure suddenly rose and he charged directly at Yu. Go ahead. The monster's target is Lord Yu. Don't panic. Lord Yu is someone who can kill even Frieza. This time we can see Lord Yu's true strength. At the moment when Broly made his move, Raph, Carter and other space warriors all looked horrified. At the same time, the moment Yu saw Broly attack, his mind moved, and a violent breath rushed out of his body. Immediately afterward, under the surprised expressions of Carter and the others, Yu also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! The moment Yu turned into a Super Saiyan, his fist slammed into Broly's fist. At this moment, a fierce collision sound came from the sky. At the same time, a violent violent wave centered on Brawley and EU swept out instantly. Under the impact of this powerful air wave, Kate and Rap and other cosmic warriors, like a small boat in the sea, were instantly lifted off. What a powerful force! Tilda. Is this the true power of Lord EU? A group of space warriors such as Carter and Rap, who were blown away by the air wave, looked at EU and Brawley, whose fists collided, with very complicated expression. There was horror, and there was shock. Paragus over there was slightly moved after seeing that EU could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Only slightly moved. In Paragus' view, even if EU could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would definitely not be Brawley's opponent. As expected of the guy who killed Frieza, he still has some strength. It seems that this place can't stay any longer. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Brawley to stop the rampage. After Paragus muttered to himself, he didn't stop there, turned into a streamer, and flew directly towards the sky in the distance. That fellow Paragus. Here, EU, who was in a stalemate with Brawley's fist, not only scolded secretly after seeing Paragus slip away. Just as EU was scolding, Brawley's other palm condensed a cyan energy ball in vain. When EU came back to his senses, Brawley swiped his palm and directly turned the energy ball towards anger. Seeing this, EU's face suddenly changed. Boom! In the next second, a violent explosion occurred where Brawley and EU were. Lord EU, Rap, Carter and the others changed their expressions after seeing EU being hit by Brawley's energy ball. In the next second, EU's figure flew out of the smoke from the explosion. However, EU's arms were crossed in front of him, seemingly blocking the attack of Brawley's energy ball. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, he is much stronger than Sun Wukong. EU glanced at her arms that were constantly smoking white smoke, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Call out. Before EU could breathe a sigh of relief, Brawley immediately chased up from the smoke of the explosion. Boom! Then, EU and Brawley's fists and knees collided instantly. In an instant, the ground under their feet collapsed in a large area. Even EU's spaceship in the distance began to tilt. Diaresis, not good. If you destroy the spaceship, you will suffer. You must lead this guy to fight elsewhere. EU, who was rocking hard with Brawley, caught a glimpse of the spaceship tilting out of the corner of his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. The next second, EU punched Brawley in front of him. There was no mercy for his punch. The power of more than 3 billion combat power was fully displayed. Brawley saw EU throw a punch, and his thick arm full of knotted muscles immediately blocked in front of him. Boom! Although EU's punch was blocked by Brawley's arm, but Brawley's body was also under the impact of this huge force, and it flew out directly like an arrow from the string, and EU immediately chased after Brawley. Geeky muscle. Brawley, who was flying upside down, was even more brutal in his hideous fate. Apparently, before meeting EU, Brawley had never encountered such a formidable enemy. In the past, no matter who the opponent was, it was an instant kill. It's the first time I've played Brawley with him for so long, like today. At first he was able to keep his sanity, but over time, Brawley's sanity faded away. At this moment, his sanity completely disappeared, and his body was also dominated by killing. Roar. Brawley, who lost his mind, stopped suddenly, and saw his fist clench, and he let out a loud roar. Shish. A large number of cyan energy balls swept out from Brawley's body. For a while, violent explosions were happening everywhere. This guy Brawley is getting more and more angry. After EU avoided a series of energy ball attacks, he stared at Brawley and said with a heavy face, "End of this chapter. By the way, the combat power of the theatrical version of Super Cyborg is 1.4 billion. The data given by the official Jump. Chapter 59 Charge Legendary Super Saiyan Attributes. 6 more for subscription. Chapter 59. EU raised his right hand while rushing towards the mad Brawley, and then a golden energy ball appeared on the palm of his right hand. After bullying Brawley, the energy ball on EU's palm directly bombarded Brawley's chest. But at this moment, a yellow-blue spherical light suddenly appeared on Brawley's body, and the light seemed to protect Brawley's body inside like an energy shield. EU's energy ball hit the energy cover and exploded instantly. Under the impact of the blast, EU's figure took a few steps backward, but Brawley's energy shield wasn't broken. This guy, so strong. Seeing that his attack did not break Brawley's energy shield, EU's eyes flashed for a while. Kill. At the same time, Brawley's eyes had turned completely white. At this time, he seemed to be a beast with no emotions and only knew how to kill. Call out. In the next second, after the energy mask on Brawley's body disappeared, a powerful yellow-blue arrogance erupted from his body, and then his body burst directly towards EU. This planet is over. The humans on this planet are going to die, and Brawley right now, even I can't control it. At this time, Paragus, who was standing in the sky above the sky, saw that Brawley had completely lost his mind, and there was also a cold sweat on his forehead. While speaking, a powerful air mass erupted from 250 above Paragus' body. Looking at its posture, it seems that it wants to go to the spaceship and then escape from Blue Star. But just as Paragus turned around, Brawley groaned from behind him. After hearing this strange sound, Paragus couldn't help turning around and look, only to see EU's fist bombarding Brawly's chest, while Brawly immediately covered his chest and spewed out unknown liquid, with a painful look on his face. How can that be? Seeing this scene, Paragus looked surprised. After Brawly lost his mind, he went into a frenzy. Brawly, who is in a state of rage, only has killing in his heart. He will forget the pain, and the more he fights, the more courageous he becomes. But right now, Yiyu's attack made Brawly look painful. This was something Paragus had never seen before. What Paragus didn't know was that violent Brawly could indeed forget the pain, but only within a certain range would Brawly feel nothing. But once beyond that range, Brawly will also feel the pain. After all, even if it is a beast that only knows how to kill, when it suffers a fatal blow, he will scream in pain. The overweight punch Yiyu hit Brawly just now was more than Brawly could handle. One more blow. Just as Paragus was shocked, Yiyu threw out another whip leg over there, hitting Brawly's body directly. Home of the moment, Brawly's burly body, as if CGAE, flew upside down like a cannonball. Finally, a long trace was wiped on the ground and it stopped. This guy, could it be that he is also the legendary Super Saiyan? When Paragus saw that Yiyu was able to suppress Brawly, who was in a violent state, he stared at Yiyu, his eyes flashing. The legendary Super Saiyan. Yiyu is not the legendary Super Saiyan. He just picked up Sun Wukong's S-Cell attribute, and then he can transform into a Super Saiyan Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the S-Cell attribute of Berserk. Does the host pick it up? At the same time Yiyu chased after Brawly, who had landed, a mechanical prompt from the system suddenly appeared in his mind. Furious SL. Hearing the system's word, Yiyu immediately stopped chasing Brawly, with a look of surprise on her face. There is no doubt that the Berserk S-Cells should be the attribute dropped by Brawly. System, what will happen if I pick up the Berserk S-Cell attribute? Yiyu glanced at Brawly, who got up from the ground, and asked the system for the past in case. After all, some things can be eaten and some things cannot be eaten. After the host integrates the violent S-Cell attribute, it has the same ability as Brawly, and can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, but it will also go berserk after transforming. When he heard the system say that he could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, Yiyu's eyes suddenly became hot. Although Brawly and Sun Wukong are the same, they can be transformed into Super Saiyan. But the legendary Super Saiyan like Brawly and the acquired Super Saiyan like Sun Wukong have a world of difference in strength. Brawly was born with a combat power of 10,000, and did not need to practice at all. As he grew older, his combat power rose slowly, and the potential of the legendary Super Saiyan is also unmatched by ordinary Super Saiyan. Yiyu was naturally quite happy when she thought that she could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. But, hearing the second half of the system, after transforming, he will also go berserk. Yiyu seems to have been splashed with cold water when he is passionate. Legend has it that Super Saiyans are strong, but they will lose control when they go berserk. At that time, Yiyu, like Brawly, will become a monster who only knows how to kill. System, can I still transform into a normal Super Saiyan if I charge Berserk S-Cell? After thinking for a while, Yiyu asked the system again. Yes, the S-Cell attribute and the violent S-Cell coexist. The host can transform the S-Cell attribute into an ordinary Super Saiyan, and the violent S-Cell attribute can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Warm reminder, after the host activates the violent S-Cell attribute, it will enter a violent state and temporarily lose its mind. After hearing the system's word, Yiyu felt a sudden joy in her heart. At first, Yiyu was worried in his heart that after taking the violent S-Cells, if he wanted to become a Super Saiyan in the future, he would become an irrational monster like Brawly. Yiyu didn't want to be like this, but after a systematic explanation, Yiyu knew that as long as he didn't activate the violent S-Cell attribute, he would not become violent. And it is still the same as before. You can transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan, and then increase the combat power by 50 times. In this way, after Yiyu collected the violent S-Cells, it was equivalent to obtaining the talent and potential of the legendary Super Saiyan like Brawly. The difference is that as long as Yiyu doesn't activate the S-Cell attribute, he won't transform into the legendary Super Saiyan and lose his mind. Charge. This time, Yiyu immediately chose to charge without any hesitation. As soon as Yiyu's voice fell, the violent S-Cell attribute under Brawly's feet automatically gathered towards Yiyu's side, and soon disappeared into Yiyu's body. Later, Yiyu saw on the system screen in front of him that there was a violent S-Cell attribute next to the S-Cell attribute. I hope there will never be a chance to stimulate the violent S-Cell attribute in the future. Looking at the violent S-Cell attribute, Yiyu muttered to herself in her heart. After all, the violent S-Cell attribute is like a time bomb. Once activated, he will become like Brawly and lose his mind. System, why hasn't my combat power changed? Yiyu then turned his attention to the combat power on the system screen. After seeing that the combat power was still over 60 million, he asked the system, well, what about having the physique of the legendary Super Saiyan? Okay, it is said that the fighting power of Super Saiyans will increase with age. Why isn't my combat power increasing? The legendary Super Saiyan physique is counted from the day of of birth. The host has just acquired the violent S-cell attribute, so the combat power will start to accumulate today. After hearing the system's word, Yu understood. That is to say, in the future, in addition to picking up combat power attribute through the system, Yu's own legendary Super Saiyan physique will also continuously improve his combat power. Roar. Just when Yu was immersed in the system, Brawly over there roared like crazy again. Then I saw him spread his palms and aim at Yu above the sky. Seeing Brawly take this stand, Yu frowned slightly. The next second, a cyan energy ball condensed on Brawly's palm. Call out. After the energy ball was condensed and formed, it was launched directly at Yu. At first, the energy ball was only about the size of a fist, but on the way towards Yu, it expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Yu was in front of him, the energy ball, which was the size of a fist, had become incomparably huge. Seeing this huge energy ball hit, Yu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. End of this chapter. Thank you for your strong support. So far the results are much better than I thought. In addition, thank you brother for the 41 chapters for urging more votes. Chapter 60 Brawly destroyed. Chapter 60 Brawly is no better than Frieza. On Namek, Yu blocked Frieza's energy ball with his bare hand, but Brawly, I don't know how many times stronger than Frieza. The energy ball he fired was naturally not comparable to Frieza's energy ball. Looking at the cyan energy ball that was sharply enlarged in front of her eyes, Yu felt a threat from it. In other words, if Yu was hit by this energy ball, he might be killed directly. Hey, is it true or false? Such a big energy ball. Is that monster trying to kill us all? Tilda. If that ball of energy hits the planet, then we're all finished. At the same time, the cosmic warriors such as Rap and Carter in the distance, after seeing the expanding energy ball above the sky, their faces turned pale, and their hearts suddenly filled with despair. Only Rap and Tooth, who had seen Yu's true strength before, looked at Yu's back and kept praying in their heart. Lord Yu, you must block this energy ball. Yu here seemed to feel the prayer in Rap's heart. At the same time that the huge energy ball was swept in, he also released all the power in his body immediately. After the energy of 3 billion combat power was released, a huge golden energy arrogance suddenly appeared on Yu's body. Although he was hundreds of meters high from the ground, the air waves from him still set off a cloud of smoke and dust on the ground. The smoke and dust seemed to spread out around like ripples. This scene is very similar to the scene in Dragon Ball, where Son Gohan turns into the second-tier Super Saiyan, but the difference is that there is no thunder and lightning on Yu's body, and the golden arrogance does not appear as a jet. After Yu released all her power, she immediately spread out her palm. The violent energy in his body, following his arms, instantly gathered on his palm. The next second, a dazzling light radiated from Yu's palm. For a while, in the eyes of Rap, Carter and others below, the light that appeared on Yu's palm was even more dazzling than the sun above the sky. Just as the cosmic warriors used their palms to block the dazzling light, Yu immediately launched the energy waves condensed from the palm. Soon, the energy wave emitted from Yu's palm, like a beam of light, instantly hit Brawly's energy ball. Sizzle. At the moment when the energy wave and the energy ball collided, energy sparks scattered and splashed in all directions. Lightning flashes above the sky, and the entire blue star below was shaking. Right now, this scene seems to be like the end of the world is about to come. What a terrifying combat power. Is this the true power of Lord Yu? At this time, Rap and Carter, who were swaying on the ground, all had a solemn expression on their faces, and their hearts were extremely heavy. And the technicians in the Yeyu spaceship who were not capable of fighting were all scared and hid under the table with their heads up. What exactly happened? Lord Yu. Where is Lord Yu? Above the sky, Yu's energy wave and Brawly's energy ball stalemate each other for about 10 seconds. At this time, Yu suddenly exerted force, and the energy wave was like a destructive energy wave, which directly pushed Brawly's energy ball back. At this moment, the energy wave above the sky and the energy ball directly impacted Brawly below. How is this possible? This guy actually blocked Brawly's energy ball back. Paragus, who was above the sky, saw this scene in front of him, and there was a rare shocking look on his old face. The next second, he noticed Brawly below, spread his arms, as if he wanted to receive the energy waves and energy balls that bounced over, and Paragus' face changed greatly. Broly, get out of the way. Paragus shouted at Brawly, hating that iron is not deal. But Brawly, who was already in a state of rage, could not hear Paragus' word. Without any hesitation, Brawly took the energy ball that fell in front of him with his palm. At this moment, Brawly's body seemed to be under 10,000 pounds of pressure. His leg fell directly under the ground, and the ground under his feet sank instantly. Roar. The violent Brawly roared, and a powerful energy arrogance emanated from his body. But unfortunately, at that moment, the Qigong wave and the energy ball directly annihilated Brawly's body. At this moment, there was a brief silence between heaven and earth, but everyone knew that behind the silence, a huge explosion was brewing. Boom. Sure enough, after a few breaths, a huge explosion occurred. Looking from the universe of Blue Star, on the Blue Star, it seems to have been hit by a huge meteorite. The entire blue star is covered with cracks like spider web. All over the world there are plumes of ejected magma everywhere. Blue star is shaky, as if it may explode at any time. Looking closer to blue star, at the moment of the explosion, a violent air wave directly sent Rap, Tooth, Carter and others down. This violent wave came and went quickly. After a few breaths, the air wave is completely gone. At this time, Rap, Carter, and the others who got up from the ground were all stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw that there was a huge deep pit in front of me, and the deep pit was so dark that it was impossible to see the end. Zero. Danger. Just when the cosmic warriors were stunned by the scene in front of them, Rap suddenly flew past and pushed him aside. At the same time, a crimson magma column emerged from the crack of the huge deep pit. Although the space warrior was saved by Rap, his clothes fell on the magma column and disappeared in an instant. Seeing his clothes turn to ashes, the cosmic warrior suddenly had lingering fears on his face. What about Yu-Sama? At the same time, Toth used the detector to search for traces of Night Feather. After all, Yu was the closest person to the explosion just now. Hurry back, this planet is about to explode. At this moment, Yu suddenly flew over, and after greeting Tooth, Rap and others, he immediately flew towards the spaceship in the distance. After Yu flew away, Rap and the others seemed to be like locusts, hurriedly chasing Yu. After Yu's spaceship flew off the ground, the entire blue star was filled with a large amount of magma, and the whole planet became hot. Lord Yeyu, what about that one-eyed Saiyan? He lied to us to come to the southern galaxy. We might just let him go. Oh, you said Paragus. I punched him when I just left. It shouldn't be okay. Hearing Yu's word, the muscles on Rap and the others' faces twitched. Who took your punch? At this time, on Blue Star, Paragus' body had fallen into the magma. 4. Chapter 61. The terrible duo appeared. 8 more for subscription. Chapter 61. This trip to the southern galaxy. Although Yu did not get the corresponding task reward, however, he obtained the violent S-cell of the Super Saiyan in Brawly's legend, which is generally not a loss. After this episode of Brawly passed, the following days were very smooth. Yu just lay down every day and waited for her combat power to increase, and Rap and Carter and other cosmic warriors are constantly training in hell in the hypergravity training room every day. The time in the universe also flies very fast. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. On an island in the southern part of the Earth 250, on this day, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, and Kaylin and other Earth warriors came to this island early. As for the reason for coming to this island, 3 years ago, a teenager who called himself Trunks told Sun Wukong that there would be a duo on this island today. That duo has terrifying strength. In the future, almost all the warriors on Earth will be slaughtered by the duo. For this reason, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan came to this island early, waiting for the birth of the duo that Trunks said. At this time, on the top of the island, 4 people including Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Krillin, and Yamcha have gathered. Although Krillin was killed by Frieza when he was on Namek, but then the dragon that passed through Namek was resurrected again. As for Sun Wufan, 4 years have passed, but his appearance has changed a lot. At least the height is much taller. It's almost time. Hasn't that fellow Vegeta come yet? Sun Wukong glanced around, and after not finding Vegeta's figure, he complained, Wukong, you're still the same as before. The strong enemy is right in front of you, so you're not nervous at all. Kaylin looked up at Sun Wukong, and found that Sun Wukong looked calm. He not only said with some envy, Krillin has been practicing hard since he learned that there would be a terrifying duo on this island 3 years ago, but in the past 3 years, no matter how hard he cultivated, standing here today, he is still a little scared. To be honest, I'm too excited to be able to fight against the strong. Hearing Kaylin's words, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with a hearty smile. But at this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the minds of Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Krillin, and Yamcha. In fact, it wasn't lightning, but at that moment, the 4 of Sun Wukong felt a burst of energy at the same time. What a huge gap. After sensing this chi, the expressions of the 4 of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan changed, and then the 4 flew to the sky, looking at a certain place on the island with the same gaze. Is it there? A powerful air mass immediately erupted from Sun Wukong's body, and he took the lead in flying towards the place he sent. Goku, Krillin, Sun Wuhan, and Yamcha, after a little hesitation, burst out and chased after them. Soon, Sun Wukong arrived at the place where Chi sent, and when he looked around, he saw 2 people sitting on a chair below, and the huge chi that Sun Wukong felt was emanating from one of them. Are you 2 androids? After Sun Wukong landed, he shouted at the 2 people sitting on the table with a vigilant look on his face. Soon, Kaylin and Sun Wuhan and his party also immediately caught up. At this moment, the 4 Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Krillin, and Yamcha opened their postures and looked nervously at the 2 people sitting there. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the 2 finally turned around. That is, at the moment when the 2 turned around, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Kaylin almost fell headfirst. Yeyu, why are you? Yes, the 2 people who appeared in front of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan at this time were not artificial humans, but at Yu and Tu. Yo, Sun Wukong, long time no see. Seeing the appearance of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, Yu immediately greeted them. Hearing Yu's word, the father and son of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan immediately saw a black line. I thought you were android. Speaking of which, why are you on Earth? And what's with your anger? I didn't recognize you at all. While they were talking, the father and son of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan walked towards Yu. Why does Yi Feather appear on Earth? Naturally, it is to collect combat power attribute. He knows that there will be powerful artificial people on the Earth in the near future. So I came to this island in advance. As for his anger, why didn't Sun Wukong and others recognize it? According to Yu's speculation, it should be the consequence of Broly's violent S-cell attribute. In the past 4 years, in addition to collecting the combat power attribute through the system, it is said that the physique of the Super Saiyan has also continuously increased the combat power of Yu. It may be precisely for this reason that Yu's chi has undergone a series of changes. Of course, Yu naturally wouldn't tell Sun Wukong these reasons. He just said to Sun Wukong, I heard that there is a lot of fun here, so let's take a look. Just when Sun Wukong and Yu were reminiscing about the old time, Yamcha over there was puzzled. He hadn't been to Namek, so he didn't know Yu. By the way, do you know this person? Yamcha looked at Yu and asked Kaylin aloud. Ah, a very powerful Saiyan. According to Goku, Frieza was killed by him on Namek. Kaylin looked at Yu at 0.4 and seemed to see an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. He explained to Yamcha with a happy expression. Saiyan. After Yamcha muttered something to herself, she involuntarily looked towards Yu's butt. Of course, he didn't want to see Yu's butt, but just to see if Yu had a tail. After all, Saiyans have tails. But unfortunately, Yamcha didn't see the tail. Boom. Just as everyone was talking, an explosion suddenly came from the island in the distance. After hearing this voice, the expressions of Sun Wukong, Kaylin and the others changed, and they immediately flew into the sky, only to see thick smoke billowing from the ground in the distance. And Yu also stood up immediately. Her expression moved lightly, and she thought to herself, have you finally appeared? An android. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 Cyborg number 19 and number 20, 9 for subscription. Chapter 62. Strange, why can't you sense the anger of those two androids? Sun Wukong and the others were suspended above the sky, staring at the place where the smoke was smoking, and muttered to themselves with a puzzled expression. I'm afraid it's because they are artificial human. At this moment, Piccolo flew over from a distance and said to Sun Wukong, Vixen. Seeing Piccolo flying over, Sun Wufan was overjoyed as if he saw his own father. Gohan. Piccolo also responded with a smile on Sun Gohan's face, and then his eyes fell on Yu below. Just now, Yu just deliberately released a burst of chi to attract Sun Wukong and others. And now, Yu is suppressing his chi again, so Piccolo didn't notice anything unusual when he sensed Yu. He only saw Yu and Tu's dressed as cosmic people, and then he looked at Yu with a puzzled expression. Old son, who are these two? Piccolo glanced at Yu and Tu, and asked Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could answer, Sun Wufan said excitedly, Don't worry Bixang, these two we met on Namek, and Frieza was killed by him. Although Sun Gohan just said so casually, but Piccolo heard Sun Gohan say, Frieza was killed by him. After this sentence, Piccolo's face changed greatly in vain. He looked at Yu. His eyes flashed for a while, and the old face was full of horror. Is this guy the one who killed Frieza? Piccolo looked at Yu, secretly startled. Boom. Just as Piccolo was staring at Yu's mind, an explosion sounded again on the island in the distance. At the same time, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan and others noticed that two figures suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. But soon, the two figures landed in the city on the island again and disappeared. Damn, I can't feel it at all. Piccolo, Krillin, let's look for it separately. Remember those two guys are strong. Don't try to fight them alone. After all, Keelan, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Sun Wuhan turned into 4 black shadows, and immediately ran in 4 different directions. And Sun Wukong flew to Yu again and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Yu, we are looking for 2 androids right now, and after we finish these 2 androids, we will definitely entertain you all. After greeting Yu, Sun Wukong also landed on the street and ran quickly, constantly searching for the 2 androids that appeared on the island. Then let's get started. After Sun Wukong left, Yu also said something lazily. Toss, just stand here and don't move. Although Toss didn't know why Yu let him stand here, but since it was Yu's order, he just replied, yes, teacher Yu. After all, Tu stood there in a very upright manner as if he were standing in a military posture. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. You don't have to be so serious, just be a little more natural. In order to prevent this guy from being too real, Yu gave a clear statement. You just sit on this chair. After Tu sat on the chair, Yu left directly. According to the memory in my mind, the android currently appearing on this island are number 19 and number 20. The androids 19 and 20 became stronger by devouring the energy of others. Right now, the androids 19 and 20 must be looking everywhere for target, and 2 happens to be a good target. Yu just wanted to use twos as bait to catch the androids 19 and 20. After walking a considerable distance from twos, Yu's figure flew to a roof. Standing on this roof, you can just see where twos is. Of course, Yu wouldn't put all her hopes on Toth, and Yamcha, Keelan, and Son Gohan would all become the targets of androids number 19 and 20. Therefore, while paying attention to twos, Yu's chi perception ability was also placed on Yamcha, Keelan and others. As time went on, the atmosphere on the entire island became more and more tense. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan and others are constantly searching for the whereabouts of the androids in the street. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from behind Yu. "Excuse me, are you waiting for us?" After hearing this voice, Yu immediately turned to look, only to see two figures flying towards it. Looking at these two figures, Yu's brows suddenly twitched. These two are none other than androids 19 and 20. Originally, Yu was still thinking about who the androids number 19 and 20 would attack first, but what Yu never expected was that these two guys actually made Yu their primary goal. But Yu is not surprised. After all, his current chi is suppressed near the combat power of more than 10,000. The androids number 19 and number 20 must have detected the not weak energy in Yu's body, so they chased after them, trying to devour the energy in Yu's body. After figuring this out, Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect that Yu would also be treated as a soft persimmon one day. Go ahead, number 19. Just as 250 turned around at Yu, Dr. Grow of the android number 20 immediately said something to the android number 19. Following Dr. Grow's order, the cyborg number 19 approached Yu at an astonishing speed, and spread out his big hand and grabbed it directly at Yu's head. Judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to subdue Yu before Yu sends a signal. But at the moment when the palm of the android number 19 stretched out, Yu's arm suddenly waved towards the sky. Cough. The entire arm of cyborg 19 flew directly into the sky. Seeing this scene, both cyborg number 19 and Dr. Gero showed shocking expressions on their faces. Before android number 19 and Dr. Gru could react, Yu pointed a little in the air, and a golden beam, like a laser, hit the arm of number 19, who landed in the upper position. Boom. Then, the entire arm of the android number 19 exploded in an instant. This guy. It was only at this moment that Dr. Grow and cyborg number 19 realized that Yu's strength was not as weak as they thought. At the same time, the group of Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong immediately heard the explosion. Afterward, the group of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan immediately flew back towards Yu. Chapter 63 Dr. Grow's Data 10 Subscription. Chapter 63 Sizzle. After cyborg number 19's arm was cut off by Yu, the wound on his arm did not bleed, but he saw that many wires were exposed to the air, and silver lightning flashed constantly at the joints of the wire. This situation seems to be like the arm of a robot. In fact, the android 19 is not much different from the robot after all. What going on? Who is this guy? Why is there no such person in the computer for such a powerful person? At this moment, while cyborg number 19 and Dr. Gero stared at Yu with horror, they seemed to be robots, and a large number of data patterns appeared in their field of vision. But after transferring Yu's image to the computer, it was found that there was no record of Yu in the computer. After discovering this situation, Dr. Grow and the android number 19 became even more flustered. Shish. Not long after, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Keilin and his party also immediately found Yu based on the sound of the explosion. Of course, Yu deliberately used the sound of the explosion to attract Sun Wukong and his party. After all, if he wants to get rid of cyborg number 19 and Dr. Grow, he can kill them directly. However, this was not the result Yu wanted. What he wants is the combat power attribute. If Sun Wukong and these two android fight, they will definitely provide Yu with a lot of combat power attribute. Are these two guys androids? After Bick came to the scene, he saw a lot of wires on the broken arm of the android number 19, and he said with a look of surprise, "I'm afraid that's the case. It's like a robot." Hearing Bick's word, Krillin also responded with some shock. After all, before this, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan and their group had never seen the two robots, Dr. 19 and Dr. Grow, so they don't know what the so-called artificial human looked like. Yu, thank you again this time for helping us find the android. Tilda. Just as Keelan and Piccolo were talking, Sun Wukong also greeted Yu in front of him. Okay, I'll leave it to you next. After all, Yu's figure rose directly and slowly flew towards the sky, and finally stood in the air with a look on his face watching the show. You are really a good person. You not only found the android, but also gave it to me. Yoshi, if that's the case, then we're welcome. Next, I'll be your opponent. Hearing Sun Wukong's word, a black line appeared on the heads of Keelan and Yamcha. If they hadn't known Sun Wukong's character, they would definitely have been complaining. This is related to the life and death of the Earth in the future. You actually treat it like a game. But they know that Sun Wukong is the kind of character who gets more excited when he encounters a stronger enemy. So Yamcha and Keelan didn't say much, just looked speechless. At the same time, Dr. Gro and Cyborg number 19, seeing that Yu didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, they both could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in their heart. This guy is not going to shoot just right. After we absorb the energy of Sun Wukong, Piccolo and others, we will take this guy. Dr. Gero thought to himself, and then glanced at Monkey King, Sun Wufan, Krillin, Piccolo and others. Then, in Dr. Gro's field of vision, various data flash. These data are collected over the years by Dr. Gro through micro-robots. Then I'm going to start. After the Sun Wukong here did some warm-up exercises, he moved his feet, and his figure immediately burst towards the android number 19. But just as Sun Wukong rushed over, in the field of vision of Cyborg number 19, various data of Sun Wukong immediately appeared, including Sun Wukong's moves and battle mode. After Sun Wukong rushed to the side of the android 19, he launched a series of attacks on the android 19 in a row. But these attacks were easily avoided by the android number 19. What happened? Sun Wukong immediately noticed his movement, as if he was completely seen through by his opponent. It's useless. Sun Wukong, we have all your battle data. Dr. Gero over there saw Sun Wukong's confused look, and a smug look appeared on his old face. Monkey King, who does not believe in evil, once again launched an attack on the android number 19, but the result was the same. He was easily evaded by the android, and was blown away by the android. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the combat power attribute of 30,000. At the moment when the android number 19 hit Sun Wukong, the mechanical prompt of the system sounded in Yu's mind. Diaresis Wukong. At the same time, after Yamcha and Keelan shouted to Sun Wukong, the two of them gritted their teeth and attacked the android number 19. But it is a pity that the android number 19 also easily avoided the attacks of Yamcha and Keelan. And then Keelan and Yamcha were defeated. It's a pity we not only have the battle data of Sun Wukong, but also Keelan, Piccolo, Yamcha, Sun Wuhan, all of you. When talking about the three words, everyone, Dr. Gross glanced subconsciously at Yu who was above the sky. After thinking that there was no Yu's battle data in the computer, his old face twitched. Who is this guy, and why is there no data about this guy in the computer? It's just that Dr. Gero didn't know that Yu came to Earth for the first time. Naturally, his computer didn't have Yu's data, with leave. But even with Yu's data, it's useless. After all, in the face of the absolute strength gap, some methods are ineffective. That's it. I said, how can I avoid my attack so easily? It turns out that I have my combat data. But things like battle data are useless to me. Sun Wukong came over and said softly. Then, a powerful airwave erupted from his body. At the same time, the golden arrogance seemed to be like a flame, constantly flashing on Sun Wukong's body. The moment when Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan, the data in the field of vision of Dr. Gero and Cyborg number 19 is constantly beating, and Yu has a moving expression on his face after sensing the chi emanating from Sun Wukong. In the past 4 years, Sun Wukong has also gotten a lot stronger. Chapter 64 Combat Power 6 billion, one more subscription. Chapter 64 Cyborg number 19 looked at Sun Wukong who had transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of him. In his field of vision, data kept flashing, and his face was full of greed. What a huge amount of energy. After the android number 19 made a sharp sound, the next second, his only arm grabbed directly at Sun Wukong. Your energy, I want it. At the moment when the android number 19 shot, Dr. Gero's old face sank slightly. This guy number 19 is really impatient. After all, Dr. Gero first glanced at Yu who was standing in the sky above the sky. When he saw Yu folded his arms in his chest, his eyes were only fixed on Sun Wukong and Cyborg number 19. He still did not intend to shoot. Dr. Gro's heart was relieved. Then his eyes fell on Big, Keelan, Sun Gohan, and Yamcha in front of him again. Although the energy of these four people is not as huge as that of Sun Wukong, if they absorb it, even this guy above the sky should be able to beat it. After Dr. Gro thought for a while, a greedy light flashed in his eyes. Then, when Piccolo and the others were all focused on Sun Wukong and Cyborg number 19, he moved his feet and charged toward Keelan, who was closest to him. Clin sang, be careful. After Sun Wufan 250 reacted, his palms suddenly raised. Open black lens bracket magic flash close black lens bracket. In the next second, a dazzling light emanated from Sun Wuhan's palm, and the next second, a huge shock wave, like a beam of light, shot directly towards Dr. Nagro. Seeing this, Dr. Gero's face changed suddenly. He immediately stopped, spread out his big hands and greeted the magic flash fired by Sun Gohan. At this moment, the scene that shocked Piccolo, Kling and others happened. I saw Dr. Gero's palm. At the moment when it came into contact with the magic flash of Sun Gohan, the flash of Sun Gohan's magic flash to the naked eye, the visible speed is being absorbed by Dr. Gro. In just a few short breaths, the magic flashes emitted by Sun Gohan were all swallowed up by Dr. Gero. You actually devoured Gohan's magic flash. Does this guy have the ability to swallow Qigong wave? Yamcha and Keelan stared at Dr. Gero and said incredulously. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of Piccolo and Son Gohan, Dr. Gero's smug smile grew even wider. It seems that his invention has been recognized by the world. Hey, yes, I have the ability to absorb energy. After the shock waves you send out are absorbed by me, they will become my energy and make me stronger. Dr. Gro spread out his palms and said to Sun Wukong and the others with a playful expression, this guy even deliberately told others about his ability. The villains are doing this to death. At this time, Yi Yu, who was above the sky, also sighed helplessly after hearing the words of Dr. Gero below. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 1.5 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 1.4 million combat power attribute. Just when Yi Yu's attention was on Dr. Gero below, the sound of the system prompt suddenly changed in his mind. 1.5 million. After hearing the data reported by the system, Yi Yu's brows suddenly twitched, and then her eyes fell on Sun Wukong and Cyborg number 19 who were fighting over there. When Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan and fought on the 19th, the prompt sound from the system was, Ding! Congratulations to the host, and obtained a combat power attribute of 250,000. But suddenly, the combat power attribute value dropped sharply, from 2.5 million to 1.5 million. Therefore, this caught Yi Yu's attention. After Yi Yu set his eyes on Sun Wukong, he saw Sun Wukong who was fighting, panting heavily, sweating profusely on his forehead, as if he was exhausted. This is, seeing the appearance of Sun Wukong, Yi Yu frowned slightly. Apparently, Sun Wukong is not tired after fighting with Cyborg 19. It's Sun Wukong. Have you had a heart attack? Yi Yu muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Yes, Sun Wukong has a heart attack. CGAE. Boom. Just in Yi Yu's heart. The android number 19 took advantage of your illness and killed you, and directly bombarded Sun Wukong's body with a punch, knocking Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan state into the air. Hey, Goku. At this time, Piccolo and others also noticed the abnormal reaction of Sun Wukong. At this moment, Piccolo's mind recalled in vain what Trunks said 3 years ago. In the future, Mr. Wukong, you will die of a heart attack. After thinking of this, Piccolo's expression changed drastically. No, Lao Sun's heart attack. Gohan, hurry up and take Wukong away. Leave it to me here. After Piccolo said a word to Sun Wukong, he immediately attacked number 19 who was approaching Sun Wukong. At the same time, Keelan and Yamcha also joined the battle. Soon, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Keelan were fighting against the two androids number 19 and Dr. Gro. For a while, Yi Yu's mind was filled with the system's mechanical prompt sound. Receive combat power attribute. Seeing that the combat power attributes below were constantly falling, Yi Yu said aloud to the system. With Yi Yu's order, the combat power attributes at the feet of Piccolo and Cyborg number 19, plus the combat power attributes dropped by Sun Wukong and Cyborg number 19 when they fought just now, are like golden tadpoles in an instant. Into a long river of scriptures, a steady stream gathered towards Yi Yu's body. After the combat power attributes were gathered in Yi Yu's body, the combat power on the virtual screen in front of Yi Yu was constantly rising. 121.2 million. 122.7 million. Yes, Yi Yu's combat power, Howran, had already exceeded 120 million at this time. 4 years ago, Yi Yu's combat power was only more than 60 million. But in the past 4 years, Yi Yu has used the legendary Super Saiyan physique and collected the combat power attribute dropped by Rap and Carter and other space warriors when they fought. In 4 years, the combat power has been increased to 121.2 million. In 4 years, more than 60 million combat power has been improved, which is equivalent to the total combat power of Yi Yu in the past 24 years. The speed of this improvement is quite exaggerated, and this 120 million is just Yi Yu's basic combat power. If she turned into a Super Saiyan, Yi Yu's combat power at this time would directly exceed 6 billion combat power, which is already a rather terrifying figure. End of this chapter. The author has encountered a problem, that is, the problem of combat power data. The data given by the official is only before Namek. After Namek, the old bird will not use combat power as a unit of measurement. However, this book is based on combat power data, and it is impossible not to use data. In addition, the data spread on the internet are just guesses, and the data are all kinds of strange and very different. For example, Majin Buu, some say 30 billion, some say 600 billion. Chapter 65 Shalu appears open black lens bracket 2 more for subscription close black lens bracket. Chapter 65 In a deep mountain not far from the island where Yi Yu was located. Looking closer, I saw a rocket-like machine on the ground below. If Trunks were here at this time, he would have been shocked to discover that this machine was the same time machine he once rode. At this time, the time machine was covered with green-colored moss. It seems that this time machine has been parked here for a certain period of time. Taka. At this moment, a small voice suddenly came from the time machine. The sound was like the sound of glass breaking. breaking. At this moment, a shadow shattered the glass of the time machine, rushed out of the time machine, and finally fell to the ground below the time machine. I saw the shadow, but it was a huge egg that reminded me that it was an egg, but it was actually more like a bug egg. The huge worm egg shook twice, and in the next second, a crack appeared on the worm egg. Then, the crack spread out in all directions like a spider web. After the shell of the worm egg was broken, a monster full of viscous liquid came out from the worm egg. This scene seems to be like a chick hatching and breaking out of its shell. However, what hatched from the eggs was not a chicken, but a humanoid monster like a praying mantis. I saw that monster. The whole body was blue, with a pair of huge wings behind it. If Yu was here at this time, he would definitely recognize this winged monster. This monster is none other than the android Sharu. However, the memories of Sharu and Yu in front of them seem to be somewhat different. He is stronger than Sharu in the first form. However, the appearance is slightly different from the Sharu who transformed into the second form. Finally out. After Sharu, who broke out of the shell, stood up, he immediately clenched his fist with both hands, and his face showed the joy of seeing the sun again. I don't know if number 17 in this time and space has been killed. If it is killed, then I have to go to other time and space to search for number 17. Sharu turned around and glanced at the time machine behind him, then muttered to himself, "That's right." Sharu in front of him, Light Trunk, came from a time machine from another time and space. Originally, Sharu could evolve into a complete body by absorbing Android 17 and Android 18. However, in the time and space where he was, the android number 17 was killed by Trunk, leaving only the android number 18. After Sharu devoured the android number 18 in his time and space, he found Trunk, robbed Trunks of his time machine, and came to the current time and space. Sharu hoped to find the android number 17 in this space and time, and then transform into a complete body. In other words, Sharu at the moment is the second form that devoured the cyborg number 18 in his time and space. The second form of Sharu that Yu knew was the second form that evolved after devouring the android number 17. Therefore, Sharu's appearance was slightly different from the second form Yu had seen. Ding! At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in Sharu's mind. But this isn't lightning, it's just that Sharu sensed several very large energies not far from nearby through his chi perception ability. These breaths are Piccolo, Keelan, Sun Wukong and the others. Soon, Sharu recognized the masters of these chi. While speaking, he clenched his fist lightly, and then said confidently, "Although with my current strength, it is easy to kill Sun Wukong and the others, but before that, I still need to find number 17 and evolve into a complete body." Bar. After all, Sharu's wings flicked behind him, and his figure rose directly into the air. Dr. Gro's Research Institute seems to be not far from here. After Shalu muttered to himself, a powerful air mass erupted above his figure, and flew directly towards the deep mountain. At the moment when Sharu burst into a powerful air mass, Yu, who was on the battlefield of the humanoid in the distance, immediately sensed this air. At the same time Yu sensed this chi. Piccolo, Kaylin, and Yamu Coffee Table also sensed this chi. This chi is Wukong, not just Goku, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Vegeta, and mine. At this moment, Keelan and Piccolo looked strangely in the direction chi sent. What happened? Why do so many chi gather in the same place? And these chi are all of us. Maybe Piccolo and Kling and others don't know what's going on. But Yu knew something. You can't be wrong. This chi is the android Sharu. While Yu was thinking to herself, her eyes fell directly on Dr. Gero below him. Although Yu had never seen Sharu, he knew that Dr. Gero's computer was an artificial human Sharu created by using the cells of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo and other warriors. Therefore, there will be so many personal anger in Sharu. Just when Yu recognized that the owner of this chi was Sharu, the old face of Dr. Gero over there changed for a while. Zero. Monkey King's chi, Vegeta's chi, Piccolo's chi. What are these guys talking about? Dr. Gro, who has no chi perception ability, didn't know what Krillin and Piccolo were talking about at first. But at this moment, Dr. Gru suddenly thought of something, and his old face suddenly changed. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. In that picture is an embryo living in a culture medium, and this embryo is the prototype of Sharu. That is, Sharu of this time and space. Could it be that the gap between these guys has reached Sharu's existence? Impossible. Sharu is still just an embryo. How could they perceive it? Naturally, Dr. Gro doesn't know that the Sharu that Yu and others perceive at the moment is not the Sharu of this time and space. It was Sharu who had traveled through time and space from the future. In addition, since Sharu's anger had not fully erupted at this time, Yu didn't know that the Sharu at the moment was not the one he knew. End of this chapter. Slightly change the setting of Sharu. As for the purpose, as I said before, it is for the heroine number 18. I want Sharu to become a complete body, and I don't want number 18 to be swallowed and spit out by Sharu. I can only create a Sharu in a different time and space. The Sharu who appeared in this chapter is the second form Sharu that devoured another time and space number 18. The fighting power is very strong, except for the protagonist. No one else can beat it. That's all. See you in the next chapter. 4. Chapter 66 Super Saiyan Vegeta 3 more subscriptions. Chapter 66 That guy Sharu dares to take the initiative to reveal his anger. He is really courageous. Yu raised her head to look at the place where Shalu's anger was. The corner of her mouth twitched, and said something in a voice that only she could hear. According to Yu's knowledge, Sharu is a very intelligent android. He knows to keep a low profile. In Dragon Ball, Sharu knew that his strength was not strong, and then he hid in secret and became stronger through the humans who devoured the earth. If it wasn't for the god of the earth to discover Sharu, it is estimated that Sharu has been developing silently in secret. At the moment, Sharu actually took the initiative to reveal his aura, which Yu didn't expect. But what Yu didn't know was that Sharu dared to reveal his aura because Sharu had absolute confidence in his own strength. After all, Shalu at the moment is the Sha 250 Lu who devoured the future number 18, the second form. Before entering the spiritual time house, neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong could beat Sharu in the second form. Call out. Just as Yu's eyes were fixed on the direction of Sharu, a white light group was flying towards this side at an astonishing speed. That Vegeta. Just as Piccolo was talking, Vegeta's figure had come to the battlefield here and stopped in front of Yu. That's it. I said why there is a Saiyan's anger. So it's you. After Vegeta appeared, his eyes first fell on Yu. After hearing Vegeta's word, Yu immediately looked at Vegeta, only to see a confident art twitched at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Yu knew that Vegeta had regained the confidence of Prince Vegeta after gaining the power of a Super Saiyan. Damn, here comes another guy who gets in the way. Dr. Gro, who was below, saw the sudden arrival of Vegeta, and his old face suddenly changed slightly. After Vegeta heard Dr. Gro's words, she immediately moved the realization from Yu's body to the body of Dr. Gro and Cyborg 19 below. Seeing the large number of wires on the broken arm of the android number 19, he said playfully, "Oh, are these two androids?" While speaking, Vegeta, who folded his arms on his chest, slowly fell downward, and finally landed in front of Dr. Gro and Cyborg number 19. Vegeta, be careful, these two guys are very strong. Seeing Vegeta's unconcerned expression, Krillin, who was behind, immediately reminded him aloud, "HMPH, don't compare me to you guys," Vegeta said with a look of disdain, and then shouted to Yu who was above the sky, "Yu, after these two androids are dealt with, it will be your turn next." "Hey, Vegeta, Yu is not the enemy." As soon as Krillin said this, Vegeta said coldly, "Shut up. Who is he?" Vegeta, Saiyan Prince. But he, the Saiyan Prince, was left far behind by the two ordinary Saiyans, Yu and Sun Wukong. How he was willing to Vegeta. Thinking of the series of things that happened on Namek, Yu and Sun Wukong's figures have always been like a dream, surrounding Vegeta's heart, lingering. In order to be able to defeat Son Goku and Yu and prove that Vegeta is the strongest Saiyan, for the past 4 years, he has been cultivating continuously, constantly. Finally, like Sun Wukong, he also gained the power of a Super Saiyan. This time, he returned to Earth just to defeat the androids and Sun Wukong, then go to the universe to defeat Yu. Since Yu was in front of his Vegeta, how could he want to miss this opportunity to be shamed? What? Just when Keelan and Yamcha were thinking about whether Vegeta took the wrong medicine again, Vegeta suddenly took a stand, clenched his fist, and screamed loudly. In the next second, a powerful air wave came from Vegeta's body, buzzing. At the moment when the air wave came out, golden arrogance flashed above Vegeta's body. Like Goku, Super Saiyan. The moment Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo, Krillin and the others were all shocked. How is this possible? Doesn't it take a pure heart to transform into a Super Saiyan? Krillin looked at Vegeta and said incredulously, "It's a pity that I, Prince Vegeta, have a pure heart, but a pure evil heart." Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of Krillin, Piccolo and others, Vegeta was very impressed, and then his eyes fell on Yu's body above the sky, and the corners of his mouth evoked a confident art. Although Vegeta didn't say anything to Yu, his face seemed to say, "See, Yu, Vegeta can also transform into a Super Saiyan." But Yu was indifferent to Vegeta's showing off, showing no expression on her face. Then, Vegeta below opened his palm towards Cyborg number 19, and in the next second, a golden air bomb condensed on the palm of his palm. "Hey, Vegeta, that guy has the ability to devour energy. Don't use Qigong waves to attack that guy." Seeing that Vegeta was about to use a gas bomb to attack Cyborg 19, Krillin immediately reminded him. But at this time, Vegeta's gas bomb attack had already been fired. After that, everyone saw that the android number 19 directly spread out his palm and absorbed all of Vegeta's golden air bomb. So that's the case, the kind that can devour other people's energy. If that's the case, I'll let you devour enough. When he heard Vegeta's previous sentence, Krillin still let out a sigh of relief. But when he heard the words behind Vegeta, Clinton's face changed greatly. Afterward, only Vegeta's palm was seen continuously firing gas bombs at Cyborg number 19, and the gas bombs that were launched were all absorbed by the android number 19. "Hey, Vegeta, 0. 8.4. Seeing that Vegeta was continuously sending energy to the enemy, Krillin and Yamcha were in a hurry. But at this moment, Vegeta suddenly seemed to understand something, and immediately stopped the attack of the gas bomb, and in a flash he bullied himself in front of the android 19. Before Cyborg 19 could react, Vegeta firmly grasped the arm he was holding. You can only use this hand to absorb energy. While speaking, Vegeta directly pulled out the entire arm of Cyborg number 19. At this moment, Yi Yu's brows suddenly twitched. As expected of Prince Vegeta, he really has a talent for fighting. Although Vegeta seems to be constantly sending energy to the android 19, but in fact Vegeta is analyzing the abilities of the android 19. In the end, it was really analyzed by him. Chapter 67 Lonely Vegeta. 4 more for subscription, and LT font color equal #FF0000 and GT picture, and LT font and GT. Chapter 67 Cough. After Vegeta grabbed the only arm of the android 19, before waiting for the android 19 to react, he pulled the arm of the android 19 directly. At this moment, Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Dr. Gero were all shocked. You seem to be very happy just now absorbing my energy. Vegeta grabbed the arm of Cyborg number 19, and the corners of her mouth rolled into an arc, as she said playfully. The android number 19, although he is a modified person, he also feels fear. When faced with death, he is also afraid. His fighting power and ability to absorb energy all came from his arm. After losing both arms, looking at Vegeta in front of him, Cyborg number 19 was shocked. He looked terrified, then turned and ran away. Number 20. Hurry up and save me. While escaping in the distance, the android number 19, under the trend of survival, begged for help from Dr. Gro. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the android 19 was so afraid of himself, Vegeta was greatly satisfied, and immediately laughed. 26. Go to hell. After the android number 19 escaped for a distance, the smile on Vegeta's face disappeared instantly, but it was replaced by a murderous intent. I saw a sudden wave of his palm, a huge beam of energy, instantly from Vegeta's palm, fly out. In just a blink of an eye, it hit the android 19 who was running. Boom. Humanoid number 19, who lost both arms, exploded in an instant under the impact of that Qigong wave. In the end, the parts in the body were scattered, and the head just landed not far from Vegeta's feet. Without any hesitation, Vegeta raised her foot and stomped the head of the android number 19 with one foot. After killing the android number 19, Vegeta's eyes fell on Yi Yu, who was above the sky again, and his face was full of complacency. However, Yi Yu was unmoved. Amazing. This guy Vegeta might be even more powerful than Goku. Seeing Vegeta between the lightning and flint, he killed the android number 19, Krillin and Yamcha and his party. It was both a surprise and a joy. Dr. Gro was dumbfounded, staring at Vegeta with a look of horror. This guy. In the next second, Dr. Gro's old face darkened instantly, and then his eyes kept switching back and forth between Vegeta and Yi Yu. After all, among everyone present, only Yi Yu and Vegeta could threaten him. Yi Yu, give me another 5 seconds. After I kill this one, I will come to you immediately. Vegeta spread out her fingers at Yi Yu and said confidently, escape. Just as Vegeta spoke to Yi Yu, Dr. Gru seized the opportunity and immediately fled from Vegeta's side. Seeing that after Dr. Gero escaped, Vegeta's expression changed suddenly. In the next second, he launched a powerful shockwave, but unfortunately, Dr. Gross spread out his big hands and directly absorbed Vegeta's shockwave, and then continued to escape. Escape? Naturally it is impossible for you to escape. However, just when Vegeta was about to catch up with Dr. Gero, Yi Yu suddenly appeared in front of Dr. Gero at an unknown time, and directly blasted Dr. Gero with a punch. At this moment, the faces of Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta were horrified, especially Vegeta. So fast, I didn't see his movement clearly at all. That android was actually beaten by him, and this Saiyan will also transform into a Super Saiyan like Goku. At this time, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha looked at Yi Yu, whose whole body was flashing with golden arrogance, with incredible expressions on their faces. After Vegeta was shocked, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This guy is stronger than 4 years ago. Vegeta stared at Yi Yu, her face full of unwillingness. The clenched fists are also creaking. Although Yi Yu just killed Dr. Gro just afterward, Vegeta was not a fool. He could see that Yi Yu's blow just now exceeded the level of an average Super Saiyan. Vegeta has been practicing hard for the past 4 years just to surpass Yi Yu and Sun Wukong and restore the dignity that belongs to Prince Vegeta. But now, Yi Yu seems to have reached a higher height than him. This made Vegeta reconcile. Hateful. Vegeta roared unwillingly, and at the same time, a powerful wave of air erupted from his body. Under the impact of this air wave, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha were immediately forced to retreat by the air wave. No, Vegeta doesn't really want to fight Yi Yu, does it? After Krillin tried his best to maintain his figure, he said in a solemn tone. Boom. Just when the furious Vegeta was about to attack Yi Yu, there was an earth-shattering explosion in the forest in the distance. At this moment, the entire island shook. Looking at the sound, ground. I saw a dazzling light on the horizon in the distance, as if a huge energy ball had exploded. After hearing the sound of the explosion, Yu, Piccolo and the others immediately turned their eyes towards the direction of the explosion. Someone is fighting. This chi was perceived before. Soon, Piccolo, Krillin and the others all sensed that there was an unusually huge aura from the place where the explosion occurred. This chi 250 is exactly the chi of Shalu before. What going on? How did Sharu's anger become so huge? Could it be that the guy has absorbed number 17 or number 18? Yu flew to the sky, saw the explosion in the distance, and muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. Toss, you stay here. After Yu greeted Tuz over there, she flew towards the place where Sharu-chi was. Don't try to escape. After Vegeta saw Yu slip away, he immediately chased after him. After that, Piccolo, Keelan, and Yamcha looked at each other and followed. What on earth is it? Why does Sharu's anger become so big, and Sharu's appearance time is different? Is it because of my appearance that the time and space have changed? Just as Yu flew in the direction of Sharu, he was constantly thinking about it in his mind. After all, in Dragon Ball, Sharu only appeared after the appearance of Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18. Moreover, Sharu has been developing silently since his appearance. But right now, Sharu went directly to Dr. Gro's base to find the androids 17 and 18. The huge explosion just now, according to Yu's guess, should have been generated when Sharu and the android number 17 or number 18 were fighting. Chapter 68 The Cold Queen number 18 One more subscription. Chapter 68 Not long after Yu and Vegeta's group left the cyborg battlefield, the sky suddenly wriggled, and then a rocket-like machine appeared out of thin air. Tuz, who was waiting here, noticed the machine and his expression changed slightly. Then I saw the machine slowly fall to the ground. Under the trend of curiosity, Tuz immediately flew towards the place where the machine fell. After the machine fell to the ground, the glass hatch was opened, and a teenager walked out. I saw that young man, with short cherry blossom-colored hair, and a long sword on his back, looking quite martial. This young man is none other than Trunks, who came to this time and space in a time machine from the future. I don't know what happened to Wukong Sang and the others. Did they defeat the android? After Trunks turned the time machine into a capsule and put it away, he flew directly into the sky. Soon, he came to the place where Vegeta and the android fought before. I saw that the battlefield was in a mess, and the parts of the android number 19 could be seen everywhere. The corpse of Dr. Gro, who killed Yu, was also lying on the ground. What exactly happened here? Trunks fell to the ground and picked up the severed arm of cyborg number 19. There was a look of doubt on his handsome face. At this moment, Trunks immediately spotted Toth above the sky. Spaceman. After Trunks saw Toth's appearance and dressed like a spaceman, he frowned slightly, and then his right hand landed directly on the long sword behind him. However, just as Trunks was about to pull out his long sword and kill Toth in front of him, Toth pointed to the front and said aloud, "They are all gone just now." After Trunks heard Toth's word, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked in the direction of Toth's anger. Soon, in that direction, Trunks sensed Vegeta's anger. It's Daddy's anger. After discovering Vegeta's anger, Trunks' face suddenly lit up with joy. Just when Trunks sensed Vegeta's aura, Vegeta was chasing Johanna ahead with all her strength. But no matter how he accelerated, it was the distance between Farah and Yu. If there is no winner today, I won't let you escape. Yu, tilde. While Vegeta was chasing, she shouted loudly to Yu, who was in front of her with her teeth gritted. At this moment, Yu's figure suddenly stopped. After seeing Yu stop, Vegeta was a little puzzled, and soon he also flew to the place where Yu was. Just when he was about to speak to Yu, he was immediately shocked by the scene below. I saw three figures in the messy mountain forest below. One of them was a man and a woman. Vegeta ignored the two, and his vision fell on the monster opposite the man and the woman. I saw that the monster's whole body flashed with golden arrogance. Looking at this golden arrogance, Vegeta's eyes flickered, and his face was full of unbelievable expression. How can that be? Is this a Super Saiyan? Will this monster turn into a Super Saiyan? And this monster's aura is even bigger than me. At this time, the monster with golden arrogance flashing in Vegeta's eyes was naturally Sharu. Vegeta doesn't know why Sharu turned into a Super Saiyan, but Yu knew. But at this time, Yu looked at Sharu in front of him, and his face was also very surprised. What surprised him was not that Sharu could transform into a Super Saiyan. What he was surprised was that Sharu Haoran in front of him was the second form that evolved after devouring cyborg number 17. However, the man and woman on the opposite side of Shalu Haoran were the androids number 17 and 18. What going on here? Number 17 and number 18 are clearly in front of you. Why is Sharu the second form? Yu looked down at everything with a puzzled expression on her face. Just as Yu and Vegeta were surprised by the scene in front of them, Piccolo, Keelan, and Yamcha quickly caught up. Super Saiyan. The moment Piccolo appeared, they were also shocked by the Super Saiyan's anger on Sharu. What on earth is it? Why does this guy not only have our chi, but have also become a Super Saiyan. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene was very strained. The two brothers and sisters, the androids number 17 and number 18, first glanced at Yu and Vegeta and the others, and then their eyes fell on Sharu in front of them. Sharu, on the other hand, looked at Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others with a smile on his face. After a few breaths, Sharu was the first to break the silence. Vegeta, Piccolo, you guys are here. By the way, why didn't Sun Wukong come? Sharu looked at the shocked expressions of Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others, and then the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said with a smile, Vegeta, Piccolo, why does this monster know our name? When Vegeta, Piccolo and the others heard Sharu say their name, the expressions of Vegeta, Piccolo and others were even more shocked. Forget it. You came just in time, and I just need you, the audience, to witness the moment when my Sharu transforms into a complete body. After Sharu saw that Krillin and Piccolo did not answer his question, he didn't get annoyed. After saying a word with a smile, he turned his attention to the android number 17 in front of him. Whispering sound. After hearing Sharu's arrogant tone, number 17 immediately shattered. In the next second, his feet moved, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. So fast, totally invisible. Who the hell is this guy? At the moment when the shot was made on the 17, the expressions of Piccolo, Krillin and others changed drastically, because, in their field of vision, the movements of number 17 were completely invisible. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta only captured a dark shadow of number 17. When the 17th appeared again, it was already in front of Sharu. I saw that number 17 had an oblique slit, and he split directly at Sharu's head. But unfortunately, Sharu completely saw through the action of number 17. I saw Sharu raised his arm and directly blocked the attack of number 17. Seeing that Sharu blocked the attack of number 17 so easily, his face, on Lee's, was full of surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 3 million combat power attribute. At this time, Yu's mind also sounded the mechanical prompt sound of the system. Whispering sound. After Sharu blocked his attack on the 17, he shattered lightly, and then launched a series of attacks. But the result was the same. Sharu saw through the attack of number 17. However, in Yu's mind, the system prompt sounded constantly, and under the feet of Sharu and number 17, there was a steady stream of combat power attribute, and each combat power attribute value was more than 3 million. Hey, you, if you don't want to die, leave here quickly. This is not the place you should come. Just between number 17 and Shalu's fighting power, number 18, who had never spoken, lightly fluttered the golden hair on her forehead, and then spoke to Yu and the others in a very cold voice. End of this chapter. Please flowers, please support. Chapter 69 Trunks vs number 18, 2 more subscription. Chapter 69. After hearing number 18's word, Yu's eyes shifted from Sharu and number 17 who were fighting over there to number 18. I saw number 18 at this time. Her fair and delicate face was full of calmness, and she seemed to be quite confident in the power of number 17. The second form of Sharu, although the strength is not as strong as the completed body, but with Sharu's current strength, I am afraid that even if the two of number 17 and number 18 join forces, they will not be Sharu's opponent. Just as Yu stared at number 18's side face and thought to herself, number 18 seemed to sense Yu's gaze, and immediately raised her head to look at Yu. For a while, the four eyes met. Perhaps Yu looked at number 18, just thinking about the difference in strength between Sharu and number 17. But 18 doesn't think so. After she glanced at Yu, she blinked playfully. Of course, this doesn't mean that number 18 has a crush on Yu. It's just that number 18 in this time and space has such a personality. Shish. At this moment, there were two air masses in the distance, and they flew towards this side like a streamer. It's you. After seeing and sensing these two air masses, Piccolo and Krillin immediately turned around to look, and saw that Howran was Trunks and Toss among the two air masses. Yo. Trunks first said hello to Bic and Krillin, and then his eyes looked down again. The moment he saw the android number 18, Trunks' expression changed drastically. Although number 18 in this time and space and number 18 in the time and space where Trunks is located, their personalities and strengths are completely different, but it looked the same. Seeing the face of number 18, Trunks remembered the miserable scene in the future world, and the anger in his heart rose. Artificial human. After Trunks roared angrily, he immediately pulled out the long sword behind his back, jumped directly, and charged towards number 18 below. Hey, Kling just wanted to stop Trunks, but he didn't even know Trunks' name. 3 years ago, Trunks just told Sun Wukong his identity, and Krillin didn't know it. Just as Krillin was talking, Trunks had the power of a Super Saiyan erupting all over his body. After flying over number 18's head, the angry Trunks, with the sword in his hand, flew directly into the air. CGAE slashed at number 18 in anger. But just when the sword in Trunks' hand was about to hit number 18, number 18's white, plain hand lifted slightly and used 2 fingers to grab Trunks' sword. Before Trunks could react, number 18 raised his foot and kicked Trunks away after grabbing the Trunks' sword. Shocked. Seeing this scene, the faces of of Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, and Vegeta changed dramatically. You know, Trunks has the power of a Super Saiyan. Just how powerful the Super Saiyan is, Piccolo, Krillin and the others are all too clear. But the Super Saiyan Trunks, in front of this ordinary woman who looked just a little pretty, didn't hold up for a round, and was directly beaten to the ground. This made Vegeta and Piccolo and others not surprised. However, after Yu saw number 18's neat move, a smile appeared on her face. Very capable. Hey, you just said that this woman is an artificial human. What do you mean by that? Vegeta questioned loudly at Trunks, who had landed. This woman and the man over there are androids number 17 and 18. In the future, it will be the two of them who will take over the Earth. Trunks got up from the ground, stared at number 18 angrily, and then replied aloud to Vegeta. Are the two of them androids? What on earth is it? Who were the two I killed before? After hearing Trunks' words, the expressions of Vegeta, Piccolo and the others changed drastically. I don't know. In short, on the 18th, I will never forgive you. Trunks roared in anger. A powerful golden arrogance erupted from his body, and attacked number 18 again. But in the face of Trunks' angry attack, number 18 easily evaded, and then punched again. The direct hit, Trunks vomited blood and flew out. Although Trunks hated number 18 to the bone, number 18 didn't know Trunks at all. She threw Trunks' sword in her hand, and then lightly stroked her hair, staring at Trunks. Might I said in a cluttered manner, it's inexplicable. If you attack again, I'll be really serious. Just when number 18 was fighting Trunks, Sharu over there had already captured number 17. Finally I can get my wish. Sharu grabbed number 17's neck with his palm. No matter how hard number 17 struggled, he couldn't break free from Sharu's hand. Afterward, under the shocking gazes of Bic, Kling and others, the tail behind Shalu, like a handful of morning glory, opened and swallowed number 17's entire body directly. Number 17. After seeing this scene on the 18th, her pretty face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, she moved her feet and immediately attacked Sharu. Looking at his posture, it seemed that she wanted to save number 17. But in the face of a series of attacks from number 18, Sharu's entire body seemed to be like Katkins, and he easily avoided all of number 18's attack. That monster actually avoided all the attacks of that woman, and it looked very relaxed. At this time, when Piccolo, Krillin and the others saw Sharu's actions, he was also surprised. You know, number 18 easily defeated Super Saiyan Trunks, but now facing the attack of number 18, Nashalu avoided it very easily. In this comparison, Sharu's strength is quite terrifying. While Sharu dodged the attack of number 18, his tail was constantly wriggling. The body of number 18 also slowly converged towards Sharu's body. In that scene, it was as if a python devoured food. Number 18, although I have absorbed the future number 18, if you insist on courting death, I don't mind destroying you. As soon as Shalu said this, Yu's face changed instantly. Absorb the next 18. It turns out that it is no wonder that Sharu will be the second form. At this moment, Yu knew why number 17 and number 18, when they were still here, Sharu would be the second form. Then if you say that, if Sharu devours number 17 again, then, before Yu had finished speaking, a very dazzling light suddenly radiated from Sharu's body over there. At the same time, a powerful airwave also swept out of Sharu's body. Chapter 70, The Birth of the Complete Body. Saru. 3 more for subscription, and LT, font color equals #FF0000, and GT, picture, and LT, font and GT. Chapter 70. After Sharu absorbed number 17's body, a very dazzling light suddenly appeared on his body. For a while, the light even overshadowed the sunlight in the sky. At the same time as this light radiated, a powerful airwave also swept out from Sharu's body. What's wrong? What happened again? This airwave is much faster and more violent than any time before. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tooth, the 3 weaker ones, flew upside down thousands of meters away under the impact of this airwave. In addition, even Vegeta and number 18, under the impact of this airwave, are showing signs of backwardness. Soon, the entire huge island was attacked by this powerful airwave. Dark clouds surging above the sky, lightning and thunder. The earth shook on the ground, and those small gravels, as if being pulled by some force, slowly flew towards the sky. At this moment, it seemed as if the end had come. Yu, who was standing in the sky, folded his arms around his chest, letting the powerful airwave blow on him. However, Yu's body remained motionless in the air, and there was no sign of going backward. Sharu's anger is getting bigger and bigger. Not long after the airwave swept out, Yu could sense through the chi perception ability that Sharu in the light source over there, the chi in his body instantly increased countless times. That is, at this moment, this air was transmitted to the distant universe. Even on Namek, which is very far away from the Earth, you can clearly feel the terrifying aura from the Earth. At this time, after the white cat immortal above the Kalanta sensed this unusually terrifying aura, a rare moving expression appeared on his unwavering cat face. This is really amazing. I didn't expect that there are people in this world who are so angry. This time, the Earth Earth may face a crisis again. The white cat immortal squinted his eyes. All his eyes were squeezed out of sight by his fat cat face. At the same time, the temple above the Kalen Tower was also shaken by this terrifying aura, which caused an earthquake. God, what the hell is going on? Bobo, who stared at a pair of white circles, asked the god at the edge of the temple. The god of God did not answer Bobo's question. At this time, his face was full of shock, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Obviously, this huge chi also frightened the old god. 5 minutes later, the Earth's mutation stopped, and the airwaves on the island where Yu was located also stopped. Kling, who was blown to the ground over there, opened his eyes after the wind stopped. The moment he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw that the original endless forest had completely disappeared, replaced by a barren soil. It was as if the island had been flattened by a bulldozer. Not a single tree remained. The forest disappeared. Krillin stood up and saw the horror on his face after the forest disappeared. Then, his eyes fell on Sharu over there. I saw a huge golden arrogance flashing around Sharu's body. On the ground around Sharu's body, there were circular smoke-like ripples. As the air waves blew, the ring-shaped smoke and dust continued to spread into the distance. After that, I followed Sharu's feet and looked online, and I saw Sharu's appearance has undergone earth-shaking changes. The long tail that was originally behind it has been hidden. The originally ugly face now looks a little handsome. Physically, it's also quite perfect. Seeing the appearance of Sharu in front of him, Clinton Shi was so frightened that he fell directly to the ground. Of course, Haylin was not frightened by Sharu's appearance. He was just frightened by the unusually huge aura in Sharu's body. In addition to Keelan, Piccolo, Yamcha, Trunks, and Vegeta, all of them looked at Sharu in front of them with shock on their faces, and their hearts were turned upside down. The change. Only Yu had no expression on his face, as if he had expected it. Is this the completed body? Sharu clenched his fist, and after feeling the filling power in his body a little, his fist clenched suddenly, with a confident expression on his face. The power of the complete body has completely exceeded my expectations. This is the real ultimate artificial human. What a joke. A mere android has such a huge aura. Vegeta over there, after feeling the unusually astonishing chi in Sharu's body, he was unwilling. In the next second, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. He moved his feet, and after stepping on a deep depression on the ground, his body was like an arrow from the string, attacking Sharu directly. Shish. After Vegeta got close to Sharu, his fists were like machine guns, and he continued to launch violent attacks on Sharu. But no matter how violent Vegeta's attack was, Sharu easily avoided it. And from the beginning to the end, Sharu's feet have not moved for a moment. Too slow. After Sharu avoided Vegeta's series of attacks, he suddenly waved his arm. What? Seeing Sharu's attack, Vegeta's face was instantly shocked. Although he reacted to Sharu's attack, his body was too late to react. Sharu's attack hit Vegeta directly. Vegeta's body flew upside down as if like a cannonball. Trunks over there, after seeing Vegeta being knocked into the air, immediately burst out with a powerful arrogance, and his body flashed, and he also launched an attack on Sharu. Afterward, Keelan and Yamcha attacked Sharu successively. However, facing the attack of Trunks and the others, Sharu walked in a leisurely manner and avoided all of them very easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 500,000 combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 2 million combat power attribute. With the continuous attack of Krillin, Trunks, and others, Yu's mind here is the continuous sound of the system's mechanical prompt. In addition, the combat power attribute dropped by number 17, number 18, and the second form of Sharu's combat power will also converge towards his body under the order of Yu. In just a few breaths, Yu's combat power has risen from 120 million to 150 million. In other words, the combat power of number 17 and number 18 with Sharu has added 30 million combat power attribute to Yu. Complete body Sharu. Let me see how strong the complete body Sharu is. 4. Chapter 71 Fighting Shalu. 4 more subscription. Chapter 71. Yu is very eager to become stronger, also eager to fight against the strong. Right now, after Yu felt the unusually huge aura of the complete body Sharu, the Saiyan blood in his body also boiled. In his mind, it seemed as if a demon was constantly urging him to fight Sharu. And this is the instinctive reaction of Saiyans when facing the strong. So is Sun Wukong, and so is Vegeta. Just when Yu took a step to fight Sharu, a coquettish voice suddenly came from behind. Give me back number 17. After the sound came, Yu felt a fragrant wind blowing, and the next second, the figure of number 18 passed by his side and attacked Sharu directly over there. Number 18, just take you to try the power of this body. 267. After Shalu shot Bick and Klein and the others, his eyes fell directly on number 18 who was rushing over. Shish. Soon the 18th was fighting with Sharu. Of course, Sharu didn't use his full strength in the beginning. To be precise, he didn't even use half of his strength. But even so, number 18 was still suppressed by Sharu. A spherical magical energy ball suddenly condensed on number 18's right hand. Then number 18 hit the energy ball in his palm directly at Sharu. HMPH, do you think this kind of thing worked for me? Sharu sneered, then waved his arm, and directly bounced the energy ball that number 18 fired over. Boom! The energy ball bounced back to number 18 in an instant, causing a powerful explosion. Under the impact of the powerful air wave, number 18's body flew out directly. However, just as number 18 was about to hit the ground, a shadow passed by and caught number 18's body. This shadow is none other than Yiyu. Sharu, how about I try your power? Yiyu held number 18 and said with a smile to Sharu, who was not far away. Hearing Yiyu's words, Shalu's brows suddenly twitched. Sharu didn't have much impression of Yiyu. After all, there was no record of Yiyu in Dr. Gro's computer. In addition, he did not see Yiyu fighting. However, Sharu knew that the Saiyan in front of him was not simple, because just now when he evolved into a complete body, a powerful air wave was generated, and everyone present, even Vegeta, was blown back by the powerful air wave. But Yiyu didn't. Based on this alone, Sharu could feel that Yiyu was very strong, at least stronger than Vegeta. Okay, I happen to have nothing to do, but don't let me down. Sharu shook his hand and said to Yiyu confidently. Just when Yiyu wanted to answer Sharu, the number 18 he was holding broke free from his arm. After landing, number 18 wanted to attack Sharu again, but as soon as number 18 took a step, Yiyu directly grabbed number 18's hand. The moment Yiyu grabbed her palm, number 18's pretty face was instantly furious. After all, she now wants to kill Sharu and rescue number 17. Yiyu stopped her, and it was undoubtedly hitting the muzzle. But just when he turned around on the 18th and wanted to get angry at Yiyu, Yiyu looked at Shalu and said, "You are not this guy's opponent, let me play with him." After all, Yiyu let go of number 18's hand and walked directly towards Sharu's plate. At this moment, number 18 miraculously did not get angry, and did not rush directly towards Sharu, but stared blankly at Yiyu, who passed by in front of her. Although she was very angry in her heart, she was not a fool. Through the brief fight with Sharu just now, number 18 also knew that the strength gap between himself and Sharu was very large. After hearing Yiyu's reminder now, number 18 suddenly woke up as if he had been empowered. Just when number 18 wanted to say something to Yiyu, Yiyu was walking, and suddenly a powerful energy burst out from the whole body, and the golden arrogance was also flashing continuously in the next second. After seeing the huge energy emanating from Yiyu, number 18's pretty face showed a moving look, and then he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. This guy is not trying to be brave. Number 18 stared blankly at Yiyu's back, and then said in a voice that only he could hear, "Very huge gas." After feeling the huge aura emanating from Yiyu's body, Shalu was a little surprised at first, and then said confidently, "But at this level, it is not my opponent. Is it true that your opponent only knows after making a gesture, and I didn't use all my strength?" As soon as Yiyu said this, the corner of Shalu's mouth curled up, and then he raised his palm and ticked at Yiyu. "Come on, call out." After Yiyu collected all the combat power attributes on the battlefield, her figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared instantly. When it reappeared in the next second, it was already above Sharu's head. So fast. Number 18 over there, after seeing Yiyu's speed, her pretty face changed slightly. Then, under her gaze, Yiyu, who appeared behind Sharu, with a sweeping leg, flashed directly at Sharu below. But after Yiyu hit Sharu's body, Sharu's figure turned into a phantom and finally disappeared. After Image, born on the 18th, said a word, and then Sharu's body appeared not far from Yiyu. The speed is really fast, much stronger than Vegeta. Sharu, who stood in the sky, stared at Yiyu, and said with a smile. Although Sharu only commented on such a sentence objectively, his word fell in Vegeta's ears over there, but it was 0.4 that made Vegeta's teeth itch. In the past 4 years, in order to be able to surpass Sun Wukong and Yiyu, he has been working hard to keep practicing. Just after Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan, he once thought that he had surpassed Yiyu and Sun Wukong. However, after seeing Yiyu casually kill Dr. Gro, Vegeta knew that Yiyu's strength was not inferior to him. Right now, I saw a brief confrontation between Yiyu and Sharu. Although Vegeta was very unwilling in his heart, he could also see that Yiyu once again surpassed him. Vegeta's prince, "You're not weak either." Yiyu didn't pay attention to Vegeta's unwillingness and anger. After he said a word to Sharu, he attacked Sharu again. Chapter 72, Inducing Shalu, one more subscription. Chapter 72. Written before this chapter, there is no official data on the combat power after Namek. Regarding the combat power of the full-body Sharu, there are various data on the internet. There are 5 billion, 60 billion. For the smooth development of the plot, the author has tentatively decided that Shalu's overall combat power is a little higher than that of the protagonist. Bang bang bang, boom boom. Above the sky, Johanna in the form of a Super Saiyan is engaged in a fierce battle with the full-body Saru. The fists, knees, elbows of the two of them kept colliding with each other, so that there was a violent crash in the air. It's amazing amazing, you can even fight that monster. Keelan, who was driving to support his body, looked up at the battle above the sky. His eyes flickered, and his face was full of incredible expression. At the same time, Vegeta, who was not far away, also looked up at the battle above the sky. At this time, the expression on his face was extremely complicated. There are shock, panic, but more of them are unwilling. How strong is the full-body Sharu? Vegetana has personally experienced it. One blow, just one blow, knocked out Vegeta in Super 26 Saiyan state. Perhaps for Sharu, he just slapped Vegeta casually, but the moment Vegeta was hit by Sharu, it was as if all the bones in her body were broken. Until now, the bones and muscles of his whole body were in pain. Hateful. Vegeta clutched the still bleeding arm, and shattered with a reluctant expression. Boom boom. Looking closer to the sky, Sharu, who was fighting against Yu, seemed to be in a very happy mood. After all, Sharu's body also has Saiyan cells. After Shalu's fist collided with Yu's fist, the two's attack stopped a little, and Shalu also said to Yu, "It's not bad, it can keep up with me now. You can't beat me at this level, Sharu." Yu's mouth curved into a confident R. After saying a word to Sharu, she kicked Sharu with one foot. Call out. Sharu's figure disappeared, and after avoiding Yu's blow, he fell from the sky again, instantly fell, and kicked Yu directly. If that's the case, then I'll slowly increase my speed. Boom boom. During the conversation, the battle between Yu and Sharu became even hotter, and the speed increased many times in an instant. So fast, completely invisible. After seeing the figures of Yu and Sharu who were fighting in the sky suddenly disappear, Krillin's face was utterly startled. It wasn't just Krillin who couldn't see, even the Super Saiyan Trunks and Vegeta only caught a glimpse of the image. On the field, it seemed that only number 18 was alone, and he could clearly see the scene of the battle between Yu and Sharu above the sky. That guy. Number 18 looked up at the battle above the sky, and a strange light flashed in those pair of autumn water-like eyes. Previously, when number 18 saw Yu, he just regarded Yu as an ordinary person. So when she noticed Yu's gaze, she winked at Yu playfully. But now number 18 knows that this man's strength is so strong. Boom. Just when number 18 was thinking about something, Sharu punched Yu's cheek from the sky. Seeing this, number 18's heart was inexplicably tight. She seemed to be looking forward to something. She was looking forward to Yu being able to defeat Sharu and then rescue her brother number 17. Boom. Yu, who was punched by Sharu, kicked Sharu's chest with his backhand. After the two hurt each other, they carried out a series of violent attacks. For a while, the two fought equally, back and forth. Every time the two attacked, the air trembled. As expected of the ultimate android, it really is amazing. While attacking Sharu, Yu couldn't help being secretly shocked in her heart. At this time, Yu's combat power has reached 150 million. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat power soared directly to 7.5 billion. But even so, Yu still felt that Sharu's fighting power was even higher than him, because he has used all his strength, but Sharu still looks like he is at ease. Of course, this didn't mean that Yu couldn't defeat Sharu. After all, he has Kaiwang Fist and a whole card-like time pause. But this time, he just wanted to confirm the strength of the complete body Sharu. It's not that I want to fight Sharu desperately. In the middle of the battle, Yi Feather suddenly got some distance from Sharulaka. Just when Shalu wanted to catch up, Yu also spread out her palms and made a stop motion. Stop. After hearing Yu's words, Sharu stopped immediately. What the matter? Isn't this fun? Shalu looked at Yu and said with a smile, I have to admit that your strength is very strong now, even above me. As soon as Yu said these words, a very useful expression appeared on Sharu's face, and Yu continued, how about we play a game? Hearing Yu's words, Sharu's face showed a playful expression. If only ordinary people made such a request to him, Sharu would definitely not agree. But Yu's rank, in Sharu's view, is qualified to make a request. Oh, what game? Let's hear it. Shalu Mo asked with interest on his chin. At the same time, Piccolo, Trunks and the others below, after hearing the conversation between Yu and Sharu, they hated iron. Why don't you kill Sharu in one go? What game are you playing? Trunks said through gritted teeth, and Krillin glanced at Vegeta over there. Sun Wukong sounded in his mind, and then smiled awkwardly. Aren't you all Saiyans like this? Wukong is like this, so is Vegeta. So, just as Krillin and Trunks were talking, Yu who was above the sky said aloud, the world's #1 martial art club. 267 Sharu is no stranger to the name of the #1 martial arts society in the world. In Dr. Gross's computer, there is a record. After Yu said the name, #1 martial arts society in the world, Shalu's face immediately showed a touch of interest. The world's #1 martial art club. It's interesting. Do you want to hold the world's #1 martial art club? Yes, when the time comes, I and Sun Wukong will come to participate. Isn't it very interesting? When Yu said the name, Sun Wukong, Shalu's eyes lit up, and then he immediately said, yes, then hold the world's #1 martial arts meeting, and then you all come to participate. After hearing Sharu's promise, Yu felt a sudden joy in her heart. If Sun Wukong, Vegeta Vegeta and the others fight Sharu. They will definitely help me improve a lot of fighting power. When Sharu's second form was the same as number 18's combat power, it increased Yu's combat power by 30 million. If the complete body Sharu, Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others fight, it is not impossible for Yu to increase his combat power by another 100 million. On the other hand, Yu doesn't have much now, and can kill the complete body Sharu. After all, Sharu possesses Piccolo's cells, which can be recovered after injury. If he can't kill Sharu directly, he will recover with Piccolo's cells, and then use Saiyan cells to increase his combat power, and I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with at that time. But if Yu increased his basic combat power by 100 million, he could easily kill Sharu. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers every day. Chapter 73 Spiritual Time House. 2 more for subscription. Chapter 73. After Yu reached an unanimous agreement with Sharu, Sharu immediately left the place, and Yu also slowly fell from the sky. Before Yu had landed on the ground, Trunks ran over and asked in a reproachful tone, "Hey, you can definitely defeat Sharu. Why didn't you destroy Sharu? Yu is not dead." Why is Trunks so excited? Because he hates Android very much. In response to Trunks' rebuke, Yu's figure only paused for a moment, and finally slowly landed on the ground and said, "With my current strength, there is no way to completely kill Sharu." As soon as Yu said these words, the expressions of Kling, Trunks and the others changed instantly. How come? Even you can't beat Sharu? The power of Yu was seen by Kaylin and others. If there is anyone on Earth who can defeat Sharu, then in the eyes of Kaylin and others, it was only Yu. But Yu said that he is not Sharu's opponent. This shattered the only hope in the hearts of people like Ling and Trunks. Of course, Yu still didn't tell Trunks and the others. Sharu's body has Piccolo's cells. If he can't be killed with one blow, let him regenerate, and then rely on Saiyan's cells. Sharu's cells will be regenerated. Blue's fighting power will be stronger. If Yu said this, Trunks, Piccolo, and the others would definitely be even more desperate. Don't worry, as long as you practice well, it's not that you can't defeat Sharu. Although Yu's voice was not loud, Vegeta over there still heard it. After hearing Yu's word, Vegeta was furious. What are you kidding about defeating that monster? Do you think he will give us so much time to practice? Vegeta walked over and said angrily, "It's true that in a short period of time, you won't be able to cultivate to the point where you can defeat Sharu, but I really want to remember that there is a place on Earth called the Spiritual Time Room. A year of cultivation in there is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world." As soon as Yu said these words, Vegeta immediately said, "How is this possible? How can there be such a place in this world?" Before Vegeta could finish speaking, Piccolo interrupted Vegeta. As soon as Piccolo said this, the eyes of Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin and the others all fell on Piccolo. Maybe they didn't believe Yu's word, but Piccolo said the same thing, and they had to think about it. Indeed, in the spiritual time house in the temple, a year spent in it is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Speaking of which, Piccolo set his eyes on Yu again, and asked in a skeptical tone, "I really didn't expect that you are not from the Earth, and you actually know the Spirit Time Room. Hey, is there really such a place? Hurry up and take me there." After getting confirmation from Piccolo, Vegeta was very excited and pulled Piccolo's collar directly, but he was immediately pushed away by Piccolo. Yes, but the air in the spiritual time room is thin and the gravity is quite strong, so most people can't stay in it for a long time. And the spiritual time house, everyone can only stay in it for 2 days in a lifetime, which is 2 years in the spiritual time room. As soon as Piccolo's word fell, Vegeta clenched her fists and said confidently, 2 years is enough. While Vegeta was talking, his eyes also glanced at Yu, although he didn't say much, but the expression on his face seems to be telling Yu, "After I cultivate, I will definitely defeat you this time." It turns out that there really is such a place. It's really great, Yu sang. Right, as long as Yu sang practiced in the spiritual time room for 2 years, he would definitely be able to defeat Shalu. Trunks looked at Yu and said excitedly. Hearing Trunks' word, Yu's brows suddenly twitched. Practice? I will never practice cultivation in my life, and I don't need to practice. I just lie down and pick up the combat power. I have another way to practice. As soon as Yu said this, Vegeta immediately folded her arms and snorted coldly. HMPH, that fine. Vic, hurry up and take me to that spiritual time room. After I practice, nothing will happen. Hearing Vegeta's bossy attitude, Piccolo's expression changed suddenly, and Trunks blushed slightly, and immediately apologized. Sorry. Hearing Trunks' apology, Krillin looked bewildered. Why do you want to apologize? Maybe Kling didn't know why Trunks apologized, but Piccolo did, because on that day, his unwind ear heard the conversation between Trunks and Sun Wukong, and he knew that Trunks was Vegeta's future son. The son apologized for the father. Diaresis in that case, let go. After all, Piccolo's figure slowly rose above the sky. Krillin and Vegeta immediately followed. Only Trunks stayed where he was. He glanced at number 18 over there. His fist tightened slightly, and after a while, he also chased after Piccolo. Piccolo and Vegeta and the others in the distance. In the end, on this bare island, only EU and number 18 were left. End 2. End of this chapter. Talk about combat power. After Namek, the author does not use combat power as a unit of measurement, and the soldiers behind the official only give two figures: Brawly 1.4 billion, Beulah 470 million. The remaining combat power data circulating on the internet are all speculation. After Namek returns, Sun Wukong can defeat Beulah, at least 500 million. Sun Wukong has practiced for 3 years, and it is lower than Brawly's 1.4 billion, indicating that Sun Wukong's combat power is between 5-1.4 billion at this time. Super Saiyan Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku should be similar. 1. Wang Zhao, number 8, ended the abuse of Super Saiyan Vegeta, and number 18 probably has more than 1 billion. The first form, Sharu, can defeat the 17, and the second form is to absorb the 17, so the combat power of the second form is at least twice that of the 17, and there is also a hunger of about 3 billion. After Vegeta's time house comes out, he can defeat the second form of Sharu, which means that Vegeta's combat power is more than 3 billion, and the little Sharu has abused Vegeta, so the little Sharu has a combat power of 3 to 4 billion. The complete body Sharu is at least twice as strong as the small Sharu. Then the complete body Sharu also has 80 to 1 million. Of course, this is all speculation by the author, and it is completely speculation. Haha. In fact, it is to make you believe that the full body Shalu is 7.5 billion higher than the protagonist. In this way, the subsequent plot will be better promoted. In the past 2 days, the author is also looking for all kinds of data, but unfortunately, the data are different. The author is also very helpless. Chapter 74, Shalu's Death Declaration. 3 more subscriptions, and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture, and LT font and GT. Chapter 74. On the Earth, on a bare desert island, there are 3 figures at this time. These 3 people are EU, number 18, and 2. A gust of wind blew past, rolling up the dust on the ground, and at the same time blowing up the golden hair of number 18, finally revealing a fair and clean profile. EU glanced at number 18, although he had caught him casually before, but it was just casual, and had no special meaning. Toss, let go. After all, EU's figure flew into the sky. Twos was stunned, glanced at number 18 over there, and immediately followed. Not long after EU and Twos flew into the sky, he noticed that someone was following him. To be precise, it's not tracking, but following EU in an open and honest way. This person is none other than the 18. Just as EU turned her head and looked at number 18, number 18 immediately turned her head away. Twos, let beat up. After EU said hello to Twos, a powerful air mass appeared all over the body, and in the next second, EU and Twos flew towards the distance at an amazing speed. At the same time, number 18 also accelerated the flight speed. Mr. EU, she's catching up again. 267. After flying a certain distance, Twos, who was beside him, reminded EU aloud. EU turned her head to look, and sure enough, number 18 was catching up at a fast speed. After EU thought for a while, her figure suddenly stopped. Likewise, number 18 stopped immediately. What are you doing with me? EU stood in the air, looking at number 18 who was not far away. After hearing EU's word, number 18 didn't answer, just rolled his eyes and glanced at EU from the corner of his eyes. After a while, she saw EU was about to move forward again, and she immediately chased forward. But EU was just a fake, not really moving. What do you want to do when you fall to the ground? EU asked, looking at number 18 who was getting closer. It's nothing, it just happened to be on the way. Number 18 replied in a pleasant voice. Hearing number 18's word, EU's brows suddenly twitched. Just on the way. Even the little brat, Twos, can tell you're following me. EU stared at number 18's profile. At this moment, he seemed to remember something, and then asked aloud, you want me to help you save number 17? When EU said number 17, number 18's pretty face suddenly showed a touch of emotion. Then she turned her head and looked at EU and said, yes, now only you can defeat that monster and rescue my brother. Number 17. After receiving confirmation from number 18, EU sighed, worrying about gains and losses. You really look up to me. After EU said something to number 18, she flew directly towards a city not far away, and the 18th followed immediately. But this time, EU did not deliberately distance himself from number 18. After flying over the city, EU immediately landed. Soon, EU found a restaurant and ordered a table of food. As a Saiyan, EU is the same as Sun Wukong in addition to being belligerent. The same food intake is also unusually amazing. Toss was okay. After all, it wasn't the first day he knew EU. But number 18, who followed up, saw that the plates on the table in front of EU were piled up one by one, and her pretty face was full of incredible expression. Aren't you going to eat? Just as EU was eating frantically, Twos over there asked number 18 aloud. Number 18 supported his cheeks with one hand, leaned on the table, glanced at Twos lightly, and after a long time time responded slowly, I don't need it. Sizzle. Just as Yu was eating and was bored on the 18th, a TV in the restaurant that was playing news suddenly rang. The next second, a picture appeared CGAE on the TV screen. After seeing the person in the picture, anger suddenly appeared on number 18's pretty face, and her figure also rubbed and jumped up from the chair. After seeing number 18's abnormal reaction, Yu immediately put down the food in her hand and looked at the TV. I saw that the character on the TV screen was none other than Sharu. At this moment, except for the TV in the hotel where Yu was, Sharu was playing. On the major TV screens all over the earth, Sharu's picture appeared. Hello everyone on earth, I'm Sharu. Sharu first introduced himself very gently. Then he briefly explained that he was going to hold the first martial arts meeting in the world. That is to say, in 7 days, I will hold the world's #1 martial arts meeting on the island in the south. Everyone is welcome to participate. Speaking of which, Sharu stretched out a finger and said with a smile, by the way, if no one on earth can beat me Sharu, I will destroy the earth. What? Destroy earth? Is this person a fool? Ignore him. Who will participate in this kind of martial arts meeting? People all over the world. After hearing Sharu's death declaration, they all didn't take it seriously. After all, they don't know Sharu, and they don't know Sharu's power. Destroying the earth or something, that's too much nonsense. However, Son Gohan, Turtle Immortal and others, after hearing Sharu's death declaration, all of them looked extremely nervous. Although they have never faced Sharu head-on, but they felt Sharu's anger. They know that Sharu is not just joking, and if no one can defeat Sharu, the earth will really be over. At this moment, in the restaurant where Yu was, the angry number 18 immediately rushed to the TV and blew the TV with a punch. What? At this time, the waiters, the manager, and others in the hotel were all shivering with fear. What are you doing? It's just a TV. After number 18 came over, Yu said to number 18 with a speechless expression, speaking of which, it's your fault. Number 18 sat on a chair and pointed at Yu. Me? What the matter with me? Yu asked with a puzzled look. It's not that you proposed the #1 martial art club in the world. As soon as the words came out on the 18th, the muscles on Yu's face suddenly twitched. Blame me. Moreover, even if I don't mention it, Shalu will be preparing to hold the #1 martial art club in the world. End of this chapter. Come to ask for flowers on the 18th. Chapter 75, the new look of number 18. For more subscription. Chapter 75. Just as Yu and number 18 were eating in the restaurant, Vegeta, Trunks and his party, led by Piccolo, came to hit the vicinity of Carinta. That is, the white cat fairy above Calanta. Squinting, saw Trunks and his party flying towards the sky, and he couldn't help but say something. Yo, cat fairy, are you okay? Keelan and Yamcha stopped and greeted the white cat fairy standing on the fence. A mortal white cat did not answer Kaylin's word, but said in a deep voice, it seems that something extraordinary has happened on Earth this time. As soon as a mortal white cat said these words, Keelan and Yamcha looked at each other and said with embarrassment, it's okay, we still have to go to the temple to find Lord Tianshan, so let's go first. After that, a powerful air mass erupted from the bodies of Keelan and Yamcha, and flew straight towards the sky. After passing through the thick cloud, Kaylin and his party saw that there was a huge disc-shaped building above the sky, and this building is naturally the temple where the gods of the earth live. Just as Piccolo and the others flew up, the old god, who had been waiting on the temple for a long time, immediately said, you are finally here. God, you already know about Sharu. Ah, and just now, Shalu announced his death declaration in front of the whole world. After 7 days, if no one can defeat him, he will destroy the earth. Nani. As soon as God said these words, the expressions of Trunks, Vegeta, Krillin and others changed. Damn Sharu. Trunks clenched his fist, his face full of unwillingness. Vegeta immediately scolded Piccolo. Hey, Piccolo, hurry up and let me enter that spiritual time room. After I enter the spiritual time room to practice, you or Sharu will be fine. It's up to me, Vegeta, to defeat them all. Goku hasn't come yet. Let's talk about it after Goku arrives. Piccolo responded with some displeasure after hearing Vegeta's arrogant remark. As soon as Piccolo's voice fell, Vegeta was furious and immediately said, what did you say? There are only 7 days left until Sharu's agreed time. God knows when that guy Kakarot will come over. Kakarot, if that guy doesn't come, do we have to wait forever? Mama, calm down all of you. After hearing the quarrel between Piccolo and Vegeta, the god of heaven immediately came forward to make an offer. But Vegeta did not buy it, but scolded the god. Shut up. Hearing Vegeta's word, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on the old face of the god. I'm so shameless. Vic, have you explained the conditions of the spiritual time house to them? The god of heaven asked Piccolo. Ah, probably already explained. After hearing Piccolo's answer, the old god turned to Vegeta and said, then you can go in first, but you can only enter 2 at a time. You can only enter 2, and the boot chapter will enter 4 at 1. HMPH, one of me is enough, Vegeta said impatiently with her arms crossed. Seeing Vegeta's bossy look, Trunks over there looked troubled. Which of you will go in with Vegeta first? Piccolo glanced at Yamcha and Keelan, but Keelan and Yamcha immediately avoided. What are you kidding me? Spending 2 years in a mental time room with Vegeta. Then if I don't get beaten to death by Vegeta, I'll be scolded to death by Vegeta. I don't care. I don't think it's useless to go into practice. After all, the gap between Sharu's strength is too big. Kaylin immediately embarrassed. Me too. Yamcha looked at Vegeta and said embarrassedly. Then let me do it. Trunks stood up and said, Bobo, you take Vegeta and the others to the spirit time room first. After Piccolo said a word to the divine envoy Popo over there, Popo directly led Trunks and Vegeta to the spiritual time room in the temple. After the figures of Vegeta and Trunks disappeared at the end of the field of vision, the god of the sky set his eyes on Piccolo. Pic, come here. What's up? Then the god of God talked to Piccolo about some things that they were originally one. Ellipsis. While Piccolo was talking with the god of God, Yu, number 18, and Tuz also walked out of the hotel, and Yu looked satisfied. What's your plan next? You won't just follow me like this, will you? Yu stopped to look at number 18 and asked aloud. I don't know. Number 18 fluttered the hair on his forehead, then shook his head and said, before falling asleep, she was with number 17 all the time. After the 17th was absorbed by Sharu, the 18th didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing that there was no reason to ask, Yu just sighed, and then walked directly along the street towards the front. On the 18th, as expected, he immediately followed. Mr. Yu. Yu walked along the street for a distance, and Tuz, who was beside him, suddenly said aloud. After hearing Tosa's word, Yu immediately looked behind him, only to see number 18, who had been following behind him, suddenly disappear. Seeing this, Yu was slightly taken aback, while Tuz pointed to a nearby store. Looking at Ta Fingers, I saw that number 18 had entered the store at some point. After Yu hesitated for a while, she greeted Tuz. You go back to the spaceship first. Then Yu walked directly into the store where number 18 was located. I saw that the store was a clothing store. When Yu walked in, she saw number 18 holding a piece of clothing and constantly gesturing on her body. This dress really suits you. At the same time, a woman in uniform beside number 18 kept saying those words of praise. After picking a few pieces on the 18, he walked into the fitting room. By the time she came out, she had already changed into a new look. Originally number 18, he was wearing a small blue vest on the upper body and a hip packard on the lower body. At this time, on the 18, I saw a small black vest on the upper body and tight jeans on the lower body. Under the outline of the jean, her bumpy figure was fully displayed. How? After number 18 came out, he put one hand on his waist, made a pose, and asked Yu aloud. It's alright. Yu glanced at number 18, then looked away again, and said lightly, end of this chapter. Ask for flowers. 4. Chapter 76. Bring the 18th home. One more subscription. Chapter 76. Earth, an uninhabited hilly area, penetrating a big mountain. I saw that there was a huge spaceship like a tank in the mountain stream. This spaceship is naturally the spaceship owned by the Yu Legion. Shish. At this moment, I saw a figure flying towards this side at an astonishing speed in the distant horizon. After a few breaths, the two figures came to the sky where the spaceship was and stopped. It here. Yu stood in the air and said aloud to number 18 who was following up behind her. At this time, on the 18, Haoran was wearing the clothes he had just changed in the clothing store. If it is said that size 18, who was wearing a hip shirt before, is charming, so at this time, the number 18 wearing tight jeans is youthful and beautiful. Is this 267 your spaceship? Number 18 hovered above the sky, glanced at the spaceship below, said a few words, and fell directly downward. This guy really doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. Seeing that number 18 actually took the initiative to fly towards the spaceship, Yu laughed lightly, and then followed. Wow, big beauty. Is this the beauty of the earth? This is the first time I saw Lord Yu bring a woman back. What do you think Lord Yu is trying to do? Of course I want to. Rap and Carter and other space warriors. After seeing number 18 walk into the spaceship, they all talked a lot. At this moment, Yu suddenly walked in and stared at them with kind eyes. What are you talking about? No, nothing. After hearing Yu's word, Rap, Carter and the others shrank their necks and immediately shut up. These guys are all the soldiers I recruited. What do you think? Yu pointed at Rap and Carter and introduced them to number 18 who walked in. Number 18 glanced at Rap, Carter and the others, and then said lazily, it's normal. Nani. Regarding number 18's evaluation, although Yu didn't show any change in expression, Rap, Carter and others were all filled with righteous indignation. Although their strength is really nothing in Yu's eyes, but they can also be regarded as elite warriors on the major planet. In the past 4 years, he has worked hard to cultivate under 100 times of gravity, and his combat power has exceeded 100,000. With more than 100,000 combat power, it is very common to be commented by a woman now. They were naturally very angry, even if it's a guest invited by your Lord Yu. But if you say that, I, Rap, will be the first to disagree. Lord Yu, please let me teach this woman a lesson. Rap, Carter and other cosmic warriors followers complained to Yu one by one. Hearing the request of Rap, Carter and others, Yu glanced at number 18, and after seeing that number 18's pretty face showed no change in expression, he said aloud, "Whatever you want, don't hit too hard." Although Yu said the latter sentence to number 18, Rap, Carter and others thought that Yu was speaking to them. The burly Carter stood up first, punched and slammed together, stared at number 18 in front of him, and grinned. "Don't worry, Lord Yu, she is your guest. Of course I won't start too hard." At the same time, Toos, who was behind Kate, couldn't see it, and immediately said aloud that this woman. Before Toth could finish speaking, Carter immediately turned to look at Toth, and said with some dissatisfaction, "You don't need to remind me, I will be merciful. After all, my current strength is stronger than that of Ginyu back then." After Carter said something confidently, he clenched his fist, and the next second, a powerful burst of energy erupted from his body. Under the impact of that chi, the entire cabin of the spaceship was filled with a chilling chi. Boom! Before Cat could actually make a move, the number 18 over there suddenly threw a punch and hit Cat on the body. Boom! Carter's body, like a cannonball in an instant, flew upside down and hit the thick mechanical wall behind him. The mechanical wall that even a machine gun couldn't penetrate was instantly destroyed by Carter's body, flattened, and Carter also snorted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. At this moment, in the originally lively spaceship, there was an instant silence. Rap and the other cosmic warriors all stared with wide-eyed eyes, staring at Carter, who had fainted over there. You know, Carter's fighting power is also higher than Ginyu. Even if it was a sneak attack, ordinary people would not be able to beat Carter like this, and it dealt a punch. After looking at Carter for a long time, Rap and the others turned their heads mechanically one by one, shifting their gazes from Carter's body to the beautiful lady in front of them. So terrifying, as expected of a woman brought back by Lord Yu. So strong. If you can't provoke it in the future, you will die. Rap and the others all stared at number 18 with a tight expression on their faces, thinking to themselves, "Didn't I tell you to be gentle?" Yu said helplessly after seeing Kata's miserable condition. "Power is hard to control." Number 18 replied with a bit of a complaint, then lightly twitched his hair and walked directly toward the inside of the spaceship. "You guys, hurry up and take Carter to the treatment room." After Yu said something to Rap and the others, she followed directly towards number 18. After Yu and number 18 disappeared, Rap and the others gasped heavily. They were glad at this time, glad they didn't really attack number 18 just now. Otherwise, Carter is their fate. Seeing Katniss miserable 0.4, Rap and the others couldn't help but shudder in their heart. "I told you just now, that woman is very strong. You don't listen." Toth walked up to the fainted Carter and said with a serious face. At this time, hearing Toth's word, Rap and the others were all speechless. "Hey, Toth, who is that woman? You know her. What is her relationship with Lord Yu? Is she Yu-sama's girlfriend?" Rap and the others came over and asked gossip. Toth shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just know that woman is very strong." While speaking, in Toth's mind, he remembered the previous scene where Super Saiyan Trunks was easily defeated in the hands of number 18. End of this chapter. Every day ask for flowers, ask for evaluation ticket, ask for all support. Chapter 77. The first martial art club in the world begins. Chapter 77. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the day Sharu will hold the world's #1 martial art club. Early this morning, the father and son of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan flew towards the venue of the world's #1 martial art club. There, when Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan flew over a deserted island, they saw a huge arena on the deserted island below, and the person standing on the ring with his arms crossed is Sharu. Vegeta-san and Kling-san are here. When the two of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan fell, they had already seen Vegeta and Trunks and his party under the ring, already here. Yo! After Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan landed, he greeted Kaylin, Piccolo and others. Goku. Seeing Sun Wukong coming, Kaylin and Piccolo were naturally quite happy. "Sharu, Kakarot has come. Can this match start?" Just when Sun Wukong, Piccolo and the others made their big move, Vegeta, who had long been impatient, walked towards the ring and said to Sharu, "Vegeta, don't worry, there is one person who is not here." Sharu, who folded his arms and closed his eyes, snorted. After hearing Vegeta's 26 word, he immediately opened his eyes and said to Vegeta. Although Sharu didn't say the name of that person, Vegeta, Sun Wukong and others all knew in their heart that the person Sharu said was Yu. Whispering sound. Vegeta thought of Yu. The expression on her face was moved at first, and then she stopped and chattered with dissatisfaction. With the passage of time, on this deserted island, gusts of wind blew gust after gust, but Yu still did not arrive, and Vegeta's chest-holding right fingers kept tapping on his shoulders, and the patience on his face had obviously reached a critical point. That guy Yu, what is he doing? Let so many of us wait for him. If he doesn't come, when are we going to wait? Finally, Vegeta broke out, and he roared at Kakarot angrily. "Hey, Vegeta, I'm not Yu. It's useless for you to tell me." Hearing Vegeta's roar, Sun Wukong leaned back slightly, put his hands in front of him, and comforted Vegeta, who came over. Coming. At this moment, moment Sharu, who had closed his eyes on the ring, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky in the distance. Hearing Sharu's words, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks also looked up. I saw two black spots on the sky in the distance, flying towards this side. As the distance got closer, the black spot became bigger and bigger, and finally, Yu and number 18 were seen flying side by side towards this side. Ah, it's finally here. After Sun Wukong saw Yu coming, his face was also happy. Whispering sound. Vegeta on the side shattered in dissatisfaction. Shish. Soon, under the gaze of Sun Wukong, Trunks and others, Yu and number 18 fell down. Oh, your anger has increased a lot. After Yu landed, he glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta and his group, and said aloud. Yu knew that Sun Wukong and Vegeta and his party must have done some hard work in the spiritual time room. Of course, my current strength is huge enough to kill you. You wait. After I clean up Sharu, the next one will be your turn, Vegeta said. After Yu said something bitterly, she was the first to step into the ring. Hearing Vegeta's word, Yu just smiled indifferently and didn't say much. Indeed, after Vegeta's cultivation in the spiritual time room, the Chi Earth has grown many times larger than before, but even so, he is not a complete opponent of Sharu. Hey, Vegeta, you're so cunning to be the first to go up. Just as Yu was thinking about it, Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, who had already stepped into the ring, and complained. HMPH, I was the first to come. Of course the first to come. After Vegeta responded coldly to Sun Wukong, his eyes fell on Sharu in front of him. Can we start now? Sharu glanced at Vegeta lightly, and then said, you can start anytime. When Sharu said this, his arms that hugged his chest did not put down. In other words, Sharu completely ignored Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta saw Sharu's contempt for him, and the anger in his heart rose. Vegeta, who was gnashing his teeth, gas in his body that is constantly rising. In the next second, a powerful air wave swept out from Vegeta's body. Under the impact of this powerful air wave, the weaker Krillin and Yamcha were shaped like took a step back. At the same time, Vegeta's whole body flashed with golden arrogance, entering the state of Super Saiyan. So strong, is this really Vegeta? Krillin and Yamu coffee table. After feeling the huge chi emanating from Vegeta, their faces were full of shock. Sun Wukong's face first showed a moving look, and then he also smiled. On the pretty face of number 18 beside Yu, there was also a shock. She could feel that at this time, Vegeta's power was above her. Oh, at this time, Sharu on the ring, after feeling the unusually huge aura from 267 to Vegeta, the expression on his face also changed, and then he put his arms around his chest down, and continued to say, Vegeta, it's really surprising. What kind of practice did you do to raise your chi to such a level in just 7 days? HMPH, do you think I'll tell you? Vegeta said with a proud face after seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of Shalu, Sun Wukong and the others. His vanity was greatly satisfied. Forget it, I just asked this casually. Then, let's make me happy. After that, Sharu spread out his palm and ticked at Vegeta. Chi. After seeing Sharu's contemptuous action, Vegeta was instantly furious. Immediately afterward, Vegeta moved, and her figure instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared in the next second, he was already in front of Sharu and bombarded Sharu with a punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 5 million combat power attribute. At the moment when Vegeta's fist bombarded Sharu's arm, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Yu's mind. Then next, let's see how much my combat power can be improved, Yu said with joy after hearing the system prompt. End of this chapter. Chapter 78, Obtaining Turtle School Qigong Wave Attribute. Chapter 78. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 5 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 5.1 million combat power attribute. With the continuous collision of fists between Vegeta and Sharu on the ring, Yu's mind was constantly ringing with the system's mechanical prompt. At the same time, under the feet of Sharu and Vegeta, the combat power attributes were continuously dropped. Every combat power attribute value is above 5 million. It's amazing, Vegeta, it has become so amazing. How exactly did this guy practice? The two of Krillin and Yamcha below looked at the ring, Vegeta who was fighting Sharu, and they all said in amazement. As for Sharu's strength, Krillin and Yamcha had personally experienced it, and with a random roar, they were shocked and flew out. But right now, Vegeta can actually fight Sharu for so long. Vegeta is indeed a genius, but he is not Sharu's opponent. Just as Krillin and Yamcha were talking, Piccolo, who had never spoken, suddenly said aloud. Hearing Piccolo's word, the eyes of Sun Wuhan, Trunks, Krillin and the others all fell on Piccolo. Why? Obviously Vegeta can stand on par with Sharu, Krillin asked with a puzzled look. Equally, Piccolo glanced at Krillin, and then his eyes fell on Vegeta and Sharu on the ring. Look carefully, Vegeta's breathing has become disordered, and Sharu still looks calm. In addition, Sharu is afraid that he has not even shown half of his strength now. As soon as Piccolo said these words, Krillin, Trunks and the others were shocked and immediately looked towards Vegeta and Shalu on the ring. Sure enough, Vegeta was sweating profusely closely, but Sharu's face was still easy to handle. Call out. At this moment Sharu's speed suddenly increased, and he kicked Vegeta abruptly. Nani? Seeing this, Vegeta was shocked. His body slammed to the side, just avoiding Sharu's kick. But at this moment Sharu's figure suddenly appeared behind Vegeta at some point, raised his arm directly, and with a lift bombarded Vegeta directly. Boom! At the moment when Vegeta was hit, his body was like an arrow from the string, and he flew directly into the distance. No, I'm going to be beaten out of bounds. When Krillin saw Vegeta's figure flying quickly towards the outside of the ring, he shouted nervously. And at this moment, Vegeta's body that flew upside down suddenly turned over and patted the ring with his palm on the ground. In an instant, the arena was smashed, and Vegeta's figure also flew to the sky under the action of recoil. Save. At this time, when Kling and Track below saw Vegeta's figure stabilize, they all breathed a sigh of relief, while Sharu above the ring looked up at the sky, gasping for breath. Vegeta said, Vegeta, in fact, you were eliminated just now. This is the best ending, because you are not my opponent. Even if you continue to compete, the person who will win in the end will only be me. After hearing Sharu's words, Vegeta's fist clenched tightly. Shut up. After Vegeta shouted angrily, her palms immediately spread to Sharu below. In the next second, a dazzling light radiated from Vegeta's body. Hey, that! The group of Piccolo and Krillin below saw the terrifying energy fluctuations condensed on Vegeta's body, and their expressions instantly changed greatly. Vegeta, what are you trying to do? If you launch that kind of powerful gas bomb and hit the earth will be destroyed. Krillin immediately reminded Vegeta above the sky loudly. But where did Vegeta listen to Krillin's word? He didn't keep any hand, and the energy in his palms was accumulating more and more. As time passed, a huge energy beam was launched from Vegeta's palm. In the next second, I saw the golden beam of light, as if it was like a dragon entering the sea, from the sky, directly towards Sharu on the arena below. Turtle. At this time, Sharu on the ring opened a stance after a disdainful smack. That is, after Sun Wukong saw Shalu's action, his face changed suddenly. Grew. Just when Sun Wukong was surprised, a huge energy wave condensed between Shalu's palm. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong was surprised when he saw Shalu performing the Turtle Qigong Wave. Qigong Wave. As soon as Shalu's voice fell, the Turtle Qigong Wave in his hand had already condensed into shape. I saw Shalu's palm suddenly pushed against the sky, and the huge Turtle Qigong Wave was like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, straight into the sky. Boom! The next second, above the sky, Sharu's Turtle Qigong Wave and Vegeta's energy wave collided with each other. At this moment, the world changes color. A large amount of golden lightning swept out from the place where the two energy waves collided. But it wasn't lightning, it was the spark of energy produced when two violent energies expanded with each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the attribute of Turtle School Qigong Wave. Just above the sky, after Shalu's Turtle Qigong Wave and Vegeta's energy wave stalemate together, a system prompt sounded in Yu's mind. After hearing the system's word, Yu's brows suddenly twitched. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Previously, when he was fighting against Sun Wukong on Namek, Sun Wukong also used Turtle School Qigong Waves to deal with him. Wang Zhao, but Yu resisted and went back. But that time, the system did not drop the attribute hunger of Turtle School Qigong Wave. After all, there is only a 1/5 chance of dropping skill attribute, and Yu didn't care too much about not dropping the Turtle School Qigong Wave. But right now, Shalu is only using the Turtle Qigong Wave for the first time, and the system has dropped the attributes of the Turtle Qigong Wave, and Yu is naturally a little surprised. Diarysist is the host. Pick up the Turtle School Qigong Wave attribute. Pick up. Without any hesitation, Yu responded directly to the system. Then, the Turtle Style Qigong Wave attributes at Sharu's feet, as well as the Combat Power attribute dropped when Vegeta and Sharu fought before, all gathered towards Yu's body. At the same time that Yu's combat power was rising, the virtual screen of the system also had the attributes of the Turtle School Qigong Wave. End of this chapter. Flowers don't stop. Chapter 79 Vegeta is defeated. For more, please subscribe for customization. Chapter 79 Just as Yu received the attributes of the Turtle Qigong Wave, Vegeta's energy wave and Sharu's Turtle Qigong Wave were still stuck together in the sky. Under the collision of these two violent energy, the rocks on the ground flew towards the sky as if attracted by some abnormal gravity. Suddenly, the earth shook. This fellow Vegeta, Krillin, whose body shook with the ground, looked up at Vegeta above the sky, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Although Krillin didn't want Vegeta to beat Sharu, but if he really wins Sharu, Vegeta's energy wave bombards the earth, then the earth is really finished. Just when Kaylin was tangled in his heart, Shalu, who was under the Qigong Wave of the Turtle School, twitched the corner of his mouth. In the next second, he saw his hands exerting a little force, and a huge chi in his body suddenly appeared. It is transported towards the Turtle Qigong Wave. At the same time, Shalu's Turtle Qigong Wave instantly swelled and punched. At this time, above the sky, the stalemate between the Turtle School Qigong Wave and the energy wave was instantly instantly broken. Sharu's turtle-style Qigong wave, all the way forward, without any stop, directly resisted Vegeta's energy wave back. At this time, Vegeta above the sky was shocked when he saw his energy wave being bounced back. Then, it continues to transmit energy into the energy wave, but even so, it still did not stop Shalu's turtle Qigong wave. In a hurry, Vegeta suddenly let go and avoided the path. Immediately, Sharu's turtle Qigong wave was like a beam of light, passing directly by Vegeta's side and going straight to the sky. Before Vegeta could breathe a sigh of relief, Sharu's figure turned into a black shadow and appeared behind him. With a direct wave of his arm, a punch hit Vegeta. Before Vegeta could react, Vegeta's body was like a cannonball and fell directly towards the ground below. At this time, Keelan and Yamcha, who were near the ring, saw Vegeta's figure falling, and they all hurriedly avoided the surrounding boom, and Vegeta's body also smashed to the ground like a meteorite under a loud bang. All of a sudden, the earth shook, and smoke and dust were everywhere. After the smoke cleared, a huge pit appeared in everyone's field of vision, and Vegeta's body was lying in the pit. Vegeta wanted to get up, but because of the serious injury, when he just supported his hands, he fell down again. Dad! Seeing this, Trunks jumped directly and jumped towards Vegeta in the pit. When Trunks shouted, "Dad!" Yu glanced at Piccolo and Yamcha, and saw that Yamcha and Keelan didn't seem surprised at this time. Seeing this, Yu knew that it was probably during these 7 days that Keelan, Yamcha and others had already known Trunks' true identity. After Trunks came to Vegeta, looking at Vegeta's serious injury, a complex expression appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a fairy bean to give Vegeta. After Vegeta ate the fairy bean, her injuries recovered instantly. Sun Wukong, Piccolo and others all know the effect of fairy bean, but number 18 did not know. After she saw Vegeta, who was seriously injured, she could stand up directly. Her pretty face was full of incredible expression. At the same time, Sharu's figure slowly fell from the sky. Seeing this, Vegeta looked resentful, but just as he was about to rush up to fight Sharu again, Trunks stopped him. This is already out of bounds. Hearing Trunks' word, Vegeta realized that this was a match, not a real deathmatch. Sharu's blow just now had knocked him to the top of the ring. The rules of the game, out of bounds will be eliminated. Vegeta has lost. Although Vegeta was quite unwilling, he had to endure it. Hateful. Vegeta, who clenched his fist, said something resentful, and when he lifted his Super Saiyan form, his hair immediately returned from blonde to black. Sharu above the ring, after seeing Vegeta's awareness of the current affairs, he also snorted softly, and then his eyes fell on Yu and Sun Wukong who were under the ring. Then next, who's on? Sun Wukong, or Yu? Shalu glanced at everyone, and then his eyes fell on Yu. Completely different from when he was talking to Vegeta. When Sharu looked at Yu, his eyes were full of fighting intent. In Sharu's mind, among these people, only Yu could compete with him. Even Sun Wukong is not his opponent. As soon as Shalu's voice fell, number 18, who was beside him, immediately gave Yu a look. Although she didn't say much, in those eyes, she was calling Yu and Sharu to fight. The 18th is very worried about the 17th at this time. If she is not rescued for a moment on the 17th, the big stone in her heart cannot be put down. Has the combat power reached 200 million? This combat power should be able to defeat the complete body Sharu. After realizing number 18's begging eyes, Yu's eyes immediately fell on the virtual screen in front of her. I saw that his combat power at this time has reached 200 million from more than 150 million before. In other words, the battle between Vegeta and Sharu just now provided Yu with 50 million combat power. In addition, the 200 million combat power is only the basic combat power. If Yu turns into a Super Saiyan, the combat power will directly soar to 10 billion. After confirming his combat power, Yu was about to take a step forward and prepare to go to the ring to fight Sharu. But at this moment, Sun Wukong was already half-footed on the ring. Sorry, Yu, let me play first in this game. Sun Wukong turned around, looked at Yu, and said with a smile. Hearing Sun Wukong's word, Yu cast a contemptuous look at Sun Wukong. You are so special that everyone has gone up, and you still come to me to ask. But that's fine too. If Sun Wukong and Shalu fight, Yu's combat power will definitely increase even more. Before he came to Earth, Yu had already started planning in his heart. After dealing with Sharu, he would go to other universes to look for the strong and improve his combat power. After all, 7 years have passed since the resurrection of Majin Buu. However, if you want to walk sideways in other universes, I am afraid that 10 billion combat power is far from enough. Therefore, taking advantage of the present, how much combat power can be improved, then how much combat power can be improved. Otherwise, if you encounter Jillian, or hit or something, it is estimated that you will not even have the strength to fight. End of this chapter. Chapter 80 Combat Power Skyrocket. 5 more. Please subscribe for customization. Chapter 80 Earth. On a huge arena, Sun Wukong and Shalu face each other from a distance. At this moment, whether it was Sun Wukong or Sharu, golden arrogance flashed on their body. That arrogance is clearly the symbol of Super Saiyan. Under the ring, EU, number 18, Vegeta and others were all staring at the two people above the ring. As time passed, the tension in the surrounding air became more and more intense. At this moment, Sun Wukong squinted his eyes slightly, and suddenly opened. The next second his figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Shalu, and punched directly at Shalu. Lu bombarded the path so fast, Trunks below saw Sun Wukong's speed, and he also exclaimed. Hearing Trunks' word, Vegeta's eyes flickered. Boom! Just as Trunks was talking, Sun Wukong's fist on the ring had already slammed with Sharu's fist. At this time, there was a violent crash in the sky. Behind Sun Wukong and Shalu, there was a dark energy. Under the impact of that dark force, some of the rock and gravel above the arena instantly turned into powder. After Sun Wukong's blow was blocked by Shalu's fist, he didn't hesitate. He moved his foot and turned his right leg into a black shadow, and swept directly towards Shalu's bottom plate. Just when Sun Wukong's sweeping leg was about to hit Shalu, Shalu jumped and easily avoided Sun Wukong's sweeping leg. Bang bang bang, boom boom. Immediately afterward, the figures of the two flew to the sky, and they had a contest of speed and strength. I saw the figures of Shalu and Sun Wukong constantly flashing back and forth in the sky, fists, elbows, knees constantly colliding with each other, and above the sky there were also continuous violent collision sounds. However, because both Sun Wukong and Shalu are quite fast, under the arena, the weak Keelan and Yamcha were completely unable to capture the movements of Sun Wukong and Shalu. Even Piccolo could only see shadows. It's so fast, I can't see it at all. Klein glanced around in horror, and after finding that he couldn't see anything, he couldn't help but say aloud. At the same time as Krillin spoke, the eyes of EU, Vegeta, Trunks and the others were turning very synchronously. It seems that they can clearly see the battle between Shalu and Sun Wukong. Others don't know, but EU can clearly see the battle between Sun Wukong and Shalu, and he can see it very clearly. Although the speed of Sun Wukong and Shalu was incomparably fast in the eyes of Keelan and Yamcha, it was nothing in EU's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 6.5 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 6.9 million combat power attribute. Just as EU watched the fighting strength of Sun Wukong and Shalu, the mechanical prompting sound of the system continued to sound in his mind. In addition, the combat power attributes of Sun Wukong and Shalu falling from their feet on the arena over there were also under EU's order, and they continued to gather towards EU's body. 200 million, 210 million, 220 million. If someone uses a super large detector to detect EU's combat power at this time, they will definitely find that EU's combat power is continuously increasing, and it is increasing in units of billion. But in just a few breaths, EU's combat power increased from 200 million, a little over, to 270 million. And this is not over yet. With the continuous battle between Sun Wukong and Shalu, EU's combat power is still rising. Not bad. If I follow this trend, if my combat power increases by 100 million, it will not be a big problem. Seeing the evenly matched fighting power between Sun Wukong and Shalu, EU felt extremely excited. The fighting power between Vegeta and Sharu gave EU little fighting power. That was because Vegeta was defeated too quickly. On the other hand, Vegeta is a lot less powerful than Sun Wukong. But right now, the battle between Sun Wukong and Sharu is different. So far, Sun Wukong shows no sign of defeat. As long as Sun Wukong is undefeated, then EU's combat power can continue to increase. Just as Kaylin was scanning the tracks of Sun Wukong and Shalu on the ring, he inadvertently found that EU's eyes were shining brightly. In Klein's view, the light in EU's eyes was fighting intent, but what he didn't know was that EU was being informed by the skyrocketing combat power at this time. Boom! Just as Keelan stared at EU, Sun Wukong and Shalu, who had disappeared in the sky, finally appeared. I saw the two of them above the sky, fists slammed together. At this moment, there was a violent crash between heaven and earth, and the air was shaking at that moment. As expected of Wukong-san, he has been fighting Sharu for so long. Trunks looked at the sky above, the fighting strength of Sun Wukong and Sharu, and he said this casually. But Trunks' words fell in Vegeta's ears, but it caused the anger in Vegeta's heart to rise. You know, when Vegeta fought Sharu just now, he was quickly defeated. Compared with the current match between Sun Wukong and Shalu, it seems that Vegeta is incompetent. Sorry, I didn't mean that. When Trunks saw Vegeta gritted his teeth, his expression suddenly froze, and he immediately explained aloud. But the more Trunks explained, the more unwilling Vegeta felt, the heavier it was. Night Feather, Kakarot. Vegeta stared at Sun Wukong for a moment, and then his eyes fell on EU, who was not far away. How similar the situation is now to that of Namek. At that time, EU and Sun Wukong were both able to fight Frieza for a long time, and Vegeta was instantly killed by Frieza. So for the past 4 years, in order to restore the dignity of Prince Vegeta, he has been practicing hard. Finally got his wish and became a Super Saiyan. But in the end, the situation remained unchanged. How does this make Vegeta the reconciled, hateful. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers 4. Chapter 81,400 million combat power, 1 more subscription. Chapter 81. With the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Xiaolu on the arena, Yi Yu's combat power was rising steadily. From the initial more than 200 million, it has soared directly to more than 300 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5.5 million combat power attribute. After Yi Yu heard that the combat power data of the system prompt sound was getting lower and lower, his expression was slightly condensed, and he saw Sun Wukong, who was fighting against Xiaolu above the sky. His breathing had begun to become disordered, and there was also a bulge on his forehead, a trace of cold sweat. So that's the case. Is Sun Wukong already showing signs of fatigue? Just as Yi Yu was thinking to himself, Piccolo also noticed the abnormal changes in Sun Wukong. No, Wukong's breathing is starting to become disordered. You must know that breathing disorders are a precursor to physical decline. Once the body's 267 power decays, subsequent battles will be greatly affected. After hearing Piccolo's voice, Krillin, Vegeta and others also immediately focused their attention on Sun Wukong's face. After seeing Sun Wukong gasping for breath, Kaylin's face suddenly changed. Really, Sharu's breath has not changed at all, and he still looks at ease. It seems that he has not used all his strength. At this moment, the hearts of Piccolo, Trunks and the others sank instantly. Yi Yu, they can't count on them. After all, Piccolo and others are not sure whether Yi Yu will help them deal with Sharu. Right now, what they expect the most in their hearts is Sun Wukong. Once Sun Wukong is defeated, in the eyes of Piccolo, Keelan and others, the earth will be finished. Seeing that Sun Wukong was already at a disadvantage, they naturally followed in their heart. As time went by, the worries of Bic and Kling and others really happened. After Sun Wukong fell into exhaustion, his physical strength gradually became exhausted. The original balance between Sharu and Sharu was quickly broken. I saw that at this time, Sun Wukong, who was above the sky in the ring, had already begun to be pressed and beaten by Xiaolu. Boom! At this time, above the sky, Xiaolu's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Sun Wukong, and before Sun Wukong could react, Xiaolu appeared above Sun Wukong's head. After seeing that Sharu's speed suddenly increased, Sun Wukong's face changed greatly. In the next second, the corners of Xiaolu's mouth rolled up, and with a punch, he bombarded Sun Wukong. But Sun Wukong is not an ordinary person. His body had gone through hundreds of battles, and while Sharu was bombarded with a punch, his arms crossed in front of him like a conditioned reflex. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Sharu's fist bombarded Sun Wukong's crossed arm. Although Sun Wukong defended Sharu's super heavy punch, but the power of Sharu's punch was simply too great. Under the impetus of that powerful force, Sun Wukong's body, like a meteor for a while, fell directly from the sky towards the ring below, at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's body smashed onto the ring below. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the air, and at the same time as the sound came, rocklash, and the entire huge arena was also smashed to pieces. Just when Xiaolu thought that this punch should cause more or less damage to Sun Wukong, he saw that Sun Wukong landed on both feet. To be precise, both feet plus both hands land at the same time. As expected of Sun Wukong, he didn't disappoint me. Seeing that Sun Wukong was not injured, Xiaolu was not angry but happy. While speaking, his figure was directly above the sky, towards the Sun Wukong below, chasing up again. Surrender. Just when Xiaolu was about to attack Sun Wukong, on the ring, Sun Wukong, who was hunched over, suddenly raised a hand and said, "What?" When Sun Wukong uttered the word surrender, Piccolo, Yamcha, Keelan, and others all had a confused look on their faces, thinking they had heard it wrong. Surrender. Wukong, what are you talking about? This is not a game. This is about the fate of the earth. If you surrender, the earth will be over. Yes, Wukong, you haven't lost yet. Keelan and Yamcha, after recovering from their confusion, complained to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has lost. At this moment, Yi Yu said aloud. Hearing Yi Yu's word, on the 18th, the eyes of Piccolo, Kaylin and the others all fell on Yi Yu's body. Although they didn't speak, the expressions on their faces seemed to say, "Isn't this not out of the ring? How did you lose?" Sun Wukong's remaining physical strength, even if he can fight Xiaolu for a few more rounds, but it will still end in defeat. It is a good choice to choose to surrender now. Yi Yu looked at number 18 and explained aloud. Hearing Yi Yu's word, Piccolo, Kaylin and the others were unwilling, but Yi Yu's words were not wrong. Indeed, Sun Wukong has shown a state of exhaustion. Even if you continue to fight, it is still a technique. It's interesting. Sharu, who stopped above the sky, immediately turned 180 degrees after hearing Yi Yu's word, from an inverted state to an upright state, and then slowly fell below. On the ring. Yes, roughly as Yi Yu said, I lost this game. Sun Wukong stood up, stretched out a finger, looked at the sky, and said apologetically to Keelan and Piccolo. After Sun Wukong stepped off the ring, the eyes of Piccolo, Keelan and the others all fell on Yi Yu. Right now, even Sun Wukong has lost to Xiaolu. In their opinion, only Yi Yu can fight Xiaolu. Xiaolu. As for Sun Wukong, they were directly ignored by them. After all, Sun Gohan's current combat power is probably not as good as Vegeta's. In Dragon Ball, Sun Gohan's strength broke out, and it was only after being stimulated. Although Yu also really wanted Sun Gohan to show his superpower. After all, once Sun Gohan broke out to fight with Xiaolu with Super 2 strength, then the combat power attribute value he collected is estimated to reach an unprecedented height. But in 0.4, there is a rather troublesome process in the middle of wanting Sun Gohan to explode the power of Super 2, and Sun Gohan may not be 100% successful in transforming. After Yu glanced at Sun Wukong, he didn't wait for Sun Wukong over there to come down from the ring, and he walked directly towards the ring. 400 million combat power. Yu looked at the screen in front of him, his combat power attribute, and he said something in a voice that only he could hear. You must know that the 400 million displayed on the virtual screen in front of Yu is only the basic combat power. If you transform into a Super Saiyan, the combat power will soar to 20 billion. Seeing Yu walking towards the top of the ring, the hearts of Kaylin, Yamcha and others in the back were all 10. As for Xiaolu on the ring, seeing Yu approaching, the fighting intent on his face also increased greatly. It finally yours, Yu. End of this chapter. As for flowers. Chapter 82. Xiaolu's smile gradually disappeared. 2 more for subscription and customization. Chapter 82. Finally waiting for you, Yu. Xiaolu looked at Yu who stepped onto the ring and said with a warlike expression. On the ring, Keelan, Yamcha, Trunks and others all looked at Yu's back nervously. Now, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, the 2 main forces, have all been defeated by Xiaolu. From the point of view of Kaylin and others, if Yu couldn't defeat Xiaolu, then there would be no one on earth who could defeat Xiaolu. Yu, you must not lose. Kaylin looked at Yu and prayed in his heart. At the same time, number 18 looked at Yu's back, and his eyes flashed. Of course, it's not the earth that number 18 cares about. What she cares about is her younger brother, number 17. Then I'll leave it to you next. Sun Wukong, who was on the ring, greeted Yu, and then jumped from the ring to the front of Sun Wuhan, Kaylin and the others. Wukong-san, here it is. As soon as Sun Wukong came down, Trunks handed a fairy bean to Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong was not seriously injured, but the stamina is obviously exhausted. After Sun Wukong ate 26 immortal bean, his physical strength was completely restored. Let's see Yu next. If Yu can't do it, then only. Sun Wukong stood still, stared at Yu on the ring, then glanced at Sun Wukong next to him, and muttered to himself. Hearing Sun Wukong's self-talk, Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wukong strangely. Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't speak, Sun Wukong's eyes again shifted from Sun Wukong to Xiaolu and Yu on the ring. Become a Super Saiyan. Xiaolu, with his arms on his chest, looked at Yu in front of him, the corners of his mouth rolled up, and he said confidently. After hearing Xiaolu's word, Yu did not respond to Xiaolu, but looked at Xiaolu with a smile. Suddenly he clenched his fist tightly and said to Xiaolu, as you wish. After all, Yu just opened her leg slightly in a stand. In the next second, Yu transformed into a Super Saiyan, with golden arrogance flashing from top to bottom. After pressing Yu to transform into a Super Saiyan, Xiaolu over there raised his brows slightly, and then said, Yu, why did your anger suddenly decrease? When you fought with me 7 days ago, it was better than now. Much more. As soon as Xiaolu's voice fell, the golden arrogance above Yu's body spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short breaths, the golden arrogance has more than doubled. At the same time, after the chi perception ability of Sun Wukong, Xiaolu and others, the chi in Yu's body is also constantly increasing. At this moment, the rubble on the arena, as if attracted by some kind of gravitational force, began to slowly fly towards the sky. And Xiaolu, sensing Yu's chi, after the continuous increase, he also said with satisfaction, that's right, this kind of chi is the chi of Yu that I knew 7 days ago. While speaking, Xiaolu had already opened a stand, waiting for Yu's attack. But Yu did not launch an attack, but was still continuously raising the chi in her body. It's amazing, Yu Song's chi is stronger than it was 7 days ago. Trunks looked at Yu's body, and his face also showed a look of amazement after the gas was still rising. And Xiaolu saw that Yu could actually raise his chi, and the smile on his face became more and more vigorous. Oh, I didn't expect that not only Vegeta, but even you, have grown up in these 7 days. Exactly, let me see how much you have grown. As the chi in Yu's body continued to increase, Xiaoluna became more and more satisfied. But when Yu's chi suddenly broke through to a critical point, the smile on Xiaolu's face solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the chi emanating from Yu's body had reached a rather terrifying start. Under the impact of this chi, Keelan and Yamcha were directly blown into the sky, and Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others, under the impact of this chi, also began to retreat faintly. At this time, the rock arena under Yu's feet seemed unbearable, and cracks like spider webs began to appear. This guy, what kind of special training did you do in these 7 days? days, and why did your anger suddenly become so huge? Under the ring, Vegeta, who was struggling to support her body, looked at the ring, and she was still releasing it continuously. The angry Yu had a look of horror on her face. Special training. Maybe Vegeta doesn't know what Yi Feather has done these 7 days, but number 18 does. For the past 7 days, she has always been by Yu's side. Eat with Yu. Go to the universe with Yu. Follow Yu. I didn't take a bath with Yu, but she knew that Yu didn't do any special training. Yes, Yu didn't do any cultivation, but even so, Yu's anger suddenly soared so much. This made number 18 think that Yu's power was originally so much, but he didn't use all his strength when he fought Sharu 7 days ago. At this time, number 18 looked at Yu who was on the ring. His eyes were full of brilliance, and his pretty face was also surprised and happy. She was surprised that 267 Yu had such a powerful strength. What she was happy about was that with the strength of Yu, the chance of defeating Sharu would be even greater, and the chance of number 17 being rescued would be even greater. Unbelievable. Yu's chi has reached the level of Sharu, and it is still growing. How powerful is his strength? When Yu's chi rose to a certain level, Kaylin, who leapt to the sky, looked at Yu on the ring below. His eyes were full of shock, and his face was full of cold sweat. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be a human being stronger than me, Sharu, in this world? I'm the perfect ultimate android. After Yu's anger completely surpassed Shalu, at this moment Shalu was no longer as calm as before. I saw a rare moving expression on his handsome face that had been without weight. This is the first time he has shown such an expression since he evolved into a complete body. He used to have a confident smile on his face, but now, just because of Yu, his smile, his confidence disappeared. In the next second, Sharu's eyes suddenly fell on Yu who was still improving his combat power not far away. Stop for me. Don't stop the flower. Chapter 83 The Speed That Scares Sharu. 3 more subscription. Chapter 83 Stop for me. Unwilling and angry, Sharu roared at Yu before turning into a black shadow and rushing towards Yu. At this time, Yu was still continuously raising her chi. Seeing Sharu rushing over, Yu suddenly shouted. A dazzling golden light radiated from Yu's body. At the same time as the golden rays of light appeared, a violent wave of air suddenly swept out in all directions with Yu as the center. The air wave was quite ferocious, and the arena under Yu's feet, under the impact of this air wave, was instantly turned into rock debris and charged in all directions. Hurry up and spread out. Outside the ring, Piccolo shouted, and the group of Monkey King, Son Gohan, and Vegeta all retreated away from Yu. At the same time, Sharu, who rushed towards Yu, collided with the ferocious air wave before he could get close to Yu. In just a blink of an eye, Sharu's body was knocked away by the air wave. The wave come and go quickly. After a few breaths, everything at the scene was calm. I saw that on Yu's body, a huge golden arrogance was constantly flashing, and under Yu's feet, those smoke and dust were blown by the air wave, like a ring of ripples, spreading in all directions. And go. In addition, the original huge ring has completely disappeared. Is this Yu Sang's real chi? Trunks, who was suspended in the sky, looked at Yu below. His expression was frightened, and he said in a shocking tone, Gee. Vegeta, who was beside Trunks, looked extremely ugly at this time. He clenched his fist tightly, and his heart was full of unwillingness. Vegeta can naturally feel it through his chi perception ability. At this time, the chi emanating from Yu's body is much stronger than Sharu. In other words, the strength gap between Yu and his Vegeta has widened again. At the same time, Piccolo looked at Yu and said with a shocking expression, I can't believe it. Yu could have bounced Sharu away with just his aura. Kaylin was shocked to see Yu for a long time, and when he came back to his senses, his face was overjoyed. It's amazing. This chi. Then he asked Sun Wukong not far in front of him, if it is this kind of chi, I can win, right Wukong? Hearing Kaylin's question, Sun Wukong was obviously still in shock and did not recover. He just had a few drops of cold sweat on his face, and responded to Kaylin with an embarrassed yeah. After being confirmed by Sun Wukong, Kaylin was overjoyed for a while. Just as Kaylin was excited, Sharu below had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Although he has not really fought against Yu, Sharu is not a fool. The chi emanating from Yu's body just bounced off his Shalu. No one knew better than his Sharu how strong Yu's chi was. Although Sharu does not believe in the anger of others, he can be even bigger than him. But the facts are in sight. Sharu, although my chi has not risen to the extreme, the competition can begin. In Sharu's heart, Yu, who is in the huge golden arrogance, said to Sharu with a smile, haven't gotten to the top yet. Although Yu only told the truth, but his word fell in the ears of Piccolo, Vegeta and others, but it caused 1,000 waves. It made Vegeta, Piccolo, and others tremble in their heart. Are you kidding me? With such a huge amount of chi, it hasn't reached its peak yet. How did this guy cultivate, and why was he able to raise his chi to such a huge level in such a short period of time? Krillin and Piccolo looked at Yu, and each said something. At the same time when everyone was shocked, Sharu, who was originally very angry, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Hearing Sharu's laughter, Keelan and Yamucha looked at each other with a confused look. What's so funny? Hearing Shalu's laughter, Yu raised her brows and asked immediately, I finally know why your anger has suddenly become so huge. At this level, I can do it too. While speaking, Sharu seemed to be demonstrating, and suddenly an extremely astonishing breath burst out from the whole body. That is to say, at this moment Sharu's limbs also became larger. After feeling this unusually astonishing aura emanating from Sharu, the expressions of Krillin, Vegeta, Trunks and the others changed drastically in an instant. Only Sun Wukong seemed to know something, and his face remained unchanged. This guy, is he still so strong? Could it be that Sharu also hides his rank? Just as Trunks and Krillin were talking, Sharu over there looked at Yu and said, Diaresis, I can do it to this extent, but it's a pity that if I do this if you do. Although the chi has risen, the speed has dropped. After finishing speaking, Shalu's swollen limbs shrunk back again, and then said to Yu, so, it's useless for you to raise chi. Hearing Shalu's wonderful commentary, Yu didn't say much, just smiled lightly. In the next second, Yu's figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Sharu. So fast. After seeing Yu's terrifying speed, Sharu suddenly turned around and his face changed drastically. Although Yu didn't intend to shoot at him, Sharu's figure was like a conditioned reflex, and he retreated, pulling a distance from Yu. At the same time, Vegeta, Trunks and others on the side were also shocked by Yu's speed. What a terrible speed. Totally invisible. It seems that Sharu can't see Yu's movement clearly. Wang Zhao, after Piccolo looked at Sharu's horrified look, Piccolo also said this aloud. How is it, Sharu? My speed. Yu said flatly, leaning to the side, looking at Sharu with a terrified face. How can you be hungry? Isn't this guy forcibly raising his chi? If you forcibly lift the chi, the speed will be reduced due to the expansion of the muscles. Why is this guy still so fast? Sharu stared at Yu, his eyes flashing, and his face was full of incredible expression. In the next second, the horrified look on Sharu's face turned into a hideous fury. The fists were clenched, and a trace of purple blood flowed out along the fingers. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No one in this world can surpass me. I am the perfect ultimate cyborg. Afterward, the wings on Shalu's back suddenly fluttered, and the figure immediately rushed towards Yu. Chapter 84 Obtaining the Regenerative Ability Attribute. 4 more subscription. Chapter 84 Call Out. Sharu's figure turned into a black line and disappeared in place in an instant. When it reappeared, it was in front of Yu, and an angry fist bombarded Yu. Sharu's speed is indeed fast, so fast that even Sun Wukong and Vegeta and the others over there can't see it. But unfortunately, in Yu's eyes, it was nothing. Boom. Seeing Sharu's fist attacking, Yu's punch also bombarded the path. There's nothing fancy about this punch. Some are just endless power. The moment Yu's fist hit Sharu's fist, an unusual sound came from the sky. It was not the sound of a crash, but the sound of flesh and blood exploding. I saw that under the bombardment of Yu's punch, Sharu's entire arm exploded into blood mist. It was just a blink of an eye between Sharu's shot and Yu's fist blasting Sharu's arm. Because it all happened so fast, so that everyone present did not respond. When they reacted, they only saw that Sharu's entire arm was gone, and blood was flying in the sky. At this moment, Vegeta, Monkey King, Son Gohan, Trunks, all 267 seemed to have an electric current running through their mind, and fell into a short-term dazed state. Blast Sharu's arm with one punch. What power is this? How strong is the complete body Sharu? They all see it. Even if he was as strong as Sun Wukong, he was easily defeated by Shalu. But now, Yu actually blew Sharu's arm with a punch. Is this Yu's true strength? It's so strong. After a breath, Sun Wukong came back to his senses from the shock. He first said a word in amazement, then looked at Yu's figure, his eyes glowing again and again. Of course, the splendor in Sun Wukong's eyes was not any other emotion, but just fighting intent. Seeing that Yu was so strong, Sun Wukong couldn't hold back the restlessness in his heart and wanted to fight Yu. Of course, he also knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Yu. It actually blew Sharu's arm out with one punch. If this is the case, Yu Sang will win. Trunks also said a little excitedly, and his eyes were full of admiration. When Vegeta on the side saw the expression on Trunks' face, she felt envy and hatred in her heart. After all, Trunks is also his son, albeit only in the future. Now that his son worships other Saiyans, he, as a father, is naturally very upset. Just as Sun Wukong and Trunks were talking, Sharu on the battlefield over there, the muscles on his severed arm wound suddenly began to swell, as if his heart was beating. That is, after Piccolo saw this situation, his expression changed suddenly. In the next second, under the shock gazes of Fling, Trunks and others, Sharu's severed arm regenerated a new arm like a gecko's tail. Seeing this scene, Kaylin was shocked. The same ability as Piccolo, and Piccolo said in a deep voice, as expected, after all, that guy also has my cells in his body. Then Piccolo reminded Yu loudly, hey, Yu, Yu, if you want to kill Sharu, you must destroy his core, otherwise he will regenerate infinitely. In fact, there was no need for Piccolo to remind him. Yu knew this for a long time. At this moment, Yu's mind was thinking of something else. Just now, when Sharu regenerated his arm, the system suddenly heard a sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the Namaktar regeneration ability attribute. After hearing the system's word, Yu was both surprised and delighted. To his surprise, he hadn't thought at all that the system would drop such an ability. He is happy that if he has this ability to regenerate, then he can also regenerate a severed limb like Sharu. Does the host pick up the regeneration ability attribute of Namek? Charge! Yu immediately said to the system without any hesitation. Yu's voice just fell, and the regeneration ability attribute under Sharu's feet over there is like a golden tadpole coming directly towards Yu's body. After the attribute was not in Yu's body, Yu saw the Namaktar's regeneration ability on the virtual screen of the system. Can Majin Buu's regeneration ability drop attribute? Yu seemed to have tasted the sweetness, and then asked the system expectantly. Can. After hearing the system's answer, Yu felt ecstatic in her heart. Although Namekians are indeed strong in regeneration, they can be reborn from severed limbs. However, Majin Buu's regeneration ability is no longer strong to describe it. It is simply abnormal. Majin Buu's regeneration ability can be instantly restored as long as there is one cell. Thinking that if he could obtain the regenerative ability attribute of Majin Buu, the eyes in Yu's heart were extremely hot. Just when Yu was immersed in the joy of regeneration, Sharu here also shook his newborn arm. In addition, because he has Saiyan cells in his body, after the recovery from this injury, the chi in his body has increased a lot. Of course, this increase did not turn Sharu into Lightning Sharu. After all, in Dragon Ball, Sharu became Lightning Sharu, which was reborn after self-destruction, and this time, he just broke one arm. Even if he recovers from the injury, the added combat power of Saiyan cells to him is not very much. Damn. Although Sharu's injury recovered, the anger and unwillingness in his heart did not subside, and he stared at Yu with resentment. And Yu had a smile on his face. Although the smile on Yu's face was due to the ability to regenerate, but Shalu didn't know about it. In his eyes, Yu's smile was understood as a mockery. Boom. Seeing the harmless smile on Yu's face, Sharu's anger rose. In the next second, he moved his foot, and after stepping on a deep depression on the ground, he directly attacked Yu. Shish. After Shalu got close to Yu, he used his fists, elbows, and legs to launch a series of attacks on Yu. But in front of Sharu's storm-like attack, Yu's figure was constantly dodging like Catkin. No matter how Sharu attacked, he couldn't hit Yi Feather in the slightest. Boom. At this moment, Yu, who had been dodging all the time, suddenly shot and hit Sharu's stomach with a punch. Although Yu's punch didn't seem to use much force, when his punch landed on Shalu's body, Shalu suddenly spewed out a mouthful of unknown liquid, and his hands were clasping his stomach tightly, bowing. His body staggered backward, his face full of pain. End of this chapter. Please ask for flowers. Chapter 85 Crushing Sharu, one more subscription. Chapter 85 Sharu clasped his stomach tightly with his hands and staggered back when his vision suddenly became blurred. He bent his legs and knelt directly on the ground. Roar, roar. Sharu, who was kneeling on the ground, was panting heavily, and some kind of transparent liquid was constantly dripping from his mouth. Sharu, you are not my opponent. Admit defeat. As soon as Yu said these words, Sharu's hands that were supported on the ground immediately clenched into fists. In the next second, a powerful golden arrogance erupted from his body. What are you kidding? Mere human. After Sharu roared angrily, he attacked Yu again, but the result was still the same as before. Sharu's attack was completely avoided by Yu, and Yu just punched, causing Sharu to suffer unceasingly. At this moment, Trunks, Krillin and others over there knew that Sharu was finished. When he was calm, he was no match for Yu, but now that he has lost his calm, Sharu is even more no match for Yu. How is this going? At this moment, Piccolo's face was not happy because Sharu was defeated by Yu. On the contrary, he said with a heavy face and puzzled expression, "What wrong?" After hearing Piccolo's untimely voice, the eyes of Trunks, Kling and the others all fell on Piccolo, as if they were waiting for Piccolo's explanation. Even though Yu can kill Sharu directly, why is he so reluctant to do it? Piccolo looked at Yu and Sharu over there and said worriedly. Hearing Piccolo's word, Trunks, Kling and the others suddenly came to their senses. From just now, Mingming Yu had many opportunities to directly kill Sharu, just like blasting Sharu's arm. But now Yu seems to be deliberately provoking Sharu. That is, he refuses to kill Sharu directly. What Piccolo is worried about is that once Sharu is forced into a hurry, no one knows what Sharu will do. After all, it would be a matter of minutes for a strong person like Sharu to destroy the earth. Hey, Yu, what are you doing? Get rid of him quickly. After Sun Wukong understood Piccolo's meaning, he immediately shouted to Yu over there. Hearing Sun Wukong's word, Yu didn't have any unusual reaction, but the number 18 over there had a change in her pretty face. fate. She has been following EU these days, just wanting EU to rescue the number 17 that Sharu absorbed. If you really kill Sharu, as Sun Wukong said, then number 17 will die with him. And the reason why EU hasn't killed Sharu so far is like trying to force Sharu to become huge and then spit out the number 17 that was absorbed. Hateful. After Sharu was completely avoided by EU, his anger rose in his heart, but the more angry he was, the more he couldn't hit EU, and thus fell into an infinite loop. At this moment, the anger in Sharu's heart has risen to a critical point. Sharu, who was extremely angry, suddenly fluttered his wings behind him, and his body quickly flew towards the sky. After EU hesitated for a while, she also chased after Sharu. Just after Sharu flew to a certain height from the ground, his hands suddenly opened a stand. That is, after seeing Shalu's posture, the expressions of Sun Wukong and Kaylin suddenly changed greatly, and EU's brows moved lightly, because they recognized that Sharu's posture. It was the turtle Qigong wave. Turtle. Sure enough, at this moment, a Qigong wave suddenly condensed on the palms of Shalu's palm. As time went by, the Qigong wave expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yeyu, stop him quickly. He wants to use the turtle Qigong wave. If this distance hits the earth will be over. After hearing the voice of Sun Wukong below, Yeyu's figure also sped up a bit and flew towards the place where Sharu was. But when Yeyu's figure flew to a distance of 10 feet in front of Sharu, Sharu suddenly pushed with both hands. Open black lens bracket turtle school Qigong wave close black lens bracket. In the next second, a huge Qigong wave, like a beam of light, directly charged towards Yeyu below. If you want to block it and see. If you don't block it, the earth will be finished, and all of you will have to die. After Sharu released the super large turtle Qigong wave, he shouted to Yeyu very madly. Hearing Shalu's word, the hearts of Sun Wukong, Piccolo and others below all sank to the bottom. At the same time, at the moment when the turtle Qigong wave was about to hit Yeyu's palms also condensed a wave of light, which directly blocked Sharu's turtle Qigong wave. That turtle school Qigong wave. After seeing that Yeyu also launched a turtle-style Qigong wave, the expressions of Keelan and Yamucha suddenly changed. When did this guy Yeyu steal his Qigong wave from the turtle school? After seeing Yeyu displaying the turtle school Qigong wave, Sun Wukong's face suddenly lit up with joy, and Kaylin also said happily, so it is, Yeyu wants to use the turtle Qigong wave to offset Shalu's turtle Qigong wave. But in the next second, the expression on Kaylin's face gradually disappeared, but it was replaced by a touch of panic. In the sky, Yeyu's turtle Qigong wave was instantly suppressed by Shalu's turtle Qigong wave, and Yeyu's figure also fell towards the ground below at a fast speed, along with the turtle Qigong wave. Sure enough, it still won't work. Yeyu's turtle Qigong wave is too hasty, and it can't resist Shalu's full power turtle Qigong wave. Piccolo looked at the sky above. One thick and one thin two turtle pie. Qigong Bo also said something in a deep voice. Look like it does. Watching Yeyu's figure being suppressed and falling downward, Sun Wukong suddenly changed into a Super Saiyan. But just when he was about to help Yeyu's figure suddenly stabilized. As a huge amount of Qi in Yeyu's palm was injected into the turtle Qigong wave, Yeyu's turtle Qigong wave instantly became thicker and larger. It always feels like something is wrong. That is, at this moment, the turtle school Qigong wave, which was originally suppressed, was instantly suppressed back. I saw above the sky, Yeyu's turtle Qigong wave, with a destructive trend, swept away directly in the direction of Sharu. How is this possible? Seeing that the turtle school Qigong wave was suppressed, Shalu's face suddenly became horrified. Every day asking for flowers for Chapter 86 Shalu. Destroy 2 more for subscription. Chapter 86. After Yeyu and Shalu pulled a distance away and released his Qi with all his strength, the turtle-style Qigong wave in his hand instantly soared. In just a blink of an eye, Sharu's turtle Qigong wave was crushed back. At this moment, on the entire desert island, a gust of wind was blowing. The rocks on the ground also seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and slowly flew towards the sky. How is this possible? Shalu above the sky. After seeing the turtle school Qigong wave being blocked by Yeyu, a horrified look appeared on his handsome face. Without any hesitation, the Qi in Shalu's body was also surging frantically, pouring into the turtle Qigong wave above his palm. But no matter how hard Sharu tried, Yeyu's turtle Qigong wave was unstoppable. After all, at this time, the difference between Yeyu and Sharu's actual 2A3 power is a little big, and this difference in strength, at this moment, is displayed on the turtle Qigong wave. Sharu looked at the turtle-style Qigong wave that was magnified sharply in his eyes, and a fear of death instantly rose in his heart. Under the trend of survival, Sharu shouted in horror, "Stop!" But Yeyu didn't seem to hear Shalu's begging for mercy, and the turtle Qigong wave in his hand hit Shalu's body directly without any pause. At this moment, Sharu's figure was annihilated by the dazzling light of the turtle school Qigong Po. In that beam of light, Sharu's figure seemed to be stretched out. In the end, the limbs began to dissipate, and in the end, the core part also perished in the light beam of the turtle Qigong Qigong wave. Half a minute later, the figures of Turtle School Qigongbo and Shalu disappeared into the sky. At this moment, the island regained its tranquility. At this moment, the eyes of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks and others were all staring at Yu in the sky. Salu's anger disappeared. After sensing the disappearance of Sharu's chi, Trunks, Krillin and the others went from disbelief at first to ecstasy at the end. After all, Sharu is killed, then they, and the whole earth, will be saved. Great, Sharu has been killed. The two people, Keelan and Yamcha, immediately danced with joy. At the same time, Yu, who was above the sky, touched the cold sweat on his forehead, glanced at the place above the sky, where Sharu was originally, and sighed, "It's finally over." After saying that, Yu glanced down, only to see number 18 below, looking at the sky in despair as if he had lost something important. Forgot about number 17. Seeing number 18's expression, Yu suddenly remembered about number 17. In order to resist Shalu's turtle Qigong wave just now, he accidentally killed Shalu. Sharu dies. Then number 17, who was absorbed by Sharu, must also die. After thinking of this incident, Yu hesitated for a while, and immediately fell down. At this time, the figure of number 18 slowly fell directly towards the ground below. Just when number 18 was about to fall to the ground, a black shadow flashed by and caught number 18 before it landed. And this black shadow is naturally Yu. Number 18 came back to his senses and looked at the familiar face in front of him. Before number 18 could speak, Yu said aloud, "Number 17 can still be saved." Hearing Yu's word, number 18's eyes suddenly lit up, then leaned in front of Yu and asked excitedly, "Really?" Yu didn't immediately answer number 18's word. He just glanced at number 18, because at this time, number 18's nose was about to touch Yu's nose. That is to say, the faces of Yu and number 18 are very close, and both sides can even clearly feel each other's breathing. After number 18 reacted, her pretty face was also slightly red, and then she got off Yu's body and pulled away from Yu. Although she is usually aloof, she is still a woman after all. Yu glanced at the attitude of the little girl on the 18, and then said aloud, "Accurately speaking, it can be resurrected." While speaking, Yu's eyes fell on Sun Wukong, Piccolo and the others. In Dragon Ball, number 17 was killed by Sun Gohan along with Sharu. However, later, Sun Wukong and others used the Dragon Balls on the earth to resurrect those who died during Sharu. Immediately, number 17, who died with Sharu, was also resurrected. Speaking of which, during the Sharu period, Piccolo and the old gods were one. In order to resurrect the dragon, Sun Wukong used teleportation to go to Namek to find a new god. Thinking of this, Yu suddenly realized a very serious problem. That is Sun Wukong's teleportation. Before the destruction of Namek, he took the spaceship of the Genuit team to the Adratar in a hurry, and then learned from the Adratar. But in this time and space, Yu killed Frieza, and Namek did not explode, so Sun Wukong went to Adrat, which is still a question. If Sun Wukong hadn't gone to Adlat, Sun Wukong would not have learned teleportation. Then Sun Wukong would have no way to go to Namek to find new god, and the dragon of the earth. Thinking of this, Yu's head hurt a little, and then he looked at Sun Wukong over there and waved to Sun Wukong. "What the matter, Yu?" Sun Wukong flew over and asked Yu with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, Sun Wuhan, Kaylin and others also gathered around. "Have you ever been to Adlatar?" Yu asked Sun Wukong tentatively. "Adrat star? What is that?" Sun Wukong looked at the sky with a pair of beads, his eyes wandering, and said 0.4 to Yu. Hearing Sun Wukong's answer, Yu said in his heart, "Sure enough, Sun Wukong didn't go to Arad then." But at this moment, Vegeta flew over and said in a reprimanding tone, "Kakarot, stop pretending, go up, and when you came back from Adlatar, didn't you still hang out with Adelaide? Did the Lats learn to teleport?" After seeing the lie being exposed by Vegeta, Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment, squinted his eyes and smiled. "I'm just joking with Yu. What are you doing so seriously, Vegeta?" Vegeta snorted coldly, thinking that Sun Wukong had learned teleportation, but he couldn't. End of this chapter. Things always happen suddenly, and the reasons are added after the fact. Flowers. Chapter 87, Obtaining Teleportation Attribute. 3 more for subscription. Chapter 87. Joke. After Yu heard the conversation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in her heart. "I'm asking you serious business. You're joking with me." However, Yu was also very curious about how Sun Wukong got to Adlat. After all, in this time and space, Frieza was directly killed by Yu, and Namek did not explode, so Sun Wukong could return to Earth directly from Namek. Later, after asking Yu, I learned that it was Vegeta who robbed Sun Wukong's spaceship. In desperation, Sun Wukong had to use the Genuit team's spaceship. In this way, Sun Wukong went to the Adratar after all. In that case, you have already learned the teleportation of the Adoratar. Yu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and asked Sun Wukong, "Teleportation is a skill that moves from one place to another in an instant. In Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong used teleportation to move from from Kaiwang to New Namek. To know the distance between Jiawang and the new star 26 might, that is quite far. With teleportation skills, you can easily go back and forth between two planets. Of course, there are still some restrictions on the teleportation of the Adlatar people, that is, they cannot move to a place without people, and they need to use gas as a coordinate, but this is enough for Yu. As for the unrestricted teleportation of the King of the World, Jabby, when you encounter Jabby in the future, we will see if the system will drop Jabby teleportation. If Yu wanted to go to other universes, he had to have this teleportation skill. After all, even if it is two universes that are close to each other, it will take quite a long time to use a spaceship. Originally, Yu was thinking in his heart that if Sun Wukong didn't learn teleportation, he would go to Adrat in person. But now that Sun Wukong has learned to teleport, he doesn't need to go to the planet Adlat. What wrong? Do you want to learn? Sun Wukong saw the expression on Yu's face, and roughly guessed what Yu was thinking. Yu did not affirm or deny Sun Wukong's word, but said, "You show me first." Yoshi. After hearing Yu's words, Sun Wukong spread out two fingers and placed them between his eyebrows. At the same time, Trong Piccolo and others all focused their attention on Sun Wukong, and they seemed to be looking forward to Sun Wukong's performance of teleportation. This teleportation can't move to a place where no one is there. You have to sense a chi first. While Sun Wukong was speaking, he had already sensed a breath of air. Call out. In the next second, Sun Wukong's figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared from everyone's sight. Disappeared. Where did this guy Wukong move this time? After seeing the disappearance of Sun Wukong, Keelan and Yamcha immediately said aloud. After a few breaths, Sun Wukong's figure appeared in front of everyone again, but at this time his face was wearing a pair of black sunglasses. This guy Wukong is going to teacher Wushan again. Seeing the sunglasses on Sun Wukong's face, Kaylin said, "I have seen this scene. How is it?" "Great, right." Sun Wukong pushed the sunglasses on his face and showed off to Yu. Whispering sound. Before Yu could speak, Vegeta, who folded her arms over her chest, chattered in dissatisfaction. "Keelan, give this to Grandpa Turtle Immortal for me." Just when Sun Wukong handed over the sunglasses to Kaylin, Yu here was stunned. Of course, he wasn't frightened by Sun Wukong's teleportation. However, after Sun Wukong used teleportation, the system did not lose the skill attribute of teleportation at all. But Yu didn't care too much. After all, there is only a 1/5 chance of the system dropping skill attribute. It is also very normal to not drop the teleportation skill attribute. After all, Yu's luck wasn't that good, and every time it hit her soul, it's a big deal. Just let Sun Wukong cast it again. "I didn't see it clearly. Can you perform again?" Yu looked at Sun Wukong and said expressionlessly. After hearing Yu's words, Sun Wukong hesitated for a while, then he didn't think much, and said, "Well, then I'll perform again." After that, Sun Wukong's figure once again disappeared from Yu and the others. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the teleportation attribute. At this moment, Yu's mind immediately remembered the mechanical prompt sound of the system. After hearing the system's word, Yu seemed to be overjoyed when she heard the sound of heaven. Does the host charge the teleportation skill attribute? Charge and charge. Yu immediately said to the system without any hesitation. As soon as his voice fell, the teleportation skill attribute suspended in the sky, like a golden tadpole, gathered directly towards Yu's body. After the tadpole sank into Yu's body, the word 283 teleportation appeared on the virtual screen in front of Yu. Seeing this momentary movement, Yu's heart suddenly became hot, and she could not wait to use it to see it immediately. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who had disappeared in front of everyone, appeared in front of everyone again. However, this time, what Sun Wukong brought back was not something from the Turtle Immortal, but 7B. This is Dragon Ball. After seeing the 7 Dragon Balls in Sun Wukong's arm, Krillin and Trunks said with a look of surprise, "I see. Did you go to the temple?" Seeing the Dragon Balls in Sun Wukong's hand, Pick also knew that Sun Wukong used teleportation to go to the temple just now and brought the Dragon Balls he had collected. That's right. After hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong grinned, and then said, "Okay, then we just need to summon the dragon to bring back the people who were killed by Shalu these days." While speaking, Sun Wukong fell to the ground and placed the 7 Dragon Balls in his arms on the ground. Yu looked at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and the corner of her mouth rolled up and thought in her heart, "It seems that Sun Wukong has already been to Namek and brought a new god." End of this chapter. Every day looking for flower. Chapter 88. My name is Lazili. Please give me more advice in the future. For more subscription. Chapter 88. Come out, Shenlong. After Sun Wukong put the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, he called out to the 7 Dragon Balls. Then the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground flashed suddenly as if responding to Sun Wukong's call. A few seconds later, the dark clouds above the sky surged, and the original daytime, the dark clouds that were obscuring the sky in an instant, turned into night. What happened? She had never seen number 18 who summoned the dragon. After seeing this unusual change in the sky, she couldn't help but say something. Call out. At the same time, a golden electric light shot out from the 7 dragon balls on the ground. In the next second, a huge dragon appeared in everyone's field of vision, entrenched in this world. Then Shenlong said in a very majestic tone, "Say your wishes, no matter what kind of wishes I can fulfill to." Two. After hearing Shenlong's word, both Yulin and Piccolo were slightly taken aback. After all, the previous Shenlong could only fulfill one wish. It's Tiantian. After resurrecting the dragon, 2 wishes can be fulfilled, Sun Wukong explained to Keelan and Piccolo. Hearing this, Piccolo grinned and said, "It's quite good. Shenlong, let all the humans who died because of Sharu be resurrected." Sun Wukong said to the dragon, "This wish is very simple." After Shenlong said a word, a scarlet light suddenly radiated from the big eyes. The next second, all over the world, those who were killed by Sharu were resurrected one after another. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The moment he saw this figure, number 18's pretty face was immediately filled with joy. This figure is none other than number 17. It seems that this wish has come true. After Bic, Kling and others saw number 17 appear, they all knew that Shenlong had fulfilled his first wish. Then, the dragon above the sky continued. "Saw, hurry up and say your second wish." A second wish? I don't have any wishes. Do you have any wishes? Sun Wukong first asked Yamcha and Piccolo, while Yamuti table shook their heads. At this time, Sun Wukong looked at Yi Yu and asked, "Yi Yu, this is a rare opportunity. What do you have?" "Wish." "Hey, Goku." Hearing Sun Wukong asking Yi Yu, Piccolo suddenly became anxious. "It doesn't matter, Piccolo. After all, this time it was Sharu that Yi Yu helped us to kill. If there was no Yi Yu, maybe our Earth would perish. This is a thank you." Sun Wukong smiled at Yi Yu. "You asked. Aren't you afraid that I will make unfavorable wishes for you?" Yi Yu looked at Piccolo and smiled lightly. "With your strength, why do you want the dragon to make a wish?" Hearing Yi Yu's words, Sun Wukong replied. Yi Yu looked at the dragon above the sky, thought for a moment, and then her eyes fell on number 18 in front of her. "Do you have any wishes?" Yi Yu looked at number 18 and asked. "Me." After hearing Yi Yu's word, number 18's pretty face moved. After thinking for a while, she said aloud, "I didn't." Before number 18 had finished speaking, number 17 flew over and interrupted number 18's word. "No, do we have a wish to turn us into human?" Number 17 asked Shenlong. As soon as the word came out on the 17, Trunks over there was suddenly moved. Originally, what he hated most was artificial human. In his future, androids destroy the world. But right now, the wish made by the android number 17 turned out to become a human. Originally, number 17 and number 18 were just twins of ordinary human being, just transformed into a human being. Thinking of this, Trunks couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. No, just as Trunks was thinking, the dragon above the sky rejected number 17's wish. "This wish is beyond my ability." Hearing Shenlong's word, the expressions of number 17 and number 18 moved lightly. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Number 17 spread his hands helplessly, and then continued. "Then the bomb in our body can be dismantled. This can be done." After Shenlong said a word, his eyes once again emitted a scarlet light. After the bombs in number 17 and number 18 were removed, Shenlong's figure disappeared into the sky. In the next second, the 7 dragon balls turned into 7 rays of light, scattered all over the earth. At the same time, the dark clouds above the sky also completely disappeared. "Is it over?" After watching the sky recover, Yi Yu muttered to herself, and then greeted Sun Wukong and others. Dairis's goodbye. After all, Yi Yu's figure slowly flew above the sky. Are you leaving now? You said before that you were going to treat you well." Sun Wukong looked up at Yi Yu and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Let's talk about it next time." After all, Yi Yu's figure flew directly towards the place where the spaceship was. Yi Yu's forefoot had just left, and the brothers and sisters, number 17 and number 18, looked at each other and chased after Yi Yu, who was above the sky. "Please wait for a moment." Yi Yu was not flying very fast, and number 17 and number 18 quickly caught up with Yi Yu. "Is there anything else you need to do with me?" Yi Yu stood up in the air, looking at the 17th and 18th people in front of her. "Thank you for number 17. Number 18 looked at Yi Yu and said, "Thank you for the bomb too." Number 18 had just finished speaking, and number 17 also thanked Yi Yu for the money. "I don't need Shenlong's help for anything," Yi Yu replied in a flat tone. "There is another sentence that Yi Yu didn't say. If there is, I will let the dragon of Namek help me realize it. Anyway, thank you very much this time." After number 17 thanked Yi Yu again, he flew down, but at this moment, number 17 found that number 18 did not follow. Number 17 stopped and looked at the expression on number 18's face. He seemed to understand something, then smiled, and said to Yi Yu over there, "My sister will ask you later." "Ha, what are you asking me for?" Before Yi Yu could answer, number 17 flew straight into the distance. In the end, only number 18 and Yi Yu were left in the sky. My name is Leslie. Please give me more advice in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 89 Methods to to quickly increase combat power, one more subscription. Chapter 89. Yu knew that the resurrection of Majin Buu was still 7 years away. These 7 big feathers can't just wait like this. He is ready to go to other universes to collect combat power. Although Yu's combat power has reached 20 billion at this time, it can be considered to be able to walk sideways in the 7th universe. But in other universes, the combat power of 20 billion is nothing at all. For example, Ji Lian. Forget about Ji Lian's pervert. Even Hit. It is estimated that Yu with a combat power of 20 billion can easily be given a second. After all, Hit was an existence that even Super Blue Vegeta could easily defeat. To deal with the current Yu, don't take it too easy. Therefore, before going to other universes, Yu has to prepare a little, and this preparation is naturally the so-called improvement of combat effectiveness. Maybe other people may have some difficulties if they want to greatly improve their combat effectiveness in a short period of time. However, Night Feather is different. Yu has a pickup attribute system. As long as someone fights in front of him, he can pick up the combat power attribute. Especially the battle between the strong 2 people fighting, the stronger the combat power, the stronger the combat power attribute value drop by 283. So, Yu had the idea of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After all, in the 7th universe, the fighting power of Vegeta and Sun Wukong is the existence at the top of the pyramid. If it is possible to let Sun Wukong and Vegeta fight, then Yu's combat power will definitely increase. Moreover, maybe the combat power has increased more than when Shalu fought Sun Wukong. Although Sharu's combat power is relatively high, the combat power attribute value dropped is relatively large. But he and Sun Wukong's fighting power is not very long. However, Vegeta is different. The difference between Vegeta and Sun Wukong is not very big. Although the combat power attribute value dropped may be lower than Sharu, if the battle time is long, a lot of combat power attributes will still be dropped. First of all, Sun Wukong. In the spaceship, Yu flicked 2 fingers between his eyebrows and then began to sense Sun Wukong's chi. What are you doing? Number 1 over there. After seeing Yu put on this pose, she tilted her head and asked curiously, CGAE. However, Yu did not immediately answer the question on the 18th. At this moment, Yu suddenly opened her eyes and said, I found it. As soon as the word fell, Yu's figure disappeared in front of number 18's eye. The next second, when it reappeared, it was already in Baozi Mountain, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the spaceship Sun Wukong's home. At this moment, there was a frightening sound from Baozishan Sun Wukong's house. Yu, why are you? Sun Wukong fell to the ground when he saw Yu who suddenly appeared in front of him. After hearing Sun Wukong's exclamation, Sun Wuhan in the room immediately rushed out. When he found out that the person who came was Yu, he greeted Yu and went back to the house again. By the way, why are you here? And that just now? Is it a teleportation? Sun Wukong stood up from the ground and asked Yu with a look of amazement. Yes, it is teleportation. After getting confirmation from Yu, Sun Wukong looked at Yu with brilliance in his eyes. Yu, you are really amazing. You learned how to teleport so easily. When I was in Adlat, it took me a long time to master this trick. And there is also the king boxing. Hearing Sun Wukong's praise, Yu's face also showed a useful look. By the way, are you free now? This. Sun Wukong glanced out the window and then said with some embarrassment, I want to fight you. As soon as Yu said these words, Sun Wukong grabbed Yu's shoulders with both hands and said with a bright face, free, 100% free. Very good. After getting Sun Wukong, Yu thought to himself and then immediately performed teleportation to bring Sun Wukong back to his spaceship. Where is it? Sun Wukong glanced at the mechanical walls around him and then asked Yu curiously, this is my spaceship. I'll go out for a while and you can play with these guys. Yu said, pointing to Rap, Carter and the others who were training over there. After saying that, Yu put her finger on her eyebrows again and began to search for Vegeta's chi. Although Vegeta's anger has subsided a lot, but on the earth, it still stands out from the crowd. Soon, Yu found Vegeta's chi. In the next second, he cast teleportation and disappeared into the spaceship. Yoshi, you guys look wrong. Let me play with you. After Yu left, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and walked towards Rap, Carter and others. At the same time, Yu's figure had already arrived at the place where Vegeta was. At this time, Vegeta is training in the hyper-gravity room, and the gravity is 350 G. Vegeta, who was training, felt that someone had entered the training room the moment Yu appeared, and he immediately turned to look. When she found out that it was Yu, Vegeta said in surprise, Yu, is that you? Thinking that not long ago, Yu defeated Sharu, who even Vegeta couldn't defeat, Vegeta was quite unwilling, and immediately clenched his fists and directly adjusted the gravity to 500 G. Do you have anything to do with me? Vegeta, who was sweating profusely, asked Yu. Didn't you always want to fight me? Hearing Yu's word, Vegeta's pupils opened slightly, but in the next second, thinking of Yu's strength, he snorted again. I'll give you a chance to fight with me now. Even if you can't defeat me, fighting Fighting with me will probably do you a lot of good. When Yu said the first half of the sentence, Vegeta shattered lightly, but as soon as the second half of the sentence came out, the expression on Vegeta's face changed instantly. Okay, then I'll challenge you, Vegeta said very arrogantly. After hearing Vegeta's agreement, Yu's mouth curved into a corner, and she spread out her fingers and placed it between her eyebrows. That teleportation. Vegeta's expression changed after seeing Yu's action. Although he was very unwilling, he still walked towards Yu. When Yu touched Vegeta's body with her palm, Yu's figure disappeared into the gravity chamber together with Vegeta. End of this chapter. Everyday ask for flowers, ask for support. Chapter 90 Super Saiyan Vegeta vs Sun Wukong, 2 more for subscription. Chapter 90 Who the hell is this guy? So strong. Why are all the people brought back by Lord Yeyu so strong? In the training room of the spaceship, a group of space warriors such as Rap and Carter collapsed on the ground, and Sun Wukong rubbed his nose with his fingers and said with a smile, "Hey, you are actually very strong, but I am stronger than you. Call out." At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed, and in the next second, Yu and Vegeta appeared in the training room. Vegeta. Sun Wukong turned around, and when he saw that Vegeta was also brought over by Yu, he said something in surprise. And after Vegeta saw Sun Wukong, she also said to Yu with some dissatisfaction, "Hey, Yu, what do you mean? Didn't you say you want to fight? Why is Kakarote here too?" Vegeta. Did Yu tell you the same way? After hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong first said something to Vegeta, and then asked Yu, what does it mean? Don't worry, I won't break my promise to fight with you, but before that, I need Vegeta. Sun Wukong, you fight first. Whoever is stronger between you two, I will fight whoever is first. Yu had already thought about the reason for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to fight, but before Yu could tell the reason, he saw Vegeta staring at Sun Wukong with a warlike expression on his face. Kakarot, just today will fulfill my long-cherished wish for many years. Seeing the fighting intent on Vegeta's face, although Sun Wukong was a little helpless, he still agreed. Okay, Vegeta. After hearing the words of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, Yu also said in his heart, it seems that the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta needs no reason at all. Then, under the leadership of Yu, Sun Wukong and Vegeta came to a barren island not far from the spaceship, and the space warriors such as Rap and Carter also flew over here under the trend of curiosity. Are you going to duel those two people? But the guy named Kakarot is very strong. He defeated us all easily just now. Can the guy named Vegeta beat him? It's hard to say. After all, the one named Vegeta was also found by Lord Yu, so he shouldn't be weak. Rap and Kate and other cosmic warriors suspended in the sky looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta on the deserted island below, and talked a lot. Rap, those two seem to be the two Saiyans on Namek. Toth asked Rap suddenly after looking at Vegeta and Sun Wukong for a long time. Hearing Toth's word, Rap remembered. Nearly 4 years ago, when he was on Namek, he had met Sun Wukong and Vegeta. At that time, Vegeta was directly killed by Frieza, while Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then defeated Frieza for a time. It was indeed those two people at that time. Rap said aloud to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, looking at the other side standing on the ground from a distance. However, that guy named Kakarot, like Lord Yu, can transform into a Super Saiyan, and that Vegeta. Just when Rap was worried that Vegeta couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan and wasn't Sun Wukong's opponent, on the battlefield over there, Sun Wukong and Vegeta both transformed into Super Saiyans at almost the same time. Asian. Seeing this scene, Rap, Carter and other cosmic warriors all widened their eyes and looked shocked. Can even that guy transform into a Super Saiyan? Rap said with a dazed expression as he looked at Vegeta with golden arrogance. How strong is Super Saiyan? Rap also knows a little bit. After all, when he was on Namek, he saw with his own eyes that Sun Wukong could not defeat Frieza first, and then he could defeat Frieza after turning into a Super Saiyan. When will everyone be able to change Super Saiyan? Rap looked at Vegeta and thought to himself. Just when Rap and the others were shocked, Yu, who was above the sky, was overjoyed when he saw that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were transformed into Super Saiyan. In this way, the combat power can definitely be improved by another level. At this time, a gust of demonic wind blew, and the sand and stones rolled on the ground. In the air, there is also a strong smell of gunpowder. Kakarot. After Vegeta shouted to Sun Wukong, he was the first to attack. I saw his foot move, and after stepping on a deep depression on the ground, his figure was like an arrow from the string, and he charged directly at Sun Wukong. Boom! Vegeta punched out, and Sun Wukong also greeted him with a punch. Afterward, the fists of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were slammed together. At this time, there was a violent crash from the sky, and at this moment, the air also trembled. Bang bang bang. Afterward, Vegeta's fist was like a machine gun, constantly launching violent attacks on Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong also uses fists, arms, knees and other parts to launch counterattacks while blocking Vegeta's attack. For a while, the battle between Vegeta and Sun Wukong gradually heated up. It's amazing, these two. At this time, Rap, Carter, and the others saw Sun Wukong and Vegeta fighting over there. Every move made the earth tremble, and they were all stunned for a while. But as time went by, the speed of Sun Wukong and Vegeta accelerated, and gradually, the figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta disappeared from their sight. So fast, totally invisible. What level of battle is this? I'm really thankful to Lord Yu for being able to find such two powerful people. After seeing the figures of Vegeta and Son Goku disappear, Rap, Carter and the others all said with a look of amazement. At the same time, in Yu's mind, there was a steady stream of mechanical prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 5 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 6 million combat power attribute. Looking at the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta over there, the combat power attributes were continuously falling, and Yu's heart was filled with joy. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers. 4. Chapter 91. The combat effect of teleportation. One more subscription. Chapter 91. Earth. On a desert island. Boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded over, and when I followed the sound, I saw a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the ground not far away, and the scarlet firelight, like a huge sea of fire, shrouded the earth. At this time, two black shadows jumped out of the sea of fire at an astonishing speed. Bang bang bang. After the two shadows flew out of the sea of fire, an extremely fierce battle was fought above the sky. The two in this fierce battle are naturally Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who have transformed into Super Saiyan. The two guys, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, really worked so hard, they even used Qigong bullet. Yu, who was on the ground, watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta who were fighting fiercely over there, couldn't help but say something. 2A3. At the beginning, Sun Wukong and Vegeta only had a violent collision between their bodies, but as time passed, Vegeta began to use Qigong bombs to deal with Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong also responded with Qigong wave. For a while, above the sky of this deserted island, there were earth-shattering explosions from time to time. At this time, Vegeta spread her palms and aimed at Sun Wukong. The next second, between Vegeta's palms, fist-sized Qigong bullets were continuously launched. When Sun Wukong over there saw this, his face suddenly changed, and his figure immediately rose above the sky, hurrying from side to side. Although Sun Wukong escaped some Qigong bullet, Vegeta immediately launched a new Qigong bullet to pursue. For a while, I just saw Sun Wukong scurrying around, and Vegeta's palms seemed to be like machine guns, constantly firing Qigong bullet. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the bomb attribute. Just as Vegeta kept firing the Qigong bullet, Yu's mind sounded a mechanical prompt from the system. Hearing the sound of the system, Yu's face did not show a happy look. Although the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta has become more and more intense, every move is earth-shattering. However, this was not what Yu wanted. What Yu needs is for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to engage in close combat. After all, in the contest between Qigong bullet, the system will only drop Qigong bullet, not combat power. For Qigong bomb, Yu already has a lot of them in his system inventory. No need to add new ones at all. On the other hand, the battle of Qigong bombs will only accelerate the consumption of Vegeta and Sun Wukong's physical strength. In this way, the battle time between Vegeta and Sun Wukong will be greatly reduced, and the battle attributes dropped by Sun Wukong and Vegeta will also be greatly reduced. After all, the combat power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta today is more than billions, and the combat power attribute value dropped by the two when they fight is in the tens of millions. Even if Sun Wukong and Vegeta fight for 1 second less, Yu will lose nearly 10 million combat power. That's 10 million. Just when Yu was secretly anxious, the system once again heard a prompt. Does the host charge the bomb property? Charge. Although it may explode in the future, Yu will not use it once. However, Yu did not refuse. Now that the system has been dropped, just collect it. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the explosive property at Vegeta's feet over there was like a golden tadpole, and it gathered directly towards Yu's body here. Call out. Just when Yu was collecting the combat attributes of the explosive bomb, a large number of Qigong bombs had already gathered in front of Sun Wukong on the battlefield. Vegeta fired another Qigong bomb. The Qigong bombs that gathered together instantly created a chain reaction. Although the explosive power of a Qigong bomb may not be very large, but dozens of Qigong bombs exploded at the same time, and the power was not much worse than a huge Qigong bomb. Boom! At the moment when dozens of gas bombs exploded, an amazing explosion sounded above the sky. At the same time as the sound of the explosion came, a powerful air wave, like a gust of wind, spread out in all directions with the place of the explosion as its heart. The battle between these two is too fierce, isn't it? At this time, Rap, Carter and other cosmic warriors, who were trying to stabilize their bodies in the air, looked at the sea of explosions that filled the sky in the distance, and they all said with chills on their back. Originally, when their battles increased to more than 100,000, they thought they were strong. After all, it has already surpassed Ginyu, who was the strongest under Frieza back then. However, when Rap and the others didn't expect it, Yu brought back a woman and easily put them down. Then he brought another Sun Wukong, and easily defeated them all. all. Right now, the intensity of the battle between the two Vegeta and Sun Wukong brought by EU, even when viewed from a distance, shocked the hearts of Rap and Carter. The air wave lasted for nearly half a minute. After the air wave dissipated, Hao ran. The hills that were in sight had been razed to the ground. That guy Kakarot, no matter how strong he is, suffered dozens of bomb explosions. Vegeta looked at the sea of fire below and muttered to herself, but before he could finish his word, he sensed through his chi perception ability that Sun Wukong's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Vegeta turned to look, and sure enough, Sun Wukong was standing in the sky not far behind Vegeta. Dodge. How did you do it? At this time, Rap, Carter and other cosmic warriors said with disbelief after seeing that Sun Wukong avoided Vegeta's continuous bomb, because they didn't see how Sun Wukong rushed out of the explosion. Don't say. Rap, Carter and others didn't see it, and even EU here didn't see it either. So that's the case. Is it teleportation? EU seemed to think of something, and then the corners of her mouth twitched. Obviously, Sun Wukong used teleportation to move behind Vegeta at the moment of the explosion, avoiding the violent explosion. In addition to being used for long-distance travel, teleportation can also be used in actual combat, just like Sun Wukong. Whispering sound. Vegeta also seemed to have thought of Sun Wukong's use of teleportation to avoid his attack. Immediately after he shattered unwillingly, a golden arrogance erupted from his body and pursued the Sun Wukong in front of him again. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers every day. 6 shifts a day. Make up 2 shifts owed yesterday. Chapter 92. The combat power exceeds 1 billion. 2 more subscription. Chapter 92. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 10 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 9.8 million combat power attribute. With the sky above, Sun Wukong and Vegeta fought together again, and in EU's mind, there was a steady stream of mechanical prompting sounds from the system. And at the feet of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, there is a steady stream of falling combat power attribute. Under EU's order, those combat power attributes seem to be like golden tadpole scriptures, forming several long rivers of scriptures, which converged towards the place where EU was. With these combat power attributes submerged into EU's body, the combat power data on the virtual screen in front of EU soared. Before the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, EU's basic combat power was only a little over 400 million. But after Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned into Super Saiyans to fight, EU's combat power, Howran, has reached more than 700 million, and this is not over yet. As those combat power attributes continue to sink into EU's body, EU's combat power has reached 800 million. 800 million, which is twice as much as before. If you transform into a Super Saiyan, it will be 40 billion combat power. As expected of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the battle between the two Super Saiyans, if it goes on like this, it's not impossible for my combat power to exceed 1 billion. EU looked at the constantly flashing combat power data on the screen, and her heart was hot. 820 million, 830 million, 900 million, in just a few short breaths. As those combat power attributes continued to sink into EU's body, his combat power Howran had risen from the previous 800 million to 900 million. But, just as EU was thinking in his mind, when the combat power exceeded 1 billion, the battle between Vegeta and Sun Wukong over there was a little weak, and in EU's mind, the system's prompt sound is not as passionate as before. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 8 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 7 million combat power attribute. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who have been seriously injured and exhausted, are not fighting as fiercely as before, and the combat power attribute value drop during battle is also declining continuously with the passage of time. From the largest of more than 10 million, it fell to more than 7 million in a blink of an eye, and it's still declining. Hey, my 1 billion combat power. Don't lose the chain at a critical moment. Tilda. Looking at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were already dying over there, Yu said a little anxiously. After a while, Sun Wukong and Vegeta seemed to be exhausted, and the two stopped their hands temporarily, gasping for breath. With the truce between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the last fallen combat power attribute has gathered into Yu's body. At this time, Yu's combat power had reached 970 million, only 30 million away from 1 billion. Although, the extra 30 million combat power and the lack of this 30 million combat power have little impact on Yu's rank. However, this combat power is less than 1 billion, and Yu's heart is not very comfortable. Then, his figure slowly flew into the sky and came to the battlefield of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, today's battle, even if it's a draw. Before Yu could finish her word, Vegeta over there seemed to be stimulated, and a golden arrogance erupted from her body. What a joke. No matter who wins or loses today, I will never give up. I really can't do anything about you. After seeing that Vegeta also burst into anger, Sun Wukong was not willing to be left behind, and he used all his strength to release a burst of anger. Afterwards, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were originally exhausted, fought fought together again. At the same time, Yu's mind sounded the mechanical prompt of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 8 million combat power attribute. Hearing the sound of the system, the corner of Yu's mouth twitched. As the two of Sun Wukong and Vegeta fought together again, the combat power attribute continued to drop. After Yu collected this combat power attribute, it was only a few breaths of time, and Yu's combat power had increased from 970 million to 1 billion. It finally 1 billion. Seeing that on the system screen, after the combat power attribute reached 1 billion, Yu was overjoyed. The basic combat power of 1 billion, if transformed into a Super Saiyan, the combat power will directly break through to 50 billion. With a combat power of 50 billion, although it still can't beat Jillian and hidden others, after entering other universes, it can be regarded as the ability to protect themselves. In addition, Yu also has trump cards such as teleportation, time suspension, and King Fist. Even if he encounters an unbeatable opponent, if he wants to leave, it will be difficult for others to keep him. Diaresis in this way, we will have the capital to enter other universes. Yu clenched his fist, and after feeling the power in his body, an unprecedented confidence rose in his heart. At this time, Yu, if let him fight Sharu again, he is confident that he can kill Sharu in second. And this is the 50 billion combat power, the confidence it brings to Yu. Bang bang. Just as Yu was thinking this way, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who were already at the end of the battle, both fell to the ground with their hands. Seeing this, Yu immediately retracted her mind and looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had collapsed on the ground. I didn't expect Vegeta to be able to draw a tie with Sun Wukong, Yu murmured after glancing at the two on the ground. You know, in the Sharu game, Vegeta has a huge gap with Sun Wukong. However, Vegeta was severely injured by Sharu halfway through, and after eating the fairy beans to recover, his combat power skyrocketed for the money. No, it seems that Sun Wukong is even better. Soon, Yu found that Sun Wukong, who had collapsed on the ground, seemed to have some spare energy, and Vegeta really has no spare power. In other words, the battle was won by Sun Wukong. It's just that Sun Wukong didn't try his best, but Yu knew that if Vegeta did harm to the earth, Sun Wukong would use that last bit of spare power to defeat Vegeta. But right now, it doesn't seem necessary. And this result, Sun Wukong is also quite satisfied. These two guys. Yu smiled lightly after looking at Sun Wukong and Vegeta for a long time. Come here and bring the two of them into the spaceship for treatment. Following Yu's order, all the space warriors over there, including Rap and Carter, flew over. End of this chapter. Let go to Universe 6 first. People from Universe 11 can't beat it. Chapter 93, the showdown between the three Super Saiyans. 3 more subscriptions. Chapter 93, Rock Paper Scissors. On a deserted island, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who have been healed for their injuries, are doing boxing. As for the purpose of their guessing, they wanted to decide who would fight Yu first through guessing. After Sun Wukong and Vegeta stretched out their palms at the same time, they saw that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were both out of zone. One failed round, another round of guessing. After 3 rounds of the same gesture, the 4th round finally decided the winner. I saw Sun Wukong's scissors, and Vegeta's fist. Kakarot, it seems that I'll go first. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong's scissor hand, and the corner of his mouth rolled up, and said with a complacent expression, Vegeta, you keep throwing your fist. How cunning. Sun Wukong was naturally dissatisfied after losing. HMPH, you are so stupid. Vegeta snorted coldly. While speaking, Vegeta took a step forward and came to Yu. After Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, he urged Yu, okay, let's get started. Are you planning to go on one by one? I advise you to go together. Yu, who folded her arms across her chest, woke up looking at Vegeta's kind mention of 283. If it was in the past, when Vegeta heard Yu's word, he would definitely be furious. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Vegeta? However, after going through the Sharu game, Vegeta knew that the strength gap between him and Yu was quite huge. Although he was very unhappy when he heard Yu's word, he was very unwilling. But the truth is in sight. That full-body Saru was killed by Yu. It is useless for him to be unwilling. On the other hand, Vegeta also knew what Yu said, and didn't mean to ridicule him for his low strength, but just gave him advice in the form of a strong man. I agree with Yu's proposal, Vegeta, why don't we? Before Vegeta could speak, Sun Wukong, who failed to guess the boxing, immediately accepted Yu's proposal. After all, it's better for 2 people to fight Yu together than to watch Vegeta and Yu fight. I refuse. But for Sun Wukong's word, before Sun Wukong finished speaking, Vegeta ruthlessly refused. I don't want to join forces with you. Vegeta snorted coldly, and after saying something to Sun Wukong arrogantly, he moved his feet like an arrow from the string, and attacked Yu directly. If that's the case, then there's nothing you can do. Seeing Vegeta attacking, Yu sighed helplessly. Afterward, he put his arms around his chest down, his mind moved, and he immediately turned into a Super Saiyan, facing Vegeta in front of him. For a while, Yu and Vegeta stood together. together. Vegeta, let me help you. Although Vegeta rejected Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong is not the kind of person who will stay in place and watch the play after being rejected. Soon after the battle between Yu and Vegeta began, Sun Wukong also transformed into a Super Saiyan and attacked Yu. Kakarot. Vegeta was naturally very angry with the addition of Sun Wukong. Vegeta, if the two of us join forces, we might be able to defeat Yu. After Sun Wukong explained a sentence to Vegeta, he bombarded Yu with one punch. Yu, on the other hand, swung his arm horizontally, blocking Sun Wukong's punch. Vegeta in the back was still a little resistant to joining forces with Sun Wukong, but when he heard Sun Wukong's sentence, maybe he can defeat Yu, his mind was shaken. Just as he was shaking, Sun Wukong and Yu over there had been fighting for 2 or 3 rounds. Kakarot. Seeing that Sun Wukong took the lead, Vegeta was instantly furious, and then not to be outdone, and immediately launched an attack on Yu. Then, above the sky, a battle between 3 Super Saiyans was staged. Although in the eyes of Rap, Carter and others, this EGAE battle is that Yu is 1-2. However, Yu knew that in the competition between him and Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were also secretly fighting. For example, Sun Wukong attacked Yu once, and then Vegeta had to attack Yu twice to balance his heart. In short, Vegeta must attack Yu more than Sun Wukong. And the rivalry between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it was Yu who suffered. If it weren't for the fact that Yu's combat power had reached 50 billion at this time, it was far more than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Otherwise, facing this situation, it would be really uncomfortable. After all, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta are not weak. It's amazing, Lord Yu. You can actually resist the attack of the two of them with the strength of one person. At this time, Rap, Carter and other cosmic warriors exclaimed in surprise while watching the fierce battle in front of them. Although they don't know how powerful Sun Wukong and Vegeta are, but what they know is that both Vegeta and Sun Wukong have the strength to kill Frieza. From the point of view of Rap, Carter and others, Yu at this time can withstand the joint attack of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and Yu's combat power is twice that of Frieza. What Carter, Rap and the others didn't know was that the combat power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was not comparable to Frieza, but far surpassed Frieza, and Yu's strength is not twice that of Frieza, but hundreds of times. After all, Frieza's combat power is only 120 million, while Yu's combat power is 50 billion. This is just as Rap, Carter and others were amazed. Number 18 flew out from the spaceship. When he saw the battle here, a surprised look appeared on his pretty face. Lord Yeyu, you are fighting those 2 Saiyans. After hearing the voice of number 18 talking to himself, Rap immediately replied aloud. Boom. As Rap spoke, the battle above the sky seemed to have been decided. I saw that Yu first smashed Vegeta with a punch, and then very easily knocked Sun Wukong into the air. Are you still fighting? Yu's figure flew to Vegeta and Sun Wukong's side and asked aloud. I won't fight for the time being. Your strength seems to be stronger than when Sharu was there. Sun Wukong said to Yu with excitement. Hearing Sun Wukong's word, Yu raised his brows but did not refute. He was indeed stronger than when he fought Sharu. However, Yu was not complacent. Although 50 billion combat power can go sideways temporarily in the 7th universe, if you go to other universes, it's nothing. Which universe is better to go to first? Yu thought to himself. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers. Chapter 94. Go to the 6th universe for more subscriptions. Chapter 94. This time, except for Yu, who increased his combat power from 20 billion to 50 billion. The combat power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has also increased a lot. After all, before that, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had recovered from their serious injuries once or twice. After Yu defeated Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Sun Wukong and Vegeta threatened to defeat Yu next time, and then both left. Then, next, I also start a new journey. Let go. After watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta leave, Yu said with a sigh of relief. New journey? What new journey? At this moment, number 18 flew over, and after hearing Yu's word, he asked a question out of curiosity. Go to other universes. Although Yu's voice was not very loud, it happened to be heard by the space warriors such as Rap and Carter. Other universes. When they heard Yu say the word other universes, Rap, Carter and others looked puzzled. After all, in the cognition of Rap, Carter and others, there is only one universe in this world. How can there be other universes? This kind of feeling is light. Ordinary people have the same reaction when they hear that there are other dimension planes in this world. If it is an ordinary person saying that there are other universes in this world, Rap, Carter and others will definitely ridicule a few words. In other universes, have you watched too much TV? But the one who said this was Yu, their Lord Yu. They had to weigh the truth of this sentence in their heart. In the hearts of Rap and others, Yu is a powerful person with more knowledge than them. If Yu said that there are other universes in this world, then it is really possible that there are other universes in this world. This is their trust in Yu. Lord Yu, do you mean that there are other universes in this world besides the universe we are in? Rap leaned over and asked Yu curiously. furiously. At the same time, To, Kate and others also followed, and their eyes fell on Yu, as if they were waiting for Yu's answer. Originally, Yu didn't want to tell them this, but seeing the curiosity on number 18's face, Yu immediately said, yes, as far as I know, there are a total of 12 universes in this world. 12. When Yu said that there are other universes in this world, Rap and the others were already shocked enough. Now Yu told them that there are not only other universes in this world, but also a total of 12 universes, and their heads are even more confused. There is another sentence. Yu didn't say it. This world originally had a total of 18 universes, and 6 were destroyed, so there are 12 left. If Yu said this, the expressions on the faces of Rap, Carter and others would be even more exciting. Of course these are too far away for you. You don't have to worry about them. Seeing the shocked expressions of Rap, Carter and others, Yu immediately said something. Lord Yu, which universe are you going to go to next? Rap asked Yu after digesting the shock in his heart a little. To which universe? Yu had also thought about it before, but it has not yet been determined. After all, in addition to the 7th universe, there are 11 universes to choose from. Yu rubbed his chin, and after thinking for a moment, said, the 6th universe. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are mirror universes, and the distances are also the closest. Moreover, in the 6th universe, there are also a group of masters such as Super Saiyan and Hit. Going to the 6th universe first would be more appropriate. As soon as Yu's voice fell, Rap asked flatteringly, Lord Yu, then, can you also take me to see other universes? And I want to go too. After Rap, Carter and other cosmic warriors also followed suit. What are you doing? Think of it as a trip. Hearing Rap and Carter's coaxing voices, Yu gave a stern scolding. After everyone shut up, Yu continued, you stay at the base and continue to practice. If I come back, your combat power will not meet my expectations. Seeing Yu's hind gaze, Rap asked with a tight expression, Lord Yu, what are your expectations? 500,000. Originally, Yu wanted to say 1 million, but when he thought of Frieza's first form, he could dominate the universe. 1 million is still too difficult for them. After all, not everyone has the talent of Vegeta and Son Goku. Although Yu had already been discounted, when Yu said the figure of 500,000, Rap, Carter and others still showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. But thinking that before they only had more than 10,000 combat power, and now it has become 100,000, they can only grit their teeth and agree. Then I'll go with you. Just after Yu appeased Carter, Rap and the others, number 18 next to Yu said aloud, Yu looked up and down at number 18. I saw number 18 standing there pretty. Why, I can't. Number 18 fluttered the golden hair on his forehead and said to Yu. Hearing number 18's word, Yu did not answer immediately, and immediately recalled number 17 in her mind. During the power conference, number 17 showed very strong power, and was the only one who stayed to the end to help the 7th universe win. According to Yu's guess, the mechanism of number 18 and number 17 is the same. Number 17 can become stronger through practice, and number 18 can also become stronger through practice. If number 18 cultivates, his future strength will be unfathomable. Of course, the premise is that the 18 is interested in becoming stronger. In addition, number 18 is much stronger than the likes of Rap and Tooth. If you go to the 6th universe and let number 18 fight, Yu can collect a lot of fighting power along the way. Okay, you go with me. As soon as Yu said this, Rap, Carter and the others showed expressions of envy and hatred. Of course, Rap, Carter and others also knew very well that Yu was willing to take number 18 on the road because number 18 was a super beauty. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers. 4. Chapter 95 People who look like Frieza. 1 more for subscription. And LT. Font color equals #FF0000. And GT. Picture. And LT. Font and GT. Chapter 95. The Edge of the 6th Universe. The Star of Birds. At this time, Boltar is in the midst of war, and a large number of spacemen are aggressively attacking Boltar. It's too weak. You Bolt-C star people are so weak, but occupy such a fertile planet. Isn't this a waste of resources? Or give us the Bolt-C star. A spaceman is chasing and killing a group of Bolt-C stars. Watching Bolt-C stars fleeing in panic, his face is full of madness. While speaking, his fingers pointed towards the Bolt-C star who was fleeing below. Call out. Then, a purple beam of light was like a laser, shooting directly at the Boltar. Boom. In the next second, a huge explosion devoured all the dozens of Bulls people who fled. At the same time, it is located in the control room of 283, the central hub of Bullstar. This is. A technician saw his face suddenly changed after seeing the dozens of red dots on the screen disappear in an instant. Captain Gabra. Team B. The entire army was wiped out. The technician immediately reported the situation to a well-built middle-aged Bolt-C star in battle armor. Damn, even Team B. After hearing the report, the Bolt-C star named Gabra slammed the table in front of him with a heavy hammer, and then said with a look of resentment, "Have the peacekeepers come yet?" Captain Gabra. We have contacted the peacekeeping force a few hours ago, and they should be coming soon. A team member immediately reported, "Let me know. We must protect our planet before the peacekeepers come over." After all, Gabra grabbed the weapon on the table and strode out of the control room. When he walked out of the control room with a group of guards, he looked around, and the city below was full of fire and smoke. Gabra saw that his planet was destroyed like this by the cosmic man. His fist tightened suddenly, and there was a very complicated expression on his face. There is the wrath of the destruction of the planet. There are griefs of fellow citizens being killed. Before the peacekeepers arrive, we will protect this planet. After Gabra said a word to the guards behind him, he led them out of the central hub and threw himself into the battle with the cosmos. At the same time, there is a huge spaceship suspended outside the Boltar. I saw a huge logo on the hull of the spaceship. If Gabra was here at this time, he would definitely recognize this sign, because this symbol is exactly the symbol of the Sick Universe Peacekeeping Force. It's just a little strange that this spacecraft has always been suspended in this universe, and has no intention of landing on Boltar. He looked closer to a huge control room inside the spaceship. At this time, in the control room, there were many space warriors in unified armor, and these warriors were members of the peacekeeping force. In front of these peacekeepers stood a petite cosmos. I saw the cosmic man, dressed in battle armor, with two horns on the top of his head and a tail on his back. If Vegeta was here at this time, he would definitely be surprised by the appearance of this universe person in front of him, because this cosmic man is exactly the same as Frieza. But this person is not Frieza. His name is Frost. He is from the Sick Universe, and he just looks a bit like Frieza. Lord Frost, the Boltzy Star has contacted again, saying that they can't support it anymore. Are we going to support? A spaceman walked up to Frost and reported to Frost, "Can't stand it anymore." Hearing this report, Frost stood with his hands behind his back, with a smile on his face, and then said, "Of course we need support, because we are a peacekeeping force." Having said this, Frost immediately turned around and walked out of the control room, and while walking, he continued, "Although it is not a pity for the Boltzy people to die, if they are all dead, it will be detrimental to Frost's special reputation." Afterward, Frost, who led a group of peacekeepers, landed directly towards the Star of Bolt. "It's the people from the peacekeeping force. The people from the peacekeeping force are here, and our Star Burrs is saved." Shortly after Frost led the members of the peacekeeping force to the Star of Burrs, the people of Star of Burrs seemed to have seen the savior, and they were all excited. Damn, it turned out to be a peacekeeper, a spaceman who was chasing the Boltzy Star. After seeing the members of the peacekeeping force, they were all very unwilling. "What should we do now? What can I do?" "Only retreat. The peacekeepers can't be messed with. It's not wise to do it with them for a mere Boltzy Star." A voice that only he could hear said, "Since Lord Frost has come, then our mission has been completed." After all, these cosmic beings receded like a tide. No one could have imagined that these cosmosmen who attacked the Star of Burrs would actually be the people of Frost, the messenger of peace. Frost is the messenger of maintaining the peace of the universe. But behind the scenes, he started the war and then quelled it himself, bought the land that was desolate due to the war cheaply, and then used the rights after redevelopment and revival to make a lot of money. Right now, this Star of Bolts is Frost's target. It's just that the people of the Boltzy Star don't know these things yet. In their eyes, Frost is the savior of their Boltar. This planet is really good. It must be sold for a good price. Frost, who was standing in the sky, looked at a city on the Star of Burrs below, narrowed his eyes, and thought to himself, "Call out." At this moment, not far behind Frost, two figures suddenly appeared without warning. When Frost noticed this, he immediately turned to look. Only not far from the meeting, there were two people, one male and one female. The man is tall, muscular, and has an angular face, and that woman, with 0.4 golden shoulder-length short hair, fair skin, and a delicate face. "Not from Boltzy." "Who are you?" Frost asked in a flat tone after sizing up the men and women who suddenly appeared in front of him. "Frieza." "No, it's not Frieza. It seems that this is the Sick Universe." "That right." The man did not answer Frost's question. After looking at Frost's face, he first showed a surprised expression on his face, and then he was overjoyed. At this time, the man and woman who appeared in front of Frost were none other than Yu and number 18. After Yu recognized Frost's identity, he immediately determined that this place was the Sick Universe, because Frost is from the Sick Universe. End of this chapter. It's a new chapter. It's a bit troublesome to change the map, so the update is late. Please forgive me. Remember to throw flowers. Chapter 96, Frost and Frieza, 2 more gas subscription. Chapter 96. Originally, according to Yu's thought, after possessing the teleportation attribute of Sun Wukong, it is very easy to go from the 7th universe to the 6th universe. After all, teleportation allows teleportation regardless of distance. But in fact, getting from the 7th universe to the 6th universe is much more difficult than Yu imagined. The distance between the 7th universe and the 6th universe is quite far. Even if Yu came to the edge of the 7th universe, he would not be able to perceive the chi transmitted by the distant 6th universe. Although Yu has teleportation, if he does not have chi to provide him with coordinate, teleportation cannot be activated. stated. 5 years have passed, but Yu still hasn't sensed the chi from the sick universe. Just when Yu was about to give up, finally he felt a breath of air. Then, using the Wei chi he sent, he used teleportation to arrive at the edge of the sick universe. Yu didn't know until he saw Frost in front of him that the chi he felt at the edge of the 7th universe was Frost chi. Even if the edge of the sick universe and the edge of the 7th universe are close to each other, 26, but there is a considerable distance between them, the chi of ordinary people simply cannot be transmitted so far. But Frost is different. Frost is much stronger than the average person. Therefore, when Frost came to the Boltzi star in the edge of the sick universe, Yu happened to sense his chi. Where is this? Number 18 glanced around, then asked with a puzzled look on his pretty face. At this time, the 18, compared with 5 years ago, is a little less youthful and beautiful, and a little more mature and charming. It was a transformation from a girl to a woman. As for why number 18 had such a change, only number 18 and Yu knew. After all, number 18 and Yu have been living alone together for the past 5 years. What they did during this time is also known only to the two of them. Although it took some time, we have arrived the sick universe. After hearing number 18's question, Yu replied aloud. Just as Yu and number 18 were talking, Frost, who had always been polite over there, showed a touch of anger on his forehead. Are you deaf? We, Lord Frost, are asking who you are. A member of the peacekeeping force behind Frost immediately scolded Yu and number 18 with a weapon in hand. Hearing this scolding, number 18's eyebrows twitched slightly, and then a cold gaze was directly projected on the peacekeeper. Being stared at by number 18's sharp eye, the members of the peacekeeping force were startled at first, but when he thought of Frost by his side, he boldly said, "Today this planet was attacked by outlaws and villains. If you don't reveal your identity, our peacekeepers will treat you as outlaws and rectify the law on the spot." Outlaw villain. After hearing the words of the peacekeeper, Yu raised her brows slightly. Immediately, his eyes fell on Frost, and if he had a deep meaning, he said, "You are the outlaws who want to invade this planet, right?" Although others do not know his true face of Frost, Yu still doesn't know where. Appears to be the embodiment of justice, but it's no different from Frieza. No, it's more insidious than Frieza. At least Frieza won't use such a despicable trick as poison needle. Moreover, Frieza's desire to conquer other planets is also an open and direct attack. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the palm of Frost's back was tightly clenched. However, he still had that gentleman-like smile on his face, and it didn't happen immediately. On the contrary, it was the member of the peacekeeping force. Yu's words seemed to hit his shortcoming. He was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? We are the peacekeeping force that maintains the peace of this universe, and you dare to slander our peacekeeping force. You are an outlaw. I will rectify you on the spot right now. After all, the peacekeepers just licked their palms and aimed at Yu. Call out. In the next second, a purple energy beam was launched from his palm and shot directly at Yu. After he fired this energy beam, the corner of his mouth evoked a playful arc. But just when he thought that Yu was about to be killed by him, number 18 suddenly flashed in front of Yu, and with a wave of his white plain hand, the energy beam was directly bounced off. Nani. Seeing this scene, the playful look on the peacekeeper's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of disbelief. At the same time, Frost, who was always smiling behind him, also had a surprised look on his face. Boom! Just as the members of the peacekeeping force were shot, the energy beam that was casually bounced off by number 18 directly bombarded a building in the city below. In the next second, in the midst of an earth-shattering explosion, the building was directly destroyed. At this time, Gabra, who was rejoicing, was waiting for a group of bullstars. After they saw a violent explosion suddenly sounded in the distance, their eyes were all looking towards the place where the explosion was. When they saw the huge explosion in the distance, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. What happened? Didn't those spacemen retreat? Why did the battle take place again? Let go and see. Under the order of Gabra, a group of soldiers from the Star of Burs flew towards the place where the explosion was. At the same time, the members of the peacekeeping force who went to all parts of the Star of Burs to drive out the intruders. After hearing the violent explosion at 283, all used communicators to send communications to the peacekeeping force member. What happened to the explosion just now? Could it be that there are guys who don't know our true identity? When he heard these words from the communicator in his ear, the member of the peacekeeping force just stared at number 18 with a change in his face, and he did not answer immediately. After the air above the sky was silent for a few seconds, Frost, who had been watching from the sideline, stood up and said, "You step back, and let me handle these two." Yes. After hearing Flott's word, the member of the peacekeeping force immediately flew towards the rear. "It seems that you don't know me yet. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the peacekeeping force. My name is Lo." Frost spoke very politely to Yu and number 18, but before Frost could finish his word, Yu interrupted him aloud. "I know you, Frost." After hearing Yu's word, Frost's face changed suddenly, and then he said, "It seems that what you said just now was not just a casual statement. statement. What Frost said just now naturally meant that Yu said that they were outlaws who wanted to occupy this planet. Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't have said anything like that. Chapter 97 Arrogant Frost 3 for subscription. Chapter 97 Ahaha. After hearing Yu's answer, Frost suddenly burst into laughter. It turns out that, as expected, you know my true fate. Since you already know, then you can't be allowed to leave alive. Frost raised his head suddenly, and in the next second, a powerful air mass erupted from his body. At the moment when this air mass appeared, a wave of air was also like a ripple, swept out in all directions with Frost as the center. As expected of Lord Frost, such a strong force. At this time, the member of the peacekeeping force said with a look of admiration after feeling the powerful air wave emanating from Frost's body, I remember that you blocked my subordinate's attack just now, right? After Frost burst into strength, he stared at number 18 and said confidently. Although Frost didn't say much, the expression on his face seemed to tell Yu and number 18, see, this is my power. But for Frost's show, number 18 was just a bunch of eyebrows, and then asked Yu, can I kill this guy? Ah, of course, but be careful. Yu looked at Frost and said with a smile. The dialogue between Yu and number 18 is not very loud, but it all fell into the ears of Frost and the peacekeeper. After hearing this conversation, the expressions of Frost and the peacekeeper changed suddenly. You are really arrogant. Kill Lord Frost. Do you know how strong Frost is? Before Frost got angry, the member of the peacekeeping force immediately yelled at number 18. Forget it. It's two little characters who haven't seen the world anyway. Now, I'll let you know how strong I am. Frost is more arrogant than Frieza. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his fingers and pointed towards the air on the 18. Open black lens bracket death beam close black lens bracket. The next second, a scarlet energy ball condensed from Frost's fingertip. Then, the scarlet energy ball was launched, forming a scarlet energy beam. HMPH. This death beam of Lord Frost can easily destroy even a mountain. It is your honor to kill you with this trick. The moment Frost fired the dead light beam, the peacekeeper said something with a look of schadenfreude. In his eyes, number 18 and Yu were dead. But the next second, in the imagination, the scene where number 18 was penetrated by the dead light beam did not happen. I saw that the scarlet beam, at the moment when number 18 approached, number 18 directly bounced the scarlet beam into the air like a slap on a fly. How is this possible? It actually bounced off Lord Frost's death beam. The members of the peacekeeping force looked at the scene in front of them with incredible expressions on their faces. How powerful the Frost energy beam was, he couldn't be more clear. He had seen that Frost used this trick to raise a mountain to the ground in an instant. But right now, such a powerful death beam was bounced off so easily by this woman. His face changed for a while, and his heart was shocked. At the same time, Frost's face was also somewhat surprised. However, unlike the members of the peacekeeping force, his face was only slightly moved, not too shocked. Just when Frost and the members of the peacekeeping force were taken aback, the death beam that was casually bounced off by number 18 had already landed on the ground of the city below. Boom! At the moment when the scarlet beam landed, a hemispherical scarlet energy wave rose from the ground. After a brief silence, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Along with the sound of the explosion, a huge wave of air, like a typhoon, raged in the city. At this time, Gabra, who was heading towards the place where Yu and number 18 were located, and other both sea stars, at the moment when this huge wave swept over, their bodies seemed to be like a leaf in the sea, like a flat boat. It could be thrown off at any time. What is it this time? Who the hell is fighting? Is this battle too volatile? Gabra, who was struggling to maintain his shape, and the other Bull's warriors said in a solemn tone. After a few seconds, the air wave dissipated, and everyone put down their arms that were protecting them. At this moment, Gabra and others, who had not seen much of the world, were shocked by the sight in front of them. I saw that the city below had disappeared. Instead, it was a huge pit. The deep pit, like being hit by a huge meteorite, is bottomless, and it is constantly steaming. Diaresis Thieves, what the hell is this? Even Gabra, the commander-in-chief of Bullstar, saw what was happening in front of him, and his heart was filled with huge waves. One explosion, one city is gone. What power is this? Look, where are there 4 people? Just when Gabra was shocked by the scene in front of him, a Boltsi warrior pointed to the 4 people standing in the air ahead and said loudly. After hearing this person's reminder, Gabra and the other soldiers also looked forward for the money, and sure enough, there were 4 figures above the sky of the city ahead. That clothes are the clothes of the peacekeepers. They are the people of the peacekeepers. One of the Bur's soldiers recognized the meaning of the members of the peacekeepers and said immediately, if you say that, you are a member of the peacekeeping force and are fighting the invaders. Captain Gabra, do we want to go over? A Bur's warrior asked Gabra. No, that place is not something we can go to. We can just watch it here, Gabra said in a deep voice, and at the same time they began to pray in their heart, praying that Frost could defeat the 2 aggressors. Yu and number 18 naturally did not know that they had been labeled as invaders by the Bolt Sea Star. However, even if they knew, Yu and number 18 would not care about such a thing. Chapter 98 The Combat Power of the Second Tier Super Saiyan 4 More Subscription. Chapter 98 It seems to be a little bit more capable. After Frost saw that number 18 had blocked his death beam so easily, a touch of emotion appeared on his face. But that's all. Next second. Shish. Open black lens bracket. Continuous death beam. Close black lens bracket. One after another scarlet beams were continuously launched towards number 18. Whispering sound. Looking at the scarlet light beam sweeping over the sky and covering the earth, number 18 shattered in dissatisfaction. She didn't choose to dodge, but after flicking off several scarlet beams, she charged towards Frost directly against the death beam like a hail of bullets. Of course, number 18 did not let the scarlet death beam hit her. After all, even 18 is not strong enough to ignore the damage of the death beam. The death beam mentioned here is that while number 18 is moving toward Frost, she is also constantly using her palm to bounce all the death beams that come over. How can that be? At this time, the member of the peacekeeping force, seeing the figure of number 18 under the impact of the continuous death beam, approached Frost without any pause, and his face was full of shock. While the peacekeeper was talking, How ran, number 18, had already bullied Frost 283. When Frost reacted, number 18 had already kicked him. Nani. After seeing the unusually amazing speed of the 18, Frost's face that had always been quiet finally showed a shocked expression. Before Frost could react, number 18 kicked Frost directly. Boom. Although the combat power of the 18th is nothing compared to the full-body Saru, but the previous number 18 had completely abused Super Saiyan Trunks. Even the final form of Frost is probably not the opponent of number 18, not to mention that the current Frost is only the first form. After Frost was kicked by number 18, his figure was like a cannonball, and he fell directly towards the ground below. In just a blink of an eye, Frost's figure had already hit the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 3 million combat power attribute. At the moment when number 18 hit Frost, Yu's mind sounded the mechanical prompt of the system. Does the host charge the combat power attribute? Although 3 million combat power attributes are nothing to Yu at this time, it is better than nothing. He still said something to the system. Collect. With Yu's order, a combat power attribute at the foot of number 18 on the other side, like a golden tadpole, gathered directly towards Yu's side. After the combat power attribute was submerged into Yu's body, the combat power data on the virtual screen in front of Yu also changed. I saw that Yu's combat power had risen directly from 2.068 billion to 2.071 billion. Yes, at this time Yu has reached 2 billion. 5 years ago, after receiving the combat power attribute dropped by the two Super Saiyans, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, during the battle, Yu's combat power soared to 1 billion. Later, Yu and number 18 set off from the Earth and headed for the Sixth Universe. Although in the past 5 years, Yu and number 18 have not found the Sixth Universe. That's not to say Yi Feather and number 18 didn't do anything, though. In the past 5 years, in addition to Broly's violent S-cells adding nearly 300 million combat power to Yu, the combat power attributes dropped by number 18 and others have also increased Yu's combat power by more than 700 million. Therefore, Yu's combat power has also changed from 1 billion 5 years ago to more than 2 billion today. In addition, the more than 2 billion combat power is only the basic combat power of Yu. If he turns into a Super Saiyan, his combat power can directly soar to 100 billion. And this is just the first tier of Super Saiyan. That's right, 3 years ago, Yu was transformed into a second tier Super Saiyan by chance. You know, the second tier combat power of a Super Saiyan is twice that of a Super Saiyan. In other words, if Yu enters the second rank of Super Saiyan, his combat power will temporarily increase to 200 billion, 2.071 billion combat power. If you collect more combat power in the Sixth Universe, it is estimated that when Majin Buu is born, you can defeat Majin Buu. Yu looked at the combat power data on the system screen. I thought to myself, 7 years after the Sharu game, Majin Buu will come to Earth. More than 5 years have passed now. In other words, it has been less than 2 years since Majin Buu was born. Who said 2 years are a bit rushed? But in the Sixth Universe, there are many Saiyans such as Gabe, Caulifla, and Gafra. If all these Saiyans are turned into Super Saiyans to fight, then Yu's combat power is estimated to skyrocket several times, or even dozens of times, in a short period of time. Lord Frost. Just when Yu was thinking about it, the member of the peacekeeping force shouted aloud after seeing that number 18 had knocked Frost into the air so easily. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a creepy aura behind him, approaching him. The moment he felt this breath, the member of the peacekeeping force fell into an ice cellar for a while. Although he did not look towards the rear, there was no doubt that this terrifying aura came from the 18th emanating from the body. Escape. At this moment, this member of the peacekeeping force had only one thought in his mind. Even Frost was so easily beaten by number 18. He is obviously not enough to see. but before the peacekeeper had time to escape, number 18 had dodged behind him and hit him with a knife. Afterward, the member of the peacekeeping force fell directly like a meteor, and his life and death were unknown. The peacekeeping force was defeated. Just kidding. At this time, Gabra and his party of bullstars over there, after seeing that number 18 shot down Frost and the member of the peacekeeping force one after another, their faces turned pale. Just experience the desperation of being invaded. It is not easy to expect peacekeeping troops to repel the aggressors, but now, there is an aggressor that made peacekeeping troops misunderstood. Despair is not the worst. The most terrifying thing is to see hope in despair, and then to find that hope is only a life-saving straw. Chapter 99 Ultimate Form Frost. One more subscription. Chapter 99 How Lord Frost was defeated. A member of the peacekeepers immediately reported the situation to the control room of the spacecraft above the sky after seeing Frost being knocked off by the 18. A spaceman in the control room who looked a bit like a salamander had a look of disbelief on his face after learning the news. Just how strong Frost was, he couldn't be more clear. No matter what kind of villain he faced before, he was easily defeated. But now he was defeated, and this was the first time he heard of it. Send a signal to the defense team for help immediately. After being shocked for a moment, the Cosmic ordered loudly to a technician not far away. Yes, with the order of the Salamander Universe Man, the technician immediately began to send a distress signal to the defense team of the Sick Universe. 283 inches. Here's WZ370 coordinate. After the signal was connected, the technician first reported the location, and then continued. Our peacekeeping force was attacked by lawless villains on the Star of Bulls in WZ370. Invasion. Request support from the defense force. Request support. After the technician received the reply from the defense team, he immediately reported the situation to the Salamander spaceman. Captain, the defense team has sent Gabe and his party over here. If you heard the name Gabe here at this time, he would not be unfamiliar. This Gabe is none other than the Saiyan in the Sick Universe who participated in the Power Conference in Dragon Ball. Yu naturally did not know at this time that Gabe was rushing towards this side. At this moment, Yu was hovering above the sky of Bullstar, staring at the place where Frost fell below it coming out. After an unknown amount of time, Yu's eyes froze slightly. Then, where Frost fell below, a dazzling purple light erupted. The next second, under the impact of your purple light, the surrounding rock scattered and splashed, and a black shadow rushed out from under the ground together with those rock fragments. This shadow is none other than Frost. Surely still alive. Yu looked at Frost who flew into the sky, and immediately said with a smile, although Frost was not killed by the 18, but at this time, Frost looked quite embarrassed, and no longer had the aloof demeanor he had before. Still alive. The peacekeeper is still alive. Gabra in the distance and a group of soldiers from the Star of Burrs, after seeing Frost rushing out of the ground, their faces suddenly became happy. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Whispering sound. It's really troublesome. After seeing Frost fly into the sky on the 18, an impatient expression appeared on his pretty face. Just when number 18 wanted to rush up to kill Frost, he was stopped by Yu. Wait, number 18. Of course, Yu didn't want to save Flotus. He just didn't want to waste the opportunity to collect combat power attribute. Although Frost is not as strong as Sharu, but in the final form, there are also hundreds of millions of combat power. This combat power, if fighting against number 18, will definitely bring a lot of combat power attribute to Yu. Transform. Frost. After stopping number 18, Yu put his eyes on Frost again and said in a flat tone, "Oh, you even know that I will transform." After hearing Yu's word, Frost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the dazzling blood on the back of his hand, Frost's eyes flashed a vague murderous intent, and then he looked at Yu and said to number 18. Yu did not answer Frost's question. After all, he couldn't tell Frost that he was a transmigrator, so he knew it. Never mind. Frost stared at Yu for a long time. Seeing that Yu had no intention of speaking, Frost was too lazy to ask any more questions. After saying something lightly, he opened his posture and said confidently, "After I transform, the combat power will be double. You must be conscious." What? Afterward, Frost clenched his fist tightly, his muscles tense, and while he kept roaring, scarlet lines appeared in his body. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light radiated from Frost's body. Under the dazzling light, the originally dim Boltzee star was instantly bright. At this time, the earth of Burr's star began to shake, and the air above the sky was also restless. One after another air wave, like ripples, spread out in all directions with Frost as the center. What wrong? What happened? Not far away, Gabra and other Boltzee warriors were all shocked after seeing this series of unusual changes. After all, this situation is simply too abnormal for the Boltzee star people, whose combat power is generally low. The anger is gradually rising. Yu stared at Frost, who was emitting a dazzling light, and muttered something. As time went by, the chi in Frost's body was also getting bigger and bigger. After nearly a minute, Frost's anger stopped increasing, and on Frost's body, the dazzling light gradually dissipated. After the light completely disappeared, Frost's new look appeared in front of Yu and number 18. The final form. Yes, Frost Haoran at this time has changed into his final form. Except for the color of the body, it is slightly different from Frieza's final form. In other respects, it is exactly the same as Frieza. She seems to be stronger than Frieza. Yu stared at Frost in the final form in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then secretly analyzed. I made you wait. This is my final form, so let's start. After Fro 0.4 slowly opened his eyes, his face regained his old confidence. Just as Frost's mouth rolled into an R, and before Frost could finish speaking, number 18 had already rushed in front of Frost and attacked Frost with one kick. Looking at number 18 who suddenly attacked, Frost's expression changed suddenly. Then, before he could react, number 18 kicked him. Frost's figure flew downward, but this time, he did not fall directly to the ground. Ah, this guy on the 18. At least you have to wait for him to finish the pretense before you start. Yu here, after seeing the situation in front of him, even said helplessly while holding his forehead. But 18's personality is like that. Chapter 100 Frost Poison Needle, 2 more for subscription. Chapter 100. Boom. Under the foot of number 18, Frost's figure flew out directly. But this time, when under attack on the 18, it did not fall directly from the sky to the ground like last time. His figure just retreated a few feet away and then stopped. After all, Frost in his final form is much stronger than the first form before. The ability to withstand damage is naturally much stronger. Sneak attack. After Frost stabilized his body, he said to number 18. But as before, number 18 didn't want to listen to Frost at all, and before Frost finished speaking, number 18 attacked again. Number 18, don't kill him too soon. After hearing Yu's word, number 18 just glanced at Yu out of the corner of her eyes, but she didn't answer. However, she responded to Yu's words in action. I saw the original fierce attack. The power has been reduced a lot. Although number 18, I don't know why Yu told her not to kill Frost so early. However, in the past 5 years, every time she encountered a strong enemy, Yu had told her not to use her full 26 force. So after this, the 18th is a habit. Very good. Seeing that number 18's attack momentum had dropped a lot, Yu's face here also showed a smile. The reason why Yu asked number 18 not to kill Frost so quickly was because he wanted to collect more combat power attribute. If one hit, Frost will be instantly killed. Then Yu can only collect the combat power attribute 1. The more times you fight, the more combat power attributes Yu can collect, and the more your combat power increases. Just as Yu was talking, in his mind, as number 18 and Frost continued to fight over there, the system's mechanical prompt sounded constantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 3 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 5 million combat power attribute. With the constant battle between number 18 and Frost, there is a steady stream of falling combat power attributes under their feet. Although the combat power attribute value dropped by number 18 and Frost when they fought was much less than the attribute value dropped when Vegeta and Sun Wukong fought. However, if it lasts for a long time, it can still increase Yu's combat power by a considerable amount. Receive combat power attribute. With Yu's order, the combat power attributes of number 18 and Frost on the battlefield gathered towards Yu like a golden tadpole scripture. As the combat power attribute continued to sink into Yu's body, on the virtual screen in front of Yu, the combat power data is also rising. 2.071 billion, 2.075 billion, 2.080 billion. After a few breaths, Yu's combat power increased directly from 2.071 billion to 2.1 billion, and it hasn't stopped. As the battle between number 18 and Frost continued, the combat power attribute continued to drop, and Yu's combat power is constantly growing. What a great fight. It's so fast that you can't even see their fighting movements at all. Just when they were fighting with Frost on the 18, Gabra and the other Boltsi warriors over there were all amazed, because number 18 and Frost were fighting too fast. In the eyes of Gabra and the others, they could see nothing, and could only hear the sound of bang bang bang, and violent collisions coming from the sky. In addition, the air is shocked. Boom. At this moment, number 18 bombarded Frost with a heavy punch, and Frost's body flew out a distance. At this time, in the field of vision of Gabra and others, the figures of number 18 and Frost appeared again. No, that unscrupulous villain suppressed the members of the peacekeeping force. A burst fighter behind Gabra said with a heavy face after seeing number 18 knocking Frost into the air. Hearing this, Gabra, the leader of the team, also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Although Gabra's strength is weak, but he wasn't the kind of ignorant man either. He knows that this level of battle is in front of him, and there is absolutely no room for him to intervene. In other words, Gabra and the others pinned their hopes on Frost. In the eyes of Gabra and others, once Frost was defeated by number 18, the Boltsi star would be over. While Gabra and the others were praying, Frost and number 18 over there fought together again. Who is that woman, and why does she have have such a strong power. If it goes on like this, we'll be finished with booze. While speaking, the soldiers of the Star of Burrs, their eyes fell on Yiyu's body ugly. They were glad in their heart, glad Yiyu didn't take action. Otherwise, the member of the peacekeeping force would be defeated faster. Damn, who is this woman? Just as Gabra and the others were praying to Frost in their heart, Frost felt very aggrieved, since just now, the battle between him and number 18 has been suppressed by number 18. No matter what kind of attack he displayed, he was easily blocked by number 18. What made Frost even more unhappy was the fact that he couldn't catch the attack on the 18. There is no other way. I have to use that trick. 283 Frost pondered in his heart, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Although this light flashed in Frost's eyes, it happened to be caught by Yiyu over there. Yiyu frowned slightly after seeing the malicious look in Frost's eyes. The next second, Yiyu saw that Frost deliberately distanced himself from number 18 in the battle, and then moved his palm slightly, and the next second, there was one on his arm. Tiny silver needle. That is, the moment she saw the silver needle, Yiyu's heart sank. This is not a silver needle, but a poison needle that contains highly poisonous poison. Even a person with a combat power of over 100 million will be quite troublesome after being poisoned by this poisonous needle. Hey! After Frost took out the poisonous needle, he slapped the number 18 in front of him angrily with a palm. But number 18 didn't know this. She was also a conditioned reflex and greeted Frost with a punch. Stab. Just when Frost's poisonous needle was about to hit number 18, Yiyu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Frost, and with a knife in his hand, he raised the knife and dropped it, directly smashing Frost's body. The entire arm was cut off. End of this chapter. I ask for flowers every day. Thank you. I caught the train the day before yesterday, and I haven't slowed down yet, so I'll try to explode in the past 2 days. Chapter 101 The Tragic Frost. 3 more subscription. Chapter 101 Open black lens bracket teleport close black lens bracket. The moment Frost used his palm with poisonous needles to attack number 18, Yiyu on this side immediately cast teleportation, and disappeared in place. When it reappeared in the next second, it was already at the place where the two of them fought with Frost on the 18. Yiyu fell with a knife, directly cutting off Frost's arm that was attacking number 18. From Yiyu's teleportation to Yiyu's appearance in front of number 18, and cutting off Frost's arm, this series of actions were all completed between lightning and flint. Since all this happened so suddenly, not to mention that the Gabra and the Bullstars over there didn't see what was going on, even number 18 and Frost didn't see clearly. When number 18 reacted, she only saw Yiyu suddenly appear in front of her eyes, and Frost's arm was still flying above the sky. Just when number 18 was surprised by Yiyu's sudden appearance, Frost's face was horrified. So fast, I didn't see this guy's movements at all. When did he? Frost didn't care that his arm was cut off at this moment. He looked at Yiyu with a horrified face, and at the same time, he stepped back like a conditioned reflex, and opened a distance from Yiyu. In Frost's opinion, Yiyu was able to cut off one of his arms without him noticing. Then you can take off his mind without him noticing. Thinking of this, Frost's heart instantly fell into the ice cellar, and a cold sweat broke out behind him. At the same time, he was also grateful that Yiyu had only cut off one of his arms. If Yiyu wanted to kill him, he is dead now. What are you doing? Didn't you say yes? This guy will be handed over to me to deal with. Number 18 looked at Yiyu, who suddenly put his hand in, and immediately folded his arms and said angrily with a dissatisfied face, "Look at Tilda." Yiyu naturally wouldn't take the child temper on the 18th to heart, and he then took Frost's arm above the sky. After hearing Yiyu's word, number 18 just glanced dissatisfiedly at first, and then she discovered that there was a reflective metal on Frost's arm. That is, the moment she saw the metal, number 18's eyebrows clumped slightly, and then leaned over Yiyu and asked aloud. Yiyu did not immediately answer number 18's question, but under Frost's surprised expression, he directly removed the poison needle from his broken arm. After taking out the poison needle, Yiyu made a cut on Frost's broken arm. Soon, the blood flowing out of the wound began to change color. Poisonous. Seeing this scene, number 18's pretty face was a little ugly. Yes, poison needle. After finishing the experiment, Yiyu threw Frost's broken arm and poison needle directly in his hand. At this moment, number 18 realized that if Yiyu didn't suddenly appear and cut off Frost's arm, then she might have been poisoned. In other words, Yiyu didn't want to intervene in her battle with Frost, but to save her. After thinking of this, number 18 glanced at Yiyu secretly, feeling a little touched, and then whispered a little embarrassedly, Thank you. Did you say anything?" Although Yiyu heard number 18's thank you, she pretended not to hear and asked deliberately, "Thank you." Number 18 fluttered the golden hair on his forehead, blushed slightly, and said a little embarrassedly, "Speak up, I can't hear you clearly." Go to hell. After all, number 18 directly attacked Frost over there. In the end, Yiyu was left alone, speechless. This woman, looking at the back of number 18, the muscles on Yiyu's face suddenly twitched. How does Yiyu know that it is quite difficult for someone who wants to be arrogant to say polite words like thank you? Now on the 18, it is quite quite rare to say thank you. After Yu's teasing, number 18 was blown away, and the result of frying hair on the 18th is to cause Frost over there to be unlucky. After number 18 rushed in front of Frost, as if venting his anger, he immediately launched a violent attack against Frost. The attack speed and strength are not comparable to the previous level. Originally Frost was no match for number 18. Add in Frost's loss of an arm, and it's even less of an opponent for number 18. Under the stormy attack on the 18th, Frost was quite miserable. To be precise, it was being beaten. Seeing this scene, Yu's face instantly darkened. Terrible, this woman. If you say turn your face, turn your face. It seems that it is better not to provoke in the future. Just as Yu thought so in his mind also kept ringing the system's mechanical prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 6 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 6.1 million combat power attribute. At the same time, Gabra over there and other Bull Stars saw that Frost was in the hands of number 18. They were beaten and could not fight back, and they were all heartbroken. They all pinned their hopes on Frost. In their opinion, if Frost, the righteous member of the peacekeeping force, is killed, then the two unlawful intruders, Yu and number 18, will definitely kill them. Diaresis, what should I do? That woman is too strong. The member of that peacekeeping force is not her right hand at all. If it goes on like this. At this time, a group of Bolt's warriors watched the battle in front of them, and they were all talking about it. And Gabra's face is also unusually ugly. His fists are clenched, and the blue veins on his forehead are violent. Boom. Then, under the watchful eyes of Gabra and others, after kicking Frost into the sky on the 18th, he dodged over Frost's body and kicked Frost directly as if he were kicking a ball. On the body. Wow. The moment he was kicked by number 18, Frost spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, his body seemed to be like a cannonball, and flew upside down towards the ground below. Boom. In just a blink of an eye, Frost's figure smashed to the ground like a meteorite. On the barren ground, a huge deep pit appeared in an instant. Chapter 102 Saiyans in the Sick Universe. 4 more subscription. Chapter 102 Does the host charge the combat power attribute? Just after number 18 kicked Frost away with one kick, these announced that the battle between number 18 and Frost was temporarily over, and at this time, Yu's mind also sounded like the mechanical system of the system. Be charged. Following Yu's order, the combat power attributes that number 18 and Frost had previously been on the battlefield continued to gather towards Yu's body. After collecting all the combat power attribute, the combat power data on the screen in front of Yu also rose to 2.237 billion. That is to say, after arriving at Bolt C star in the Sick Universe, Yu's combat power has risen by nearly 200 million. Although the rate of increase is not very fast, it is not slow either. Yu was quite satisfied. After withdrawing her mind from the system, Yu's gaze fell on Frost, who landed below. That guy. Frost's anger is gradually diminishing. Looking at the seriously injured Frost, Yu's expression moved slightly, and then he muttered to himself. Although number 18 was a little violent toward Frost, Yu didn't sympathize with Frost at all. After all, if he hadn't stopped Frost from using the poison needle just now, I'm afraid it would have been number 18 who was injured. What should I do? The peacekeeper was killed. Just relying on us. That is definitely not their opponent. Just as Yu looked at Frost's thoughts in his mind, Gabra and the other Bolt C stars over there looked at number 18 and Yu as if they were looking at a demon. Gabra saw several Bolt warriors beside him with frightened faces, and after trembling, his teeth were also gritted, and he stared at Yu and number 18 over there unwillingly. Don't be cowardly. We are warriors. Even if the peacekeepers fail, we can't give up easily. Our own planet should be guarded by ourselves. Gabra stood up and reprimanded loudly in an impassioned tone. After hearing Gabra's word, the Bolty warriors behind him had some fighting spirit, and their eyes flashed with fiery light. Yes, the planet Bolzi should be guarded by us. Just as these Bolt's warriors uttered these words aloud like an oath, number 18, who was not far away, suddenly turned around and looked over here. What? At this moment, these Bolt C warriors seemed to see ghosts one by one. The trace of fighting spirit that had just risen in his heart was instantly annihilated. What a joke. This woman is powerful and terrifying. If we want to fight her, isn't that courting death? Before Gabriel could speak, these warriors fled one by one. After watching the soldiers behind him flee, Gabriel was angry and angry. Just when Gabe was thinking about what to do next, Yu and number 18 didn't plan to pay attention to him at all. Seeing this scene, Gabra was done. What the matter? Aren't they trespassers? Or did they not see me? Yu and number 18 naturally didn't know what Gabra was thinking. At this time, what Yu thought in her heart was to leave this planet quickly and find someone with strong combat power in the Sick Universe. After all, the warriors of Star Bolts are too weak to fight. It's just a waste of time to stay here. Let go. Yu greeted number 18 over there. After a little hesitation on the 18th, he slowly flew to Yu's side. Still angry about what happened just now. Seeing the expression on number 18's Sayan's face. Yu's eyes narrowed. However, Yu didn't care too much, and immediately placed her left hand on number 18's shoulder and her right hand between her eyebrows, ready to look for powerful chi and perform teleportation. At this moment, Yu felt a breath of air. CGAE. This air is. The moment she sensed this chi, Yu's brows twitched, and then she continued to confirm. It can't be wrong. It's Saiyan's anger, and it flying towards this planet. After confirming that the chi he sensed was the chi of the Saiyan, Yu's mouth rolled up, and then the fingers gathered between his eyebrows were also released. What wrong? On the 18th, seeing that Yu did not use teleportation, he immediately asked aloud, someone is coming, and we are waiting for them on this planet for the time being. Yu said to number 18. Originally, the purpose of Yu's coming to Universe 6 was to turn the Saiyans of Universe 6 into Super Saiyans, and then let them fight, so as to pick up the combat power attributes that they dropped when they fought. The 6th and 7th universes are slightly different. In the 7th universe where Sun Wukong is located, because Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, almost all Saiyans became extinct. But nothing like this happened in the 6th universe. The 6th universe Saiyans known to Yu include Gade, Kefla, Caulifla and other Saiyans. There are many other Saiyans. If these Saiyans are turned into Super Saiyans to fight, that Night Feather's combat power, that is, can skyrocket in a short period of time. Right now, the Saiyans of the 6th universe have come to the door by themselves. Then Yu will no longer need to go to the 6th universe Sarada planet to find Saiyan. Let go down. Yu looked up at the sky, and immediately showed a smile. After saying something to number 18, she landed on the ground below. Although number 18 didn't know who was coming, she still followed Yu and fell together. What are these two people trying to do? A burst soldier. After watching Yu and number 18 descend, he asked aloud, I don't know. I won't do anything good anyway. Why don't I secretly kill them while they relax their vigilance? Another Bolt Sea warrior raised the energy wave weapon in his hand and said in a low voice, I advise you not to do this. At this time, Gabra leaned over and said in a deep voice, Captain. Seeing Gabra, these Bolt's warriors saluted Gabra. These guys are quite powerful. Even if the energy light can hit them, I'm afraid it may not be able to cause damage to them. If you can't kill them, it will only anger them, and we will really be finished with booze. Gabra frowned and looked at number 18 and Yu who had already landed over there and said in a deep voice, then what now? A Bolt Sea warrior asked. Watch it change. After an unknown amount of time, Yu, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Here, Chapter 103 The Super Saiyan of the 6th Universe 5 more subscription. Chapter 103 In the 6th Universe, not far from the Boltar, there are several white light clusters, like meteors, which are rapidly flying towards this side. Looking closer, I saw that Hao-Ran was a spherical spaceship in the white light clusters. After these spaceships approached the Boltar, they fell directly towards the ground of the Boltar like a meteorite. Boom! 5 spaceships landed on the Star of Bowls one after another, and smashed deep pits on the ground. After the hatches of the 5 spaceships were opened, they saw 5 Saiyans of different statures, dressed in battle armor, slowly flying up from the deep pit smashed by the spaceship. Finally arrived. A tall and sturdy Saiyan who came out and landed on the ground first, stretched out his waist first, then glanced around and said, is this the Bolt Sea Star? Bardo, this time we are not here for fun. Our purpose is to support the peacekeeping force. While the burly man was talking, a petite Saiyan landed down and said to the former, if Yu was here at this time, he would definitely recognize this petite Saiyan. This person is none other than Gabe, who represented the 6th universe at the Power Conference. Sorry, Captain Gabe. After hearing Gabe's reminder, the big man named Bardo scratched his head and said apologetically, Gabe and Bardo are similar to Vegeta and Nappa just by looking at their body. The difference is that the Saiyans in the 6th universe are very gentle and peace-loving. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that the peacekeeping force would have a day to call for help. Isn't the strength of the captain of the peacekeeping force, Frost, quite wrong? Just as Gabe and Bardo were talking, a tall female Saiyan took a step and said in a very lazy tone, don't say that. Faith, Frost's strength is indeed very strong. It may be that there are enemies on this planet that even Frostson finds difficult. As soon as Gabe's voice fell, a Saiyan with a beard over his face curled up at the corner of his mouth and said with interest, is that an enemy that Frost finds difficult? This is really interesting. I really want to see and see. After all, Gabe flew directly into the sky with 4 members of the defense team. The Saiyans in the 6th universe don't know if they have the ability to perceive chi, but they haven't seen them using detectors, and they don't know how they do their task. The author, they have detectors by default. I found it. Energy response. The big man named Bardo in the flight detected an energy reaction through the detector. Intensity and location. After hearing what Bardo said, Gabe, who was flying in the front, immediately asked out loud, very strong. The combat power has reached more than 100,000, and it is 30,000 kilometers away from here. Bardo said with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Hey, more than 100,000. It's really rare, but with this level of have combat power. It shouldn't be possible for that Frost to find it difficult, right? Faith asked aloud. Maybe the opponent has hidden his strength, and he has the ability to transform like Frost. After Gabe said a word, a powerful air mass erupted from all of them, and then flew towards the place where the energy was sensed at an astonishing speed. The energy reaction detected by Gabe and others was naturally EU. As Gabe said, Johanna does hide his strength, and he also has the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. What Gabe didn't know was that his combat power of more than 100,000 was only the effect of suppressing the air to the lowest level. Shish. A few minutes later, Gabe and the other 5 Saiyans from Universe 6 finally appeared in Yu's field of vision. That Gabe. The moment she saw Gabe, Yu recognized him immediately. Just as Yu looked at the 5 Gabe, the 5 Gabe also looked at Yu. It him. Bardo pointed at Yu and spoke to Gabe and the others. Is this the one who troubled Frost? But you don't seem to see the Frost people. The 2 Saiyans behind Gabe asked aloud. Hearing this, Gabe's face also showed a look of doubt, and then his eyes swept around, and began to look for Frost figure. But after searching for a long time, Frost was not found. Captain Gabe, I always feel that something is wrong. The bearded Saiyan glanced around and asked Gabe, what wrong? Gabe asked, first of all, Frost people are gone, and secondly, those people seem to be from the Bolt Sea Star, right? The big man pointed to Gabra and his party not far from Yu and number 18. This is Star Bolt. What's so strange about the people from Star Bolts appearing here? After hearing the big man's word, the female Saiyan named Fez rolled her eyes and said, what I'm curious about is, aren't these 2 intruders? Why are the Bolt Sea people moving right under their noses, and they don't respond at all? After such a reminder from the big-faced man, Gabe and others felt a little strange. It's really suspicious. You go down and ask those Bolt Sea Stars. I'll go and say hello to the trespassers first. After all, Gabe split up with the other 4 Saiyan. Gabe flew directly towards where Yu and number 18 were. As for Faith and the others, they landed towards the place where Gabra and the other Bolt Sea Stars were. Are you the intruders? After Gabe landed, he lowered his eyes and asked Yu and number 18 with an indifferent expression. Compared with the usual Gabe is a lot more indifferent. After all, in his eyes at this time, Yu and number 18 were trespassers. Don't be in a hurry. After hearing Gabena's interrogation-like voice, number 18's pretty face moved lightly. Just when it was about to attack, Yu immediately blocked number 18. After Yu looked Gabe up and down, he took a step directly. Just when he was about to say something, Faith and the others over there ran over with panic and said to Gabe, Captain, Frost was killed by these 2 people. As soon as Faith said this, Gabe's face changed drastically. Perhaps in Yu's eyes, Frost was a despicable and insidious person, but in Gabe's eyes, Frost is a peace-loving hero and his most respected teammate. Now, after hearing that Frost was killed by Yu and the 2, Gabe was furious. You actually killed Frozen. I will never forgive you. Then, under the shocked expressions of Fifth and the others, Gabe actually transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this, Yu also smiled lightly. This is a transformation. This is too casual. End of this chapter. Today's 5th update is to make up for what I owe before, and I ask for flowers every day. 4. Chapter 104 2 Super Saiyans 1 more subscription. Chapter 104. This is becoming a Super Saiyan. This is too casual. Although Yu said so on his lip, he was very clear in his heart. The Saiyans of the 6th universe are different from those of the 7th universe. It is more difficult to transform into a Super Saiyan in Universe 7, just like Monkey King and Vegeta. But the Saiyans in the 6th universe are inherently gentle and peace-loving. If they want to transform into Super Saiyans, they just need a little stimulation. In the original play, after Vegeta only stimulated Gabe a little, Gabe transformed into a Super Saiyan. And now, after Gabe learned that number 18 and Yu had killed Frost, this directly stimulated Gabe and turned Gabe into a Super Saiyan. It seems that even the effort to stimulate him has been saved. Yu looked in front of him. Gabe, whose whole body exuded the golden arrogance of 283, and his hair turned golden, muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Just as Yu was talking, Faith, Bardo and other Saiyans who rushed over behind Gabe were shocked when they saw the changes in Gabe's body. What the hell is going on here? What happened to the captain? Why did it become like this? It feels like a transformation. Seeing the changes in Gabe, Faith said in surprise. Boom. At this time, Bardo's detector also exploded instantly. Not only the appearance, but the energy has also increased a lot, and even the detector has exploded. Bardo looked at Gabe, and then looked at the residue of the detector in his hand, and said incredulously, Vegeta also knows the legend of the Super Saiyan, but Gabe and others in the 6th universe have never heard of it. Therefore, they are unaware of the current changes in Gabe. I don't know why Gabe became like this. I don't even know what a Super Saiyan is. I will never forgive you. Just as Faith, Bardo and the others were talking, Gabe, who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, charged directly towards Yu and number 18. Seeing Gabe rush up, number 18 Midai clumped lightly, and immediately dodged in front of Gabe, blocking Yu from something. Number 18 18, let me deal with this guy. Before number 18 could make a move, Yu greeted number 18, and then directly greeted Gabe, who was rushing over. During Yu's flight, he suddenly exuded golden arrogance, and his hair turned golden. This guy, the same as the captain, also transformed. What on earth is it? Faith, Bardo, and the others on the side, after seeing Yu turned into the same posture as Gabe, their faces were filled with puzzled and shocked expression. Boom! At the same time, above the sky, the fists of the two Super Saiyans collided. A violent collision sounded from the sky. At the same time, a violent air wave was like a ripple, centered on Yu and Gabe, and spread in all directions. What a terrifying power. It turned out to be just a simple collision. There is such a terrifying momentum. What happened to the captain? And that person, who can actually block the captain's attack? Faith, Bardo and the others in the airwave said with a look of surprise while trying to maintain their stature. Bang bang bang. Boom boom. After Yu and Gabe slammed together, their figures disappeared at the same time. When it reappeared in the next second, it was already a fierce battle above the sky. The fists, elbows, knees of the two of them kept colliding with each other. Every time there is a collision, there is a violent sound, and the air is trembling. It's amazing. These two are so strong. Bardo, who was watching below, was amazed when he saw the fierce battle above the sky. What's so amazing? Now is not the time to pray. Don't forget, there is another intruder in front of us. Just when Bardo and others were attracted by the battle above the sky, the man named Faith, the female Saiyan of Sri Lanka, complained with some dissatisfaction. After Faith's reminder, the eyes of the three of Bardo immediately retracted from Yu and Gabe in the sky, and turned to number 18 in front of them. Just now, due to the changes in Yu and Gabe, they had forgotten for a while, and there was another number 18 in front of them. Then leave this to me. They are all women too. Faith shook his explosive black hair in a confident tone. Don't underestimate the enemy. The Boltar said just now that Frost was killed by this woman. After hearing what Bardo said, Faith said impatiently, "You're annoying. Do I need you to remind me?" Having said that, Faith moved his feet, leaving a deep depression on the ground, and his body shape was like an arrow from the string, rushing towards the place where number 18 was. Faith's speed has increased a lot. According to this situation, it won't be long before he can surpass the captain. After seeing Faith's astonishing speed, the big man said aloud. Just as the cheeky Saiyan was talking, Faith had already rushed in front of number 18. She looked at number 18 with a smile on her face, and then punched him directly at number 18. But before her fist hit number 18, number 18 waved and hit Faith directly. Boom! Afterward, Faith flew upside down like a baseball that was hit, and stopped after rubbing a long trace on the ground. Shock. At this moment, the expressions of several Saiyans in Bardo changed drastically. Just kidding, it's just a blow. Defeat Fez. And I didn't see her movement clearly at all. The three of Bardo struggled to shift their gazes from Faith, who was lying on the ground, to 0.4 and 18. At this time, their faces were no longer as calm as before. Some are just horrified. They are very clear about Faith's combat power, which has reached more than 2 million. Fez, with more than 2 million combat power, was defeated by the woman in front of him with a single blow. What is this woman's rank? Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 3 million combat power attribute. Just as Bardo and others were shocked, Yu, who was fighting with Gabe in the sky, heard the system prompt sound in his mind. So that's the case. Has the fight started over there too? Seeing Faith lying on the ground, Yu thought to herself. End of this chapter. I ask for flowers every day. Today is also the 5th watch. Flowers, monthly ticket, etc. if there is a reward. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 105. Another transformation into a Super Saiyan. 2 more for subscription. Chapter 105. Faith, how are you doing? Bardo and the other Saiyan, after recovering from the shock, immediately rushed to the place where Fez landed. After Faith wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at number 18 over there, his face full of unwillingness. Damn, this woman. After she slapped the ground heavily, her figure rose into the air, and in the next second, a powerful white air mass erupted around her body. The figure turned into a streamer and charged directly towards number 18, who was not far away. Faith, you are not her opponent. Don't be impulsive. Seeing that Faith was still looking for a battle on number 18, Bardo immediately reminded him aloud. But at this time, Faith could still listen to Bardo's advice. Her figure didn't stop, and she rushed towards number 18. But the result is predictable. Although Faith's combat power is more than 2 million, but number 18 is someone that even Super Saiyan Trunks can easily beat. 26. To deal with a Fez with a combat power of only more than 2 million, that is not complete abuse. Just like the previous time, before Faith got close to number 18, number 18 waved his hand casually, like flapping a fly, and directly knocked Faith into the air. However, Faith just refused to admit defeat. After being seriously injured, he got up from the ground again and then attacked number 18. Do it. Bardo and the others here couldn't watch it any longer. Following Bardo's order, the 3 Saiyans on this side were dispatched at the same time and attacked number 18 over there. 18 is not the kind of person who like to kill, but she is not a soft-hearted person either. After seeing the number of people increasing, there was a hint of impatience on her fair face. Whispering sound. After number 18 smashed lightly, he directly attacked the three of Bardo who were rushing up. Number 18 first blocked Bardo's punches with his arm, and then kicked Bardo's vomited blood upside down. After that, it was 3 or 2 times that the big-headed man and another Saiyan were easily knocked down. From the shot on the 18th to the end of the 3 of Bardo, it was only a few breaths of time. Hateful. At this time, Faith, who got up from the ground, saw several people in Baduo lying on the ground with serious injuries, and her unwillingness and anger suddenly rose. At this moment, the chi in Faith continued to rise, and the dust and gravel on the ground under her feet, as if under some gravitational force, slowly flew towards the sky. At this moment, the air around Faith's figure was distorted. At this time, Yi Yu, who was fighting with Gabe, felt the aura of Faith below and suddenly increased. After he casually knocked Gabe into the air, he turned his head and looked toward Faith. When he discovered the abnormal changes in Faith, Yi Yu's face suddenly lit up with joy. There's no mistake, this woman is going to be a Super Saiyan. Sure enough, not long after Yi Yu's voice fell, the ferocious Fez over there, a golden arrogance suddenly erupted from her body. At the same time, her black hair also changed, become a sky-high blonde. Like the captain, even Faith has transformed. What on earth is it? After seeing that Fez also transformed, the 3 Saiyans from Bardo got up from the ground, and the doubts on their faces were more intense than before. This power, so strong, many times stronger than I was before. Obviously, Faith himself was also very surprised by his sudden transformation. After she felt the full power in her body, she clenched her fist and looked at number 18 with a confident look on her face. If you have this rank, you can win. Faith clenched his fist heavily, and then said to the 3 of Bardo, you 3 don't come here, I alone is enough. After all, Fifth figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared in the next second, it was already in front of number 18. So fast. At this time, the 3 of Bardo were shocked when they saw that Fez's speed was faster than before. If Gabe transformation, they are at a loss. So now that Faith transformation, they seem to have some eyebrows. Although they don't know that this transformation is called Super Saiyan, but what they know is that after transforming into blonde hair, the power will be greatly improved than before. Just when the 3 of Bardo were shocked by Faith power, they bullied Faith in front of number 18, raised their leg, and slashed directly at number 18. Although in the eyes of the 3 of Bardo, Faith's speed was too fast to be seen, but in the eyes of the 18, that was nothing. Even if Faith has now turned into a Super Saiyan, his combat power has only increased from more than 2 million to more than 100 million. With a combat power of more than 100 million, it is still not the opponent of number 18. When Faith came over with one leg, number 18 raised his arm slightly, directly blocking Faith's attack. Seeing that number 18 blocked Faith's attack so easily, Bardo and the others were shocked. But before Bardo and the others had time to react, number 18, who used her arm to block Fez's foot, moved her palm slightly, and then followed Fez's slender ankle, and grabbed her palm directly on Fez's foot, on the calf. Seeing this, Faith's expression suddenly changed, but before she had time to make the next move, palm number 18 pulled the hand and lifted Faith's body directly. Afterward, number 18 and the 2 girls, Faith, seemed to be like human-shaped compasses. After turning 180 degrees on the ground, number 18 let go, and Faith's figure was directly thrown out. That is, at the same time that Faith was thrown out on the 18, Yi Yu, who was above the sky, also bombarded Gabe with a punch. Gabe and Fez, the 2 Super Saiyans from the 6th universe, fell to the ground at almost the same time. Team leader. After seeing Gabe fall to the ground, the expressions of the 3 of Bardo changed. Then they looked at Yi Yu, who was slowly descending from the sky with a look of horror. Who are these 2 guys? Why do you have so much power? Even Captain Gabe is no match for him. Looking at Yi Yu, who fell to the ground, the 3 of Bardo were facing a formidable enemy. Gabe is the strongest being among the 5 of them. Even Gabe is not Yi Yu's opponent, so naturally the 3 of them are not Yi Yu's opponent. Please ask for flowers. Chapter 106. Do you want to become stronger? 3 more for subscription and customization. Chapter 106. The 3 Saiyans in Bardo looked at Yi Yu, all of them looking tense and extremely nervous. However, when the 3 of them were thinking about how to survive from Yi Yu's hand, Yi Yu asked aloud, do you want to become a Super Saiyan? What? Hearing Yi Yu's remark, the 3 of Bardo's face immediately became stunned. Aren't you going to kill us? And what is a Super Saiyan? The 3 Saiyans before Yi Yu's meeting did not answer, and he immediately took a step forward. However, Yi Yu's step greatly increased the pressure on the 3 of Bardo. The 3 of them all stared at Yi Yu with vigilance, as if they were facing a big enemy. Don't hurt them. At this moment, Gabe, who fell to the ground, rushed over and attacked Yi Yu. After Gabe got close to Yi Yu, before Gabe's fist touched Yi Yu suddenly punched Gabe's stomach. Give me a little piece. Gabe, who was hit hard, spit out a mouthful of unknown liquid with a wow. At the same time, Gabe's Super Saiyan posture was also passively lifted, and his golden hair returned to normal. Team leader, how dare you treat our captain like this. When the three Saiyans from Bardo saw Gabe's miserable scream, the three of them suddenly became furious. However, just when the three of Bardo were about to fight Yu threw Gabe in his hand, like a child, and threw them directly at Bardo. What? The three of Bardo watched Gabe fly over, and they connected to Gabe's body like a conditioned reflex. When they caught Gabe's body, all three asked Gabe with concern, "Captain Gabe, how do you feel?" "Don't worry, I didn't use all my strength. He will be fine for the time being." Before Gabe could speak, Yu said aloud. After hearing Yu's word, the three of Bardo's teeth were itching with anger. Although they really want to rush up and fight Yu one-on-one, but thinking of Yu's terrifying strength, they didn't dare to attack. Yu didn't pay attention to the anger and hatred of the three of Bardo, and then asked aloud, "I'll ask you one more question. Do you want to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Ha. After hearing Yu's word, they were confused again. Super Saiyan? What exactly is a Super Saiyan? The tall man stared at Yu with vigilance, and then asked a tentative question. "That's what she looked like." Yu pointed to Faith, who got up from the ground over there, and then pointed to himself and said, "Or I am like this." "Is this a Super Saiyan?" After hearing Yu's explanation, Bardo and the others followed the direction of Yu's fingers, first looking at the blonde Fez, and then at the blonde Yu, and said with some clarity, "Yes, this form is a Super Saiyan. I think you should have noticed it. After turning into a Super Saiyan, your power will be greatly improved." As soon as Yu said this, Bardo looked at Faith over there, and then said aloud, "Yes, I do feel that after Faith transformation, his energy has increased a lot." Bardo. As soon as Bardo's words fell, the old man with big cheek scolded heavily, "Don't be fooled by him. Don't forget that he is an intruder, and Frost also killed him." After hearing the words of the big-mouthed man, Bardo was like a dick, and then he suddenly woke up, and then looked at Yu's eyes, and he regained his previous vigilance. "Why are you helping us increase our strength? How does it benefit you? And why did you kill Frost?" Just when the three of Bardo were staring at Yu vigilantly, Gabe, who was stunned by Yu, seemed to have recovered, and then stood up and stared at Yu with an uncomfortable expression. At this time, Gabe had obviously recovered from the grief and anger of Frost's death. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to say this to Yu so calmly. Team leader. Hearing Gabe's question, before Yu could answer, the big man beside him reminded him aloud. Although he didn't say much, Gabe still knew that the big man was reminding him that it was useless to talk to such villain. "It doesn't matter. This person is different from the previous intruder. He could easily kill me, but he didn't do it. In addition, there are the Boltsi people over there. Aren't they still alive?" Hearing Gabe's word, the three of Bardo were shocked. At first, they felt strange when they came. Gabra and other Boltsi stars were standing beside Yu and number 18, but Yu did not kill Gabra and his party. The trespassers they encountered before, once they found the original inhabitant, would never leave alive. At this time, after being reminded by Gabe, Bardo shut up and quietly looked at Yu in front of him, as if waiting for Yu to answer Gabe's question. "Diaresis, it seems that you are a little bit interested in me. If I told you directly that Frost was not the righteous person you imagine, you would not believe it either." Yu rubbed his chin and stared at the four of Gabe, thinking for a moment, and then he seemed to think of something, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Disappeared. After seeing Yu disappear out of thin air, the four of Gabe were shocked. What did that person mean when he said that Frost is not a righteous man? Bardo asked. "Don't believe his nonsense. Frost's contribution to the universe these years, we all see it. He must be trying to make an excuse for his crime of killing Frost, but this excuse is a bit far-fetched." The tall man with a familiar tone taught Bardo. Just as Bardo and the big man were talking, Yu's figure appeared out of thin air again, with money, and appeared in front of Gabe and the others. "It's just that there is another cosmic person who appeared with Yu. How many of you do you know this person?" Yu held the body of the cosmic man, and asked Gabra and the other group of star people from Bolti not far away. That is, looking at the cosmic man in Yu's hand, Gabra and the others were startled at first, and then furious. "Of course I know. Aren't they the thugs who invaded our Boltsi star with you?" Gabra said in an angry tone. "With us." Hearing Gabra's word, Yu's brows twitched. "When did I end up with them?" But Yu didn't care too much, and immediately asked the cosmic man in his hand, "Tell me all about how you colluded with Frost." After hearing Yu's word, the expressions of Gabe and Bardo and several Saiyans changed drastically. Chapter 107 Frost Human Set Collapse. 4 more subscription. Chapter 107 Frost colluding with trespassers. How can that be? After Yu said these words, Gabe, Bardo and others naturally didn't believe it. "I thought Yu was making up random things. Frost has been contributing to the peace of the sick universe all these years, which is seen by all. And Frost also won the peace prize. Collusion with the trespassers is clearly a slander against Frost. Make it clear to me. If you dare to slander Frost, I will kill you immediately." The big-eyed man first glanced at Yu, and then said in a threatening tone to the cosmic man Yu had caught, "I was originally a subordinate of Lord Frost. Later, Lord Frost asked me to invade other planets and start a war." Before the cosmic man could finish speaking, the big-eyed man immediately immediately interrupted the former's words heavily. This is impossible. How could Frost collude with you trespassers? Yes, Lord Frost is upright, and he is a hero of our universe. How could he do such a thing? Bardo on the side also identified a sentence for Frost. While talking, the eyes of the four of Gabe fell on Yu's face, although they did not beat. 283. But Yu could still see that they were suspicious of Yu. They suspected that Yu had used force to persecute the cosmos, and let him slander and frame Frost. Hehe, it seems that you would rather believe that Frost is innocent than my word. Yu looked at the four of Gabe and laughed lightly. Isn't that of course? We only met you today. For you are just a stranger and an outlaw. And Frost, that's the hero of our universe. At this moment, Faye came over and said viciously to Yu. At this time, Fez has returned to normal from the state of Super Saiyan. Moreover, his face was a little pale, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured when he fought with number 18. Since you say that Frost is an upright person, do you know that he has poisonous needles hidden on his body? Poison needles. When Yu said these words, the brows of Gabe, Bardo and the others frowned. Obviously, they don't know about it. If you don't believe me, you can go check Frost's body. Hearing Yu's word, Gabe, Bardo and the others naturally didn't believe it. But in order to prove Frost innocent, Gabe, Bardo and the others still walked towards the place where Frost's body was. Soon, Frost's body appeared in Gabe's eyes. Seeing that Frostcorp had lost half of his arm and had scars all over his body, a look of grief appeared on Gabe's face, and at the same time a hint of unwillingness appeared in his heart. He was unwilling that he was not Yu's opponent. Otherwise, Yu can be arrested and rectified to avenge Frost. How could Frost use poison needles? Such a despicable method. Faith secretly glanced at Yu in the distance, and then said disdainfully, it's as strong as Frost. There's no need to use poison needles at all. Bardo also echoed, it's useless to talk too much. As long as we don't find the poisonous needle on Frost's body, that person has nothing to say. Searching for the so-called poison needle. What is this? After a while, Bardo saw the end of Frost's tail and suddenly saw a reflective object. Then he looked carefully toward Frost's tail. This is. When he got close to the tail, Bardo's face changed suddenly, and then he said something incredulous. Hearing Bardo's word, Gabe and the big man all came together. I saw that there was indeed a reflective thing at the end of Frost's tail. That thing is not a poison needle. What is it? It's really poisonous. How can that be? Even though the facts were in front of them, Gabe and the others were still unbelievable. After all, Frost's image of a good man had been imprinted in their heart. On the other hand, the so-called death without proof. Could this be the guy who secretly put it on Frost after killing Frost? Faith glanced at Yu, then guessed. Won't. After observing the poisonous needle in Frost's tail, the older man with cheeks first denied Faith guessed, and then continued. This poisonous needle has already sunk into Frost's body, and there should be. It's been a while, and it doesn't look like it was put in there today. Then if you say that. At this moment, the hearts of Gabe, Bardo and the others suddenly filled with stormy waves. The Frostman set collapsed at this moment. That Frost, who contributed to the peace of the universe, turned out to be a despicable and insidious person who secretly colluded with invaders to buy and sell planets. How about it? At this moment, Yu and number 18 came over and asked Gabe, Bardo and others. After hearing Yu's word, Gabe and the others recovered from the shock of Frost's collapse. Without Gabe and the others answering, Yu already knew the expressions on the faces of Gabe and the others. Yes, Frost is indeed hiding poison needles. After Gabe responded to Yu, he immediately stood with his legs together, and bowed to Yu. Sorry, we misunderstood you before. If it weren't for you, we would still be deceived by Frost. While Gabe bowed to Yu and apologized, he also gestured to Faith, Bardo and others beside him. Afterward, Bardo, Faith and others also apologized to Yu a little embarrassedly. Okay, this is over, so let's talk about the Super Saiyan. After all, Yu did so much to allow Gabe and others to transform into Super Saiyan, and then to collect combat power attribute through the battle between them. Although we believe you and are no longer an intruder, why are you willing to help us? After we become stronger, what good will it do to you? Gabe stared at Yu and asked cautiously. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If someone suddenly treats you nicely, there is absolutely no purpose. For example, if a girl suddenly confesses to you, you have to think about whether she is teasing you, or playing a big adventure game with friends. At the end of this chapter, ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. The last few pictures are the excesses of Majin Buu, and then Hit will appear, and return to Earth after writing the sick universe. Chapter 108 Going to the Saiyan's hometown. 5 more for subscription. Chapter 108 Hearing Gabe question, Yu rubbed her chin and began to think. He helped Gabe and others become Super Saiyan, naturally wanting to collect powerful combat attribute through their previous battles. However, this matter involved the existence of the system, and Yu naturally would not tell the reason. I want you to become stronger, and then I will fight. Can you accept this reason? Yu looked at Gabe and the others in front of her, and then tentatively gave a reason. After all, these Saiyans are not Saiyans from the 7th universe. If it was a Saiyan in the 7th universe, and he said this reason, they would believe it 100%. Because Because Saiyans in Universe 7 are born good at fighting. For being able to fight strong enemies, it reached the level of obsession. In the original play, Sun Wukong spent time to cultivate the reincarnation of Majin Buu, Ubu, in order to be able to fight against the strong. But this is the 6th universe, and the Saiyans of the 6th universe are different from the Saiyans of the 7th universe. It turned out that he wanted to fight with us. I also understand this very well. On our Sarada planet, there are many Saiyans who prefer to fight. Hearing Gabe's word, Yu felt relieved. Now that they accepted this explanation, Yu didn't have to look for other reasons to prevaricate. Last question. Who are you? Why do you know about the Super Saiyan? And you can transform into a Super Saiyan like me. Could it be that you are also a Saiyan like me? But I have never heard of you on our Sarada planet. Hearing Gabe's series of questions, Faith, Bardo and others on the side seemed a little embarrassed. Isn't that the last question mentioned? Why are you asking so much? I'm from another universe. As soon as Yu said this, the faces of Gabe and the other Saiyans suddenly became shocked. Are you from another universe? Are there really other universes in this world? Although Gabe participated in the power conference later, he saw the powerhouses of the various universes. But right now, Gabe and his party, like Rap, do not know that there are 12 universes in this world. When Yu said that he was from another universe, their faces were also very surprised. If the Night Feathers are from other universes, then the series of questions that Gabe asked before have been answered. So, you're a Saiyan from another universe. Faith leaned in front of Yu, as if seeing something extraordinary, his eyes brimming with brilliance. Good. Before Yu could answer, the number 18 over there immediately walked up to Yu, stood in front of Faith, and said in a cold tone, I didn't ask you again. Seeing number 18's face, the smile on Faith's face instantly closed, and then he crossed his arms and said with a disapproving face, after all, she was beaten by number 18 before. Kneel. I came with him. Forehead. After hearing the gunpowder-smelling conversation between Faith and number 18, Yu felt an uneasy feeling in her heart. As for Gabe, Bardo and others, after seeing the two women, number 18 and Faith, they were all helpless. No wonder you know about Super Saiyan. Then can we worship you as a teacher? You teach us to become stronger. Gabe looked at Yu and said excitedly. Bardo and several other Saiyans also looked at Yu with some anticipation. Apprentice again. Hearing the word apprenticeship, Yu immediately thought of him in his mind. Up to now, Toth has been pestering him, wanting to worship him as a teacher. It's just that Yu never agreed. It's okay to teach you to become a Super Saiyan. Hearing Yu's answer, Gabe and the Saiyans were overjoyed. No matter where the strong go, it is a respected existence. They all saw Yu's strength. Even Gabe is an existence that can be easily defeated. With Yu's teaching, they can definitely become stronger than they are now. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Gabe. This is Bardo. This is Fez. We are all Saiyans from the planet Sarada. Gabe introduced to Yu. My name is Yu. This is my woman number 18. Yu first introduced herself, and then pointed to number 18. Who is your woman? After hearing Yu's word, number 18's pretty face flushed slightly, and then she gave Yu a white look. Number 18. What a strange name. At this moment, Faith said something aloud. After hearing Faith's word, number 18 immediately confronted Faith again. When will Yu Sang teach us to become stronger? Gabe glanced at number 18 and Faith, then scratched his head and asked Yu a little embarrassedly. You planet Sarada, there should be other Saiyans, right? Yu did not answer Gabe's question, but instead asked. It's natural. The planet Sarada is the homeland of our Saiyans. Afterward, many Saiyans went to other planets, but there were still many Saiyans on Sarada. After hearing Gabe's answer, Yu was secretly happy. If you can make all the Saiyans on the planet Sarada that meet the requirements to become Super Saiyans, they will all become Super Saiyan. Then let them fight each other. So how many combat power attributes are dropped by the system? I can't imagine. After all, even the weakest Super Saiyans have combat power in units of 100 million, and the combat power attribute value they drop when they fight is basically in the million. Thinking of this, Yu felt extremely hot in her heart, and could not wait to rush to the planet Sarada immediately. However, Yu still said with a calm expression, on the bright side, since I have come to your universe this time, then by the way, I will teach all of you qualified Saiyans how to become Super Saiyan. Hearing Yu's word, Gabe, Faith and the others looked at each other with surprises on their faces. Thank you so much for that. If you don't mind, can you go to planet Sarada with us? Gabe asked Yu gratefully. Of course I don't mind, Yu said. Afterward, Gabe and the rest of the Saiyans left directly from the Boltsi star and headed towards the Sarada planet. As for Yu and number 18, after Gabe and the others left, they also used teleportation and left Boltsi star. End of this chapter. As for Flower 4, Chapter 109, The Legend of the Sick Universe. One more for subscription, and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture, and LT font and GT. Chapter 109. The planet Sarada is the hometown of the Saiyans of the Sick Universe. When Yu used teleportation to bring number 18 to this planet, he felt that there were many Saiyans Saiyans on this planet. Moreover, there are many powerful breaths. Of course, the strength mentioned here is based on ordinary warriors. After all, in the eyes of EU and number 18, even the Super Saiyan Gabe is not that powerful. It seems that a lot of Super Saiyans can be born this time. In this way, my combat power can be improved a lot in a short period of time. EU clenched her fist lightly after sensing these breaths, and immediately slapped a he said in a voice that only he could hear. EU's current basic combat power is 2.2 billion, and if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, it will be 110 billion. Even if it is transformed into the second rank of Super Saiyan 2A3, it will only be 220 billion. With a combat power of 220 billion, I am afraid that even Boo can't beat him. And after Boo, Beerus, the god of destruction, will come to Earth. EU didn't want to be trembling like Vegeta when she saw Beerus. Therefore, EU wanted to take advantage of the past 2 years to rapidly improve her combat power. And the way to improve is to rely on the Super Saiyans of the Sick universe. According to EU's prediction, only 10 Super Saiyans can be cultivated on the planet Sarada. Then let the system drop the combat power attribute through the battle between them. Then within 2 years, EU's combat power would definitely skyrocket. At that time, with many means, I am afraid that even Beerus will not be unable to fight. I didn't expect you two to arrive before us. Not long after EU and number 18 came to the planet Sarada, the spaceship of Gabe and others also landed smoothly. This is not, of course, EU uses teleportation. However, EU didn't say much, and asked directly to Gabe, Gabe, you have summoned all Saiyans on this planet with a combat power of 2 million or more. Originally, EU wanted to say that the combat power was more than 3 million. After all, when Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan, the combat power was 3 million. But EU didn't want any fish that slipped through the net, so he relaxed some requirements and lowered the standard to 2 million. After all, with 2 million combat power, if you transform into a Super Saiyan, that would also have 100 million combat power. This is also a good resource and should not be wasted. 1 million combat power. Yes. After Gabe replied to EU, he said to EU and number 18, this Sarada planet is our hometown. We will settle you down first. After that, go out and find someone. No, I'll come with you. EU immediately rejected Gabe's kindness. This is not to say that EU can't trust Gabe. It's just that EU felt that he had the ability to perceive chi and could clearly perceive the size and location of chi, which made it much easier to find someone. After hearing EU's word, Gabe hesitated for a while, and then said aloud, okay, Bardo, you can find a new detector. Don't be so troublesome. I'll take you there. Hearing EU's word, Gabe and his party were stunned. This is the planet Sarada, our hometown. You, a man from another universe, want to take us with you. After seeing the doubts of Gabe, Faith and others, EU immediately explained, I will use a skill called teleportation to easily reach the destination. Hearing EU's word, Gabe looked at EU with a look of admiration. You still have this ability. Really or not? You can reach the destination in an instant. Hurry up, show us the show. Just as Gabe spoke, that was the female Saiyan Fez, who immediately squeezed in with a curious expression on his face. Ask EU. Performance. Hearing Faith's word, EU's brows suddenly twitched. I'm not a juggler at all. Faith, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense in front of senior EU. After seeing the black line on EU's face, Gabe immediately reprimanded Faith. I'm sorry, I'm used to it. Faith scratched his head and apologized to EU with a smile. It's okay. After hearing Faith's apology, EU also waved his hand, then looked at Gabe and Faith, and said, then let the two of you go together. Although EU's teleportation can drive many people to move together at the same time, but the more people you carry, the more exhausted it will be. It's best to save a little energy right now. After all, EU's hands were placed on the shoulders of Gabe and Faith. Then he glanced at number 18 beside him. Number 18 glanced at EU's palm resting on Faith's shoulder, and after a cold snort, he walked over slowly, his palm lightly placed on EU's back forehead. After hearing number 18's snort, EU's face was done. He had no idea why number 18 was suddenly angry. Call out, but EU didn't take it to heart, and immediately performed teleportation. Disappeared. Afterward, EU, number 18 and others disappeared out of thin air in front of the 3 Saiyans in Bardo. Seeing this scene, they were all surprised and amazed in their heart. The next second, when EU and the group of number 18 reappeared, they were already in another place on the Sarada planet. This is Pata's Mountain. After Gabe glanced at the surrounding environment, he immediately recognized that this was a relatively famous Pata's Mountain on the planet Sarada. It's amazing. The place where we were just now is tens of thousands of kilometers away from this Patasi Mountain. We came here in an instant. This is the skill of teleportation. It's really amazing. After Faith heard Gabe's words, she was like a little girl, clasping her hands in front of her chest, looking at EU's eyes with brilliance. Just as Gabe and Faith were talking, a 0.4 snort suddenly came from under the canyon. Not long after the sound came, EU and the group of number 18 saw a female Saiyan burst out with a powerful air mass rushing up from under the canyon. Seeing the Saiyan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yu raised his brows slightly because he recognized the female Saiyan. This woman is none other than Caulifla, who participated in the power tournament with Gabe in Dragon Ball. Of course, Yu didn't specifically find Caulifla, but he sensed that there were too strong chi here, and then used teleportation to come here. The moment he saw Caulifla, Yu realized that of the two not-so-weak chi he sent, one of the chi belonged to Caulifla. And another breath, I'm afraid. Ask for flower. Chapter 110 The Legendary Super Saiyan Kale. 2 more please subscribe for customization. Chapter 110 Kyle, Caulifla's Jr. Above the power conference, Brawly Light, the legendary power of the Super Saiyan erupted. Yu was still quite impressed with Kale. From Yu's point of view, since Caulifla appeared in front of him, the other not weak aura he had sensed before should be Kale. Just as Yu was staring at Caulifla who was in front of her and thinking so, a spherical qigong wave, like a bullet, flew directly from the bottom of the cliff towards Yu and the group of number 18. Come over. Senior Yu, be careful. After Gabe saw the qigong wave flying over, Gabe's face changed suddenly, and he immediately reminded Yu in a hurry. In fact, there is no need for Gabe's body shape at all. Yu had already discovered this qigong wave flying over. In addition, he also sensed a chi through his chi perception ability, which was rushing up from under the canyon. Just after Yu waved his arm and bounced the qigong wave away, a figure rushed out of the canyon 26 square below. This man is none other than Kel. Just as Yu was staring at Kair, who was rushing up to Kair, Caulifla over there looked at Yu with a surprised expression. It's so easy to bounce Kair's qigong wave off. It's interesting. Caulifla's dark eyes stared at Yu, and then the corners of her mouth curved into a radiant and thought to herself, you don't want to hurt my sister. After Kair rushed up, an air mass burst out and rushed towards Yu and number 18 and others. Wait, we're not here to fight. Seeing Kale attacking, Gabe immediately waved his hands and explained hastily, but for Gabe's explanation, Kale seemed to have not heard, and there was no pause in his figure. Stop, Kale. Just when Gabe was forced to fight back, Caulifla suddenly said something. As soon as Caulifla said those words, Kale over there seemed to be a different person. The original anger disappeared completely, but was replaced by a very obedient girl. Yes, sister. With a smile on his face, Kale replied gently, stopped attacking immediately, and retreated behind Caulifla, as if she was a weak girl, looking at Yu and number 18 shyly. People, I really want to rant. At this moment, Yu and Gabe grew. After seeing Kair's different reactions before and after, all of them were blacklined. Who are you guys? Caulifla approached Yu and the others. With her hands on her hips, she questioned Yu and the others in a big sister's tone. Although Gabe was not very comfortable when asked by Caulifla in such a tone, he still explained with a smile. My name is Gabe and I am a Saiyan from this planet. We are here to make you change. Powerful. Puff. As soon as Gabe said these words, Caulifla suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hearing Caulifla's laughter, Gabe glanced at Yu behind him with a puzzled expression. Hey, aren't you kidding me? You taught me to be strong. Do you know who I am? Caulifla said with a smile to Gabe. Caulifla, like Vegeta, belongs to the type of genius among Saiyans. Geniuses are often confident and arrogant. Now being said by a Saiyan of unknown origin, teach you to become stronger. Caulifla naturally regards this as a joke. After all, so far, Caulifla has rarely encountered a Saiyan who is stronger than her. I'm not joking with you, Gabe said with a serious face after hearing Caulifla's words. Seeing the serious look on Gabe's face, Caulifla's mind moved lightly, and then the smile on her face also subsided. It seems that you are serious. Do you know who I am? Caulifla's eyes fell on Yu, and she said in a flat tone. The reason why Caulifla looked at Yu was because Yu had just casually bounced Kale's qigong wave away, so Caulifla naturally regarded Yu as her number 1 opponent. I don't know, but we know you are strong, so we want you to be stronger than before. As soon as Gabe's voice fell, Caulifla asked disdainfully, make me stronger. Do you mean that you are stronger than me? Caulifla. No, I didn't mean that. Gabe hurriedly explained after seeing the somewhat angry meaning in Caulifla's word. Captain, it's useless to talk too much. Just fight one game. Seeing that his captain was so passive, the female Saiyan Faith, who had never spoken, immediately stood up and said to Caulifla, you are so brave. You dare to challenge me, but to deal with a role like you, I don't need to do it myself. Here, you go. Caulifla looked at Faith and said something in a lofty manner, and then greeted Kale who was behind her. Do you want me to go on? Kale said nervously, pulling on the corner of Caulifla's clothes. Kale, don't worry. With your strength, it's enough to deal with this person. Caulifla involuntarily glanced at Yu while talking to Kale. Her implication was that Faith didn't need her to act. When Yu made her move, she would fight against Yu again. Well, since it's your order from Sister 283. After Kale gathered up his courage, he immediately stood up. Faith, don't take it too seriously. It will be bad if you hurt him. At this time, Gabe also reminded Faith. If Faith had fought against someone before today, Gabe would have warned Faith to be careful, but Gabe knew that now Faith could transform into a Super Saiyan just like him, so he reminded Faith not to hurt Kaylee, because he knows how terrifying the power of Super Saiyan is. I see. After Faith said lazily to Gabe, he moved like an arrow from the string and attacked Kale directly over there. Faith didn't transform into a Super Saiyan at first. When Kale over there saw Faith attacking, she shivered with fright. Kyle, don't be nervous, just go. After hearing Caulifla's encouragement, Kale seemed to have the courage, clenched his fist with both hands, and faced Faith directly in front of him. Boom. Immediately afterward, the fists of the two female Saiyans, Kale and Faith, were slammed together. For a while, there was a violent crashing sound from the sky. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers every day. Chapter 111, The Battle Between Two Female Saiyans. 3 for subscription. Chapter 111. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 34,000 combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 57,000 combat power attribute. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. At the same time as Kaylee and Faith were fighting, Yi Yu's mind also kept coming from the system's mechanical prompt, and the feet of Kair and Faith over there are also constantly dropping combat power attributes. Since both Faith and Kair were not transforming into Super Saiyans to fight at this time, the combat power attribute values dropped by the system were not very large, only over 30,000. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is also meat. There is a combat power attribute to pick up, and Yi Yu will naturally not dislike it. Put away the combat power attribute. Before the system sounded, Yi Yu took the initiative to command the system. As soon as Yi Yu's voice fell, the combat power attributes that fell from the feet of Kair and Faith over there were like golden tadpole scriptures, and they gathered directly towards Yi Yu's body. However, at this time, Yi Yu's basic combat power was measured in 100 million units. After these 34,000, 57,000 combat power attributes were submerged into Yi Yu's body, Yi Yu's combat power data did not change at all. It was still more than 2.2 billion. Boom boom, bang bang bang. Just as Yi Yu was charging the combat power attribute, the battle between Faith and Kale was also in full swing on the battlefield over there. At the beginning of the battle, Faith, who was normal, could still have a fight with Kale, but as time passed, Kale was able to suppress Faith. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, even if he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he still has such strong strength. Watching Kair's battle, Yi Yu murmured in a voice that only he could hear, muttered to himself. Boom. Not long after Yi Yu's voice fell, Kair suddenly punched Faith in the sky, and Faith's body fell directly below. Nice job, Kale, tilde. After seeing Kaylee defeating Fez, Califra over there shouted to Kaylee in a praising tone, and then her eyes fell again on Yi Yu and Gabe and others not far away. Although Califla didn't say much, the expression on her face seemed to say, how is it? Do you know who is stronger now? At the same time, Kair above the sky cheered up after hearing Califla's praise. Do you still want to fight? Califla shouted to Faith, who got up from the ground with a determined smile on her face. Certainly. After hearing Califla's word, Faith wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then said something with a smile on his face. The next second, she took a stand. Then, after a roar from Faith, a powerful airwave erupted around her body. The airwave centered on Fez and swept out in all directions. At the same time, Faith's body was also flashing with golden arrogance, and his hair also turned golden. Seeing the changes in Faith in front of her, the smile on Califla's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a touch of shock. Although she didn't have the ability to sense chi, she didn't know that Faith's chi suddenly increased dozens of times, but she sensed a dangerous aura from Faith. What is this? Like Gabe, Califla also doesn't know what a Super Saiyan is. After seeing the change in Faith, she said something in a deep voice. Just as Califla was talking, Faith, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, attacked Hale above the sky again. So fast. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Fez is many times faster than before. After seeing Fez's astonishing speed, Califla's pretty face suddenly changed, and Kair above the sky also showed panic. However, Kale did not give up the resistance because of this, but greeted the rushing Faith like a conditioned reflex. Boom. The next second, Faith's fist and Kaylee's fist slammed together. But it's just a punch, and a judgment is made. I saw that after Kaylee received a punch from Faith, he stumbled and flew upside down for dozens of meters before he stabilized his body. Call out. Obviously, Faith did not intend to stop there. After she repelled Kale, she immediately chased after him. Stop. We admit defeat. Califla could naturally see that after Faith's transformation, Kaylee was no longer Faith's opponent. Seeing Faith attacking Kale again, Califla immediately shouted loudly, but at the same time that Califla made a sound, Faith over there had come behind Kale, and directly hit Kale with a wave of his arm. Immediately, Kale was like a cannonball, and flew directly downward, and finally hit the ground. Diaresis hell. After seeing Kale landing, Califla's pretty face was full of worry. Without any hesitation, she jumped up and landed directly where Kair landed. Kair, how are you? Seeing the blood on the corner of Kair's mouth, Califra immediately picked up Kair's body and asked with a concerned look. No, it's fine. fine. The moment he was picked up by Caulifla, a blush appeared on Kaylee's face, and then he said with a smile, "You stay here first, and leave the rest to me." After Caulifla sat down on the rock on the side, a powerful air mass burst out from her body, and immediately moved towards the sky. Faith rushed over. "What, did you fight me this time?" Super Saiyan Fez, looking at Caulifla who rushed up with anger, immediately asked with a smile, "So what?" After okay, Livra scolded heavily, she punched Fez right away. However, Faith avoided Caulifla's attack with a slight sigh. "It's useless. You didn't transform into a Super Saiyan. You're not my opponent," Faith said in a flat tone. Super Saiyan. After hearing fifth word, Caulifla was a little puzzled, but the attack didn't stop at all. "Who cares about you? That kind of thing." After saying that, Caulifla gritted her teeth and punched Faith again. This time, Faith didn't choose to dodge, but punched Caulifla's fist hard. The moment she was hit by Fez's fist, Caulifla felt a surge of blood in her body, and her body couldn't help but retreat a few steps behind her. "I've said it before, you haven't turned into a Super Saiyan. You can't beat me. Give it up." Chapter 112 Mass Production of Super Saiyans 4 More Subscription. Chapter 112. Although Caulifla was very unwilling in her heart, after a brief fight with Faith just now, she also knew that there was indeed a big gap between herself and Faith. Seeing Caulifla gnashing her teeth and looking unwilling, Faith smiled indifferently, and immediately released the Super Saiyan and returned to normal, saying, "Actually, you are already very strong. If you can transform into a Super Saiyan, if you do, you will definitely be stronger than me." Caulifla, who was originally unable to save Faith, was overjoyed when she heard Faith's word. Really, certainly, just how strong a Super Saiyan is, Caulifla had just experienced it personally, and now that he got Fez's confirmation, Caulifla immediately said to Fez, "Please turn into a Super Saiyan. Tell me the human way." Hearing Caulifla's word, Faith smiled at Yu and Gabe who were above the canyon below, indicating that it was done here. After Caulifla, Kaylee, and Faith all returned to the canyon where Yu was located, Gabe officially introduced, "First of all, let me introduce myself. 300. My name is Gabe. I just met with you. You are fighting against Fifth, and these two are Senior Yu and number 18. For Yi Feather from other universes." Gabe did not mention it at this time. When Caulifla heard the name Yu, Caulifla secretly recited the name in her heart. Then her eyes fell on Yu, and said aloud, "I can feel that you are very strong. Are you going to be a Super Saiyan too?" Before Yu could answer, Gabe on the side said aloud, "Of course, about the Super Saiyan." Senior Yu told us, This is really interesting. Can you grant me a request?" Caulifla looked at Yu and said with interest, "Let's hear it." Yu raised her brows and asked aloud after hearing Caulifla's word, "After I become a Super Saiyan, can you fight me?" After Caulifla saw the hesitant expression on Yu's face, she continued, "One fight, just one fight." "Okay, then can you grant me a request?" While speaking, Yu's eyes fell on Kale behind Caulifla. Being stared at by Yu's eyes, the timid Kale immediately hid behind Caulifla and did not dare to come out. And when Caulifla saw Yu's eyes looking at Kair, she immediately said decisively, "No, Kair is too young, and she is afraid of strangers and can't meet your needs." Hearing Caulifla's word, Yu's face was stunned. Why is it related to demand? And what made Yu's head even bigger was that after hearing Caulifla's word, number 18 cast a contemptuous look at him. Although number 18 didn't say much, the expression on his face and his eyes seemed to tell you don't even let such a young girl go. At this moment, seeing the reactions of number 18 and Caulifla, the muscles on Yu's face suddenly twitched. "I just want to fight Kaylee once." After Kaylee transforms into a Super Saiyan, how come there is a need for Kaylee? After all, Kale is the legendary Super Saiyan, and after Kair transformed, the combat power was exceptionally powerful. Faced with such an opponent, Yu naturally wanted to fight him once. "Forget it, let's talk about it." After Kale really transformed, Yu saw that he couldn't explain it for a while, and he was too lazy to explain anything. After subduing the sisters Califra and Kair, Yu and the group of number 18 used teleportation again and began to persuade other Saiyans who met the requirements on the planet Sarada to participate in his Super Saiyan mass production plan. After half a day CGAE, on a barren desert island somewhere on the Sarada planet, 18 people have gathered at this time. These 18 people, including the previous Caulifla and Kale, are all Saiyans with a combat power of more than 2 million. Senior Yeyu is almost all Saiyans with a combat power of 2 million on the Sarada planet. Of course there are a few more. They don't want to come, Gabe said to Yeyu, looking at the Saiyans gathered in front of him. That's enough. Originally, according to Yeyu's plan, 10 Saiyans were turned into Super Saiyans, but now it has reached 18, which has exceeded Yeyu's expectation. Well, when will we be able to transform into Super Saiyan? Just as Yeyu and Gabe were talking, Caulifla asked Yeyu and Gabe with an impatient look on her face. Immediately, after Yeyu smiled lightly, she greeted Gabe. After Gabe understood, he immediately took a stand, and then turned into a Super Saiyan under the envious and shocked expressions of the Saiyans in front of him. After all, they came here for the same purpose as Caulifla, wanting to become stronger and becoming a Super Saiyan. This is Super Saiyan. After Gabe turned into a Super Saiyan, he said to the crowd, I don't really understand the principle of a Super Saiyan, but I only know that after turning into a Super Saiyan, it can be greatly improved. Fighting power. Question. As soon as Gabe's voice fell, Caulifla raised her hand and said, then how can I transform into a Super Saiyan? What are the conditions for becoming a Super Saiyan? Hearing Caulifla's question, Gabe looked at Yu behind him with a wry smile, and then said, don't worry, everyone present has met the conditions for becoming a Super Saiyan, so except you only need to do one thing to become a Super Saiyan. What the matter? A Saiyan asked. Angry. Gabe immediately said what Yu told him. Angry. After Gabe uttered the word, Caulifla and the others all looked puzzled. I don't know the reason for this. In short, everyone only needs to be angry. The more angry the better. Faith and I became Super Saiyans because of anger. Just as Gabe was explaining, Faith over there cooperated very well and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Looking at Gabe and Faith, the two Super Saiyans with golden arrogance flashing all over their body, Caulifla and the rest of the Saiyans were extremely excited. If they can become Super Saiyans, so can we. At the end of this chapter, I'm asking for flowers every day. Thank you. These days are all in the 5th watch. After the sick universe is written, it's Majin Buu and Beerus. Chapter 113 20 Super Saiyan 5 more subscription. Chapter 113. Gabe had already told Caulifla and his party about the fact that the condition for transforming into a Super Saiyan is anger. Right now, you can just wait for them to transform into Super Saiyan. The Saiyans of the 6th universe are much gentler than the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Don't worry about other problems at all, as long as the combat power meets the requirement, and then give the appropriate anger stimulation. You can transform into a Super Saiyan. The previous duo of Fez and Gabe are the best example. Angry. Anger. What should I do? I can't get angry at all. A Saiyan pretended to be angry. Although he had an angry expression on his face, his heart was calm and ended in failure. Senior Yu. It seems that if there is no foreign object to stimulate them, it is difficult for them to become angry. Gabe glanced at the other Saiyans, and after finding that the situation was roughly the same, he also faced Yu over there helplessly. Said a word, then stimulate them. Hearing Yu's word, Gabe looked at Yu with a puzzled expression and asked, how exciting. Boom. As soon as Gabe's voice fell, Yu's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared in the next second, he was already in front of a Saiyan not far away. Yu kicked the Saiyan's body and flew the Saiyan upside down. Senior Yu, what are you doing? After seeing Yu suddenly knocking the Saiyan into the air, Gabe asked in a puzzled and complaining manner. However, Yu did not answer Gabe's question, but under the watchful eyes of Caulifla and others, she landed directly in front of the Saiyan who was knocked away by him, and said mockingly, what's the matter? Are all the Saiyans on the planet Sarada so weak? What are you talking about suddenly? Aren't you going to teach us to become Super Saiyan? The Saiyan who was knocked away by Yu, after hearing Yu's word, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, squeezed out a smile and asked Yu, teach you to become a Super Saiyan? Don't be stupid. Why should I make you stronger? It won't do me any good. To tell you the truth, I deliberately gathered all the masters of your Sarada planet here, and then annihilated you in one fell swoop. In this case, this planet is mine. As soon as Yu said this, the Saiyan's face changed drastically. What did you say? Hee. After I dispose of you, it will be your brother's turn next. As soon as Yu's voice fell, the Saiyan was furious. Shut up. By the way, your brother seems to be only 7 years old. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear it? After the Saiyan roared loudly, a powerful wave of air rushed out of him, and at the same time, there were flashes all over his body. With golden arrogance, her hair turned golden. At this moment, Gabe, Faith, and the other Saiyans, after seeing this change in this Saiyan, all of their gazes were projected over, and their eyes were full of shocked expression. I didn't expect someone to transform so quickly. Looks like I have to work harder. After Caulifla and the others saw that the Saiyan had successfully transformed for the first time, the fighting spirit in their eyes became even stronger. Ahahaha, it's successful, it's successful, it's successful, Senior Yu. At the same time, Gabe also looked at the Saiyan who had transformed into a Super Saiyan and said with joy. Only at this moment did Gabe know that Yu's words just now were meant to irritate the Saiyan and deliberately anger the Saiyan. Ah, Senior Yu, you should have told me before you shot, and what you said just now scared me. I really thought you were here to invade our planet. Gabe patted his chest and said with a lingering fear, because the tone of Yu's voice just now was too realistic. Not only the Saiyan, but even Gabe believed it. Are those words you just said false? After hearing Gabe's word, the Saiyan who successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan looked at Yu and Gabe with a bewildered expression. Of course, Senior Yu is just to provoke you. Look, haven't you successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan now? Asian said. Great. At this time, the Saiyan realized that he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. After being overjoyed, he immediately apologized to Yu. I'm very sorry. I misunderstood you just now. I thought the senior really wanted to. Don't worry about it. Before the Saiyan could finish speaking, Yu waved his hand to interrupt him, and then said, you have successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. You can try to follow my method. Go help others. According to the senior's method. After hearing Yu's word, the Saiyan and Gabe immediately looked at each other with embarrassed expressions on their faces. We don't have the acting skills you have. Nothing is said and true. And, to say something so stimulating, is it really good? What Gabe didn't know was that Yu was fine. In Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong used various means to anger Ubu, the reincarnated Majin Buu. 00. What? Is there any difficulty? Yu asked aloud when she saw the embarrassed look on Gabe's face. No. Gabe shook his head immediately, and then he took fifth, and the Saiyan who had just transformed into a successful one, and rushed towards the place where the other Saiyans were. After Gabe left, Yu turned to look at number 18 over there. I saw number 18 sitting on a rock, with his elbows resting on his knees, his palms holding his cheek, and his bright eyes staring at Yu. How is it? My acting skills just now. Yu walked over to number 18 and asked number 18. Stupid tilde bastard. Number 18 purred softly. Although number 18 seems to be scolding Yu, his tone is a bit like a spoiled child. After the beginning of the first transformation, in the next period of time, there was a second, and the third Super Saiyan transformed successfully. It probably been another half day. Except for Kair, everyone else has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Such an effect was far beyond Yu's expectation. For Kair, Yu didn't care at all. After all, Kair, like Broly, was the legendary Super Saiyan, and it would be a matter of time to transform. The 17 Super Saiyans, plus Gabe, Faith, and the legendary Super Saiyan Kale, a total of 20 people, is enough to make Yu's fighting power soar to an unprecedented height. 4. Chapter 114. The terrorist strength of number 18. Chapter 114. Those Saiyans in the original Sick universe still resisted Yu in their heart. After all, they are the elite warriors of this Sarada planet. But after they all turned into Super Saiyans and their fighting power soared, the resistance in their heart completely disappeared, but they were replaced by respect for Yu. Although Yu does not accept apprentices, but in their heart they have already regarded Yu as a master who made them become Super Saiyan. Early the next morning, Yu had 19 Super Saiyans from Universe 6 carry out special training. Although it is a special training, it is actually a battle between two Super Saiyans of similar strength. If Yu asked them to fight 2 by 2 yesterday, they would definitely refuse. Why should we listen to you? But today, Yu's voice just fell, and those Saiyans are all gearing up, jumping on 3 zeros to try, and can't wait to show their Super Saiyan attitude immediately. Yu, why am I the only one who doesn't have an opponent? After all the opponents were allocated, Caulifla and Kale came over, put their hands on their waist, bowed their bodies, and approached Yu's face, asked in a dissatisfied tone. There were originally 20 Saiyans, but Kair has not successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan so far, so only 19 can be transformed into a Super Saiyan. 19 Super Saiyans. That means there is one person who will have no opponent to fight again, and this person happened to be Caulifla. After hearing Caulifla's complaining word, Yu first glanced at Kale, who was behind Caulifla. The normal Cal, that is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Caulifla. Immediately, Yu's gaze turned to number 18 behind him. On the 18th, be her opponent. As soon as Yu's voice fell, Caulifla glanced at number 18, and after looking up and down at number 18, she looked suspicious. Are you kidding me? She's here to be my opponent. I can tell you, the me now, are different from these people. Caulifla pointed to the Saiyans behind her, and then continued, you better come by yourself. After hearing Caulifla's contemptuous word, before Yu could speak, number 18 said angrily, Yu, leave this guy to me. You are not allowed to take action. I said, you don't seem to have figured it out yet. Caulifla just wanted to say that number 18 was not her opponent, but before she could finish her word, number 18's figure instantly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared in the next second, it was already behind Caulifla, and a whip leg swept across the body of Caulifla directly. Seeing that number 18 made a move without even saying hello, Caulifla was shocked, and then conditioned her hands to protect her in front of her. Boom! The whip leg of number 18 kicked directly on Karafra's arm. At this moment, there was a violent crash in the air. This woman, the moment Caulifla was hit by number 18, if she was hit hard, the bones in her arms would be split. At the same time as the violent impact came, her figure was also under the impact of huge force, as if it was a cannonball, and it flew out directly. Elder sister. After seeing Caulifla being knocked out by number 18, Kale shouted with a worried look. At the same time, Caulifla, who flew out over there, immediately fell to the ground, and her feet wiped a long trace on the ground before it stopped. Hell, I'm fine. After stabilizing her figure, Caulifla first responded to Kale, then stood up straight and said to number 18 with a smile, I take back what I said before. I underestimated you before. After the brief fight just now, Caulifla also knew that number 18 was not an ordinary ordinary woman, but a super powerful and super beautiful woman. Next, then I'm welcome. As soon as the word fell, a powerful arrogance erupted from Caulifla's body, and her hair instantly turned golden. Then, let's get started. After successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan, Caulifla moved her feet like an arrow from a string, and charged directly at number 18 not far away. It's true that unlike other Saiyans, Caulifla's anger after turning into a Super Saiyan is much stronger than that of other Saiyans, even stronger than Gabe. After feeling the huge aura emanating from Caulifla's body, Yu thought to herself. According to Yu's guess, Caulifla's chi at this time was at least as strong as when Sun Wukong fought Sharu 5 years ago. That is, after Sun Wukong came out of the spiritual time house. But, at this level, it's still no match for number 18. 5 years ago, the strength of number 18 was definitely not Sun Wukong's opponent after he came out of the spiritual time room. But in the past 5 years, Yu has been continuously growing while collecting the combat power attribute, and the speed of that growth also made Yu look sideways. If it wasn't for Yu's failure, the talent of number 18 might be even higher than him. After 5 years of growth, it can be said that even Sharu, who was a complete body back then, was no match for number 18. Just when Yu looked at number 18 and thought, then Caulifla was already bullied to the front of the 18th generation, and bombarded the past with a fist at the 18th. Facing Caulifla's punch, number 18 raised his arm slightly, and then blocked Caulifla's punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 8 million combat power attribute. Just when the fists of number 18 and Caulifla were slamming together, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Yu's mind. Bang bang bang, boom boom. After Caulifla's punch was easily blocked by number 18, she also grinned, and the next second, she launched a stormy attack on number 18. But no matter how violent Caulifla's attack was, number 18 resisted it very easily. Just as Caulifla and number 18 were constantly fighting, Yu's mind was constantly ringing with system prompt 0.4, and the feet of number 18 and Caulifla are constantly dropping combat power attribute, and each combat power attribute is more than 8 million, and some even exceed 10 million. The intensity of the battle between number 18 and Caulifla is no less than the battle between the full-body Sharu and Sun Wukong 5 years ago. It's amazing. These two, at the same time, Gabe, Faith, and other Saiyans all stopped to watch the battle between Caulifla and number 18 above the sky, with shocking expressions on their faces. What are you doing? Don't hurry up and start fighting. Training, don't you want to become as strong as them? At this moment, Yu shouted to the Saiyans including Gabe and Fez. End of this chapter. Every day ask for flowers. Chapter 115 Soaring Combat Power, 2 more for subscription, and LT, font color equals #FF0000, and GT, picture, and LT, font and GT. Chapter 115 Combat Strength Sword. Yes, as soon as Yu's voice fell, Gabe, Faith, and other Saiyans all took their eyes away from Caulifla and number 18 who were fighting in the sky, and then they all turned into Super Saiyan. Looking around, there are dozens of Super Saiyans shining with gold. One after another golden arrogance flickered continuously, and the scene was quite spectacular. If it was at night, with the light radiating from the dozens of Super Saiyans, it is estimated that this desert island could be bright as day. After all, in the original play, Sun Wukong used Super Saiyan for lighting when he fought against the monster Yakong. What? After all these Super Saiyans turned into Super Saiyan, they all stood with the opponents in front of them. All of a sudden, there was a steady stream of violent crashing sounds from this base. In Yu's mind, there was a steady stream of sound, the system's mechanical prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 million combat power attribute. The colleague who heard the sound from the system, Yu's field of vision is to see that above the sky, the combat power attribute, like a waterfall, are falling continuously. The combat power attribute value drop, ranging from 1 million to 10 million. After all, there is also a strength gap between Super Saiyan 300, such as the kind that only has 2 million combat power. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat power is only 100 million. But someone with a high basic combat power like Caulifla, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat power soared directly to billion. Receive combat power attribute. Looking at the sky above, the continuously falling combat power attribute, Yu felt ecstatic in his heart, and he immediately took the initiative to command the system. With Yu's order, the fallen combat power attribute in the sky, like golden tadpole scriptures, converged into a long river of scriptures directly towards Yu. After the combat power attribute was submerged into Yu's body, the combat power attribute on the virtual screen in front of Yu was increasing rapidly. 2.2 billion, 2.3 billion, 2.5 billion, 4 billion. Yu's combat power is measured in 100 million units, but even so, that data beats almost twice a second. In just a few short breaths, Yu's combat power has soared to 4 billion, almost twice the previous combat power power CGAE. And it's not over, it's just beginning. With the constant battles between number 18 above the sky, Caulifla and other Saiyans, the combat power attributes are still falling continuously. You are really cunning, and you actually use this method to increase the combat power attribute. Just as Yu Yu's eyes were fiery as he watched the rapid increase in combat power, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The owner of this voice is none other than the system. It took me 5 years to come to the sick universe, and I should make up for it. After hearing the system's contempt, Yu Yu didn't mind at all, and immediately responded to the system. After all, he had told the system before that it was just full of advantages of taking advantage of the system, and there was no foul. Boom! Just as Yu Yu and the system were talking, a violent explosion suddenly came from the sky. If you want to get stronger, don't use Qigong Wave. Yu Yu immediately pointed at one of the Super Saiyans and reprimanded loudly. Yes. After the Super Saiyan heard Yu Yu's voice, he immediately responded apologetically, and other Super Saiyans who originally wanted to use Qigong Waves to fight also gave up this idea in their heart. In their opinion, Yu Yu's words are correct. Only by being hard-headed can they become stronger. What they didn't know was that the reason Yu Yu didn't let them use Qigong Waves to fight was because the system would not drop the combat power attribute at all, but only the Qigong Wave attribute. Qigong Wave attribute. Yu Yu is enough. There is no need to increase it. What he needs is the combat power attribute. If Gabe and other Saiyans knew about Yu Yu's idea, they wouldn't join forces to kill Yu Yu. Why do I take your words as the truth, but you just take us as a tool to improve combat effectiveness? That, just as Yu Yu watched with excitement as her combat power attribute continued to drop, a shy female voice suddenly came over. After hearing the female voice, Yu Yu immediately followed the sound and saw that Kai was walking toward this side a little embarrassedly. What wrong? Although Kai looked a little cowardly, Yu Yu didn't underestimate her because of this. After all, this person is the same legendary Super Saiyan as Broly. Once transformed, the strength is quite remarkable. Please, may I ask how I should become stronger? Seeing that both Caulifla and the other Saiyans have become so strong, and she is the only one watching here, Kair is not very happy in her heart. She also wants to become stronger, and she wants to be able to follow in the footsteps of Caulifla. After hearing Kair's question, Yu Yu immediately rubbed her chin and started to think. If Kale wants to transform just like other Saiyans, he just needs to make him angry. But Kair is a shy girl, and it's not easy for her to get angry. At this moment, Yu Yu followed Kaylee's gaze and saw that she was looking at Caulifla, who was fighting against number 18 with a worried expression. Almost forgot, the person Kale cares about most is Caulifla. After figuring this out, Yu Yu immediately shouted at number 18 loudly. Number 18. After hearing Yu Yu's voice, number 18, who was fighting with Caulifla, pushed Caulifla back with a palm, and then steadied her body and complained to Yu Yu with a dissatisfied face. What's the matter? You can fight with all your strength. As soon as Yu Yu said these words, Caulifla, whose whole body was flashing with golden arrogance, suddenly tufted her eyebrows. On the 18, he said aloud, you confirm, I am not very good at controlling strength. If you kill this woman, you don't want a monster. As soon as the voice of the 18th fell, Caulifla suddenly became furious. You underestimate me. After Caulifla gritted her teeth, she immediately rushed towards number 18. It's okay, no problem. After hearing what Yu Yu said, number 18 immediately showed no mercy, and used all her strength to fight Caulifla. Now waiting for Kai to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, Yu Yu glanced at the worried Kai, and then his eyes fell on the sky again. Number 18 and Kareth pull the two on top of the battle. In Yu Yu's opinion, as long as Caulifla is injured, Kale will definitely explode. In addition, Yu Yu also really wanted to try out Kale's ability to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan. As for Flower, Chapter 116 Successful Transformation, the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 116. After showing her real strength on the 18, her speed was vastly different from before. Originally, Caulifla could still be evenly matched with number 18, but right now, Caulifla is being beaten by number 18. It getting faster. After Caulifla barely blocked number 18's whip, her expression changed slightly, but number 18 doesn't seem to have any intention of giving Caulifla a chance to breathe. After the attack was blocked by Caulifla, number 18 disappeared in a flash, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Caulifla. So fast. After Caulifla noticed the figure of number 18, her heart was suddenly shocked, and then she wanted to retreat and put a distance away from number 18. But before Caulifla could make the next move, the knife on the 18th had already landed on Caulifla. Boom! After being hit by number 18, Caulifla's figure was like a cannonball, turning into a black line and falling directly towards the ground below. In just a blink of an eye, Caulifla's body was smashed to the ground, and the ground seemed to be smashed by a meteor, and it sank in an instant. Elder sister. The moment Kale saw Caulifla landed, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Her pretty face suddenly changed. However, just when Kaylee wanted to rush up, Caulifla struggled to get up from the ground and said said loudly, "Don't come over, this is my battle." After all, a powerful golden arrogance erupted again on Caulifla's body, and her body turned into a golden air mass, rushing directly towards number 18 above the sky. Bang bang bang, boom boom. Immediately, Caulifla was once again in a fierce battle with number 18. It was more intense than before. With every punch, every collision, the surrounding air trembled. The invisible shock waves continued to spread out around them. Any rock that were hit by the shock wave instantly turned into powder. The battle between those two people is really fierce. At this time, Gabe, who was fighting with Faith, caught a glimpse of the battle between number 18 and Caulifla from the corner of his eyes after he punched Faith together, and he couldn't help but look envious. Said a word. "Ah, intense is intent, but it's always a bit unpleasant." After Faith replied, another punch hit Gabe again. Boom. Just as Gabe and Faith were talking, number 18 and Caulifla, who were fighting fiercely in the sky, suddenly number 18 kicked Caulifla on the body one by one, and Caulifla, wow. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and her body was V-shaped, like a meteorite, and fell directly toward the ground below. The moment Caulifla fell to the ground below sank in an instant, and cracks like spider web spread out in all directions centered on the place where Caulifla landed. "Sister, stop fighting. Kale here." After seeing that Caulifla was hit hard here, she whispered with a trembling voice, and her face was dissatisfied with the complicated look. Anger, unwillingness, worry. She was worried about Caulifla's safety. She was unwilling that she was unable to help Caulifla to fight. She was angry that Caulifla was hurt, but Kale's voice was so small that it didn't reach Caulifla at all. Caulifla, who was seriously injured, got up from the ground again and charged towards number 18 again. "Don't fight anymore." Watching Caulifla rushing out of the ground, Kyre's pupils froze for a moment, and then his heart jumped suddenly. The whole body seemed to tremble. The next second, she roared hoarsely. At the same time as she made this breathtaking sound, a very terrifying airwave, also centered on Kyre, swept out instantly. Under the impact of this terrifying airwave, the ground beneath her feet collapsed instantly, and the Super Saiyans, such as Gabe and Faith, who were fighting, were all shocked by this terrifying aura. All of them stopped fighting in their hands, and their eyes fell on Kyre. At this time, Kyre's whole body was constantly exuding cyan arrogance, and her long black hair also turned yellow cyan. The most important thing is that the original Xiaojiabiyu shape Kyre has completely disappeared, and what appears in front of everyone is a monster with a strong body and full of horned muscles. What gesture is this? Is this a Super Saiyan 2? What a terrifying aura. A group of Saiyans looked at the mutation on Kaylee's body, all of them with flickering eyes and expressions of horror on their faces. Hell, Caulifla, who was about to attack number 18, also felt the abnormal change in Kale's body and stopped. She hovered above the sky and looked at the terrifying Kyre on the ground below, who had grown in size and exuded a terrifying aura, and said a word in shock. Even though Caulifla and Kaylee have lived for a long time, seeing this form of Kaylee, Caulifla has an indescribable feeling in her heart. The Kyre in front of him seems to have become another person. Such a strange feeling. 00. Have you finally succeeded in transforming the legendary Super Saiyan? Yu watched Kale in front of him turn into the legendary Super Saiyan, and then his face also showed a hint of war. Yu could feel that Kai, who turned into a legendary Super Saiyan in front of him, was much stronger than Brawly 9 years ago. Even Yu had a feeling of panic. After all, at the power conference, after the mutation, even the Golden Frieza and the Super Blue Sun Wukong could be suppressed for a short time. Of course, Kyre at this time is naturally weaker than at the power conference, because there are still 3 years before the power conference. According to legend, the fighting power of Super Saiyan increases with age. After Kai turned into the legendary Super Saiyan, she was in a state of rampage. After she roared with a ferocious face, she moved her feet and stepped on a deep depression on the ground, turning her body into a cyan light, and rushing towards number 18 at an astonishing speed. Although number 18 has no chi perception, she can also feel that the Kyre in front of her poses a fatal threat to her. Seeing mutant Kyre rushing towards him, number 18 immediately took a stance and put his hands in front of him, with a solemn look on his fair face. But at this moment, Yu appeared in front of mutant Kale in a teleportation, protecting number 18 behind him. "Thank you for your hard work. Let me handle it next," Yu said to number 18 who was behind him, staring at Kyre who was rushing over. 4. Chapter 117 Battle Legend Super Saiyan. 4 more subscriptions, and LT, font color equals #FF0000, and GT, picture, and LT, font and GT. Chapter 117. Thank you for your hard work. Let me handle it next. Maybe Yu just casually said this to number 18, but this sentence fell into the ears of number 18, but it had considerable lethality. I saw number 18's pretty face suddenly turned red. It was just the attitude of the little girl on the 18th that Yu had no chance to see. At this time, his attention was completely on Kyre, who was rushing in front of him. Without any hesitation, Yu immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, and it was the second form of Super Saiyan. After After all, Kai, who transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, possesses very powerful power. Yu did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Yu immediately greeted Kale in front of him. What going on? Why do you feel that the Super Saiyan of 300 Senior Yu seems to be different from ours? Gabe here was surprised when he saw Yu transformed into a Super Saiyan. Said a word. Really? Look at Yu Senpai's body. There is electricity, and the arrogance is like a jet. After hearing Gabe's word, Faith also carefully observed Yu, who became a Super Saiyan. Yeah, Super Saiyan 2 is 2 times stronger than Super Saiyan. There are also some changes in form. The most notable place for this change is the golden arrogance and lightning. Boom. Just as Gabe and Faith were discussing, Yu over there was already fighting with Kar. Just as Yu's fist and Kair's fist slammed together, a violent crash came from the air. At this moment, the world seemed to change color. A violent air wave, also centered on Yu and Kair, spread like a ripple in all directions in an instant. Soon, Faith, Gabe, and other Saiyans in the distance were all affected by this air wave. Although Gabe and Faith and the others have all become Super Saiyans, their combat power is above 100 million. However, under the impact of this violent air wave, the blood and energy in the bodies of some of the weaker Super Saiyans surged, and their bodies were also lifted several meters away. Even if it is as strong as number 18 in Caulifla, under the impact of this air wave, the figure shows signs of retreating. What a terrifying battle. Is this the true power of Senior Yu? Gabe and Faith, who were struggling to maintain their figure in the turbulent air, saw Yu's figure below. Their eyes were full of brilliance, and their faces were full of admiration. The other Saiyans were shocked by the battle in front of them, their foreheads sweating, and they were speechless for a while. Although it is Yu and Kair who are fighting each other now, but they knew in their hearts that either of these two could easily kill them in seconds. Hell, just when Gabe and Faith were concerned about Yu, Caulifla here stared blankly at the unfamiliar Kale. She didn't expect that the little girl who had been blushing around her on weekdays would become like this. She had no idea that Carl's body contained such terrifying power. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, what a terrible power. At this time, Yu, who punched and slammed Kar together, was also shocked in her heart. Of course, he was only shocked by the power of Kair's body. That is brute force. You must know that after Yu collected the combat power attribute dropped by number 18 and Caulifla and his party, the battle directly soared from the initial 2.2 billion to 8.3 billion. And after Yu turned into Super Saiyan 2, his panel combat power reached a terrifying 830 billion. But even so, Yu still felt that she was a little reluctant to catch this tyrannical punch from Kair. Yu knew in his heart that if it was him before today, if he took Kair's punch, he would definitely be blown away. The irrational Kair, after seeing Yu actually blocked her punch, she made a sound like a beast, and the other hand clenched into a fist again, bombarded Yu with a fist. Although the power of Kale's fist is quite terrifying, the speed is not that fast. Yu just turned to one side slightly, and easily avoided Kair's boxing. Even if Kale lost her mind, after seeing Yu avoid her attack, she became a little angry, as if she was not convinced, and attacked Yu twice again. Yu squatted, and while avoiding Kair's punch, the other arm also caught Kair's blow. What? After blocking Kair's attack, Yu grabbed Kair's dirty arm, and threw Kair's huge body toward the ground, as if throwing a shoulder throw. Hell, after seeing Kale being thrown by Yi Feather, Caulifla expressed concern in a conditioned reflex. At the same time, Kair's huge body was smashed to the ground like a meteorite, but Yu could see that Kair was not injured at all, but only had some dust on his body. It seems that it is not only the power of the physical body, but also the defensive ability of the physical body is quite strong. After Yu secretly analyzed the sentence, her figure turned into a golden light group and charged directly toward Kair below. At this time, a yellow-green energy ball suddenly condensed on Kair's palm. Before Yu approached, Kair threw the energy ball in his hand directly at Yu. Shortly after the energy ball left his hand, it was directly split into several small gas bombs. Seeing this, Yu's brows were slightly wrinkled. At the same time as the small gas bombs rolled over, Yu waved his arm and directly used his palm to blast the small gas bombs out. Boom! Although 0.4 said that the gas bomb was relatively small, the power of the explosion was quite terrifying. At the moment when the small air bomb landed, there was a violent explosion in the air. One of the gas bombs landed on the mountain, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain disappeared from everyone's sight. Immediately, a powerful air wave blew the rock debris and splashed in all directions. What a terrible gas bomb. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even if we are hit by that thing, we can't be safe, right? Several Super Saiyans who were relatively close to the disappearing mountain when the air wave swept in, all of them said solemnly. At the same time, Kale's terrifying level has risen another level in their heart. Chapter 118 Hard Shaking Chuan Chow, one more subscription. Chapter 118 Shish. After Kair's energy bombs were all bounced off by Yu, she she seemed to be in a fit of anger and fired a series of energy bombs continuously. All of a sudden, a large amount of energy bullets swept toward Yu as if like a hail of bullets. Looking up at the sky above the overwhelming energy bomb, Yu's face suddenly changed. Of course, he wasn't afraid of these energy bombs. He was just worried about the number 18 behind him, Nagab and other Super Saiyan. As long as Yu is willing, he can easily bounce all these energies away. However, whether the Super Saiyans such as number 18 and Gabe can defend against these energy bombs is not certain. Needless to say, on the 18, Yu naturally didn't want her to get hurt. As for the Super Saiyans like Gabe, but he worked hard to cultivate them to help him improve his combat power. If he was killed like this, then Yu's efforts would be in vain. No way, there are too many. Just after Yu flicked off several energy bullets, Gabe and other Super Saiyans not far away were trying their best to resist and avoid these incoming energy bullets. Whispering sound. After Yu's face mashed lightly, a golden 26 arrogance burst out from the figure, and the figure turned into a golden light, staring directly at the air bomb that was like a hail of bullets, and directed towards the car Chong below. Pass. Senior Yu. Dangerous. When Gabe saw Yu rushing directly over, he reminded him loudly with a panicked face, but for Gabe's reminder, Yu didn't seem to hear it. Without any pause, Yu flew directly towards where Kale was. At the beginning, Yu was able to deflect all the air bombs that hit him with one hand, but as the distance kept getting closer to Kale, the number and speed of the air bombs increased sharply. In desperation, Yu had to wave his hands constantly to bounce off those energy balls. Boom boom. Just as Yu flew toward Kale, after the energy balls landed, a series of violent explosions were instantly produced. At this moment, the entire huge island shook. Hey, when Yu's figure got close to Kai, the beast-like Hire grinned. Immediately afterwards, she stopped firing the energy ball, and swung her arms full of knotted muscles, and the casserole-sized fist directly bombarded Yu. Yu's expression changed suddenly in response to Mutant Kel's sudden attack. Then, Yu saw Kai's fist enlarge sharply in his eyes. Call out. Just when Kai's fist was about to hit Yu immediately showed it and disappeared in place, and Kai's huge fist directly bombarded the ground below. At this moment, the rock-like ground sank in an instant, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Escape. How did Senior Yu do it? At this time, Gabe, Faith and the others over there, when they saw that Yu was able to avoid Kale's blow under those circumstances, they all showed incredible expressions on their faces. Ordinary people, naturally, it is difficult to avoid the punch of but Yu is not an ordinary person. He has the ability to teleport. Use teleportation to dodge. It can be said to be easy. So dangerous. So dangerous. Yu, who appeared not far above Kai's head using teleportation, looked at the terrifying destructive power of Kai's punch, and he also said a word with lingering fear. Yu knew that even if he was hit by Kai's punch, he would definitely not be able to eat and walk away. Of course, Yu possessed the cell recovery attribute of the Namekian, and he would definitely not die if he died. Just as Yu was talking, Mutant Kair realized that the punch she had just punched didn't hit Yu. After her face showed a manic hideous look, the next second, her feet moved, and she attacked Yu above the sky again. This time, Yu was not prepared to avoid Kale's attack. He intends to use strength and Kelly rigidity. Bring it on. Yu clenched her fist tightly, opened up a fighting stand, and said to Kale who was rushing up. Boom. After Kair rushed over, Yu and Mutant Kair punched almost at the same time. The fists of the two men suddenly slammed together. Bang bang bang. After Yu blocked Hire's super heavy punch, Hire launched another series of attacks. However, Hire's attack mode is very single. Boxing. The weight of Hell's fist is indeed very heavy, but the speed is not very fast. In Yu's eyes, Hire's attack can be said to be full of flaws. After Yu continuously resisted Hire's 3 super heavy punches, the backhand was a direct bombardment on Hire's chest. Boom. Kair, who was hit by Yu's punch, immediately retreated a few meters to the back and stopped. Is this physical strength too strong? Seeing that Mutant Kair took his own punch and didn't seem to be injured, Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Yu's punch seems to be random, but the power is very amazing. Even if it is a complete body Sharu, under Yu's punch, it will explode directly. After all, the current Yu has transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with a combat power of 830 billion. Bombing and killing a small Sharu is not a matter of zongzong, but Mutant Kel was directly used the physical body to resist it. It is conceivable how strong her physical strength is. It's almost time to end this battle. Now Yu already knows how powerful her power is at 300. There is no point in fighting against Mutant Kale anymore. After all, this guy can only box. After Yu said something to herself, she charged directly at Kair. Seeing Yu rushing up, Kair didn't even think about it and hit him with a punch. Call out. Just as Kair's fist was about to hit Yu's figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already behind Kale. Don't want. At this time, after seeing Yu shoot at Kair over there, Khalifa shouted nervously. But Yu didn't stop at any action in his hand, and a hand knife directly attacked mutant Kai's neck. After Yu's hand knife fell, Kai's eyes closed, and he fell down. In the process of falling, Kai's body was shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, she returned to the black-haired Kair from that big and thick appearance. Call out. Just when Kair was about to land, a shadow passed by and directly caught Kair. This dark shadow is naturally, it's not Yu, it's Caulifla. End of this chapter. The story of the sick universe is about to end. There is still a hit behind it, and then it will return to the earth. Thank you for your support all the time. If you have flowers, please grow flowers. Why don't the flowers rise these days? Chapter 119. 1 year later, the combat power is 100 billion, 2 more subscriptions, and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture, and LT font and GT. Chapter 119. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it has been a year since Yu and number 18 came to this Sarada planet. A year ago, after Yu made Caulifla and her group of Saiyans successfully become Super Saiyans, he enhanced them by making these Super Saiyans fight with each other, thereby collecting the combat power attribute dropped by them when they fought. A year has passed, and by continuously collecting the combat power attribute dropped by 19 Super Saiyans during battle, Howran's combat power at this time has also soared from the original 2.2 billion to 98.7 billion. Yes, Yu's normal combat power has reached nearly 100 billion. If he turns into a Super Saiyan, his combat power will soar to 4,935 billion. If you transform into the second tier Super Saiyan, then Yu's combat power can briefly reach 9.87 trillion. The combat power of 9,870 billion seems to be quite exaggerated. However, according to Yu's guess, Super Blue Sun Wukong or Vegeta's combat power data is far above 9.87 trillion, and maybe even Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan God state. Yu can't beat him. Of course, if the opponent is Gohan Buu, Yu can still easily defeat it. That is to say, the strength of Yu at this time is above Gohan Buu and below the Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong. Please ignore the data. The point is that this sentence, the data, is guessed by the author. In addition, if Yu kept those 19 Super Saiyans fighting for a year, Yu's combat power would definitely be higher than the current 98.7 billion. It was just at the beginning. After those Saiyans turned into Super Saiyans, they might have a new idea, and then they were willing to obey Yu's arrangement. But as time went by, after about a month, many Super Saiyans left, all of them preparing to take their own practice. A year later, Yu was left with only Gabe, Fade, Caulifla and Kale. But Yu didn't care too much. After all, coming to the sick universe this time has increased his combat power by nearly 100 billion, and Yu is already quite satisfied. Is it almost time to return to Earth? Considering the time until the resurrection of Majin Buu, there is less than a year left. Yu looked at the sky above, the battle between Caulifla and Gabe, and he couldn't help but say something in his heart. Boom! Just as Yu was thinking about it, Caulifla, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan in the sky, kicked Gabe's body, and suddenly Gabe's body was like a meteorite directly moving toward Gabe. The ground below fell down. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system came from Yu's mind. Does the host charge the combat power attribute? Hearing the system's word, Yu looked at the feet of Caulifla above the sky, and saw that the feet of Caulifla were already covered with a lot of combat power attribute. Naturally, these combat power attributes were generated during the battle between Caulifla and Gabe just now. Charge. Following Yu's order, those combat power attribute, like golden tadpoles, instantly gathered towards Yu's side. After all the combat power data was gathered into Yu's body, Yu's combat power also soared from 98.7 billion to 100 billion. Has it finally broken through 100 billion? Looking at the system screen, after the combat power attribute reached 100 billion, Yu's fist tightened, and his eyes revealed a touch of unprecedented confidence. If at this time, let him fight with the legendary Super Saiyan Kai. Yu is confident that with the power of his body, he can suppress the mutation Kai. Caulifla, you are getting stronger and stronger. I can't keep up with you at all. Just as Yu was thinking about it, Gabe, who landed on the ground over there, also stood up, and lifted the state of Super Saiyan, facing Caulifla above the sky, smiling awkwardly. Hee Gabe, if you work hard, you can become as strong as me. After hearing Gabe's compliment, Caulifla's heart was also very useful, and then she put her hands on her hips and said confidently and proudly, then, next Yu, I will challenge you. After Caulifla defeated Gabe, she pointed at Yu below and said with full of fighting spirit, I won't fight you, it's boring. After hearing Caulifla's word, Yu waved her hand lazily, and then said to number 18 beside her, Number 18, go and play with her. Understood. Number 18 responded indifferently, and when he put down his arms holding his chest, his body slowly flew up, and stopped after rising to the same height as Caulifla. Diaresis, number 18, that fine too. Looking at the golden-haired number 18 in front of her. Caulifla grinned and said to Yu below, "But if I beat thee after the 18, you have to fight me. Let's talk about it after you beat number 18. As soon as Yu's voice fell, a golden arrogance erupted from Caulifla above the sky. "If the opponent is number 18. Caulifla looked at 18 in front of her, said something confidently, and then took a stand. After seeing Caulifla pull off this dance, Faith and Gabe below said with a look of joy, "That dance is, are you finally going to use your full strength?" Just as Gabe and Faith were talking, the golden arrogance of Caulifla above her body doubled in size in an instant. In addition, his arrogance also turned into a jet, and golden in the arrogance. Good, there are a lot of silver lightning. Appearance, my sister's Super Saiyan 2. After seeing this change in Caulifla, Kair, who was not far from Yu, clenched his fists and shouted with admiration on his face. Yes, after a year of practice, Caulifla successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2 not long ago. However, when Caulifla transformed into the second-tier Super Saiyan, Yu was not too surprised. After all, Caulifla is a genius. In addition, in the original play, when Caulifla was in the Power Conference, she was also given a few pointers by Sun Wukong to transform into the second-order Super Saiyan skin. Super Saiyan 2. Number 18 doesn't necessarily lose. Yu glanced at Caulifla, who was flashing silver lightning all over her body, and then turned her attention to number 18, and said with a smile on her face, "End of this chapter." Chapter 120. The Battle Between Two Beauties. 3 more subscriptions. Chapter 120. The Sick Universe. A desert island on the planet Sarada. At this time, above the sky of the deserted island, there were two figures standing opposite each other in the sky. Looking closer, I saw that one of them was exuding golden arrogance, and silver lightning flashed constantly in that arrogance. This person with silver lightning flashing all over his body is naturally Caulifla, who has transformed into the second-tier Super Saiyan. This time, I must defeat you. Caulifla looked at number 18 not far in front of her, and after saying something confidently, she was like an arrow from the string, and charged directly at number 18. On the 18, she also felt that Caulifla's strength was not what it used to be, and she did not neglect her in any way. At the same time that Caulifla rushed over, number 18 moved and also greeted Caulifla. "Here we go." On the ground below, Gabe's eyes froze when he saw Caliph pull his hand. As soon as Gabe's voice fell, Caulifla and number 18 above the sky were already fighting together. Boom! I saw the fists of Caulifla and the second girl on the 18. The moment they collided with each other, a shocking loud noise came out, and 300 accompanied by this loud noise, an invisible shock wave was like a ripple, spread out in all directions centered on the place where the two were. When the invisible shock wave hit the ground below, the huge island shook. It's amazing. It's just a simple fist collision that makes the earth shake. Number 18 and Caulifla are really amazing. At this time, Faith next to Gabe looked at the sky above the two women, number 18 and Caulifla, who had such terrifying fighting power, and a proud expression appeared on her face. It was as if it wasn't number 18 and Caulifla who were fighting in the sky, but she, Fez. The gap with Caulifla is getting farther and farther. It seems that it will not be easy to catch up with her, Gabe said aloud while watching the battle above the sky. Follow her. Although Gabe's voice was not very loud, it just fell into Kale's ear. After Kyle heard Gabe's words, she stared at Gabe with a hostile look. Being stared at by Kair, Gabe felt a sense of being stared at by his prey, and his heart suddenly trembled. Gabe turned his head to look with difficulty, and after discovering that the person staring at him was Kale, Gabe's heart instantly fell into the abyss. Thinking of the power of the legendary Super Saiyan that broke out in Kale a year ago, Gabe still had lingering fears in his heart. Gabe knew that if Kale erupted with that kind of terrifying power, he would die. After all, he doesn't have the strength of Yu to resist the attack of mutant Kair. Thinking of this, Gabe didn't hesitate, immediately spread his hand, and explained to Kair-san, "Don't misunderstand, I said catching up, it's just catching up with strength, don't misunderstand." Hearing the performance of Gabe and Kair, Yu only sighed slightly, and then his eyes fell on the battle between number 18 and Caulifla in the sky again. At this time, the battle between number 18 and Caulifla had entered a white-hot stage. The fists, elbows, arms, and knees of the two women were constantly colliding violently in the sky. Bang bang bang, boom boom. During the fierce battle between number 18 and Caulifla, in Yu's mind, a steady stream of system prompts naturally appeared. At the feet of number 18 and Caulifla, the combat power attributes were continuously dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get 15 million combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 15.47 million combat power attribute. At this time, both number 18 and Caulifla possessed a power far exceeding that of a full-body Saru. Therefore, when the two women are fighting, the combat power attribute value drop by the system is more than 15 million. Charge CGAE combat power attribute. After the combat power attribute dropped a certain amount, Yu took the initiative to say to the system, with Yu's order, the combat power attributes at the feet of number 18 and Caulifla gathered directly towards against Yu, and did not enter Yu's body. It's amazing, you can actually fight with me in this form for so long. After Caulifla's two fists and number 18's fist stalemate together, she said to number 18 with a smile on her face. After number 18 snorted with a smile, he swept his legs with one foot, and swept across the lower plate of Caulifla directly. Watching number 18's leg swept over, Caulifla's reaction was also quick, and she instantly lifted her right leg. In the next second, number 18's slender and beautiful leg kicked directly on Caulifla's leg. Suddenly, there was a violent crash in the air. At the same time, the statures of number 18 and Caulifla also retreated directly under the action of the violent recoil. I saw that number 18 had retreated nearly 10 feet away, while Caulifla had retreated more than 2 feet. Despite this recoil, both number 18 and Caulifla were not injured, but at this moment, based on the distance between number 18 and Caulifla, both Faith and Gabe knew that number 18 was stronger than Caulifla. Hey, Caulifla naturally could see it herself. She was farther back than number 18, but she didn't care about this problem. She grinned and spread her palm. Then, under the watchful eyes of Gabe, Faith, and the others, a crimson energy ball condensed in the front of Caulifla's palms in an instant. Hey, Caulifla, don't you have to do this? Seeing the crimson energy ball in Caulifla's hand expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, Gabe's expression changed suddenly, and he immediately reminded loudly, "You know, the energy ball or something is too dangerous, maybe, but even the entire Sarada planet will be destroyed." However, for Gabe's reminder, Caulifla was still injecting air into the energy ball as if she had never heard it before, and then the energy ball was still growing. Senior Yu. After seeing that the persuasion was ineffective, Gabe turned to Yu for help again, but Yu just smiled and did not intend to stop it. Seeing this, Gabe looked helpless. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get the smashing cannon attribute. Does the host pick it up? At this moment, Yu's mind sounded the mechanical prompt sound of the system again. Yu did not immediately respond to the question from the system, but only after Caulifla fired the energy ball in her hand, Yu said aloud, "Take it." End of this chapter. The next chapter, Hit, will come on the stage, and ask for flowers every day.